The tale unfolds with a young girl trembling as she listens to the emperor's chilling decree, "I shall forge you into a living blade." Upon hearing the emperor's vow, Charlie naively believed she was destined to become his most honorable knight. Charlie Ronan's mother perished during childbirth, leaving the girl as the scorn stain on Duke Ronan's noble house. Back then, the Duke had cradled her dying mother, shuddering with grief. "My lady, open your eyes and look at me. Please do not leave me like this." As the years passed, she blossomed into a prodigy possessing peerless swordsmanship. Her martial prowess far eclipsed the capabilities of even the most elite imperial knights. Clutching her skirt, she harbored a desperate hope that finally her family would acknowledge her worth. With a heart full of devotion, Charlie accepted her fate. "I live only to obey your command." The emperor proclaimed, "Henceforth, you shall serve as the empire's magic sword." Yet the innocent girl failed to grasp the horrific weight of those words. Then images flash of her writhing in agony upon the cold floor amidst cruel whispers. Is she still breathing? Charlie Ronan is the sole survivor. None could endure this level of torment. Her mental fortitude is truly worthy of a magic sword. How can a human soul be hammered into a blade? The essence of life is a divine sanctuary beyond mortal reach. Yet, they seized her arm as it slowly transmuted into cold metal, exclaiming with ghoulish glee, "Success! We have birthed a miracle. Behold, the results are undeniable." And thus they had truly transfigured Charlie into a weapon. Staring at her own changing limbs, she spiraled into despair. What is happening? Why must I be subjected to this hellish agony? They cast her into a pitch-black dungeon, indifferent to her piercing screams, leaving her only with a hollow mandate. Take pride in your sacrifice for the Empire. You shall be the perfect sentient blade, the ultimate ego to shield our realm. The primordial power of the gods, once stolen from the carcasses of ancient monsters, yields the Arrieris fragments, shards pulsating with raw forbidden energy. Day after agonizing day, Charlie was forced to consume those Arrieris shards. As her very soul shattered into pieces, Charlie ceased to be the youngest daughter of the ducal house. Charlie had been utterly consumed by her transformation into a sword, leaving only a flickering spark of consciousness. The emperor gazed upon his work with twisted pride. "My life's greatest masterpiece, such a breathtaking weapon." Her physical form had been forged into steel, with nothing of Charlie remaining but her trapped ego. "Your name shall be Kira from this day forward." I prayed it was a nightmare, but reality ruthlessly denied my hope. The emperor appeared at the blade's edge, laughing mockingly as he threatened, "Should you dare defy me, your kin shall perish, and if you fail to show proper reverence, I will sever your fiancé's fingers one by one." There can be only one guardian sword. To erase his sins, the emperor began purging every mage involved in the experiment. Charlie became his unwilling tool in countless assassinations, forced to participate in the torture and slaughter of entire families. Charlie's spirit finally fractured. "I beg of you, I don't want to kill them." The emperor countered coldly, "Do you not realize if you wish to spare your family from pain, you need only submit to my will? I refuse to be a murderer. Is my suffering nothing more than your entertainment? This existence is more agonizing than the depths of hell." Dichik III, the king who purged the lingering monsters, Mirihan II, who quelled the civil wars and brought order, Mirihan III, who expanded the borders and enriched the empire, and Gaseung V, the unifier of the continent, all were emperors who wielded Kira and were hailed as legends through the ages. Meanwhile, the house of Duke Ronan met only grisly cruel ends across the passing eras. Charlie offered a desperate plea. "O mighty Aririt, grant me vengeance. It is too horrific, too hateful, too painful. If a god truly listens, hear me now. Wield the power of life as you see fit. Grant me the chance to punish those who have profaned the divinity of the heavens. I am not some cursed magic sword. I am a human being." I prayed for an eternity, and finally the heavens answered. After a long darkness, she was granted a second life. Charlie lay atop her bed, gasping for air, her face drenched in a cascade of tears. The physical form she had lost was once again alive, breathing of its own independent volition. She was no longer a cold blade. She possessed a human body. But ever since I was forged into a weapon, I lost the ability to dream, so there is no possibility that this is a mere hallucination. Desperate for confirmation, she lunged out of bed. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed heavily onto the floor. Every single sensation felt overwhelming and brand new. She used her trembling hands to crawl across the ground, gradually reacquainting herself with the forgotten mechanics of her own flesh. 4 centuries had slipped away, an agonizingly long stretch of time. At long last, a miracle had manifested. I have returned. I am finally back. I was stripped of everything. My entire existence was demolished for the sake of the Empire's glory. Even if the world denies it, that suffering was once my reality. This great and noble empire is the very thing the Emperor desired to flourish. It is the fundamental excuse they use to ruin my life without a shred of guilt. I will tear them apart. I will drag their names through the filth and mud, slowly, thoroughly, and perfectly, until not a single soul can feel pride in being a citizen of this wretched empire. Charlie's fingers clawed into the carpet with vengeful fury. I will bring this empire to its absolute ruin. Her hands shook as she reached out to touch the mirror. This is me. So this is the face I had forgotten. Beneath the vision of a long, silver gleaming blade sat a hilt adorned with a brilliant blue gemstone. It was a world away from the reflection I saw when the Emperor stood before the glass. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she whispered her own name, Charlie Ronan. Now at last I can finally weep. She agonized as she clutched her arm, her fingers digging into her own flesh. Charlie drifted toward the corridor, the hauntingly sweet scent of summer filling her lungs. Before my rebirth, I loathed the summer. Since the Duchess perished giving me life, I never dared to set foot outside during this cursed season. But now that ancient grief has been rewritten. As she paced the halls, Charlie crossed paths with the household staff. She demanded to know the current year, causing the two maids to recoil in sheer shock. "It is the year 298 of the imperial calendar, my lady," they stammered. The servant stole a nervous glance at Charlie, unable to look her in the eye. The suffocating aura radiating from the girl was impossible to brush aside. The maid felt completely paralyzed by Charlie's dominant and predatory presence. The servant panicked inwardly. Why am I trembling like this? Before blurted out, "The Archduke is expected to return momentarily." But Charlie cut her off mid-sentence. I refused to skulk back to my room. The need to hide from my kin, the hesitation to speak my mind, and even the flicker of resentment have all been extinguished. The naive days of begging for love while being blamed for my mother's death and the delusion that reaching master rank would win their affection, I've burned all those bridges. And I offer no apologies, for I have committed no sin. With those final words, Charlie vanished. It seemed the whispers of her possessing ethereal fairy blood were more than just rumors. I've been thrust back exactly 4 centuries, to the year 298 of the imperial calendar, when I was a mere 13-year-old girl. The gods have answered my screams with a miracle, though the mechanics of my return remain a mystery. Yet the primal life force of Iris still pulses through my veins, even though the physical fragments have vanished. Instinct tells me it has fused into the very fabric of my soul. I can feel its raw power coursing through me. The emperors assumed I was a spent vessel. But within the soul of Kira, the colossal energy harvested over centuries is still surging and vivid, that much I know for a fact. This isn't hubris. I am terrifyingly strong, imbued with divine power that defies all logic. As she walked, Charlie heard the sharp clatter of steel hitting the floor. She turned her gaze toward the fallen blade and moved to retrieve it from the dirt. In that moment, a knight rushed up, breathless. I am deeply sorry, my lady. You've sprinted all the way from the training grounds, haven't you? And it appears your blade was knocked away during sparring because you were utterly overwhelmed by your opponent's brute force. How could you possibly know? No more importantly. Witnessing his face turn crimson, Charlie realized he was drowning in humiliation. She extended her hand and returned the weapon. In my past life, I mistook that look for a silent condemnation of my existence. But with hindsight, I see it for what it truly was, pure jealousy and a sense of inferiority. The reason no one dared to tutor me before I returned. It wasn't because I was the cursed daughter who killed the Duchess, but because no one was talented enough to stand as my equal. Why was I so blind back then? Those weren't the faces of hateful critics. Even if the knights envied Charlie's genius, they secretly hungered for a taste of that radiant talent. Charlie stepped onto the training grounds to give him a taste of true mastery. You have a fatal habit of swinging while your shoulders are stiff. If you strike with this level of tension... As the words left her lips, she guided his hand and executed a perfect arc with the sword. And then your blade will never be wrenched from your grasp in the heat of battle again. Thank you, my lady. I am honored. Equipped with cold-blooded logic, centuries of combat experience, and the essence of monsters, I can instinctively pinpoint the path to destroy any weakness. Afterward, she rounded up the entire staff. They huddled together, whispering, "Why has the lady summoned us? If I knew, would I be shaking like a leaf?" Suddenly, the heavy door swung open. Charlie strode past the trembling crowd and took her seat with royal composure. "The reason I've gathered you here, I presume you've already pieced it together?" The servants flinched, staring at the floor in a heavy silence. "No, is it just me who remembers, while you've all developed amnesia? Then allow me the pleasure of refreshing your memories one by one." When I was a child, you tried to scald me with tea and called it an accident. You hid a rotting rat carcass in my bed. You threw vermin into my morning soup. And you shredded my gowns just to watch me drown in shame. The group of servants collapsed to their knees in sheer terror. We are so sorry, my lady. It won't happen again. We beg for your mercy. Forgiveness is a luxury that the guilty do not get to demand. Every single one of you is fired. Today is Charlie's birthday. A blood-red seal was slammed onto the final letter. Not a single soul from her family bothered to wish Charlie a happy birthday, but she expected nothing less, so the sting of disappointment never came. She finalized the letter, etching a mysterious mark onto the wax seal. It was an application for the position of royal tutor. The envelope was now locked tight, requiring a blade to breach it, though she had no intention of sending it just yet. She swung the door open and stepped out into the silent, cold hallway. She made her way to the gallery holding her mother's portrait and gently offered a single white blossom. I've come to give you my word, for this is the life you sacrificed yourself to give me. The path I have chosen requires me to stare directly into the monster's abyss. The portrait seemed to offer a bittersweet smile, a silent warning to those who dare peer into the bottomless pit of beasts. For when you look into the abyss, the monster might be staring right back into your very soul. The road Charlie chose for her vengeance is the royal path. She spoke once more. Though this is the life I owe to your memory, I shall live it on my own terms, a trail of corruption and savagery devoid of morality or mercy. I can no longer exist as a normal human, so consider this a final memorial for my former self. As she exited, she crossed paths with a lone knight. My lady, he stammered, his face flushing crimson. Happy birthday. After his abrupt greeting, he bowed hurriedly. I shall return to my post immediately. So someone actually remembers my birthday, even if it's only a single person. In reality, the others were simply too terrified to even breathe in her presence, let alone speak. But Charlie was oblivious to their fear. Many of the staff were constantly tracking her every mood, desperate for a chance to bridge the gap between them. Suddenly, Charlie's eyes narrowed as she spotted someone thinking, how peculiar. At that precise moment, a trio of figures approached her. Facing them head-on, she walked past with total indifference, not granting them even a flicker of acknowledgement. Charlie, how dare you walk past without even a greeting? To think you'd call out to me first? I assumed it was actually something of importance. The one with the golden hair is my second brother. I've long since purged his name from my memory. Once upon a time, my third brother showed me a shred of kindness, but dismissing the thought, she replied coldly, because engaging with you isn't worth the wasted breath. Charlie's eyes, which were once overflowing with a desperate need for affection, now held nothing but a barren, frozen void. Why has she turned so cold? The look of longing she used to have, it's completely vanished. After Charlie purged, the maidservant's whispers of her transformation spread through the Ronald estate like wildfire. Did you hear I was scrubbing the floors right outside that room when it happened? The lady has returned as a different beast entirely. Now, no one in the household dared to treat Charlie with anything but absolute caution. I will personally oversee the training of the new maids, the head maid promised. Charlie asked in a chilling tone, to what end? To ensure they never again do anything to incite the lady's wrath. The head maid was bending over backward just to appease her. Charlie was systematically seizing control of the Duke's manor in the absence of a mistress. As the lady, she was finally reclaiming her birthright. My lady, should you desire anything at all, please command me. Bring me a cup of tea and a plush rug to rest upon. By your command, my lady. The servant scrambled to fulfill every detail of her request. She offered a deep bow before retreating from the room. As the heavy door clicked shut, Charlie closed her eyes, focusing her senses on the rotation of her mana circle. Within this sanctuary, where none dared interfere, she refined her mana until it reached a state of near-transparent purity. It had taken tens of thousands of hours of grueling effort to make the mana's color fade into this divine clarity. In this era, purely based on my latent potential, I will become a force without rival on this entire continent. I can achieve anything now, for even a lifetime of struggle wouldn't drain the well of my true power. Since I existed as Kira, I witnessed the Emperor's mana weaving process more clearly than any living soul. If it were the royals of my past life, I'd simply slaughter them. But perhaps this time he'll serve as a useful teacher. No, the sacrifice is worth it. Even if my muscles scream in agony and my strength feels utterly spent, it matters not. Effort. Charlie truly savored the weight of that word. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The servants huddled together, gossiping. Is it true the lady won't return once she enters the imperial palace? That's the rumor? She ordered her entire room to be cleared out. Meanwhile, Charlie reflected on her progress. I've accelerated the path to becoming a royal tutor from 5 years down to 2. The royal I'm to oversee is already chosen. My application is confirmed. Before my regression, there was a legendary genius who ruled the empire from the shadows. That mastermind was the 13th prince of the empire. I will break him, tame him, and seat him upon the throne of the Beth Empire. Evolve into a catastrophic blight upon this empire, ushering in an era of absolute devastation, and reign as a tyrant more magnificent and terrifying than history has ever witnessed. 2 grueling years of preparation have finally met their mark, and today I finally embark upon the jagged path of vengeance, as I suspected my family didn't bother to see me off. So it's official. I'm finally living off the imperial family's coin and breathing their air, huh? My sanctuary and my sustenance shall all be provided by the heart of the imperial palace itself. Charlie had been honing her internal energy in total isolation, her raw power now surging toward the threshold of a true master. My only task is to shroud my mastery of the blade and ensure no one catches wind of my true lethality. Since a knight's title was a prerequisite for the position, Charlie exploited the Duke's waning influence to secure a hollow appointment as an honorary knight. This is the very first and final scrap I will ever take from that wretched family. From this moment forward, I am utterly finished with the petty grudges of the Ronin bloodline. My singular burning desire is to exact a blood-soaked retribution upon the imperial house. His Highness the 13th Prince is expecting your arrival. Charlie strode through the halls with a lethal, commanding aura, advancing toward the private chambers of the 13th Prince. Dylan Sandberg, the boy destined to be Charlie's pupil and her future puppet sovereign. Charlie will warp the very fabric of fate to seat this boy upon the throne, grooming him into a tyrant who will burn this empire to the ground. This boy shall be the most pivotal knight on my chessboard. Greetings, Your Highness. The first move of my vengeance is being played with clinical precision. A paragon of exceptional talent, a true genius gifted with a flawless persona. Before the timeline reset, he never flinched at the sight of blood. He possessed a savage, ruthless streak prepared to slaughter everyone the moment a plan went sideways. I must break his spirit and tether him to my side while his mind is still malleable. Only then can I ensure the total collapse of the imperial line and this 1,000-year empire. She offered a graceful, calculated bow. I shall be the one overseeing Your Highness's education. My name is Charlie Ronin. Dylan snapped his book shut and rose to his feet with regal poise. His gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Charlie's every move. She noted inwardly, I can sense a formidable mental fortress. He cannot entirely mask his suspicion. He's on edge because anyone looking at me would see nothing more than a harmless tutor. On the contrary, this played perfectly into her hands. A flower crown, with colors as somber as a fading sky, a pure and innocent dress. It will be so easy to stain when the blood begins to splatter. I chose him by design because the 13th prince was the offspring of the 7th concubine, a woman known for her serene and sophisticated nature. She broke the silence. Prince, surely you have questions. For instance, why someone like me would claim to be your mentor. The entire court is abuzz with the scandal. Even the Grand Duke, who had ignored me for 2 years, personally confronted me after I secured my license to demand an explanation. By striking the most sensitive nerve first, I seized total control of the narrative. Indeed, she said, extending a hand. Let us ensure our goals align from this day forth, Prince. Prince Dylan took her hand in a firm grip. As do I. I anticipate great things from your guidance. It didn't feel like a cold calculation, but a fated collision. Rather than outthinking a genius, Charlie's strategy was to force Dylan to recognize her as the sole magnetic anomaly in his perfect world. Suddenly, an attendant entered the room. Your Highness, I've prepared the tea you requested. As he poured, he couldn't help but steal a nervous glance at Charlie. His focus wavered, causing the tea to spill across the polished table. He gasped in sudden terror. I beg your forgiveness, Your Highness. Charlie watched the exchange with a cold eye. It seems he only allowed his composure to slip for a mere second. I will prepare a fresh pot immediately, the prince interjected coldly. There is no need. Yes, then I shall take my leave at once. By tomorrow, that clumsy servant will likely find himself jobless or exiled on some distant errand. In that moment, a stray butterfly fluttered into the room because Charlie had laced her flower crown with honey earlier that morning. In my previous life, I was a mere ghost Dylan never even noticed. Even this flicker of curiosity is a monumental shift for someone like Dylan. Sometimes the loudest statements are made in total silence. Suddenly, Dylan's voice cut through the air. I shall address you as teacher. How charming. Does this mean I've finally earned your seal of approval? He offered no verbal response. Nevertheless, securing his respect meant this initial gambit was an undeniable success. The debut lesson for Dylan was the art of the blade. Despite knowing he was a prodigy, it was clear he was suppressing his true lethality. He still views me as a potential threat. No matter, as the days bleed into weeks, this barrier will crumble. As she reclined in the steaming bath, she glanced upward. Oh, my greetings. It's been quite a while. Did you bring a friend to the party? The rumors claiming Charlie is part fairy are undeniable, for only those with the blood of the fae can perceive the spirits of nature. She reached out toward the two tiny trembling fairies, whispering softly, "You're famished, aren't you?" These mystical beings must consume pure mana to survive, and Charlie's capacity for mana is a bottomless infinite well. This is why the starving spirits occasionally seek her out. Charlie never fails to treat these hungry visitors with kindness. Are you offering your gratitude? She knew that a fairy's favor is a debt they will surely settle. One day they will become a vital piece of my grand design. Being around these ethereal creatures lightens my dark thoughts. Perhaps my plan will unfold flawlessly. After finishing her soak, she retreated to the private quarters assigned to her. This coalstone chamber is where I'll forge my future from now on. As of today, I have officially begun infiltrating the inner circle of the imperial palace. I have burned all bridges to the Duke's mansion, and my stay here will span years. The true game begins now as I enter the heart of the lair I once craved to turn to ash. Back when I was trapped as Kira, countless blood-curdling screams were perpetually choked back in my throat. Every fiber of my being wanted nothing more than to slaughter them all. I've played my cards expertly up to this point. Haven't I already successfully embedded myself as Dylan's mentor? I cannot say for certain if I can fully break this young prince, but Dylan is a predator who must never be underestimated. Nothing is more draining than wearing this mask of deception. However, even those who have served the prince for a lifetime remain oblivious to the lethal power dormant within him. She closed her eyes, narrowing her focus. If I don't keep my mind razor sharp and lucid. Suddenly a faint rustle cut through the silence. Charlie's instincts snapped her into a state of lethal awareness. She opened her eyes to find a shadowy assassin closing in for the kill. Quick as a lightning strike, Charlie whipped out her blade, sending the assassin tumbling to the floor as he gasped his final words. But why? Why do you possess the eyes of a killer? You're supposed to be nothing more than a mere honorary knight. With those dying words, he finally logged out of life. She leaned over his cooling corpse. Because even an honorary knight is more than enough to end you. I'm far too accustomed to the scent of death, but the mood is sour. Taking a life on my very first day. Is the battle for the throne truly this bloodthirsty? I didn't expect to be targeted by an assassin the moment I took the tutor's mantle. I have no choice but to mask my mana. Just as Dylan conceals his true fangs, Charlie must do the same. The reason Charlie refuses to showcase her true martial dominance is to lure Dylan's fascination toward her more naturally. She surged her mana to vanish the corpse and drag it into the shadows. Who signed his death warrant? Clearly it was one of the royal factions. The only real question is, which successor is desperate enough to dispatch so many killers? Before my regression, Dylan possessed no signature weapon or martial talent that would force the Imperial Council to view him as a threat. That insignificance was the very shield that allowed him to survive without being hunted. However, the board has changed now that Charlie has emerged as Dylan's guiding hand. The palace should be draped in slumber by this hour, shouldn't it? The 13th prince choosing the path of the sword is essentially a formal declaration of his war for the crown. By acknowledging Charlie as his teacher, Dylan will now be under constant surveillance. This is the first major fracture in history since Charlie's return. She suspected that assassins had likely been dispatched to Dylan's room as well, but it's too soon to show her hand. Besides, Dylan can handle himself. Yet the silence in the hall was absolute. She deduced that Dylan had probably already dispatched his own unwelcome guest. She peered through the narrow sliver of light beneath her door. She sensed a familiar presence, catching Dylan's silhouette loitering outside her room. Sure enough, through the shadows, she saw Dylan silently dragging a lifeless body away. The following morning, a voice broke the quiet. I have a question. Speak your mind, Duke. I haven't caught even a glimpse of the lady recently. Has something befallen her? The Grand Duke felt a prickle of unease because Charlie had seemingly vanished from the estate. Not once had their paths crossed, not even by a stroke of coincidence. Charlie was once a desperate child who tirelessly sought even a fleeting glance from the Grand Duke. Naturally, ever since that turning point 2 years ago, Charlie has evolved. She no longer begs for scraps of affection from her kin. The Grand Duke summoned a servant to inquire about Charlie's whereabouts, but in that very instant, he suddenly recoiled, a jarring realization striking his conscience. Have I ever even uttered her name, Charlie? That name, with a phonetic simplicity that should have been effortless, felt impossibly heavy upon his tongue. The name Charlie was the final gift bestowed by Jacob. If Jacob hadn't been stolen by death, perhaps this would have been a portrait of a radiant and harmonious family. But Jacob breathed her last while bringing Charlie into this world. Consequently, all these what-ifs are nothing more than hollow, meaningless fantasies. Returning to the Grand Duke's inquiry, the servant bowed low and whispered, "Have you not yet been informed of the news, my lord?" "What news?" "You were unaware. As the newly appointed royal tutor, the lady shall henceforth reside and dine within the imperial palace." The lady explicitly stated that she has no intention of ever returning to the duke's estate. The Grand Duke's brow furrowed in anger. Who gave her permission to act so recklessly? Since the Duchess's passing, the Grand Duke had remained a pillar of cold composure. Because the agony of losing Jacob had already shattered him, he believed no other shock could ever stir his stagnant emotions again. Yet he found himself spiraling into confusion. Strange, this feeling is so alien. Surely abandoning this house should be of no consequence to me. Even so, she belongs to a noble house, yet she chooses to go out and serve. What insolence. Meanwhile, within the gilded walls of the imperial palace, time has moved with lethal swiftness. A full week has already passed since I took my place as Dylan's mentor. Initially, I only sought to analyze the power dynamics of the imperial capital, but I've already reaped far more significant rewards than I anticipated. Indeed, a servant had previously gossiped Prince Dylan is a royal who is remarkably easy to dismiss. He's a soft-spoken soul with a gentle heart, isn't he? He lacks both ambition and demands. He's quite the pushover. Prince Dylan is practically the embodiment of innocence and purity. Dylan innocent. While the prince was busy systematically erasing assassins, you servants who slept like babes are the only ones truly drowning in innocence. While she was lost in thought, Dylan's voice broke the silence. "Teacher, I'm feeling quite drained. Might we take a brief respite? If that is what the prince desires." Dylan immediately collapsed against the trunk of a tree to recover. Even now, Dylan is meticulously masking the true extent of his lethality. After that first night, the wave of assassins abruptly ceased. If Dylan is as sharp as I suspect, he's already deduced that a killer visited my room as well. He likely harbors deep suspicions regarding my true prowess with a blade. That is precisely why I brace myself every morning for the moment he finally confronts me. And yet, Dylan has remained hauntingly silent, asking Charlie absolutely nothing. It's undeniable now. Dylan views me with a chilling, absolute indifference. At that moment, Dylan spoke up. "My apologies, teacher. Swinging that heavy steel has utterly sapped my strength." She scoffed internally. There is no way he's actually winded. He's merely putting on a show of exhaustion, isn't he? It seems his entire existence is a calculated performance. Charlie mirrors him perfectly burying her own god-tier power beneath a facade. In the original timeline, Dylan manipulated the imperial family like they were nothing more than mindless playthings. He treated human lives like bothersome flies. He ruthlessly pivoted the war for the throne in his favor. For Dylan, anyone who stood in his path was marked for death. But in stark contrast to that shadow, the face he shows the world is so benevolent, radiant, and untainted, isn't it? What is his endgame? Why does he persist in this elaborate charade? How has no one else managed to glimpse the monster lurking beneath the surface until now? Charlie glided over, calling out to the prince before taking a seat beside his resting form. "How much longer do you intend to maintain this hollow act? Even though deep down you find this entire world to be utterly tedious and beneath you." As she spoke, she caught a flicker of shock in his eyes, as if a common goldfish had suddenly started speaking in tongues. But instantly, the fake Dylan mask was back in place. "I'm afraid I haven't the slightest clue what you're implying, teacher." "Is that so? Regardless, our lesson concludes for today." Charlie had managed to confirm one vital detail. The enigmatic 13th prince has finally deemed Charlie worthy of his undivided watchful gaze. The person he once considered a complete and utter non-entity, for the past 3 days, the 13th prince and I have been locked in a silent game of constant observation. We are like oil and water, fundamentally incapable of mixing. Even standing shoulder to shoulder, we refuse to assimilate. Whenever I feel a piercing gaze prickling my skin, I know for certain it's Dylan looming behind me. He is undoubtedly monitoring my every move with predatory focus. Just then, the maid spoke up. "My lady, I'm thrilled you're fond of the diffuser. Crafting unique scents is my true passion." "Is this the Transpring blend you created, Mary? It feels remarkably elegant and soothing." Chanspring. It's just a placeholder name, but hearing you say it makes it sound so sophisticated. My craft is still so unrefined." In this moment, I was genuinely wondering if you might be a hidden genius. "Oh, you're far too kind, my lady." "It's a travesty. If I had the capital, I'd appoint you as the lead perfumer and scale this business to the top." Mary flushed in sheer shock. "What?" She responded with bashful uncertainty. "I know nothing of such complicated matters. It's just, my family runs a flower shop, so I've always been sensitive to aromas. Thank you so much for the praise." Charlie is not one for hollow flattery. She calculated that luxury goods for the nobility always yield massive dividends, making it a bulletproof venture. If marketed toward the young feminine elite, it would sell like wildfire, even if it takes a decade to become the dominant trend. But Mary simply sighed. I truly don't understand why everyone misjudges the lady so cruelly. The lady is such a remarkably gentle soul. Initially, Mary the maid harbored a cold and negative impression of Charlie, because she was the infamous cursed child who allegedly snatched her mother's life at birth. A cursed, useless, and seemingly airheaded noblewoman. Why on earth would a person like her even show up here? No matter how neglected the 13th prince may be, assigning an unqualified tutor to him is nothing short of a slap in the face. However, the more time she spent in Charlie's presence, the more Mary burned with shame for believing the rumors. The lady is refined and exceptionally kind. Clearly, the court gossip was nothing but malicious drivel. Mary smiled warmly and finished, I've completed your hair, my lady Mary. At your service, my lady. Despite all the venomous rumors you've heard, you still choose to see the best in me. Thank you. Charlie's radiant, authentic smile left Mary completely dazed and starstruck. I'm so sorry. Well, have a wonderful day, my lady. Indeed, I shall make frequent use of the diffuser. Watching Mary flee in a shy panic, Charlie noted that the girl was still clearly unaccustomed to receiving genuine compliments. Charlie didn't need grand gestures to win Mary's loyalty. Each morning, she simply shared warm conversation with the maid bringing her water. She would ask about her life with a look of genuine concern. That was all it took. Winning a heart is just as simple as fueling a grudge. Yet no matter how much I attempt to bridge the gap with Dylan, I still feel a cold, impenetrable wall between us. I was beginning to worry that my social fangs had dulled over the centuries. But since winning over others remains effortless, the problem clearly doesn't lie with me. I shouldn't let it weigh on me. As the days turn into weeks, he will eventually gravitate toward my side. She stepped into the library, realizing she couldn't rely on swordsmanship alone, so she requested academic texts. Yet, a week had passed with no sign of them. The man in charge of her request was the formidable Count Robert, a frigid man who has publicly declared his utter disdain for vapid, foolish women. Count Robert scowled with visible irritation the moment he saw her cross the threshold. He immediately draped a cloth over his work to hide it. I once existed as the imperial family's sentient magic sword, so there is no way I wouldn't recognize the shape of those books just because of a thin cover. She spoke with measured calm. Pardon me, Count. I am Charlie of the 13th Prince's Palace. I requested textbooks a week ago, yet I've received nothing. The Count replied with icy indifference. The library currently has no textbooks in stock. She realized he delivered that lie as if he had been rehearsing it specifically for her arrival. She pointed directly at the hidden pile and asked, Then what exactly are those volumes hidden beneath that cloth? He was momentarily rattled, thinking, I didn't expect a girl like her to catch on so instantly. Those are the textbooks compiled by Yahello, are they not? He offered no reply, instead choosing to glare at Charlie with predatory intensity. She could feel the waves of pure, unadulterated contempt radiating from him. An obscure, weak, honorary knight. The villainous stain of the Grand Duke's house. The woman randomly appointed as a prince's mentor, she embodied every trait Robert loathed, and Charlie was well aware of her reputation. She challenged him directly. Give me a single valid reason why you haven't sent those textbooks. Such defiance will be interpreted as a blatant refusal to acknowledge that I am a royal tutor appointed by the imperial house through formal official protocols. Are you truly posing that question because you are drowning in ignorance? Very well. Since you've demanded an explanation, I shall grant you one. Bluntly put, the reason is simple. A woman of your caliber could never wield these texts effectively. A tome, regardless of its prestige or profound wisdom, demands a master who is worthy of its weight. That is the unshakable conviction I live by. And you, Lady Ronan, are nothing more than a vapid, foolish girl. These sacred volumes are crafted specifically for the education of the imperial bloodline. Did you honestly believe I would just hand them over to a person like you? At his words, Charlie's expression darkened into a somber scowl as she asked, Is that truly your only reason? Count Robert recoiled inwardly, thinking, What is this? Isn't she just some pampered doll raised in luxury? She crossed her arms with chilling composure. A master worthy of the book, you say? Precisely. You lack the basic qualifications for me to even consider it. It's an insult to the ink. How Yahello would wail in his grave if he witnessed this travesty. That an incompetent noblewoman would dare lay her hands on these hallowed pages. I refuse to let these books fall into your possession. Is that so? Then listen well, Count. This standard you cling to so desperately is merely a diluted benchmark you fabricated to justify gatekeeping this knowledge. I will take great pleasure in showing you exactly what a pile of garbage that logic is. Chapter 1. A sovereign must never be trivialized and shall command the absolute reverence of his subjects. Chapter 2. Hearing her, he was struck by a hidden wave of shock. That is the flawless accent and cadence of the High Imperial Court. Is she reciting Adelio's Imperial Manual verbatim without even glancing at the pages? Cease this, what value is there in mere rote memorization? True wisdom isn't found in parroting words like a trained bird. Is that your belief? Robert could never have fathomed the truth. Throughout the centuries that bled away, Charlie hadn't just committed this book to memory. She had absorbed the living critiques and philosophies of every emperor across generations. In that case, Count, why don't you test my understanding with a challenge? A challenge? No matter the inquiry, your answer will surely be hollow. Tell me, what did Adelio define as the paramount pillar of imperial studies in his conclusion? Charlie countered instantly, the profound ability to perceive the true essence of all things. In the end, all paths converge. Is it merely imperial studies? Humanities, economics, statecraft, history, theology, every discipline inevitably flows toward the same revelation. Imperial studies exist solely to sharpen the vision required to strip away the facade and see the core. Fools obsess over the mechanics of ruling, but once they hold the scepter, how can they claim their path is the only righteous way? The priority before taking the throne is to prevent your position from being usurped and to master the art of observing your enemies. She hammered her point home. It is the art of respect. The binding is just a shell. It is the living application of that truth that makes it real. Knowledge, wouldn't you agree? Ha ha ha, even if you speak truthfully, the 13th prince is a royal shadow rumored to be on the brink of death. What is the point of educating a ghost? Besides, could a child like Dylan even begin to comprehend the words you speak? The prince will grasp the soul of this textbook far better than you ever could, regardless, Count Robert. Since the dawn of time, those who let their tongues wag without restraint seldom enjoy a long life, all thanks to their own reckless arrogance. I suggest you tread carefully, Count. It would be wise to watch both your tongue and your next move. Ending the conversation, Charlie turned and strode away, books firmly in hand. Back at the residence, the maid spoke. I've arranged the volumes for you, my lady. My thanks, Mary. Today marked Dylan's first encounter with theory, replacing the usual clash of steel. She slammed the heavy tome onto the table with a resonant thud. Prince consumed the first 50 pages. If any concept eludes you or sparks a question, compile them. We shall discuss them once you've finished. Since this is our introductory session, I'll keep today's workload light. Dylan stared intensely at the gold-leaf title, The Fundamentals of Imperial Studies. A text where normal students struggle to pass 5 pages. He muttered under his breath with a faint smirk. Light, huh? Dylan smirked, a dark amusement flickering in his eyes as he thought. Honestly, for a prince of my caliber, this is mere child's play. Finally, after a heavy, lingering silence, Dylan exhaled a weary sigh and retrieved the tome. He began to leaf through the pages, his gaze sharpening with intense focus. Charlie sat across from him, her senses finely tuned to the pulse of his mana circle. It was time to resurrect the lost techniques of ancient sovereigns and claim her throne as the ultimate master of energy. Perhaps the whispers of the library confrontation had already reached Dylan's ears. I have no clue where his intel originates, but given the ruthless shadow Dylan cast before my rebirth, it would be far more bizarre if he were in the dark. I've steeled myself to provide lethal insight should he dare to test me with a question. Charlie was meticulously baiting the hook and waiting in the shadows, biding her time until the apex predator known as Dylan bit. That strangely bewildered expression on his face? Perhaps he's questioning if I'm truly manipulating mana. If so, such a feat should be a physical impossibility. Most mages are ancient relics, so for a girl this young to command mana is nothing short of a divine miracle. Charlie's very existence was a middle finger to the laws of the universe. But against all odds, Dylan snapped the book shut and spoke. I finished, teacher. The sun was still high in the sky, yet he had already conquered the text. That was remarkably efficient, your highness. Is there anything weighing on your mind that you wish to ask? You have stayed remarkably silent regarding your own kin. She was momentarily paralyzed by the weight of the question. My family. Of course, I had no desire to excavate the trauma of my bloodline. I wouldn't breathe a word of that hell to anyone, least of all to a wolf like Dylan. Noticing her spiral into thought, Dylan countered, Pretend I never spoke. I have no inquiries for you, teacher. Is that so? In that case, our session concludes for the day. You've done well. With those parting words, she turned and vanished. Dylan remained seated, looking stunned. You've done well, he echoed. But she noticed his composure falter for a split second. Even if he won't stop me now, he won't be able to ignore me forever. Into the void of Dylan's soul, drops of burning curiosity were beginning to fall. Charlie savored the anticipation of the moment his vessel would overflow. Once he's truly hooked, Charlie will never let him go. For the art of the catch is at its core a game of infinite patience. That night, Charlie lay awake, the ghost of Dylan's question haunting her mind. She had never once uttered a word about her family. Family. What a hollow, bitter concept. Dylan harbored nothing but cold apathy for his father, the Emperor. Before the timeline shattered, his mother, the seventh concubine, was the only soul he truly cherished. The seventh concubine stood squarely at the epicenter of the bloody succession war. It was the second and fourth concubines who relentlessly targeted her with their venomous malice. The 6 princes they mothered were the first to be sent to their graves. And the crown prince who dared to insult the 7th concubine's homeland, the kingdom of Jian, met the most agonizing end imaginable. The 5th prince, the sole noble soul who paid his respects at the 7th concubine's funeral, was the one who finally claimed the throne once the carnage had settled. I initially dismissed it as fate, but I was wrong. Every move on the board was dictated by the memory of the 7th concubine. Dylan was the phantom king of the empire, a truth only dragged into the light after his demise. He was the true power who held the emperor like a puppet beneath his heel. Back then, he operated in the shadows as a legendary artist, composer, and playwright, mastering not just the blade, but law, medicine, and the very foundations of the state. Dylan was already a god-tier polymath across a dozen forbidden fields. Once his secret legacy was unearthed, the world went into a frenzy. Scholars wept over their failure to recognize his genius and turned their eyes toward his mother, a woman who had been cruelly erased by the march of history. Please never succumb to illness. Never allow yourself to be caught and survive by any desperate means. Not a single word more was written in that final will, leaving a haunting legacy behind. Until her final breath, she dictated the rhythm of Dylan's life, a vow he clutched until his own end. If the 7th concubine had commanded him to seize the throne or raise the empire to ash, he would have obeyed. Charlie was a firm believer in the lethality of perfect timing. She delayed becoming Dylan's tutor because she knew this autumn, the 7th concubine's life would flicker out. The cold, calculated cause of death is slow-acting poison. It is a dark historical fact that before the 7th concubine drew her last breath, she endured agonizing, soul-crushing torment. To ensnare Dylan's loyalty, I must exploit this window of grief. Being present for every second of the funeral is non-negotiable. Having served as the Emperor's shadow blade, Charlie is a master of high society poise. Suddenly, the melancholy notes of a piano drifted from Dylan's chambers. The piece was Secret Greeting by Daru Ken. I can envision the exact mask of indifference Dylan is wearing right now. Across the room, Dylan played until a deliberate, clumsy stumble, My Fairy. Then he cast a lingering look toward Charlie's shadow. As the room fell into a heavy silence, she wondered, did I overstep my bounds too soon? But moments later, the melody surged with a beautiful, haunting resonance. The second our eyes met, I became your eternal captive. Where Are You Fleeing To? My Elusive Fairy Secret Greeting is a legendary masterpiece. It's a symphony of raw emotion and adrenaline blending intense curiosity with heart-pounding suspense. It captures the exact moment a composer discovers his muse and falls into an obsessive trance. A song of guarded, dangerous charm. Later, that muse was unmasked as a treacherous spy. This melody is a trap designed to lure back the intruder who approaches with a hidden blade. The song carries a chilling subtitle, The Rose with Thorns. And until the final echoing note faded, a faint, knowing smirk played upon Charlie's lips. The next morning, a report arrived. The lady has sent no response to your correspondence, sir. What was that? She dared to ignore my letter. She is my own blood, after all. I cannot simply treat Charlie like a ghost as my father and brother do. Yet, my olive branch was met with total silence. The only kinsman showing even a flicker of interest in Charlie is the second young master. Fine, it matters not. Her reply will surely arrive by tomorrow morning. But his concern was as trivial as watching an ant struggle on the pavement. He deluded himself into thinking Charlie would be overwhelmed with joy to finally be noticed. He worried that she might mistake his casual letter for deep affection and feel suffocated by his sudden warmth. Regardless, I won't let my sword go dull while fretting over her. The grand festival of swordsmanship is looming on the horizon. The scene shifts. Dylan announced, Teacher, I intend to visit my mother's palace this afternoon. With no lecture scheduled, the prince finally has a moment of fleeting freedom. She knew Dylan's armor only cracked when his mother was involved. Can I infiltrate his heart just a bit deeper? I must be careful not to warp Dylan's path too drastically. I'm testing the limits of my influence. There is no middle ground, only the stark contrast of light and shadow. Charlie and Dylan are like oil and water destined to never truly merge. So, he's off to see the 7th concubine. It's no wonder he carries such a rare, radiant glow today. After a brief calculation, she spoke. Would you allow me the honor of accompanying you to meet her? Dylan froze at her request, his eyes wide with genuine unmasked shock. Charlie felt the weight of his frozen gaze. Is this the part where he shuts me out? But Dylan's voice was soft as he agreed. Very well. She caught her breath and replied, "Thank you. I am grateful for the invitation, Prince." Why does this feel like such an exhilarating victory? The sensation is like finally winning the trust of a skittish stray cat that was poised to bolt. Dylan whispered, "For someone to actually show interest in my mother, this is a first." She smirked inwardly. "That's because I'm weaving a web to catch you. Trust me, teacher, once you meet her, you'll be enchanted instantly. Because my mother is the kindest soul I know. She is truly pure." Charlie watched the rare flicker of happiness on Dylan's face and realized only when discussing the 7th concubine does he finally look like a boy his own age. Back in her private quarters, Charlie sifted through her wardrobe. "Mary, which of these gowns will make the best impression?" "My lady, no matter which gown you grace, you look absolutely breathtaking." "Is that truly so? Then this shall be my choice. Do you suppose the 7th concubine will approve?" Mary paused to reflect for a heartbeat before exclaiming, "Ah." There is a specific gemstone that the 7th concubine prizes above all jadeite. Using it as an accent piece would be divine. "Yes, I'll fetch it for you immediately." Since the hue of this gem perfectly mirrors the prince's own eyes, the 7th concubine treasures it dearly. "Oh heavens, the radiance is truly exquisite. My deepest thanks, Mary." This vibrant shade truly does evoke the image of Dylan. I wonder if Dylan will perceive the sincerity behind my gesture. Dylan stood poised below, awaiting her arrival. The moment he caught sight of Charlie descending, he abruptly averted his gaze, dodged her eyes with a touch of bashful hesitation. Upon her arrival, Charlie noted inwardly, "This is quite a revelation." It's almost certain that more than half the treasury allocated to Dylan was poured into the 7th concubine's magnificent palace. The attendant offered a respectful bow. "Welcome, your highness. And to you, Charlie." Realizing the disparity in standards was far wider than other royal quarters. Even knowing she was Dylan's world, seeing this opulence is far more jarring than hearing of it. "I have returned, mother." The 7th concubine reclined upon her silk sheets. Charlie moved closer as she murmured, "Ah, do come in, Prince." Charlie watched in silent wonder. That fragile woman is Dylan's own flesh and blood, the 7th concubine. Dylan animatedly regaled his mother. "The heat is intensifying lately. Even 20 minutes in the sun brings a sweat. The sky has been a brilliant, piercing blue. Yet massive white clouds have been gathering the day before the rains descend." Charlie was stunned, thinking, "I've never witnessed such a vibrant and spirited Dylan." He was painting a vivid masterpiece of the outside world with his words. Is this his way of comforting the 7th concubine who is shackled indoors by her ailment? The 7th concubine whispered, "What blooms have graced the gardens recently, my prince?" He beamed and replied, "Pearls. And the sedum blossoms have also finally awakened. Today, I've brought you a bouquet of those very flowers in their full, radiant glory." The breeze remains pleasantly cool. As long as you seek the shade, the heat won't drain your spirit. The lush green blades of grass pulse with even more life than they did in the spring. On the contrary, all living things are celebrating since the drought never came to pass. She stole a quiet glance and continued her silent evaluation. "So this is the legendary princess of the Sand Kingdom. Even after being cast aside into oblivion and falling victim to a grave illness, she exudes an elegance more refined than any other. Calling her beautiful is an understatement. Exquisite is far more accurate. Though my approach was calculated, seeing this woman breathing and moving before my eyes, the records say she was poisoned and collapsed immediately after Dylan's birth. Even as the summer lingers, the river of time flows relentlessly forward. How can one halt the cycle of the seasons? The cruel sting of autumn will be here soon. By the wane of summer, the 7th concubine would prefer death over that soul-shattering agony. The solitary path to escaping that torment is to secure the hirocho. Hirocho is a priceless rarity. Only the emperor holds it, and he'd never waste such a treasure on her. Thus, I must pivot to a bolder plan. Before the gears of time reversed for Charlie, the emperor was known to host a grand festival of swordsmanship during this very season, and the victor would be granted a single wish by the emperor himself. At this decennial festival, a flood of warriors descended. Contenders arrived from every corner of the globe, regardless of origin, gender, age, or even knightly status. If you possessed the raw talent, the summit was yours to claim. It was the only arena of its kind. Whether you wished for a fortress or a fortune, the emperor would deliver, making the competition savage. However, for someone with my power, this will be child's play. I simply need to claim the hirocho as my winner's prize. And Dylan is the type who won't soon forget a debt of gratitude if I secure the hirocho for him. At that precise moment, the 7th concubine spoke. "But my prince, have you brought a new guest into our presence today?" Dylan turned his gaze toward her, making Charlie feel a sudden prickle of tension. "I've been remiss with the introduction, mother. This is my tutor." "Greetings, your grace. It is a profound honor to meet you. I am Charlie, of the House of Ronin." "Welcome. The prince has a tutor already. You've already reached that milestone age." My son still struggles with many shortcomings. Even though he is still unrefined, I pray you will look after the prince with patience. Treating a tutor with such perfect grace, Charlie noted. I've heard that the custom of humbling one's children while exalting the teacher is the true culture of the Jian kingdom. It places a heavy emphasis on modesty and the sacred sanctity of the teacher-student bond. Sensing the weight of that tradition, she replied, Not at all. It is quite the opposite. He is so brilliant that I fear I have little left to impart. The prince has stunned me more than once or twice. That is incredibly reassuring to hear. I am relieved you are of the Ronin line, for a lady of such a prestigious house to serve as our prince's mentor. She reached out a fragile hand toward Charlie. She took a step forward and replied, I will dedicate my very soul to his education, Your Grace. I am deeply grateful for your trust in me. Charlie noted inwardly that her skin was parched and drained of vitality, yet the touch was still so remarkably warm. The heat radiating from the seventh concubine seemed to seep in and stain my very heart. It feels as though a heavy, unnameable weight is pressing down on my chest. Afterwards, she and Dylan finally took their leave. The seventh concubine's parting words echoed, I suppose I must succumb to rest now, my prince. She clearly wanted to project a perfect image for Dylan, but those fleeting moments are becoming rare. Is this the reason Dylan limits his visits? Suddenly, as they walked, Dylan came to a halt. He pivoted slowly to face Charlie. She maintained a calm smile, waiting for Dylan to break the silence. But Dylan simply stood there, scrutinizing her with an unsettlingly sharp intensity. As I suspected, he didn't ask a thing. They say the one dying of thirst is the one who digs the well. She broke the stalemate. Having met her in person, the seventh concubine seems like a truly exceptional woman. The prince was correct. In the peak of summer, the sun's heat is relentless and the fragrance of the blossoms becomes intoxicating. Charlie is truly an enigma worthy of his absolute focus. Her eyes are as deep and blue as the midnight sky, even in the glare of high noon. Yet Charlie radiates an aura like cold starlight piercing through the darkness. Is it truly a matter of bloodline? Because she is the daughter of the Grand Duchess, the legendary Cinderella. Whatever Charlie does, she possesses a charm that commands every eye. But rather than pure elegance, Charlie gives off the vibe of a lethal, enchanting flower. However, what gave Dylan pause wasn't merely the girl's striking appearance. At that moment, Dylan finally spoke, Thank you. Truly thank you, teacher. Charlie thought that even though it shouldn't be possible compared to a human, he feels more like a cold-tempered piece of steel. A razor-sharp nature. The hidden meaning of the piano piece Secret Greeting is the rose with thorns. But no matter how you analyze him, it isn't a deliberate coldness, it's distinctly different from the natural thorns on a stem. Precisely, he is just like a sentient magic sword. Suddenly, Dylan said, Teacher, you are a remarkably suspicious individual. What? She thought, caught off guard by his bluntness. The way you look at me is highly unusual. That is why I am observing you with a healthy amount of doubt. What is he playing at? I despise convoluted riddles. Still, this is the first time Dylan has voiced his true thoughts about me, so he clearly has an agenda. She replied, If you find yourself with questions, you are free to ask me at any time. Good grief, he's retreated into silence again. Typical. What on earth is spinning in Dylan's mind for him to say such things? It could be a very dangerous train of thought. She spoke again. Allow me to dispel a misunderstanding for you, Prince. If I frame it this way, perhaps it will suffice. I am not observing you with suspicion. I am simply waiting. Waiting. Yes, waiting for the instant you finally touch the pure white paper. If you paint it black, it will be consumed by darkness. If you paint it red, it will become a vibrant blood-red sheet. Finally, without baring their hidden souls, the conversation ended as a clash of equals. Night descended, and a trembling hand reached out, pleading for a mercy that would never come. Poised before the cold edge of Charlie's blade, panic erupted screams of pure agony filling the air yet within the depths of her consciousness. Lost in a haunting haze, Charlie herself shuddered at the grisly spectacle. People shrieked in absolute terror. It's the man-eating magic sword. Charlie drowned in guilt. If not for her existence, these innocents wouldn't be dead. It isn't my fault. This wasn't because of me. No one understands. This excruciating torment. How can I even put words to it? It's better if they don't mock me as a madwoman. Unless you've tasted this direct suffering, how could you know this living hell? No one can. It must be so. You must never let the Empire's sins fade from memory. Only that grudge can help you endure. The moment you forget is when you lose your sanity. You'll be swallowed by doubt. The world repeatedly spat its venom. Magic sword, cursed blade of ruin. Surely it's a vessel for a demon, an unholy edge, a murderer's steel. Charlie tried to scream her defense. I didn't want to kill them. I told you I didn't want to kill them. In that instant, Charlie jolted awake, chest heaving and breath ragged. It was nothing but a recurring nightmare. She lowered her head and let out a bitter, hollow laugh. The sky was barely beginning to bleed dawn, yet Charlie was already driven to the training grounds. Suddenly the weight of the night returned, after the dream tears had escaped her eyes unconsciously. Am I weeping? Why? She gripped her sword, questioning her soul. Was it the lingering terror rage or profound grief? Or was it the silent ache of realizing she was transforming into a monster solely for the sake of revenge? She unleashed a strike whoosh as the sun slowly crawled over the horizon. Her gaze hardened into steel as she reminded herself, emotions are a luxury I cannot afford. She turned to her attendant and commanded, I'm skipping breakfast, prepare my bath. At once, my lady. It was just a vision. I was powerless in sleep, but I must remain razor sharp the moment I opened my eyes. Later at the training grounds, Charlie observed Dylan, a flicker of surprise hidden beneath her mask. Has it truly been half a month of perfecting basic stances? Just then Mary entered tentatively. Pardon me, my lady. What is it? It's nothing. I apologize. I have no wish to intrude, but a guest has arrived specifically seeking the prince. A guest, it is the 9th prince, your highness. His highness is currently awaiting your presence in the first floor drawing room. Charlie mused to herself. The 9th prince? What an unexpected arrival. I see. Even as an uninvited intruder, since it's a royal visit, Mary's hesitation was understandable. She glanced at Dylan and announced, Our training concludes for today, Prince. Understood, teacher? Mary, do you have any inkling why the 9th prince is here? I'm uncertain, but he explicitly requested to meet the lady as well. Us too? Yes. If it's the 9th prince, he holds no allegiance to any faction within the Ronin house. All I recall is that the 9th prince survived quite long in my past life and was a notorious womanizer, mostly because he was too incompetent to be a threat. As Dylan and Charlie entered, the 9th prince let out a mocking, oh, well, if it isn't the disgraced daughter of the Ronin family. What do we have here? So this is the supposed female knight. Charlie noted that Dylan treated the man with absolute chilling silence. The 9th prince scanned her with a lecherous gaze and a punchable smirk. Forget wielding a sword, you're lucky you aren't whining about how exhausting it is. Did you secure that knightly title using nothing but your face? I am Charlie of House Ronin. It is an honor to stand before the 9th prince. So she's the cast-off lady, and only 15, I never imagined I'd be so captivated by such youthful charm. I heard your only talent was seducing men, yet here you are playing tutor truly. Charlie thought, I was wondering how long you'd keep that mouth running. Why is this version of the 9th prince only a year older than me? He's truly a green amateur. I was informed by the maid that you sought an audience with me. Precisely. I'm curious. With what twisted logic did you decide to mentor the 13th prince? I detailed my motivations meticulously in my application. If curiosity burns that much, go find it and read it yourself. You've barely graced us with your presence, and you're already attempting to show a royal guest the door. Charlie was inwardly seething. In all their time together, Dylan had never once dared to address her with such informal disrespect. The 9th prince's gall was something she wasn't accustomed to, yet technically, his arrogance hadn't yet shattered the glass of basic royal etiquette. Suddenly, he clapped his hands with a sharp, echoing thud. Lady, don't just stand there like a decorative statue. Why don't you make yourself useful? Take a seat and pour me a refreshing cup of tea. Infuriating. His voice was nothing more than the persistent buzzing of a filth-ridden fly. She shifted her gaze toward Dylan, catching him in the exact moment he was already scrutinizing her. She noted silently that Dylan had retreated into a dense, unreadable wall of silence. This 9th prince will likely meet his end far sooner than in my previous life, destined to be crushed in the gears of the succession war. The 9th prince sneered. Compared to that unseasoned brat, aren't I a far superior choice? Why not serve as a knight under my banner instead? Ah, you have a passion for steel, don't you? Perhaps I'll dub you the Sword of the 9th Prince. That has quite the prestigious ring to it. The living blade of the imperial family. That specific phrasing struck Charlie with the force of a physical blow. The living blade of the imperial family Kiora, the wretched cursed magic sword. He droned on. For a female knight isn't such an effortless honor, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a glorious chance. You to be forged into the ultimate weapon of the empire. Charlie stood with military precision, her voice dropping to a bone-chilling frost. A weapon. Do those words truly reflect the depths of your heart, the scars of years spent as a mere object devoid of even a shred of human dignity? Her loathing for the imperial bloodline was boiling over. Has your highness ever even bothered to grasp the hilt of a real sword? A sword? Charlie flashed a smile so radiant it forced a blush to his face. I am a lady of Duke Ronan's noble house, and the esteemed tutor of the 13th prince. Prince or not, you shall not insult me. I considered using the Duke's shadow to crush him, but I have a far more satisfying path. She turned her focus to Dylan and pressed on. Furthermore, your highness has dared to disparage my pupil, the 13th prince of this empire. And for that transgression, I am formally demanding a duel with your highness. The room was plunged into a sudden vacuum-like silence before the 9th prince finally found his voice. A duel, you challenging me. Before I took the mantle of tutor, I was a knight. Do you find some issue with that? He curled his lip in a mocking sneer. Fine. I suppose even an honorary knight is technically a knight, right? Ha 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 ha. He dismissed her with total contempt. Women who've never tasted battle acting like knights just to parade a shiny medal, and they dare claim the title. This porcelain lady was clearly just another decorative fraud. Cough, cough. Very well. However, I won't be the one stepping into the ring today. My elite guard shall stand as my champion and representative. His guard let out a smug, condescending chuckle upon hearing his orders. Last chance, lady. Why don't you swallow those brave words and apologize? She countered with unshakable iron. No. I do not waver once my steel is drawn. Later at the grand training arena, the knights of the 5th Imperial Corps were a hive of gossip. A duel, a match between a Ronin honorary knight and the 9th prince's personal butcher. Dylan's voice cut through the noise laced with rare concern. Teacher. She glanced back, but Dylan simply watched her, his lips sealed tight. She offered him a dazzling, confident smile. I'm perfectly fine, Prince. Lounging in his chair, the 9th prince bellowed, I am merely showing the lady's request for a duel the respect it deserves. The crowd continued to murmur in disbelief. How could a noblewoman even survive? He's throwing a seasoned killer against a low-tier socialite knight. But the moment she gripped the hilt, the arena went dead silent. Can she truly wield that massive longsword with a single hand? Now Charlie and the guard stood locked in a gaze, the air thick with tension. His expression was a mirror of his master's insufferable arrogance. The deafening signal for the commencement of the duel echoed through the grounds. Charlie spoke with a chilling, effortless calm. I'll grant you the honor of the opening strike. He smirked, thinking, big talk for a girl who's about to be put in her place with a single blow. When all is said and done, it's vital that I don't suffer even a single solitary scratch. He lunged with murderous intent, but Charlie stood her ground without shifting an inch. At the absolute threshold of impact, she sidestepped, sending him hurtling forward headfirst. She spoke with a voice like permafrost. It's over. Gazing at her indifferent expression, his rage was so explosive that his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The atmosphere curdled, freezing everyone in fear. That maniac, even the 9th prince, bolted to his feet. Does that brute actually intend to slaughter a noble lady? He dared to swing a blade saturated with such primitive bloodlust. The guard charged Charlie once more, but a hauntingly calm smirk remained etched upon her lips. In an instant, a deafening metallic roar echoed. He was repelled, his hands vibrating with violent tremors. With the surgical tip of her blade, Charlie had snatched a personal trophy from his person. He gnashed his teeth in a blind fury and threw himself at her again. Charlie flicked the stolen trinket off her steel with total disdain. Then she soared into the air, dodging his clumsy assault with effortless grace. The guard stammered in absolute disbelief. No way, this is impossible. Charlie whispered coldly, we aren't finished yet. The very moment her feet reclaimed the earth, she immediately unleashed a devastating flurry of slashes. The rhythm of clashing metal was relentless and brutal. Clang, 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 clang. The guard could only flail desperately to parry Charlie's overwhelming counteroffensive. Every spectator was paralyzed, standing there in a state of complete shock. Someone gaped in awe and muttered, she isn't just winning, she's utterly dismantling him. By now, the guard was a tapestry of lacerations, but Charlie had no intention of granting him mercy. If those arrogant emperors had shown even the most basic shred of human respect, would my heart be burning with such incandescent fury? I know exactly who I am, the Sword Kiora. But though the emperors heard my pleas, not one truly listened. Instead, they weaponized the Ronin bloodline to keep me in chains. She pulverized the 9th prince's guard as if she were toys with a helpless insect. His crimson blood began to saturate the arena floor. She pivoted her glacial, terrifying gaze toward the 9th prince, forcing him to recoil in pure, unadulterated terror. A violent chill raced down his spine as he shrieked internally. Monster! That woman is a monster! Charlie gripped her hilt once more and advanced on the guard, sending a wave of dread through the crowd. With a sharp flick, she sent the sword spiraling out of his shattered grip. Simultaneously, she leveled her lethal point directly at his throat. He collapsed to his knees, shivering as he gasped out, I surrender. Just then, a trembling hand was raised. Charlie of the House of Ronin is the victor. The 9th prince scrambled over, stammering frantically. I'm deeply sorry. Forgive my insults. Forgive me for tarnishing Dylan's honor. Forgive my insolence toward the lady. I was a fool. She replied with icy brevity. I accept your apology. The 9th prince instantly spun on his heel and scrambled to flee the arena. Suddenly, Charlie's voice rang out, Don't forget to take this heap of a guard with you. The command made both of them jump in fright. Huh, she repeated firmly, You must remove him from my sight, your highness. Dylan called out after the fleeing pair. After about a month of intensive recovery, he should be functional again. The referee offered a profound, respectful bow. I shall go and arrange for the arena to be cleansed. Charlie remained silent, merely handing her blade back to the official. Mary beamed. My lady, you looked like a legendary knight out there. I mean, you are a knight, obviously, but that was just truly... Dylan cut her off sharply. I wish to have dinner early this evening. The 2 maids lowered their heads in silent submission and obeyed. Charlie mused, Now we're finally alone. Will he finally press me for the secrets behind my swordsmanship? Dylan questioned, Why initiate such a duel to salvage my honor? I never anticipated you'd truly stand as my shield. Or is there a deeper, more calculated motive at play? Dylan bridged the distance between them and pressed on. How did you realize that this entire existence is utterly uninteresting to me? She steeled herself. The first inquiry I've anticipated for so long. I cannot afford even a single slip-up. Words once sown take root in the soul, and thoughts are like fading blossoms that haunt the mind as after-images. I must tread with extreme caution, she answered, because I am intimately acquainted with that hollow sensation. Did it never occur to you that another prodigy might exist, a genius capable of truly perceiving the prince? I'll concede that your bladework teacher is undeniably elite. However, from my vantage point, a kindred spirit like myself simply does not exist in this world. She reflected, In a sense, that's peak arrogance. But coming from Dylan, it's just cold reality. Prince, are you familiar with the term self-esteem? Try to define it for me. It's a psychological construct believed to fluctuate based on one's lineage, core values, and temperament. Precisely. Long before I ever encountered that term, I recognized that my own self-worth was absolute. And what relevance does that have to our current dialogue? Are you blind to the fact that you're built from the same cloth you possess an unshakable conviction in your own being? Always. That is a fundamental, undeniable truth. A singular, concrete reality, never questioned, not once in an entire lifetime. That boy has carried himself with sovereign dignity from the moment of his birth. Charlie continued, It matters little if the world remains ignorant. You've never craved the validation of the masses. You know your worth. You own it. That is the essence of why you are truly noble. Red apples, birds in flight. Common truths even a toddler grasps, like how noble, exceptional, and formidable I truly am. Those facts are as basic as common sense to you. You've possessed this clarity since your youth. But ironically, because you're so vastly superior, there are moments when it's simpler to live submerged in feigned incompetence. Do you think I don't see into your heart your apathy? Is it mere boredom? Or is it the suffocating hollowness that comes when the world offers you everything on a silver platter? Ordinarily, even the most joyful pursuits would become stagnant and mundane. Navigating life through that lens must be quite the peculiar experience. So you cloaked your brilliance just to blend in with the mediocre crowd. But you found that charade far less entertaining than you initially hoped. However, even watching those who fail to recognize your true value has lost its charm, hasn't it? Yes, you've hit the mark. You asked if I bled for your honor. Yes, that is precisely the truth. Dylan was visibly taken aback by her blunt honesty. Even without your prompting, may I offer one final thought? I'll permit it. Speak. You may guard yourself against me or ignore me entirely. When faced with the unknown, you can choose to either discard it completely or become utterly consumed by it. It's perfectly acceptable if you choose to become obsessed with me instead. Indifference or obsession, the binary stars of Dylan's nature. Once he fixates, he is relentless. Charlie read him like an open book. This time, she shattered his defenses. She added, Regardless of how that obsession manifests, I am prepared to embrace it all. Later, Charlie sat before her reflection plotting, I have a 4-day window for the festival, but how to mask my identity? Entering as a woman will trigger a riot. I must cross-dress. Simply pinning my hair up is too transparent. Should I sever it? Dye it, perhaps a wig. I also need to completely camouflage my feminine silhouette. Any discerning eye would spot Charlie in an instant. Dylan would certainly see through the ruse, and those knights from the duel, maybe even the Grand Duke's men. If I truly intend to pass as a young man, cutting my hair is the only logical first step. Suddenly, 2 ethereal spirits flickered into existence before her. Charlie smirked and murmured, "Well, hello there. Are you little ones hungry already?" Watching them wriggle within the flower pot, she pondered, "So, how exactly is this going to work? We shall lend you our essence so you can masquerade as a young man. This way, no eye will be able to pierce your disguise. We will transform your tresses into a short chestnut mane just like a teenage boy's. Your gaze will shift to obsidian black yet remain hauntingly beautiful. Even your slender fingers will grow rugged, calloused, and larger. And until the festival reaches its climax, you shall possess a deep, resonant voice. When you yearn to reclaim your true self, simply blow out the candle's flame." Does she mean that to revert to my original form, I must merely extinguish the light? I knew the spirits would repay their debt, but I never anticipated a miracle of this magnitude. She smiled warmly, thanking my thanks, then whispered aloud, "Thank you, everyone." The fairies beamed radiantly in her palm before dissolving into the air. She reminded herself to adopt a masculine cadence to match her new skin. Regardless, exposure tomorrow was no longer a concern. The festival's dawn brings the cutthroat qualifiers followed by the grand tournament. After a 10-year hiatus, the roster is overflowing. Even with such staggering numbers, my confidence remains unshaken. Before long, the festival commenced. Attention participants, verify your identities and enter the arena in order. In her past life, Charlie was a mere spectator. The Grand Duke ignored her potential, favoring the young master's glory. "Can I expect greatness from you? I'm training relentlessly, father." Back then, I was content to let my brothers bask in the spotlight. But in those days, I could only watch the prestige from the sidelines. Now Charlie stood tall in a man's physique, blending into the surging, restless throng. Tens of thousands have converged. Winnowing the crowd down to finalists through duels will be a grueling ordeal. The qualifying trials begin now. The mandate for the qualifiers is simple. This vessel contains exactly 36 spheres. I shall draw a single random ball from the box. Whatever trial is inscribed upon it shall dictate the fate of this qualifying round. Flight from the labyrinth of illusions. Only the first 1,000 souls to emerge shall claim their place in the finals. The crowd erupted in a panicked murmur. A labyrinth, an illusion maze. The labyrinth of illusions is a psychological trap, a maze of hallucinations where even monsters are mere phantoms. You are safe from physical harm, but to advance one must ruthlessly cleave through every phantom blocking the path. Every participant must now face the demons of their own terror. The more fear you allow to fester, the more formidable those spectral beasts will become. Now all contenders enter the labyrinth. The trial concludes the moment the 1,000th survivor escapes. Faced with the psychological horror, several participants shrieked in retreat. I forfeit." Charlie crossed the threshold and instantly decapitated a colossal spectral serpent. She broke into a dead sprint. "The exit is within my sights." But without warning, another ferocious predator manifested. A lion lunged with a roar only to be extinguished in a heartbeat. Next came a surreal kaleidoscope of fish gliding through the stagnant air. Charlie mused, "Looking past the danger, this realm is actually quite breathtaking. It possesses the ethereal beauty of a forbidden sanctuary." She strode forward, shattering the final illusion. "Congratulations, you are the 85th soul to qualify. State your name for the record." Charlie offered her alias Liz. "Accept this token of your victory." I didn't even push my limits yet. I still placed within the top 100. The true slaughter begins tomorrow then. One day, prior to the festival's start at the Ronin Ducal Estate. "This is preposterous. The courier confirmed Charlie received my letter days ago, so why are you stuttering?" It's simply because... The lady, she never deigned to write a single word in return. Who dared to do what? After all my concern, how could that girl possibly... She probably didn't even realize the gesture was from me, right? The servant merely shook their head in response. The lady scrutinized the letter and verified the seal was yours, but... Did you seriously just hand the letter back without a word? No, this isn't the reaction I was fishing for. I expected Charlie's cheeks to flush with bashful joy. I wanted to hear a voice full of gratitude, desperately confirming if this letter truly came from her brother. The servant should have returned with a report of her weeping and thanks. Yet, she saw my name and rejected it. Something is definitely shifting. The Grand Duke strode out, barking, "What's all this damn racket?" He noted the Grand Duke's irritated scowl and realized father has no patience for noisy mornings. He pivoted instantly. "It's nothing, father. This servant blundered and is simply groveling for mercy. Keep the noise down at this hour. My apologies." Later at the breakfast table. "The festival officially kicks off tomorrow, doesn't it? Can I expect a performance that won't embarrass our name? I'm training relentlessly, father. Good ensure you don't collapse from exhaustion." Father... I wonder if Father has caught wind of any rumors regarding Charlie. What kind of nonsense are you spewing at the table to kill my appetite? I'm sorry. Watch your tongue. Yes, I'll be more mindful. Lilies were always positioned there, a silent tribute to the late Duchess. There's a shrine for the dead, yet not a single chair for the living. Come to think of it, I've never once broken bread with that child. Opportunities existed, but if Charlie arrived at the dining hall first and sat waiting, the Grand Duke would simply skip his meal. After that cruel pattern repeated itself, Charlie vanished from the dining room altogether. The Grand Duke walked away, dismissing these thoughts as useless sentiment. The second young master's expression grew dangerously dark. I tried to deny it, but the servant's raw, honest reaction keeps haunting me. Did Charlie truly recognize my name and still choose to send the letter back? What is this unsettling feeling? It's as if the world is warping bit by agonizing bit. The day of the championship finals. Finalists show some semblance of respect before the slaughter. Charlie thought, facing the 9th Prince's soldier, I used a long sword last time, so dual blades will be my signature today. That way my identity stays buried. Is it the hunger for victory, or the weight of the crown, or the sheer terror of a single mistake? My pulse is thundering with pure adrenaline. The signal roared, and her adversary immediately charged. My heart is hammering so violently it feels like it's going to burst from my chest. A thrill races down my spine. My mind turns to static, and I am completely consumed by the flow of battle. Her gaze is razor sharp. Every clash of steel resonates through her very soul. Liz claims the victory. The imperial family is bound by tradition to attend this grand festival. However, the 9th Prince's throne in the royal gallery sat conspicuously empty. She lingered in the waiting area, pondering his absence. Suddenly, Dylan's face flickered in her mind. Regardless of how that dark obsession manifests, I am prepared to swallow it all. In that moment, the announcer's voice boomed, Participant Liz, prepare yourself for the next round. To make a royal vanish so quietly. In the span of a millennium, only one monster has been capable of such a feat. A tyrant who never shares his spoils with the world. A man who never loosens his grip on what he claims. I heard that after the duel with the mercenary that day, the 9th Prince developed a crippling PTS towards steel trembling at the mere sight of a blade. Get that thing away from me. Regardless, Dylan hasn't made his real move yet. This marks the second bout for participant Liz, our 85th finalist. He may look like a mere boy, but his power is legendary. Charlie smirked at the commentary. The referee is certainly fueling the hype today, and Liza's next victim is a prodigy of immense promise already being scouted for the position of knight captain. The firstborn of the Grand Duke Ronan's house Aachen is my eldest brother, the man hailed as a god-tier swordsmanship prodigy. It's a tragedy that the Duke's second son also entered the fray. Dante was humiliated and purged in the very first round. The spectators were rife with rumors. Akan's victory is inevitable. Can't we just skip to the end already? Akan, the last standing hope of the Ronan bloodline, how will this clash conclude? Calling him the sole survivor is a sick joke. The signal for battle echoes, and Aachen instantly unsheathes his cold steel. The arena remains chaotic. Liz hasn't even bothered to take a basic stance. Akan scowls and charges, yet Charlie stands like a statue, effortlessly parrying Akan's aggressive opening strike. She mused internally. His movements are painfully transparent. It's as if he's telegraphing every move straight out of a basic military manual. Akan gritted his teeth and muttered, not half bad. Likewise. He's more capable than I anticipated. Before my transformation into the magic sword, this would have been a struggle. Since I'm restricted by the festival rules and cannot kill, if this were a true field of slaughter, I'd have skewered your heart by now. Cutting her thoughts short, she unleashed a blinding counterstrike at Aachen, leaving him paralyzed with pure shock. Did she truly just cleave through his reinforced midrin plate? The gallery went wild witness that she didn't even draw blood, just dismantled his gear. It seems Liz isn't as terrifying as the rumors suggest. Aachen pondered in despair. Not even once. Not a single time. Could my blade find its mark? He lacks a noble pedigree, and his weapon is nothing but common scrap, so how is he outclassing me? The hourglass has emptied. The allotted time is up. Typically, a stalemate means double disqualification, but the display of skill was legendary. Thus, by a unanimous board vote, the verdict is a draw. Both warriors advanced to the championship finals. Charlie strode away thinking the plan to bleed the clock worked perfectly. We have officially transitioned into the elite selection round. Setting a world record by crushing a high-ranking noble would only invite a dangerous spotlight. All finalists are now granted royal lodging. Pray follow me to the inner sanctum. On rare occasions to sabotage the competition, there have been instances of poisoned rations, so remain vigilant, Liz. Much appreciated. It appears the imperial treasury was truly ransacked to fund this grand spectacle. This suite is far more opulent than my meager quarters back at the 13th Prince's estate. I simply tracked down a local smith and purchased whatever reliable steel was cluttered on his floor. These blades have been my only faithful companions throughout the day. You both performed admirably. My thanks. One more day and the Hirocho will be mine. Sleep eludes me, so I'll cleanse the grime of battle and then scout the perimeter. Or perhaps I should immerse myself in the vibrant chaos of the night festival. The streets were a riot of noise and color. Dreamcatchers for sale, banish your demons for a single gold. Get them while they last. Taste the Matto Kingdom's legendary cake, pure bliss on the tongue. Step right up. Charlie noted that hosting this festival just once generates astronomical revenue. Truly a once-in-a-generation goldmine. Come one, come all, cast your votes and place your bets. What is a festival without a little high-stakes gambling? A massive fortune awaits whoever predicts the champion. No do-overs. A windfall like this strikes only once. A voice boomed above the rest. 100,000 gold on Akan Ronin. What about the boy Liz? He didn't budge an inch against Akan. Akan clearly held back against a mere child. Don't you know nobles won't bully the weak? Will Liz be judged for his actual prowess? Charlie overheard and simply shrugged. Whether they see my worth or remain blind is irrelevant. Suddenly her blood ran cold. Why on earth is Dylan lurking here? Dylan also halted, casting a sharp, lingering glance over his shoulder. Charlie realized that since he hasn't officially debuted in society, Dylan's face is still a mystery to the masses. Now Dylan pivoted to stare directly into her eyes. She panicked. Has he seen through the mask? It doesn't actually matter. The seventh concubine's looming agony and the Hirocho that can end it. To save her, Charlie donned the mantle of Liz. Dylan would have pieced it together eventually, but why show himself now? I expected a reunion on the battlefield or in the stands. This encounter is too perfect to be mere luck. She turned to retreat to her room. The crowd's roar was deafening. Any more takers? Who's the real dark horse? Bet now for a chance at a tenfold payout. Suddenly Dylan's voice cut through the air. 100 million gold coins on Liz. Akan was reeling from the turn of events. Am I truly the prodigy everyone claims? The yawning chasm of talent he felt between himself and the boy named Liz during their bout, is that where the rot began? Akan's focus shattered in the quarterfinals, losing to a top-tier championship contender. Kahu emerged victorious. Akan was left in the dust of a bitter defeat. The Grand Duke saw his heir fall. He scowled in disgust and abandoned the arena in sheer disappointment. Regardless, it is a blessing that Kahu is a fellow noble and a formidable title contender. If a legitimate paragon of the blade truly exists, we have finally arrived at the threshold of the ultimate showdown. The prodigious rookie who rose like a supernova, Liz against the titan who crushed the top-seeded Akan Kahu of House Delman, my devoted fiancé before the regression. When my own kin cast me into the abyss, I was the one the world declared lost. Yet he was the solitary soul who hunted for my ghost for over 5 agonizing years. The duel to crown the supreme victor commences. What could have possibly driven Kahu to seek me out? Our union was a mere political transaction between houses. We were strangers, so why this devotion? Regardless, I cannot allow sentiment to cloud my blade, though I have no desire to draw his blood. In a flash of cold steel, Charlie's edge was pressed against Kahu's jugular. The arena erupted in a deafening roar. The champion is Liz. Amidst the thunderous standing ovation and the ensuing chaos. Who is this boy and where does he come from? Recruit him before the other orders claim his soul. Curse it, the scouts are already scrambling. Salutations on your triumph. Step toward the dais as our champion. We lack your family name, Charlie countered. I prefer to keep my lineage in the shadows. As you wish. Charlie advanced with measured steps toward the throne where the emperor loomed. I lies offer my humble greetings to his imperial majesty. Liz, how has a warrior of your caliber remained buried in obscurity until now? It is a testament to your majesty's divine fortune and the empire's rising glory. Excellent. Name your prize. What is the champion's desire? Curiosity rippled through the stands. After a decade, what wish would be uttered? The hand of a beauty, a title of nobility, or a royal pardon for a traitor as requested by victors past in that heartbeat? Charlie spoke. There is a prize I crave, but I shall only disclose it to your majesty's ears alone. The sacred decree of this festival is to grant the winner's heart's desire, so proceed. Charlie leaned in and whispered to the emperor. He questioned, is that meager request truly all you seek? It is. The champion's wish was merely for the Hirocho despite. Keeping the senses sharp, it is a legendary herb capable of severing the very nerves of pain. Is his kin suffering? It shall be delivered to your hand this very day. However, Liz, do you truly have no hunger to become my blade? To serve as the Emperor's personal shadow or even to join the elite Second Imperial Knight Order would be a meteoric rise. I beg your indulgence, Your Majesty. I wish for my identity to remain a secret, and I long only for a life of quiet tranquility. Is that your final answer? You are discarding a golden path to eternal fame. What a tragic waste of talent. The Emperor will undoubtedly deploy his spies to unmask Liz from the shadows. But within these borders, the phantom named Liz will never be sighted again. At the lavish imperial gala, the air was thick with intrigue. The mentor of the 13th Prince, Lady Charlie of House Ronan, made her entrance. To the naked eye, this is a celebration for the festival victor, but in truth, it is a stage to parade the royal heirs and their tutors to cement the crown prince's reign. I must play my part here as Charlie the 13th Prince's strategist, not the warrior Liz. The third floor balcony. That should serve as the perfect sanctuary to avoid prying eyes. She retreated toward the upper level when a sudden footfall echoed from the darkness behind. She pivoted sharply, finding a figure emerging from the gloom. It was Kahu, the man I bested in the finals, and my betrothed in my past life, the heir of House Delmon. He is far too conspicuous to be ignored now. She initiated, "Pray return inside. A scandal of this nature serves neither of us." Yet, in the context of the festival, isolation is a dangerous game. Lady Ronan, are you truly still among the living? Strange sensations began to warp my perception of my own body 2 years ago. Why did I regress? What my physical form has diminished. What kind of madness is this? It's uncanny. Why does it feel like every moment unfolding has already been etched in my memory? I am plagued by a sense of déjà vu so potent it defies rational explanation. Beyond that, fragments of future tragedies occasionally sear through my mind. What's happening? Wynn was struck down by a hailstone. How do we respond? And every one of those horrific visions inevitably bleeds into reality. What on earth is happening to me? It isn't merely the fact that I knew the crown princess was pregnant. I even predicted the name of the royal newborn correctly. Yet, scouring historical records of prophets, I find no symptoms matching my own. Am I being possessed by a malevolent demon? The most chaotic variable is that the future doesn't always align perfectly with my visions. The epicenter of all of these temporal shifts always seems to revolve around Charlie Ronan. She is the only anomaly acting against the script. Unlike the fragile, helpless girl of the future, she is now a force of pure proactivity. From being branded the villainous of high society with her biting retorts to securing the position of royal tutor herself. What kind of entity are you to be the only one capable of defying the future? I see. Why did you vanish in the timeline? I know. Are you truly oblivious? Masking these thoughts, Kehu demanded. Why didn't you disappear, and why are you still standing here? I haven't the slightest clue what you're implying, she mused. Kahu, exactly how much do you truly know? I know the answer you're fishing for with that question. If you are aware of my past disappearance, then you likely want to know the truth behind my connection to the magic sword Kiora, don't you? You search for me with such desperation. Whether Kahu knows Kiora caused my vanishing or not, that tragedy won't repeat itself, so I'll simply deny everything. She countered, What is this nonsense about still being alive and missing? Am I supposed to be a ghost? Did you come here specifically to mock me? That wasn't my intention, but hearing those words makes my skin crawl. Regardless of your motives, I have zero desire to be the center of a royal scandal. My lady, are you aware that an arranged marriage was once brokered between our two houses? I am well aware. Kahu bowed with solemn grace and said, First, I offer my apologies. It seems my clumsy attempt to gain your attention has soured your mood. Do you truly think you can survive if you cling to this rage without ever sating your thirst for revenge? I have no such desire. I refuse to live as any man's subservient wife. Is my lady fundamentally opposed to marriage? Perhaps I suggest you stop involving yourself with me. She thought, You of all people cannot enter my circle. Because you were the one who mourned my loss, it cannot be you. On this blood-soaked path of vengeance, I need no one but Dylan. Suddenly, the crowd's eyes landed on her. Oh, look, it's Lady Charlie, they began to hiss. She vanished the moment she arrived, only to resurface now. Probably off flirting in the shadows. She's playing the wicked vixen again. Typical beauty always attracts the worst followers. Dylan noted, I heard she was notorious. She truly has a knack for commanding every gaze in the room, doesn't she? But why go through the charade of hiding her identity to join the swordsmanship festival? And what was the secret wish she claimed as champion? It remains a total mystery. This is the first time an individual has made me feel completely out of my depth. She is indifferent to the scrutiny of the masses, yet that look in her eyes isn't that of a mere ruler. Is it the cold gaze of someone observing the insignificant insects beneath their feet? If I were to shield Charlie from those toxic stares? Later within the 13th Prince's Sanctuary. Phew, that exhausting banquet is finally over. It feels as though the 13th Prince's Palace is my only true home now. Can genuine feelings even sprout between two strangers? Mary rushed out with a joyous cry. "My lady, you've returned." Charlie thought, Mary is likely dying for juicy details from the gala, especially regarding Kahu. I know she'd gush over it and call the whole ordeal hopelessly romantic. But I am in no mood for such fairy tales. She commanded, "Prepare a warm bath for me, Mary." "At once, my lady." Soaking in the water, the image of Kahu haunted her mind. Kahu? What kind of game are you playing? No, his motives are irrelevant. The only thing that matters now is my retribution. I must purge all unnecessary distractions. Empathy, curiosity, regret, they are all burdens. It won't be long now. The 7th concubine is nearing her final breath. She sat with her knees pulled to her chest. Soon the 7th concubine will be screaming in the throes of ultimate agony, perhaps this very night or tomorrow's dawn. Suddenly, the thud of frantic footsteps and panicked cries erupted outside. "Prince Disaster has struck the 7th concubine," Charlie whispered. "It begins today. Her Highness is suffering violent seizures and is shrieking in torment. Prince, you must come immediately." Charlie sat with clenched fists. First, we wait for the morning light. Dylan must witness the full, unadulterated horror of the 7th concubine's suffering with his own eyes. "Mother, mother." He might resent me demanding to know why I withheld the cure until now, but there is no other path. In the end, only a profound sense of gratitude will remain. And I must exploit that debt to the fullest. Finally, I had the perfect justification to emerge in the morning and explain the miracle of the Hirocho. The servant delivered the report. The prince states he is unable to attend today's tutelage. I see. Yes, as the 7th concubine has been plunged into a state of extreme physical agony. I heard that despite the frantic summons for a doctor this morning, there is zero progress. It looks grim. As his mentor, I must go and stand by the prince's side. "What brings you here, my lady?" "I've come to check on the prince. I shall escort you at once." Charlie crossed the threshold and was met by bone-chilling screams. "Ah!" She knew that until the 7th concubine drew her final breath, no conventional medicine would touch that pain. The medical staff are drowning in their own helplessness. Dylan turned and spotted her, immediately stepping outside to intercept her. "Is something the matter? Did you not receive Mian's message that I was canceling today's session?" "I was aware." "Then why on earth have you come here now?" "It would be best if we found a secluded place to speak, teacher." "Are you familiar with the herb known as Hirocho?" "Simply brew it into a tonic and administer it. Every ounce of her agony will vanish as if it were never there." "Is it possible that the champion's wish at the festival was for the Hirocho?" Charlie met his gaze with absolute silence. Dylan thought, so her silence is her confession. "I truly cannot fathom your intentions." Charlie flinched at the weight of his words. Why did you ever choose to approach me? What exactly do you intend to gain from me?" But the clock is ticking, and the 7th concubine's life hangs by a thread. Dylan kicked the door open and roared a desperate command, "Boil this herb immediately." Moments later, the steaming medicine was brought forward. The 7th concubine spoke with a fading whisper. "Prince, how did you obtain the fabled Hirocho? My mentor secured it for me." "Is that so, my dear prince?" "Tutor, pray step a little closer." As Charlie neared the bedside, the 7th concubine made her final plea. "I entrust my son's future to your hands, teacher." Charlie froze. A crushing weight settled upon her chest, suffocating and agonizingly tight. "I swear it, your highness, I shall protect him with my life." In the original timeline, she died while Dylan was scouring the underworld for Hirocho. He never eased her pain or whispered a final goodbye. Recalling the Dylan who was haunted by that soul-crushing guilt, Charlie realized she had effectively rewritten the tapestry of time. It felt as though she had pulled that young, broken boy back from the abyss. Because of her intervention, Dylan never had to leave the 7th concubine's side, not even for a heartbeat. Gazing upon his mother, now serene and liberated from agony, Dylan devotedly tended to her every need day after day. A scheme meant to forge a tyrant ended up saving his soul. The irony is staggering. At this stage, numbing her torment with Hirocho was the only mercy. Had I regressed earlier, could I have spared her life? Now her final grains of sand are falling. Later she stood in solemn silence before the portrait of the departed 7th concubine, offering a silent prayer for the soul of the deceased to find eternal rest. Dylan's eyes were a map of broken vessels, and his face was deathly pale, yet he remained hauntingly silent. The funeral hall was eerily desolate, occupied only by the two of them. Charlie remained a steadfast shadow by Dylan's side. Sleep finally claimed me. I haven't closed my eyes in nearly a week. A blanket? Did Dylan cover me? She called out softly. Prince, you must sustain yourself with some food. Dylan merely shook his head and pivoted away, offering no reply. He had forsaken both food and sleep throughout the entire wake. He must be drowning in a tidal wave of grief and hollow emptiness. Charlie of the House of Ronan, my greetings to the fifth prince. The fifth prince offered a curt nod, musing, is this the infamous Villainous the rumors warn of? Charlie noted that his expression betrayed his every thought. So, the fifth prince did grace the funeral on its final day. Before my regression, he was Dietrich the second master of the cursed Kiora. In the past, simply by showing face at the seventh concubine's funeral, the fifth prince secured his victory in the bloody war for the crown. I constantly overlook the fact that Dylan is only 14. I can almost taste his thoughts as the fifth prince arrives to mourn while the rest of the world turned its back. The maids began to hiss. Days have passed and the halls remain empty. Honestly, who would risk it? To come here is to invite the second concubine's wrath, still for a funeral. Catching sight of Charlie as they gossiped, the two maids nearly leaped out of their skins. Charlie's voice was a warning blade. Guard your tongues. The prince is in the depths of mourning. We crave your pardon, my lady. Watching the panicked maids flee, she sighed. The air here is so stifling. I need to step outside for a moment. The burial commences at dawn, marking the end of the mourning period. This morning was the first time Dylan allowed a single bite to pass his lips since his mother's passing. I've been wandering long enough. It is time to return to the hall. I must remain as his anchor until the very last shovelful of earth is turned. Suddenly the heavens opened in a torrential downpour. Great, I'm without an umbrella and the staff are all huddled inside. Well, a bit of rain is the least of my concerns. She was navigating the deluge when she unexpectedly collided with Dylan. After scrutinizing her in a heavy, wordless silence, he reached out and handed her a letter. She assumed it was the final testament of the seventh concubine. She hesitated as she broke the seal, then found it impossible to mask her shock. The entire substance of the will had been fundamentally altered. In the absence of pain, one can act with true intent. Live and pursue your own path. Even if you draw the world's eye, live by your own decree. Live freely, and live for my sake as well. Did the will transform because I shattered the flow of fate, because I erased her agonizing torment? Dylan's voice broke the silence. She stated that she didn't leave a message for me alone. Charlie stared at him, her mind in a daze. She also left a parting message specifically for you, teacher. Yes, I still haven't found my purpose, but I shall possess whatever it is you seek. I will. Please teach me everything. She tucked the letter away and whispered, Prince, before sinking to her knees. I beg of you become my sovereign lord. Grant me the supreme honor of being your first knight beneath the heavens, from where you shall reign and command this vast empire in the days to come. According to ancient protocol, a formal rite should follow. The knight offers their steel and the Lord places it back in their hands amidst sacred vows. Dylan mused, but how could I ever treat teacher as a mere subordinate? He descended to his knees as well. Teacher, if this is to be our path, teacher, then please become my woman. With those heavy words, he pressed a solemn kiss upon her hand. In this desolate world, you are the only soul I have left. The blank page of fate, yet untouched by ink, had finally fallen into Charlie's grasp. The following day, Charlie was strolling through the gardens when her name cut through the air. It was her brother, the second young Master Dante. I rarely get the chance to reach Charlie, and I only stumbled upon her here by luck. What do I even say? After a tense silence, Dante blurted out, Akon's wedding has been scrapped. Is that so? Yeah, I don't know if his spirit broke after failing to conquer the festival, but the nuptials were postponed. That's the cold truth. Stunned by her icy indifference, Dante pressed, Is that all you have to say? I just told you Akon's wedding was cancelled. Yes, Charlie replied with total apathy. Yes, I heard you. He stammered, What's your stance on the marriage alliance with House Delman? For the glory of the Ronan name, shouldn't you finally do your part? Is he fishing for news on the engagement with Kahu? So that's his real agenda. Am I even considered a member of the Ronan family anymore? What nonsense is this? Aren't you even curious about your kin? Shouldn't you be reporting every detail of your life back to the estate? And why exactly should I bother doing that? Why? She should be desperate for our approval. Is she actually claiming she doesn't need us anymore? As Charlie brushed past him, If you're finished with your lecture, I'll be going. Wait. Suddenly Dylan approached and called to her. Teacher? Prince, what brings you out? I had a burning question, so I came looking for you. I hope I'm not intruding on your solitude. Not at all, Prince. My life's purpose is to guide you. Gazing at the radiant, gentle smile on Charlie's face, Dante stood paralyzed, rooted to the spot. That was a look of genuine, unadulterated happiness. If that's the real thing, then what were Charlie's smiles until now? They were nothing but hollow masks she wore while fighting back a sea of tears. Back inside the chamber, the portrait of the deceased seventh concubine was finally lowered. As the servants bore it away, Dylan finally broke the silence. What is it you truly crave, teacher? The moment had arrived. Charlie held the power to forge a new destiny. Now was the time to stain that blank page pitch black. Commanding him to become a tyrant, a ruthless request designed to shatter both the realm and the man. I want the prince to grind this entire world beneath his heel. Yes. Rule this empire, seize it with an iron grip, and then dismantle it utterly. Crush them into fine dust until not a single shadow of their existence remains. Is that truly your wish? It is my prince. Without hesitation, Dylan had completely surrendered the reins of his life to Charlie, the woman who hungered for the nation's absolute ruin. From that day forward, the two honed their blades together in secret. The sparring session is over, right? Let's take a breather. Hydrate yourself, teacher. Now, Dylan and Charlie moved with a perfect silent understanding. Though the masks were off between them, they still couldn't reveal their true lethality to the world. Thus, their real training had to be conducted deep within the shrouded mountains. Prince exhaustion is setting in, so I'll take a quick nap. Of course, teacher. Thank you. I wonder if she's anxious. I wore blue to pretend mother had left my heart, yet she didn't ask. She simply wore mourning black for me. As she drifted off with rhythmic breaths, Dylan watched a stray petal drift onto her cheek. He sat down softly, reaching out halfway before abruptly pulling his hand back. I need to grow up. I need to become a man. I want to manifest every dark desire you harbor. No matter how twisted the dream, I will make it your reality. The empire is nothing more than a hollow, formless illusion, a mere tool for control. In a world built on chains, what is true liberty for the commoners and slaves? It might be a mercy to help them escape the shackles of this life. If you desire something, even if it's already claimed, take it. Ownership is a meaningless concept. Contempt for the empire, a deep-seated loathing for the royals, and the sheer idiocy of judging a soul by the circumstances of its birth. A violent, unforgiving philosophy. Yet Dylan never once doubted Charlie's radical doctrines. To him, her word was law. Charlie had become his absolute, undeniable truth. Time surged forward, and 4 years later, heavens, my lady, you are breathtaking. I've never seen anyone dominate choral with such grace. The imperial tailors poured their souls into this. Hosting a coming-of-age ceremony alongside the crown prince's investiture is unheard of, so please forgive the gown's weight, my lady. Whispers of Charlie being a villainess still haunt the ballrooms, but the elite inner circle knows the truth. This way, my lady, please. She is a singular genius. My muse. She alone discovered the diamond in the rough when the world was blind to him. She molded him, forged him, and elevated him to the station of crown prince. Salutations to the coming-of-age successor of the empire. From this moment forth, Prince Dylan's title is elevated to crown prince. Naturally, the tide lifted all boats. The crown prince's tutor was appointed grand preceptor. Should a crown princess and heir emerge, they shall be hailed as the imperial grandson. The emperor proclaimed, to mark the investiture of the new crown prince, I decree a special amnesty for all prisoners and a gold coin for every child born on this auspicious day. Blessings upon your imperial highness, the realm shall rejoice. The empire has secured a successor of unmatched virtue and supreme talent. This is a day for legend. Charlie mused. He occupies the throne of power with such natural, terrifying perfection. Suddenly, the gossip of the vultures reached her ears. Grand Duke, how did you breed such a magnificent daughter? Reveal your secret. Precisely barely 20 and already standing as grand preceptor. Is this not a meteoric rise? Your eldest daughter has brought unprecedented glory to the Ronin name. You must be bursting with pride. It's truly miraculous. How did she instantly spot the true heir to the throne? Surely, it's a reflection of the Grand Duke's own brilliance. The lady inherited your sharp instincts, didn't she? Charlie scoffed internally. Do you truly remain ignorant of the rot and how that Duke raised me? The festivities roared on a chaotic symphony of hollow praise and lively music. A while later, Charlie exhaled a weary breath. The ceremony is finally behind us. Dylan is occupied with the emperor, so I should make my exit as well, shouldn't I? At that precise moment, her past intercepted her. Charlie, it has been a long time. Yes, quite a while indeed. The Grand Duke demanded, what is your endgame for entangling yourself with the Crown Prince? Does that even concern you? You are still a Ronin. Or does any noble truly still view me as part of that bloodline? Akan spoke through a veil of suppressed fury. How can you be so callous? Because of your moves, the Ronins are now seen as the Crown Prince's ultimate power base. The title of Grand Preceptor is certainly a badge of honor, but let's be clear, it has zero connection to the Ronin legacy. My students simply happen to become the future of this empire. You two are making a scene. Akan pivoted instantly. My apologies, father. The Grand Duke stepped into her space, his voice like ice. Charlie, cease this desperate bid for attention. Can't you grant me even that one small mercy? Can you not find a shred of gratitude for the Ronin name you carry? Dante watched in silence. Is this not too cruel? Neither father nor brother realizes that this Charlie is no longer the broken child they once knew. Suddenly, his blood ran cold as Charlie spoke. I was just about to say the exact same to you. In fact, I'd be profoundly grateful if you finally cast me out. The surrounding air turned into a suffocating dead silence. Dante interjected. You could always be adopted into another house. You're the Grand Preceptor. The elite are clawing for that honor. But who can offer more than the Ronins joining a new family will be a nightmare to navigate. He was talking in circles, implying my life would be a disaster outside their walls, right? We shall see. I've never tasted the so-called privileges of a Ronin anyway, so any hovel would be an upgrade from the Duke's mansion. Suddenly, a royal attendant arrived. Grand Preceptor, I've found you at last. Oh, were you searching for me? I feared I might be interrupting a vital council. Dante felt a fresh jolt of shock. Does Charlie truly treat common servants with such casual, effortless warmth? This was an alien concept at the Duke's estate. Could it be that Charlie wasn't being crushed by the help, but by the very walls of the Grand Ducal mansion itself? Charlie smiled. Not at all, we were just finishing up. In that case, yes, we offer our respects to the Grand Preceptor's kin, Grand Duke Young Masters of the Ronin House. The nobles didn't even deign to nod. I expected as much. Let's move. As you wish, Grand Preceptor. She paused and glanced back. It's a win-win for everyone. So do me a favor and strike my name from your records without delay. Teacher, at your command, Your Highness. You are no longer a mere prince, but addressing you as Your Highness for the first time feels quite strange. Nonsense. You carry it perfectly. In fact, it sounds like music. She thought, he's so poised he never wavers. My audience with His Majesty ran over. Were you languishing in boredom? Boredom was the last thing on my mind. This is a historic dawn. My pulse has been racing all day. It's thundering even now. My heart beats in perfect sync with that sentiment, teacher. Actually, I'm drafting a formal request to sever my ties with my family. They are nothing to me. Is that strange? Not in the slightest. Deal with them as you see fit. My schedule is far too packed with Your Highness's training to waste energy on outsiders. You are the only person who matters now. If that is the case, may I have my way with you? By all means, proceed. The old quarters held too many ghosts, so while I cherish them, I find this new Crown Prince's palace far more spacious and fitting. I took particular care with the tutor's chambers. They've been adorned with every luxury imaginable. The only person in this world who truly looks out for me is Your Highness. Dylan seemed momentarily spellbound by her words. He reached out a steady hand. Teacher, stay still a moment. Forgive me. Suddenly, a sharp sense of déjà vu washes over me. During a training session in the mountains 4 years ago, Charlie hadn't truly been asleep. She vividly recalled the boy's hesitation as he reached to brush a petal from her cheek. Could the bond between Dylan and I truly be evolving into something more? Dylan whispered, There is a stray feather here, teacher. My thanks, Your Highness. Very well, let us change and convene at the pavilion. I shall order a late-night feast. A marvelous idea. That gown is surely cumbersome, so pray rest before joining me. I shall, Your Highness. A new horizon. He truly has matured into a formidable man. A short while later, at the banquet table, I offer my deepest congratulations on your investiture. Name your desire today, and I shall grant whatever you ask. In that case, teacher, perhaps I should weigh my words with care. I am at your complete disposal. Then may I request a preemptive pardon? A pardon. It may border on disrespect, but I hope for your absolution regardless. Disrespect. What could he possibly mean? Knowing Dylan, he'd sooner apologize for stepping on my shadow. Granted, and for my second request, I wish for you to christen the knight order I am to command. Charlie had handpicked and dispatched elite warriors to Dylan prodigies born of gladiators plucked from slave blocks and the gutters of the city. By being their salvation in their darkest hour, she secured their eternal fealty. These were the shadows Charlie unleashed for Dylan. Naturally, he cleared their paths and placed immense value on them. Now, under Dylan's banner, Knights of Master Tier caliber had risen, each one forged in that same fire. Are their leaders V and Hugo? If you seek a name with weight, then let it be Tenebris, the essence of darkness. Then you have my gratitude, teacher. Charlie could never have envisioned that the name conceived over a casual cup of tea would one day cast a shadow across the empire and subjugate the entire continent. True. Dylan hesitated for a heartbeat. Now for the final request, Your Highness. I wish to hear you sing. What is it about such a modest plea that leaves you so uncharacteristically bashful? Charlie instantly let her voice ring out clearly. Guard that secret well and grant access to none but me. For I am the only one who truly perceives you. Do not flee, my beloved. I shall bring you no harm. Charlie wove the lyrics further. Approach me, let me gaze upon you. Even if it is venom, I would drain the cup just to possess you. She thought, this is the hidden verse, yet it remains my favorite. His voice is haunting. There is truly nothing he cannot master. Dylan took up the melody. If there are thorns, I shall bleed. If there is poison, I shall wither. Yet, even if it is lethal, I would swallow it all just to hold you. Charlie hummed in harmony, her voice bleeding into Dylan's. Even if I must discard this life, it is a price I pay gladly. Even if it is poison, I shall swallow it to have you. My congratulations, Your Highness. When Your Highness finally seizes the crown... Back then, those words were left suspended in the air unfinished. The following dawn, she actually dared to submit a formal petition to sever her ties with this family. Preposterous. It even bears the imperial seal. Furthermore, this falls entirely under Charlie's jurisdiction now. The Grand Duke no longer holds any sway over her. To strike her name from our lineage is unthinkable. The Duke pondered. Was it not merely a tantrum thrown in the heat of the moment? She was always desperate for our affection. Akan scowled, his voice dropping to a frigid tone. I believe she is being deadly serious. Dante recoiled at those words. If we are being brutally honest, is it not a fact that we treated Charlie with nothing but cold disdain? She is rightfully radiating resentment now. And what would you have us do? What else? We must appease her, soothe her, and find a way to mend Charlie's shattered heart. You're asking me who should grovel to whom, but is there truly any other path? We lack the leverage to coerce Charlie. She stands as the Grand Preceptor now. Aiken bowed stiffly. Do not fret, father. I shall confront Charlie today and talk sense into her. I will force her to reconsider. But brother, as I have warned you, cannot bully her. It will only invite disaster. Aiken gnashed his teeth and snapped, who said anything about force? Can we not simply show her the respect she's due? Dante looked away, his mind racing. Though I fear his arrogance will only alienate Charlie further. I have no choice but to let him try, for I cannot bear the thought of my sister leaving us. Sister... Suddenly, a buried memory surged. Mother, I truly long for a sibling, a sister. With so many brothers, I dream of a precious little sister to watch over. I want to be a real big brother. Seeing my peers' sisters call them big brother fills me with envy. If I am blessed with a sister mother, I swear I will be her shield. Just the thought of it fills me with joy. You already look so much more reliable and steady. Dante recalled his mother's radiant smile, and then, the guilt is suffocating. I must stop my brother before he makes things worse. Across the palace, Charlie mused. I heard he demanded this chamber be the height of opulence. He certainly didn't exaggerate. It's gargantuan. I could practically hold a tournament in here. Come to think of it, it's been far too long since I've honed my mana, hasn't it? She sat in a meditative posture and whispered, Mana Circle. Immediately following her regression, it was a vivid pulsing crimson, but now it has shifted toward a haunting transparency. Striving until it manifests as high purity energy, perfectly crystalline and clear. I must seize the shimmering crimson shards and cast them into the ether. Charlie can finally feel her own domain awakening. It is complete. The Grand Preceptor is currently mentoring the Crown Prince. Akan barked, I am her own blood, the future patriarch of Ronin. The servant bowed low. I heard the Grand Preceptor has filed to sever all ties with the Ronin house. Akan shoved him aside and stormed in. This matter is subject to the Grand Preceptor's command, not yours, young master. Heavens, just how legendary is this training session? Akan charged in, only to be blocked by a maid. The Grand Preceptor is occupied. I merely came to witness the lesson. Charlie pivoted toward the servant and gave a subtle shake of her head, signaling him to stand down. Akan took a seat, seething with irritation, thinking, how profound can a lesson for a 20-year-old crown prince be? Probably just basic drills. Nearby, Charlie coached, the ultimate defense is a relentless offense. When wielding dual blades, strike with the conviction to kill with both. You're choking your blades with too much wrist tension. Drive the point home more directly. That last opening left both your flanks wide open to a counter. Observing them, Akan was paralyzed with shock, a duel that demands such god-tier kinetic vision just to follow the movements. Could any warrior swing a blade with such lethal sincerity if they didn't trust their partner implicitly? They move in perfect sync, and their raw talent is beyond comprehension, to the point where I am consumed by a bitter, burning jealousy. Then Akan recoiled, his mind racing. What in God's name have we done? No! It's not just about her being a royal instructor. She's a star that could have outshone the entire sky. And yet Teacher Aiken has arrived. Is that so? Why so pensive? Is my swordsmanship too basic for you? Ha ha ha. But truly the moments I spend with your highness are my most cherished. The sentiment is mutual, teacher. Shall we resume our dance of blades? At that moment, Dante rushed over and found Aiken, who was staggering with trembling steps. Brother, what's happened? You look like you've seen a ghost. Did you insult Charlie again? Insult her? We have committed a lifetime of unforgivable sins. The champion who conquered the Swordsmanship Festival 4 years ago also had a slight build and mastered dual blades. That mysterious boy named Liz. Charlie could have stood atop that mountain of glory herself. Aiken buried his face in his palms and collapsed to his knees in despair. What have we done to her? Back to Charlie. Mary noted, a swarm of visitors came for you today, Grand Preceptor. Professor Can sent a formal invite from the Academy's Elite Association. Reject it. The heir of Count Gahan. Reject him. Who else is... Finally, Lady Rimia from the House of Duquir. Yes, I will grant her an audience. Pardon. Don't you wish to know her business first? It's irrelevant. I'll go prepare for her arrival immediately. Recently, my time with Dylan has intensified. Teacher, your hands are ice cold. Let me apply this balm for you. May I perform a foot washing ceremony on Teacher's Day? Even though his kindness is pure and without guile, I must begin to forge a distance between us. Dylan needs to direct his attention toward Lady Remia, because Lady Remia is the quintessential candidate for the role of Crown Princess. This is our formal introduction. I am Remia. I felt compelled to see you, so I made this plea. Why am I here? As the Grand Preceptor, surely you can deduce it. She's here to mark her territory. Rumors are swirling about the selection of the Crown Princess, and my word carries the ultimate weight. Lady Remia first let us share some tea and converse. Charlie mused. She's actually quite charming. I can read her intentions like an open book. Remia said, May I select the blossoms for your tea? I wish to be a proper guest, so I brought these from my family estate. They are snapdragons. But Remia thought to herself, I truly can't read this woman. Even as Grand Preceptor, what is her true game with the Crown Prince? I debated between leopard's bane and snapdragons for this tea. Ultimately, I chose the latter. Snapdragons, the infamous skullflower, and leopard's bane. Both blooms are emblems of greed and ruthless ambition. The golden window has shut. In other words, your time at the Crown Prince's side is over. Stop being greedy and vanish. Charlie thought, the 7th concubine's homeland was once treated with contempt. Rymia calculatedly went to study in the Sand Kingdom 3 years ago and has just returned. She is clearly hunting for the seat beside Dylan. Her burning ambition, her meticulous prep, her icy hostility toward me, she has the makings of a ruthless queen. In my past life, Remia was the destined crown princess. Reflecting on this, Charlie spoke. Since you went to such trouble, I must offer you a cup of orchid tea. The Hanlin orchids I've cultivated are in perfect bloom. Remia thought, Hanlin means noble lady. I insulted her to her face and she offers a compliment. Very well. If it's you, you would be the ideal choice. Yes, I know exactly why you sought me out. You desire the title of Crown Princess, do you not? And I am the only individual who can hand you that crown. And who might that be? It is I, the woman sitting right across from you. Later, Dylan asked in utter bewilderment, Teacher, what is the meaning of this? I drafted this proposal with the utmost sincerity. I hope it meets your approval. I've analyzed the options and Lady Remia is your most strategic partner. Her years abroad have made her exceptionally sharp. I believe she could manage the court with an iron fist. Her ambition makes her the perfect crown princess. Your Highness, are you feeling unwell? Dylan faltered and whispered, I feel a sudden wave of vertigo. But teacher, between me and Lady Remia, are you truly proposing a marriage alliance? Indeed, I believe she is an exceptionally fitting partner for your Highness. Dylan's heart thundered with escalating intensity. I shall ask you once more, teacher. Is he displeased? Why is he radiating such unsettling energy? Dylan reached out and tenderly captured her hand. Is it your sincere desire to see that lady and me bound in matrimony? Charlie froze in internal shock. This haunting sense of déjà vu has returned. In our first encounter, I had toyed with Dylan's palm to ensnare his interest, and now he was mirroring that very gesture back at me. Shaken by the contact, she gently withdrew her hand. Yes, I yearn for your highness and Lady Remia to be united. Dylan's expression plummeted into shadow as he hissed. So that is how it truly is. Given your state today, perhaps we should conclude our session here. She fretted. Was he falling ill? I must summon a royal physician to evaluate Dylan at the break of dawn. The following morning, Remia dissolved into frantic sobs. Grand, preceptor, it's impossible. I am utterly unworthy of the crown princess title. In truth, I am already deeply in love with a commoner. I cannot breathe without X. I have already surrendered my heart and my virtue to that man. Surrendered them? Charlie was stunned, thinking, who in the world is X? It sounds like a total fabrication. Lady Remia? Surely you realize the marriage decree is virtually set in stone. Do you truly not grasp the weight of becoming crown princess? You are rejecting the throne of the future empress. Remia continued to convulse with tears. I am fundamentally disqualified from the crown. I dared to conceal the existence of my lover. This deception is surely an act of high treason. Please, I beg for the Grand Preceptor's mercy, save me. Lady Remia, I will not drag you down a path your heart rejects. Rest easy. You have nothing to fear from me. Did I misread her so completely? I vividly recall those burning, ambitious eyes. Wait, in my previous life, she adored Dylan, then abruptly fled to study abroad, vanished into the Sand Kingdom, and never looked back. My eternal gratitude, Grand Preceptor. Thank you. Could Dylan be the architect behind this sudden change of heart? Did he take my words as a challenge? No, that's inconceivable. I've steered Dylan's growth meticulously, and there is no power within the Empire capable of silencing the Ramia family so swiftly without my knowledge. Later, Dylan questioned her. So, she claims it is for the sake of love. Do you have any lingering doubts, teacher? I proposed a candidate I believed was your perfect match, yet I have only proven my own lack of foresight. I am deeply sorry. I shall strive for humility and redouble my efforts. I want to vanish into the earth from sheer humiliation. Dylan won't let me live this down, will he? Why do you degrade yourself so, teacher? It cuts me to the soul to see you like this. Mentor, will you swear but a single oath to me? She blinked in surprise. An oath? Why so suddenly? Dylan's gaze turned deadly serious. Swear that no matter the cost, no matter what sins I commit, you will remain by my side. She wondered what dark path he was contemplating. Then she gave her word. No matter what your highness does, I shall never leave your side. Yes. Thank you for that vow. He clasped her hand firmly. In return, I wish to swear an oath to you, teacher. Will you hear it? Of course I would be honored. This winter we shall ignite the fires of rebellion. I will seize the emperor's throne and claim it as my own. And I swear to lay the entire world at your feet. An oath for an oath, a lopsided bargain. The man destined to become the sky itself bowed, promising her the spoils of an entire empire. Whether it was a quest for vengeance or absolute rule, it felt as though the fate of the world now hinged solely upon her will. Hey, teacher, hold me. Am I dreaming? How could I even dare? What kind of delusions are you entertaining, Charlie? The world calls you Charlie. I was consumed by jealousy. I dared not speak your name lightly, fearing the very sound might wither away. Your Highness, please, embrace me. Do you have any idea how desperately I crave you? Dylan was acting entirely unlike himself. Cough, cough. Is he coming down with something? Judging by the tone, it wasn't a cough of illness, but a calculated warning. Executing such a move before the noble factions meant one thing. It was a signal that would inevitably force his hand toward the Emperor. And that vision immediately bled into reality. Your Majesty, that boy was preternaturally sensitive and sharp, ruthlessly suppressing his own heart. How long do you intend to exist in this hollow state? In truth, you find this entire world tedious and devoid of meaning, don't you? If the prince is weary of ambiguity, you can choose to be indifferent, or you can choose to be obsessed. I do not mind being the object of your obsession. How is it that you alone can peer so deeply into my soul? The world felt as if a fracture had finally split its surface. The young mentor, Charlie, had reached Dylan's core through pure instinct. The fortress walls he built to suppress his own obsessive nature. It took Charlie months to demolish them, and in that instant, the second she crossed that line, Charlie's past identity became irrelevant. It wasn't about her nobility, her gender, her seductive charm, or even her intellect. It was a blind primal respect born of simply accepting her soul. He was prepared to hand her the universe, but the mere thought of her belonging to another man was a poison he couldn't swallow. Why he craved a bond fueled by pure mutual magnetic attraction, a possessiveness so absolute that no third party could ever dare to intervene. Even if their names were dragged through the mud and stained the pages of history. Even if he had to weather a torrential downpour of curses and venomous spite, it was worth it as long as she remained anchored to his side. Even if he marched to the bitter end of the royal road until his blood and tears evaporated, he didn't care. If this isn't love, then what kind of madness is it? The scene shifts to the shroud of a forest at midnight, where the rustling canopy and the haunting cries of owls took turns piercing the darkness. Down in the clearing, Charlie's blade sliced through the air with a lethal whistling whoosh. Suddenly she froze and commanded, "Reveal yourself. Show your face while I'm still feeling merciful." Tisk, tisk. Honey, isn't this getting repetitive? You slaughter my babies every single time. If you know they're gonna get smoked, quit accepting the contracts. Lucy, the assassin, Guild's head. The client keeps dumping gold on us to end the crown prince. What can I do? I can't say no to a payday. It's pathetic that these low-tier scrubs are supposedly the finest killers in the empire, and honestly, Lucy isn't much better. Slinking here in the dead of night just to scout my prowess for herself. Wow, you're the first person to ever leave me in such a state. She always did have a knack for making my skin crawl with those lines. I spared her life once. Honey, let me buy you a drink. Follow me. Give me one reason to trust a word you say. If I'd known it would devolve into this, I should have just ended her then. Is it too late to finish the job now? There's a ghost with the intel you're starving for, honey. Information that I want. There's a dive where the info brokers crawl. I'll give you the golden ticket. So come grab a drink with me. Lucy swayed provocatively and added, I rarely roll out the red carpet for guests. Only a fool would skip this round. Charlie turned away with a cold snap. Who do you think you're charming? I'm not interested in your chances. You're like ice. Can't you just think about it? This intel is a game changer, you know. Wait up, baby. If it's information I truly crave, it's either a catalyst for the rebellion or a lead on the elusive Irate shard. It's highly unlikely to be the latter. I swear to lay the entire world at your feet. If this intel paves the way for the coup, I cannot ignore it. Charlie paused for a heartbeat, then demanded, Where is this pub? Just put your faith in me and keep up. Later, within the smoky chaos of a packed tavern, this is the legendary 245 Satu Muran Rose. Vintage worth 50 million gold coins. Yet the patrons look like gutter mercenaries. Something's off. Charlie asked, Did you poison this? Lucy chirped. Hey, that's cold. Just take a sip first. She really is a paranoid one. Ever since Charlie ascended to master rank, everyone has instinctively treated her with the guarded humility reserved for apex predators. If they catch her gaze by mistake, they quickly look away with a forced trembling smile. Like prey trying not to trigger a beast hiding its claws. The room was a roar of voices. When's that rat showing up? Who knows? Maybe he kicked the bucket. Why is he always late to the party? Sorry, honey. I wanted to show you a little spectacle, but show me something cool. Hey, wanna bet on who has the deadliest aim with a dagger? Deal, I just happen to have a black etching stone. Charlie whispered, a black etching stone. Damn it, it bounced right off. Just how durable is this thing? Your grip strength is all hype. It really is an etching stone. Look, the surface is already self-repairing. A simple contest then. Fine, I'll show you a real show in exchange for that wine you bought. Charlie stood up and asked, Mind if I take a shot? Be my guest. Charlie balanced the dagger, locking eyes with the target on the table. With a lightning flick of her wrist, the blade buried itself deep into the indestructible stone. The room went silent with disbelief. It actually bit. No way, that's gotta be a 1 in a million fluke, right? She snatched up another blade. A fluke. Then watch this. Another heavy thud echoed, leaving the crowd completely shell-shocked. I believe I've won the pot, haven't I? While the mercenaries stood frozen in awe, Lucy broke the silence with a laugh. Of course you won, honey. You're the absolute best. God, my honey is so lethal and sexy. Only then did the room erupt into cheers and applause. Yeah, she's right. You won fair and square. That was insane. Lucy gushed, I've definitely fallen for you all over again. Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise. Are you with the Diamond Gang? I've seen your world-class skills. We were supposed to settle our debts, but I didn't know what would suffice. My honey likes that classified intel, right? Then allow me to gift you a truly priceless secret. A living legend resides within the ivory caverns of the Lion Mountains, but monsters have overrun the peaks, making them a death trap for mortals. The Lion Mountains. How did you stumble upon that? The Lion Mountain Range. the sovereign domain of Duke Kennen, a neutral powerhouse who refuses to bow to the imperial line. There is a legendary relic hidden in those crags. It must be the heirloom the Duke has been desperately hunting for years. Since Dylan lacks a suitable crown princess, he is devoid of the political leverage usually gained through a powerful maternal bloodline. He needs a new ally to anchor his rebellion. If I can secure the treasure of the Lion Mountains, I might just win Grand Duke Kennen's ultimate loyalty. With her mind made up, Charlie informed Lucy her services were no longer required. You actually remembered my name. Is sharing a drink with me really that intoxicating? Your information alone was worth the visit. Farewell. Charlie mused. I'll need to secure a 15-day leave. The trek to the Lion Mountains is no small journey from the capital. The investiture ball for the Crown Prince is imminent. I'll attend the gala first, then break the news to Dylan. Meanwhile, from the shadows above, a hidden gaze tracked Charlie's every move. I crave her so intensely, it's driving me to the brink of madness. A childhood memory, a small bunny asked its wealthy brother, how do I get that special carrot, big brother? I want one too. Fine, I'll make sure the wealthy bunny delivers it to you. Did I commit some terrible sin, big brother? Dante stole a glance and saw his father and eldest brother wearing matching scowls. They were regarding her with nothing but icy contempt. Dante hissed immediately, Stay back, Charlie, don't come over here. As his little sister reached for him, Dante reluctantly shoved her away. I told you to stay away from me. At that moment, Dante jolted awake. Haunted by the memory of her face, he whispered into the dark, Forgive me, Charlie. I am so sorry. The following morning, a voice called out, Young master, the Grand Duke has convened a family council. Give me a moment to prepare. Dante snapped his book shut and hurriedly changed his attire. He wondered, Have I grown thinner? You look impeccable, young master. Dante reached the study door just as the Grand Duke's voice boomed, Akan, your recent behavior has been reaching my ears. Your life has become a complete shambles. Dante noted, Father is tearing into him first. You are meant to be an exemplar. If you act this recklessly, what kind of lesson are your siblings supposed to learn? Dante sighed. His father used the same tired lines on him, even threatening him over his academy marks. The Grand Duke pressed on. And since you've been silent, can I assume the crisis with Charlie is finally buried? Dante flinched at the mere mention of his sister's name. I am referring to that petition to leave the family. Can I finally burn that trash? I'm afraid not, Father. What did you say? Why couldn't you show Charlie a single shred of warmth if you had? Would she be trying to erase us now? Dante was stunned to hear his brother defy their father so openly. Akan continued his assault. You should start worrying about the living instead of obsessing over the dead. The Duke bolted upright and lunged toward Akan in a blind fury. He delivered a stinging slap across Akan's face. You dare lecture me, what the living over the dead. You show her affection once, and suddenly you have the gall to blame me. Regardless of your rage, I am your flesh and blood, and aren't you supposed to be a father? Where exactly do you think I learned this cruelty from? The Grand Duke's knuckles turned white with rage as he stormed out of the study. The door slammed with a deafening crack. Dante thought, he's the supposed heir, yet he's provoking father like this. He called out, but Akan just sneered. Do you share his delusions? Right. You and father are cut from the same cloth. Who are you to judge anyone? But despite everything, I want to reclaim Charlie's heart. Am I being too delusional? Days later, the Crown Prince's investiture ball is almost here. The ball that is the perfect stage for our move. Precisely. Mother's anniversary is also approaching. What if we craft a tribute for Charlie and present it during the gala? It's a brilliant plan. We can find rare treasures like the exotic flowers ladies adore. Flowers, yes. Flowers are perfect. A black cat lily, that should suffice. Beyond the blooms, we need another offering. Something she'll cherish. I truly hope she accepts them. The night of the gala arrived. Behold, the future son of the Empire, His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince, and the Grand Preceptor are entering. The crowd erupted. Heavens, they are divine. She looks far too youthful to carry the title of Grand Preceptor. She is young, a mere 20 years old. Dante nudged his brother. Charlie has arrived. Is that the legendary Ronin blood? She radiates an entirely different power. Across the ballroom, an aide whispered to Dylan, Your Highness, His Majesty the Emperor requests your immediate presence. He leaned in toward Charlie. I'll return in a heartbeat, teacher. Yes, Your Highness. She mused. He doesn't even bother seeking my permission anymore. When did this shift begin? I was certain Dylan would start to shun me, or perhaps grow fearful of any physical proximity. Since the lesson has concluded, I shall take my leave, teacher. Or maybe he's simply grown more reserved. I was burning with curiosity to uncover the motive behind his change. Observing him today, he appears on edge because of the gala. Regardless, I don't need to be the one to initiate distance, so I hope this status quo remains. As Kahu was lost in contemplation, a voice cut through his thoughts. My lady, it has been far too long. Kahu bowed. If it isn't too forward of me, would you honor me with a dance? She realized social etiquette dictates that the invitation for the first dance must not be spurned. She offered a soft reply. I would be absolutely delighted. The surrounding guests began to murmur. My, what a striking pair. But aren't they already destined for a marriage alliance? My lady, every eye in the room is fixed upon us. Aren't they all staring at you with sheer admiration? No, they are all captivated by you, my lady. Why does this sudden weight of unease settle in my chest? She instinctively glanced upward and spotted him lurking on the balcony. Dylan was gazing down with a profoundly somber, dark expression. She thought, were it not for the rigid protocol that forbids refusing the opening dances, I would have no justification for sharing the floor with Kahu. Normally, noble women reserve the first dance for their sworn escort knights. Is that why this feeling is gnawing at me? The dance was exquisite. It was a true honor to partner with you, my lady. At that precise moment, Dylan swept over and called out, Teacher! Without warning, he snaked his arm around her waist and whispered, Charlie. He breathed into her ear. I require a private word, teacher. She was stunned. Dylan, he's using my name. This was a blatant, calculated display of possessiveness. Being so performative, but for whose benefit? The crowd erupted in whispers. Did you see that they look like a masterpiece come to life? But why the sudden embrace? Was the grand preceptor losing her footing? Those shoes are stunning, but the heels are treacherous. He likely stepped in to save her from a fall. Kahu's mind raced. The present has been completely derailed from the timeline I remember. Without Charlie's interference, the fifth prince would be wearing that crown, not Dylan. I sought this dance to probe into that very anomaly, but hearing the frantic gossip, His Highness is so incredibly attentive. That protective streak of his makes my heart skip a beat. Kahu muttered under his breath, Attentive, the crown prince is a predator masking his fangs. Drop your guard for a second and he'll tear your throat out. Dylan confessed, I overstepped, teacher. In what way? He replied with a trace of sorrow. For touching you without leave and daring to address you by your name. It's the first time he's been so bold, so it caught me off guard. A few days ago, when I asked for 3 wishes, do you recall me requesting a pardon? Ah, I warned that I might commit a transgression and hoped for your forgiveness. That disrespect I spoke of. What is so disrespectful about calling me by name? Your Highness will soon rule over all, so you may summon me however you wish. How could I ever dream of treating you poorly? There isn't enough time in a lifetime to cherish you properly. Yes, he even used the word dare. Yet I find I don't despise it. Very well, you have my forgiveness. My thanks, teacher. But why choose to call my name now? I have hungered to utter your name for a very long time. Dylan thought, and I crave to hear my name on your lips too. I am blind with jealousy and a territorial hunger. These emotions are so terrifyingly new. But one truth remains absolute, I would do anything to see Charlie smile. Yet the moment she acknowledges another man, my blood boils with a murderous rage. Could you call me Dylan? Is that also part of your wish? Dylan recoiled, his face flushing a deep crimson. No, it's not. What on earth am I saying? You must be exhausted. Please get some rest, teacher. Are you retreating already? As Dylan turned to leave, Charlie called out, Someday, I promise I will call you by your name. Dylan caught her words, and a radiant, genuine smile illuminated his face. Should I have just said it? But speaking his name with such a casual heart feels inappropriate. Why does such a simple name feel so heavy on my tongue? How strange. The moon is exceptionally beautiful tonight. Come to think of it, I once intercepted a secret conversation between Kahu and Dante beneath the staircase. I've heard rumors that your fiancé has vanished. Is it true? It's the cold reality. I need you to track her down for me. He told my fiancé that yet he still can't bring himself to call me sister or utter my name. I'm counting on you. I'll grant you the ice castle as a reward in the name of the Ronin family. No matter what it takes, I am sincerely begging you. I'll accept. I'll find her without fail. Yeah, sure you will. Compared to the 4 grueling centuries I spent as Kira, the words I could speak as a human felt fleeting and hollow. I must never lose sight of why I infiltrated the imperial family. This gala is becoming an unbearable chore. She recalled the whispers like buzzing flies. Look, there she is, the grand preceptor. What business could she possibly have with the crown prince? I hear she's also a favorite of his majesty. He truly unearthed a diamond. The Grand Preceptor hails from the illustrious House of Ronin. Suddenly a voice sliced through the noise. Charlie. She instantly recognized that unwelcome tone. She turned to find Akan and Dante looming over her, clutching a bouquet. Your birthday is fast approaching. Were you even aware? For Charlie, her birthday was merely a grim reminder. It was the bleak anniversary of the Duchess's passing. Are you here to brand me a murderer once again? Black cat lilies, as radiant as roses, but each petal carries a price no soul dares to pay. They shimmer as if encrusted with diamonds, but for Charlie, these blooms were... She spat. Since the decree to sever my ties with the family is already in motion, you. Young masters are nothing to me. If you call me a killer now, I'll have you charged with slander. Charlie, you're twisting our intentions. Charlie, please, we didn't mean it that way. We specifically prepared this gift to celebrate your birth. Hearing that lie, Charlie turned her back with ice in her veins. Her eyes fell upon the bouquet in Dante's grip. It was the dreaded black cat lilies. Dante shoved them into her arms. When someone offers you a gift, you should learn to accept it. Akan watched the exchange and smirked with a sickening sense of triumph. Are you two truly trying to end me? Seeing Charlie violently cough up crimson, the two brothers were struck by panic. Why? They shrieked her name in terror. Charlie! This agonizing sensation, I've been haunted by this since my earliest childhood. The one flower capable of snuffing out my life. Ha, what kind of cruel joke is this? Don't you dare scream, and don't you touch me. Just leave me be. I have to purge this toxin even if it's overwhelming. No, if I have the strength of a master, I can force my mind to stay conscious. But if it's Dylan, I can trust him and surrender my fate to his hands. Spotting her collapse, Dylan rushed over in a frantic blur. Teacher! The ballroom erupted into a frenzy. What is this madness the Grand Preceptor has suddenly... I noticed earlier that her health seemed precarious at best. Dylan's expression turned murderous. This is a severe allergic reaction to black cat lilies. It's a rare lethal condition. The allergy triggers a violent backflow of mana. It's a death sentence if not handled instantly. Dante stammered in a cold sweat. Your Highness Charlie is... Dylan hoisted a hand to silence him. Quiet. Right now, her life depends on absolute stillness. His gaze locked onto the flowers trembling in Dante's hand. Dylan realized instantly, I see exactly what triggered this collapse. I cannot allow her vulnerability to be paraded before these vultures. He swept her up into his arms, declaring she had pushed herself to the brink of physical exhaustion. I must escort her back immediately. The rest of you continue your festivities. Back at the estate, the servant trembled while explaining the horror. What the black cat lilies aren't just dangerous. Their essence is a direct poison to the lady's mana. They simply cannot coexist. Aiken recoiled, his voice cracking. What did you say? The lady is a sword master, which makes this a catastrophe. The more her mana circle expands and strengthens, the more viciously the black cat pollen surges through her veins. The higher her rank and the more formidable her power, the more lethal the toxin becomes. As long as she touches those flowers, the lady is... Then why in hell did you not warn us sooner? That's because you strictly forbade us from ever mentioning her health. You told us, how dare she play the victim after murdering your mother? You said you were sick of hearing it and ordered us to stay silent. That poor suffering lady... My lady, I beg you, please pull through this. The Grand Duke's voice trembled. This cannot be the end. How could that child simply slip away like this? Meanwhile, as Dylan carried Charlie back, the household fell into chaos. The Grand Preceptor, why is she... Dylan snapped. I will handle her personally. Everyone out. He burst into the chamber and gently laid her down. The only salvation for one poisoned by black cat lilies is for another to infuse their mana force, merging the two conflicting flows into one. The process will be an agonizing ordeal, but I am indifferent to the cost. However, I must be surgical and precise to ensure I do not shatter her. Her very life force is currently bonding with that lethal toxin. It wasn't that she had no other options for treatment, it was that she chose to entrust her life to me. Shutting out the world and demanding my protection, is she really telling me there is no cause for alarm? Charlie, I am prepared to sacrifice my entire existence for you. I will bring every single one of your desires to fruition. Drifting in a haze of semi-consciousness, Charlie heard the Emperor's echoing voice. He who wields Kira shall dominate the continent. Why must it be me? No, it is because you are peerless. Your essence resonates at the highest frequency. As Kira, you are the ultimate chosen one. Charlie gripped her hilt and lunged. Spare me your delusions. My first experiment was on a commoner old man, but the results were utterly beneath me. Thus the mages of the magic tower theorized only youth possessed of unrestricted blue blood can serve as a vessel for the creator's power. You remember, don't you, the wave of noble kidnappings that sent the empire into a state of total hysteria? Even so, when prospects were thin, I unearthed the records of your lineage, the Lady of House Ronan. It was a high-stakes gamble. But the cold ambition you radiated back then was exactly the catalyst I sought. In the end, I was right. Are you not my only flawless masterpiece? You should be thanking me instead for using the power of Kira to erase the Ronan bloodline from existence. Then came Dylan's voice, a steady anchor. Teacher, please come back to me. I'm waiting. Charlie's eyes fluttered open. Outside, the morning chorus of birds greeted the soft sunlight filtering through the drapes. The grounding warmth in her hand she felt while drifting. The tender whispers, they weren't mere figments of a fever dream. Teacher, how is your sight? Do you feel lightheaded or blurred? I'm fine, the world is perfectly sharp. What a relief, you've finally returned. 3 days have passed since the ball. Charlie was stunned internally. He hasn't left my side for 3 days. I can feel my vitality returning, and it's solely due to his tireless devotion. Because of him, the black cat toxin has fused harmlessly with my mana. Dylan proved he was worthy of the trust I placed in him when I fell. Trust, is it? Your Highness, I have a request. I'd like to petition for a 15-day leave of absence. 2 weeks is your recovery not yet complete. My health is restored. I simply desire a brief respite. I wish to depart the Empire and journey to the Lion Mountains for a few days. I see. A second sabbatical? Teacher never requests time away without a hidden objective. The first time she took leave 5 years ago, she dominated the Swordsmanship Festival and returned with hero. And now a trek to the Lion Mountains, the stronghold of Duke Kennen. After a pensive silence, Dylan said, Very well. Do you require anything else? 2 maids and a formal commission signed by your Highness. It shall be done. I will have it prepared immediately, teacher. She was caught off guard. He is granting me full authority without a second thought. Aren't you going to ask about my intentions? I trust you implicitly. He replied, his face lighting up with a genuine smile. Even though I set out to be the one taming him, is this the weight of being truly trusted? You have my gratitude, your Highness. Later, she was received with the honors of a high dignitary. A pleasure to meet you, Grand Preceptor. The honor is mine, Duke Kennen. My thanks for hosting me in your territory on such short notice. Think nothing of it. Was your journey through the pass arduous? Charlie replied. I made use of the teleport gate and the carriage you provided was exceptionally comfortable. Glad to hear it. Kennen mused. The Crown Prince's mentor. The most formidable prodigy of the next generation in both prestige and power. What is her true endgame in coming all this way? The Duke gestured. I must play the proper host. This way, I shall escort you to your quarters personally. Now let us hear how a woman of such high standing finds herself in a remote wilderness like this. Rather than simple talk, I've heard rumors that the Duke has a penchant for high-stakes gambling. Let's liven up the mood with a little wager. What do you say? The Duke asked. Which number are you backing? Everything on number 1. A royal haul. The perfect synergy of a straight and a flush. To assemble 5 consecutive cards of the same suit, these cards represent a straight flush capped by an ace. A royal flush. Without hesitation, Charlie declared all in. I'm going all in. Ha, your luck is truly phenomenal. Yes, fortune does seem to favor me. But it would be a bore to stop now. Why don't we raise the stakes with a different kind of bet? In that case, I have a flower chess set recently imported from the Far East. The rules mirror traditional chess, yet the strategy is far more intricate. My lead advisor is a grandmaster of flower chess. I'll wager on my strategist's victory. The advisor sighed. Exploiting my skills for a gamble again, fine, I bet the win is mine. A few moments later, Duke Kennen's subordinate slumped back. I'm cornered. There are no moves left, I concede. Utterly fascinating. I was so captivated by the match that I lost all track of time. But wasn't this your debut game of flower chess? Charlie countered that the logic remains fundamentally similar to standard chess. It isn't merely that she possesses an elite intellect, you can see the depth of her genius in every move the Grand Preceptor makes. It's as if one is witnessing a lifetime of wisdom accumulated over centuries. However, I suspect the Grand Preceptor didn't journey all this way just to indulge in parlor games. Now let's cut to the chase. Indeed, the hour for truth has arrived. Except, this time I intend to escalate the stakes of our wager significantly. I'm aware that Duke Kennen is desperately hunting for a lost relic. It's buried within the Lion Mountains, is it not? On the surface, searching for the heirloom looks like a routine hunt. But I've heard the monster population has surged recently, making it a death trap. It is true, the mountain range is teeming with an unnatural number of beasts. I suppose the whispers have reached the mercenary guilds. That heirloom? I will be the one to reclaim it, and I'm betting my life that I'll succeed. How did you come across such sensitive information? I know exactly what I need to and ignore what is irrelevant. I've deployed hundreds of elite knights into those peaks. I even commissioned the top-tier slayers from the Diamond Gang. Every single expedition ended in a bloodbath. The bloodlust of the monsters there is suffocating, and their numbers are endless. It is beyond human capability. And yet, Grand Preceptor, you're claiming you'll carve through that horde for a treasure. Even knowing your prowess with a blade, do you truly intend to go in solo? No, just me. My presence alone is a guarantee of success. The Crown Prince's official seal of appointment. She even brought a trump card like this. Fine. Though you haven't yet named your stake. Duke, let's wager our very selves. The victor claims everything, the power, the influence, and the destiny of the loser. The limit is 15 days. That's more than enough. Duke Kenan mused. This is hardly a losing gamble. If I win, I gain the Grand Preceptor's backing. If I lose, the heirloom returns to me, regardless. However, stepping into that abyss alone is nothing short of a suicide mission. Even if she's proven her tactical brilliance, this is a different beast entirely. What kind of ruthless ambition is driving her to this extreme? The Ivory Cave sits atop the 30th peak of the Lion Mountains. I understand, Grand Preceptor. My lady, forgive my intrusion, but you must reconsider. This is a death sentence. I don't doubt your talent, but going alone. Charlie cut him off. Save your breath. I'll be perfectly fine. The moment she crossed the mountain threshold, she decapitated a monster with ease. They tried so hard to deter me. I suppose they knew. A dragon-class beast guarding the very entrance. How peculiar. No matter. This isn't a labyrinth. The path to my destination is crystal clear. I simply need to keep pressing forward and slaughter anything that dares to cross my path. Suddenly, the enigmatic stranger from before began tailing her again. Monsters surge out only to fall like withered leaves. She is no ordinary warrior. Even a master would find their body corrupted by the lingering demonic miasma, yet Charlie seems completely immune. Monsters, corrupted entities born from the malice of the Ihirit shards centuries ago. Theories on their origin abound, but the mages have reached one conclusion. When Ihirit, the creator god, perished, the deity's fragmented remains unleashed the raw power of life and creation, giving birth to these horrors. Yet no scholar has been able to explain why that shard is saturated with such pure malevolence. Is she shielded from the miasma because her power transcends the master level? Or perhaps Charlie is actually... The following days blurred by in a flash of steel. Charlie paused to drink from a mountain stream. Today marks the 10th day. Time to seize the heirloom and make my exit. She reached the cavern's maw and surveyed the desolate landscape. Upon the radiant chest, a glowing inscription flickered. Only those of the true bloodline may unlock this seal. Found you. Unleashing my blade without restraint like this? It's incredibly cathartic. This is easy. Far too easy. Suddenly, a colossal monstrosity came crashing through the rock toward her. One look is all it takes to know this is an S-rank nightmare, isn't it? But Charlie merely flashed a calm, defiant smirk right in its monstrous face. By the break of the following dawn, as we feared, she likely won't be returning. How are we to break this news to the imperial family? Duke Kenan sighed. Just claim she brought this fate upon herself. That will suffice, despite the crown prince's official seal. It is a tragedy to lose such a peerless talent. I truly should have fought harder to restrain her. I assumed she'd retreat within a day, but suddenly, the servant came charging in, lungs burning as they slammed the doors open. Your Grace, forgive my intrusion, but... Speak what has happened. The Grand Preceptor, she has returned from the mountains. Charlie strode in, wearing a sharp smile as she asked, You haven't forgotten the terms of our wager, have you? Your Grace, I expect you to honor your word. Are you prepared to settle the debt? The scene cuts to Dylan. Is the final phase of the plan ready? Indeed, Your Highness. Every one of your directives has been executed flawlessly. Excellent. He mused to himself. Teacher will be arriving shortly. The end of her leave coincides with her birthday. I wonder if it has crossed her mind. If I may be so bold, Your Highness, the Ronin family is incessantly petitioning to stall the Grand Preceptor's removal from their register. Inform them that the choice rests solely in her hands. They are likely choking on regret now, desperate to manipulate her with sweet lies. The Ronins have made a fatal miscalculation. Even if they attempt to sway me, there is zero chance she'll waver, so tell them to cease their futile efforts. Back at Duke Kenan's estate. Since His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince, who shall serve as the liege after this vow, is regrettably absent, I request the knight representing the oath to step forward and take a knee. My beloved, I have finally recovered the heirloom I spent years hunting. You would be stunned to know a mere youth achieved this if only you were still by my side. Grand Preceptor, I ask that you display the dignified conduct of a true sovereign. Had we watched our children blossom together, I am certain that child would have become exactly like this lady. If that were so, it undoubtedly would have brought you unparalleled joy. As your sworn liege, I shall never treat your allegiance with indifference. I will pave the way toward a world that champions your core values. The ceremony of the blood oath concludes here. This sacred vow, witnessed by the divine Ihirit, I hereby proclaim. This is a covenant of the soul that shall remain unbreakable from this moment until the end of time. As Charlie prepared for her departure, the Duke inquired, "Will you not grace us with your presence for a few more days? It's a pity, but my respite has reached its end. I must return to the heart of the Empire and resume my duties as the Grand Preceptor." Greetings, my lord. At the sight of the oath ceremony, the Grand Preceptor radiated such a magnificent, commanding presence. Truly wasn't she? That is a sight I shall never be able to erase from my memory. Even though this was a calculated move for my grand design, this scroll certifying the Duke's oath. I wonder if this can match the weight of Dylan's trust. I find myself longing to see Dylan soon. Dylan was directing the servants amidst a flurry of decorations and chatter when a familiar voice echoed through the hall. "Your Highness?" He spun around, and there she was, Charlie in the flesh. "I have returned." He beamed with a brilliant, joy-filled radiance. "Teacher, welcome back, Grand Preceptor." Charlie was stunned internally. Why has the Crown Prince's palace been turned into such an extravagant spectacle? But you've returned far sooner than I anticipated, so the timing is... I had planned a grand surprise for tomorrow, but I suppose I get the gift of seeing you a day early. Charlie replied softly, "I'm glad to be back." My birthday. Until this moment, it was nothing more than a grim reminder of my mother's death. The servants muttered sheepishly, "We should have everything finalized by nightfall." "Ah, so that's the situation. Mary, fix that look on your face. Try to look professional." So tomorrow marks my birthday. Meanwhile, within the somber walls of the Ronan estate, what is the verdict, Father? There was nothing left for me to do. The petition to block the family removal has been flatly denied. I no longer have any idea how to beg for that child's forgiveness. Only after realizing I've truly lost her forever. I've only just begun to face the gravity of my own failures. Why on earth did I subject that girl to such cruelty? The scene shifts. You've returned far ahead of schedule, Your Highness. I am truly at a loss for words to express my gratitude for the honors you've bestowed upon me today. The Crown Prince is a sovereign worthy of total devotion, which is exactly why Duke Kenan swore that blood oath. In all honesty, I never imagined Your Highness would go to such lengths for my birthday. Charlie, would you mind sitting with me for a moment? Watching Dylan kneel to remove her shoes, she stammered, "Your Highness, what are you? Your journey was long and grueling. Allow me to soothe your exhaustion with a gentle massage." "Teacher, please do not overtax yourself. It pains me to think of you being hurt." She mused, "He must have intercepted word of the Lion Mountains from the maids. I hungered for the sound of your voice. Only with you here does this cold palace finally feel like a home. If there is one truth I must declare before all else, it is thank you. Thank you for existing, and thank you for being born, teacher." Afterward, a day of celebration arrived, where the halls echoed with laughter and warm conversation. "I am forever grateful for your protection, Your Highness. Today has been a truly blissful day. The token Your Highness gave me, this exquisite necklace. Receiving it has filled my heart with genuine joy. The hour of the coup is upon us. The Emperor must fall." Dylan studied her with a calculating gaze. She never refers to the Emperor as His Majesty. At times she feels like a ghost harboring a dark, unspeakable secret. But I will not pry. Even if the truth came to light, I have no intention of changing how I feel. He answered firmly, "As you wish. Everything shall unfold exactly as you desire, teacher. I only hope you remain exactly as you are. That would be my ultimate happiness. I have no desire to fix you or mold you into something else. I am more than willing to be stained by your essence until my entire world is painted in your colors." Days later, a subordinate arrived with a grim report. "My lord, report. We have apprehended the rat who was leaking intelligence to the Information Guild." "Is this the traitor?" "Yes, my lord. I beg of you. I only acted to preserve the Empire. I merely shared a fragment of intel regarding that girl. You understand the price of this betrayal. I would have been far more merciful if you had only targeted me instead." The man shrieked, "That path leads to the Empire's ruin. I couldn't stand by while an evil shadow corrupted my lord." Suddenly, the cold ring of steel filled the air. "If that is your defense, I shall ensure your flesh and blood pay the price. From this moment, this man's lineage is erased from the Empire. Hunt every last one of them down. Sever their limbs and display them upon the city walls for a week. By your command, The rebellion. Only 24 hours remain. The trap is set. The logistics and strategic formations are finalized. The coup ignites during the Royal Knights Assembly when the Emperor's elite forces congregate in the capital. In doing so, we trap the Emperor's entire military strength within the imperial city's walls. Your Highness, secure the interior. I will lock down the perimeter and crush any reinforcements. Are the details of the mission etched into your mind? Before you hunt down the Emperor, you must seize control of the hidden imperial archives. The documents within will serve as the ultimate justification for our revolution. Dylan wondered. That library is a secret known only to the bloodline. She speaks as if she's already walked its halls. How could she possibly know? Charlie continued. Aside from the primary entrance, every gate is manned by our loyalists. The main gate carries risks, but all 4 sectors have been bought. There should be no unexpected variables. If this uprising falters, their lives are forfeit. Yet she remains unnervingly composed. Captivated by her resolve, he vowed, "The Emperor will be dragged before you in chains, teacher." As the long-awaited downfall of the tyrant loomed, the days blurred by until autumn's chill took hold. By a twist of fate, the eve of the rebellion marks the anniversary of the 7th consort's passing. She remembered the 7th consort's desperate dying plea, "My son, please save him." The wind bites deep. Truthfully, a blanket of snow would be more fitting. This freezing atmosphere feels right. "I have a request, teacher." "What is it, Your Highness?" "You promised that one day you would call me by my name. Speak it now." Once Dylan ascends the throne, his name will become a sacred title beyond the reach of common tongues, won't it? Since the imperial elders will soon be no more, I shall call you Dylan once again. Dylan! Hearing his name fall from Charlie's lips, his face flushed a radiant crimson. Charlie gazed at him, her mind racing. In this moment, any stray emotion is a luxury I can't afford. I must cling to my hatred and my icy composure. The boy who was once as pure as a blank, unblemished sheet of paper will by tomorrow re-emerge as a ruthless tyrant who seizes absolute power without hesitation. A knight under the 5th prince reported a visitor with the prince's clearance. Charlie met the guest, who spoke with a heavy tone. "It's been an eternity, Grand Preceptor. I'll spare you the pleasantries and cut straight to the chase." Kahu declared with iron resolve, "I intend to join the ranks of this rebellion." Young Duke regarding my hand in orchestrating this coup. Who was it that leaked such a dangerous secret to you? First, I must offer my apologies. Half of this was pure deduction from tracking your movements. The shifting tides among local lords, the suspicious redirection of massive funds. Resources and intelligence are all anomalous, and every single thread leads back to Charlie. Kahu thought, it's undeniable. Before my regression, a rebellion of a similar nature existed in the original timeline. The only variable now is that Charlie stands at the very epicenter of it all. If a rebellion revolves around Charlie this time, then the one destined for the throne is... Is my intuition correct, Your Highness? If it is, will you permit me to join your cause? Since you've unearthed top-secret intel, your options are simple: enlist or perish. I choose the former, Your Highness. Built upon the filth and blood-stained atrocities buried in the palace shadows. Charlie's vanishing in my past life is likely tethered to this. After risking my neck to chase her shadow for so long, I wondered if it was unrequited love. Treason or not, I must be her shield this time. Since Your Highness values her word above all, I am here for her blessing. Charlie calculated the odds. Even with Duke Kennan's support, we are vulnerable, particularly with the main gate exposed. But if we forge an alliance with the Delman ducal house, then victory is... Kahu broke her silence to tilt the scales. Grand Preceptor, I can personally seize control of the main gate tomorrow. He had already deciphered a significant portion of the plan, hadn't he? Very well, I shall permit your involvement. I had hoped to keep Kahu on a path of safety, but the hour of vengeance is no longer a distant dream. The following day, the Imperial Palace was a scene of gluttony and revelry. The atmosphere was deafening and chaotic. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air. The guests froze. What was that noise? Then, the light vanished, replaced by the chilling echoes of slaughter. Panic erupted into screams. What's happening? Someone light the torches. Eyes open, arrows. It's a coup. Shield His Majesty. The smoke canister was hurled into the fray. It detonated with a thunderous roar. Dylan recognized the signal instantly. Without a second's delay, he summoned Hugo. Yes, my lord. During this operation, if steel meets flesh, kill. I authorize the execution of everyone except the Emperor. Move to the secret library. The second signal. She has successfully linked up with the reinforcements in the shadows. Outside the capital walls, Duke Kennan led his armored battalion forward. I'm pleased I haven't arrived late. It's been far too long, Grand Preceptor. Was this your endgame from the very day you visited me? Charlie felt the vibrations of the marching army growing louder and more rhythmic. The Emperor's personal guard was closing in. She commanded, "Forward." Her gaze was unwavering, fueled by a lifetime of spite. Not even a single ant shall infiltrate the imperial city today. Inside the Emperor's private library. Is this a stroke of luck or a cursed discovery? Piles of systemic corruption and decadence, vile records documenting the imperial family's sins. State-sanctioned opium trafficking. The enslavement of citizens for horrific experiments, the silencing of kidnappings. The royals are truly a cancer that must be excised. V was trembling. What kind of nightmare is this? Dylan barked. V, snap out of it and follow me. Dylan reached out and snatched a dusty tome titled Cure the Living Sword Initiative. What madness is this living weapon top secret sealed under a millennium-long gag order? This originates from the Magic Tower. Attempts to anchor a consciousness into an inorganic vessel failed. However, a human with a formidable spirit forced to ingest an Iherit shard becomes the perfect canvas for a blade. And thus, a sentient sword is birthed, the Iherit shard. He recalled Charlie's warning: if a mortal consumes an Iherit shard, they mutate into something monstrous. If their will is weaker than the shard's malice, they are consumed by corruption. However, there is a singular path to survival after ingesting the shard. Through absolute wisdom and an indestructible will, one can preserve their soul. There exists only one successful specimen. Dylan brooded in silence. During that specific lesson, teacher's expression was undeniably... V cut through his thoughts. Your Highness, we must evacuate immediately. Hold. He frantically scanned the list of test subjects, deemed compatible for the experiment. Subject 0001, Earl Midane's second daughter. Subject 0035, Viscount Gaiman's second son, born 0215. Subject 0153, Margrave Austin's third daughter. Subject 0341, Viscount Paces Earl Elcott's heir. Subject 0512, Charlie Ronan, eldest daughter of the Duke of Ronan. Dylan was paralyzed with horror as he stared at Charlie's name etched into the records. At the Ronan estate, a messenger bird descended like an omen. Martial law declared. Rebellion ignited. Code red emergency. Akan and Dante stormed the room at that exact moment. Father, have you heard the chaos? The Crown Prince has declared a revolution. For what purpose the Crown Prince could have claimed the throne simply by biding his time. A sudden chilling thought of his daughter struck him. Charlie. If this uprising collapses, then Charlie, the prince, the Grand Preceptor, will surely face the executioner's block. On the front lines, Charlie received a frantic update. Grand Preceptor, the Ronin forces are marching into the heart of the Imperial City. Are they here to shield the tyrant? Fetch me my bow. At once. She notched an arrow, her mind cold as steel. Flesh and blood or not, if they stand in my way, I'll cut them down without hesitation. But Charlie's hand froze suddenly. That crimson banner? Are they actually rallying to the side of the rebellion? Akan's voice boomed across the field. The House of Ronin stands with Grand Preceptor Charlie. She was internally stunned. The severance from the family was already finalized. They could have survived just by staying neutral. I recognize the weight of their arrival, but frankly, I don't need their help. It has been far too long, Grand Duke. You finally made the right choice. Just then, a scout arrived with a terrifying report. Grand Preceptor, the Royal Knights have unleashed beasts outside the capital walls. Explain how many monsters? Over 1,000, my lady. You must retreat. This sector will soon be a graveyard. Don't be absurd. I'm moving out. The Grand Duke, paralyzed with fear for his child, tried to bar her path. No, Charlie. There are over 1,000. Those aren't men. They are abominations. You cannot face them alone. He speaks the truth, Grand Preceptor. Against shadow monsters, an entire squad of knights struggles for hours to fell just one. Even with our full might, we are no match for 1,000. Paying no heed to the warnings, Charlie vaulted onto her steed and charged, decapitating a monster in a single fluid stroke. The witnesses stood frozen in disbelief. She executed it with a single effortless blow. Charlie barked an authoritative command. Do not jeopardize the schedule. I will handle the vermin myself. Hold the line and intercept the Emperor's reinforcements. Do I make myself clear? The soldiers let out a deafening roar of approval. Yes! Follow the Grand Preceptor's lead! Charlie squared off against the swarm. Shadow monsters. So the unholy alliance between the Magic Tower and the throne is real. The peaks surrounding the Empire are crawling with these nightmares as well. Just as she struck one down, another lunged from the shadows, forcing Charlie to flip backward to evade the claws. In that split second, the beast was obliterated by a sudden burst of raw energy. One should exercise more caution. The enigmatic stranger, who had been shadowing her, spoke up. Does safety really matter in a bloodbath like this? Charlie analyzed him instantly, casting high-tier magic without a circle. He possesses the raw power of an archmage. Regardless, she leveled the tip of her blade at his throat. I have zero trust for mages. Perhaps, but having me at your side will certainly lighten your burden. Before the words left his lips, he pulverized another monster flanking Charlie. She mused, It seems I'll have to tolerate the sorcerer for the time being. Charlie pivoted back to the fight. She unleashed a whirlwind of strikes so fast they blurred, leaving the mage in a state of pure awe, slicing through the very fabric of space. You truly are a fascinating specimen to observe. Back in the depths of the hidden library, my lord, our window of escape is closing. I'm aware. We exit through this passage. Dylan's mind raced. Charlie Ronan. Why was teacher's name on a short list for abduction? The Imperial Guard. Why have they abandoned the Emperor? Why are they swarming this place? He commanded the commander, New orders, you and your men will defend this library at all costs. The enemy knights roared, By His Majesty's decree, knights execute the traitorous prince. Charlie tightened her grip on her hilt. Step aside, I'll settle this. They lunged forward, shrieking, Slay the traitor! Damn it all, drench the archives in oil first. Incinerating the Imperial Library is our top priority. In the moments that followed, nothing but blood-curdling screams filled the air. Dylan had ruthlessly butchered every last one of them. But the damage was done. The oil vats had already been overturned. In a heartbeat, a towering inferno surged toward the ceiling. My lord the Emperor has been cornered and isolated. He barked out a demand for the location. Deep within a subterranean grotto beneath the West Palace Sky Garden, sir. My unit will storm that position now. Squad 2, rally. We have successfully detained all members of the Imperial lineage except the Prince. Squad 3, mobilize. The Imperial seal is ours. Dylan barked. Squad 5, follow me to the North Palace Secret Passage Library. Squad 3, converge and reinforce Squad 5 to defend the archives. Move out. Understood, sir. Dylan cast a piercing gaze toward the West Palace. The Emperor is finally within my reach. The scene pivots to the outskirts of the capital. Grand Preceptor, you've returned. The mountain beasts have ceased their descent. Did you truly slaughter them all alone? A literal horde. And it's already over. With a bit of outside assistance, it was trivial. I cannot take all the credit. Charlie mused to herself. That sorcerer vanished without a name, keeping his identity shrouded in mystery. The third flare. We have successfully repelled the Emperor's legions as per the Grand Preceptor's strategic directives. We've seized the Imperial seal and completely hemmed in the Emperor. The secret archives are secure and every royal is in shackles, Grand Preceptor. Exquisite. Exceptional work, everyone. Now the weight of reality is finally starting to settle in. How many agonizing years have I waited for this moment? I must not falter, I must not shatter, and I must not succumb to pain. I refuse to be devoured by guilt or hollow vanity. No matter the cost, I will finalize this execution. Indeed. To see this through, I sought to reclaim my humanity. For 4 centuries, I never viewed Dylan as a living person. He was merely the final pawn to secure the win, a cold, calculated tool. Yet despite that, I made my choice and plunged headfirst into this chaos. The hour is at hand. I shall finally witness that tyrant groveling at my feet. Grand Preceptor, are you truly the mastermind who molded that man into a saintly ruler? Charlie unpinned her hair, letting the strands whip wildly in the gale. The soul-crushing fatigue, the exhaustion, and the gnawing doubt. The woman who had always been bound by invisible chains. It was a haunting silence before the storm, like a frozen glacier that simultaneously seethed with the heat of molten lava. Deep in the subterranean grotto. What madness is this? It seems you are devoid of even a shred of gratitude. To think I nurtured such a vicious beast. Dylan reflected on his teacher's grand design. This is a masterful tragedy of vengeance aimed at toppling the throne, but the true target is the Emperor's life. If teacher stains her own hands with the Emperor's blood to close this chapter of revenge, the Emperor shrieked, Release me, how dare you? Do you truly believe you'll escape the consequences of this sacrilege? Before he could finish, the crown clattered onto the stone floor. He will surely miss that golden trinket dearly. His entire reason for being his desperate obsession with survival will be utterly extinguished. Teacher, the true definition of love still eludes me. If I love someone beyond all reason, should I sacrifice everything for their peace? Even if I let her bring about my own ruin. I cannot stand idly by while she destroys her own soul. It would have been a mercy never to have known this feeling, but why did you hide the truth from me? If there is an object I desire, I will utilize any ruthless tactic necessary to possess it. Even if she never grants me forgiveness, so be it. I will gladly bear the weight of her hatred. Therefore the emperor shall meet his end by my hand alone. Elsewhere, Charlie thought, something is wrong. There is no signal. Dylan should have dragged that man here 3 hours ago. Even with a delay, this is inexcusable. She resolved to investigate the situation immediately. She barked, "Everyone hold your positions." She rode like a gale, her chest tightening with a burning, restless anxiety. Faster, damn you, even faster. The exhausted steed's legs finally buckled, and it collapsed into the dirt. Ignoring the fall, Charlie sprinted with desperate speed into the palace heart. A landscape of total devastation greeted her, the broken bodies of the imperial elite. Suddenly, a harrowing, blood-chilling shriek ripped through the air. Ugh! She recoiled, her mind racing. Could Dylan have already executed the emperor? The imperial palace with its millennium of blood-soaked history is drowning in a sea of flames, and the ruin I've craved for eons is finally unfolding before my eyes. I had originally orchestrated a plan to purge them all through the cold hand of the law. Since when did Dylan's darkness spiral so far beyond my jurisdiction? She sprinted desperately toward the remaining wings of the palace untouched by the inferno. Dylan, looming amidst the smoke, spoke with haunting calm. "Teacher, how did you track me here? Have you already snuffed out the emperor's life?" The tyrant's final breath belonged to me. I needed to witness his light fade with my own eyes. "Kill the emperor. Why did you rob me of his execution?" "I haven't killed him yet. He is very much alive. Aren't you dying to know what I've done to him?" "What exactly have you done?" Dylan's lips curled into a chilling smile. "Initially, I intended to end him with cold steel. But as I looked upon my father, a far more exquisite idea took root. Because in truth, the person teacher is truly consumed by is my father. So rather than letting him die by my sword, I found a way to ensure teacher never loses her will to live. That is why I chose to grant him the mercy of life. Leaving him breathing only to be hunted through a living hell is infinitely more agonizing. Perhaps that is the ultimate form of retribution. Don't you agree, teacher? I've already forced the emperor to consume the shard of Ihirit." Charlie stood paralyzed, her heart stopping at those horrific words. Dylan whispered, "He is yours to break. Even if you sever his limbs, he will endure. Even if you tear out his tongue, death will not claim him." Dylan cast the crown aside, letting it clatter across the stone. "If teacher desires, we can even forge him into a blade." Charlie stood in a daze, thinking, the creation of life is a divine sanctuary, a threshold no mortal should cross. This has transcended all human reason. I sought to avenge evil by transforming a man into a weapon through civilized means, yet I never envisioned a retaliation this monstrous. I need to escape. Dylan spoke again, his voice like velvet. "Teacher, this is the most flawless tribute I can offer you. But why do you withhold your praise?" "Right." Once I regained my composure, I realized Dylan wasn't the one I should be reviling. Dylan forcing the former emperor to swallow the Ihirit shard and turning him into a husk like Kira was just a twist of fate. Dylan has utterly dismantled the imperial line. Isn't this the exact outcome I've craved since the very beginning? His eyes are those of a starving hound desperately begging for a scrap of approval. Swallowing her dread, she reached out and stroked his hair. "You've done exceptionally well." The chaos was swiftly contained. Under the dampening spells of the magic tower, the blaze was easily smothered. The unconscious knights and servants were dragged away to a secure location. By all rights tomorrow. As the sun crested the horizon, the tyrant's atrocities were to be bared to the world before his head rolled. The other royals were to be judged by the law, so that when the survivors awoke, they would see justice. But because of this bloodbath, our reputation, the image of us as ruthless usurpers, has become far more terrifying. A massive backlash is inevitable. Now that the emperor has consumed the Ihirit shard, the complexity of our situation has multiplied tenfold. In the end, it's because Dylan grew up too perfectly. Who is there to blame, and why is Dylan so much like Dylan? I have to believe everything will be all right. While she was spiraling in thought, the two tiny spirits flickered into view. She whispered, "If I were to vanish tonight, would you two be willing to help me? We are your eternal allies. That's an easy task for us. You are such a gentle and precious soul. Whatever you desire, simply give the word." Shortly after, the new emperor of the First Diamond Empire ascended the throne. The coup was a total triumph. The former emperor and the fallen royals were declared dead. The proclamation shook the foundations of the entire empire. The world has been turned on its head. The charred remains of the palace are already under restoration. Everything flows perfectly as expected. Under Dylan's shadow, where he holds the power of life and death, every soul will have to tread lightly if they value their breath. Understood, Imperial Preceptor. Everything is under control. No significant disturbances. However, regarding the young Duke Delmun, you've arrived, Imperial Preceptor. My apologies, I wasn't aware you were expecting me. Intruding without notice was my mistake. Given the chaos of the coup, I couldn't express my gratitude properly. Thank you for your invaluable service. Who would dare weigh their own merits against those of the Imperial Preceptor? Please make yourself comfortable. My reason for seeking you out today isn't to poke around in your private affairs, so I hope you'll set your mind at ease. It's just that previously at the Swordsmanship Festival Gala, I was far too insolent, and I wish to offer my sincere apologies. Lady Ronan, why did you choose to survive instead of vanishing? Regardless of whatever hidden circumstances the Imperial Preceptor may be navigating, I want you to know that I have no intention of digging up your secrets on my own accord. Is he actually showing concern for me? Perhaps Kahu is unnaturally sensitive to the flow of time. Or maybe he's a fellow regressor who clawed his way back to the past alongside me. Is that what prompted his sudden, erratic decision to join the ranks of the rebellion? Yet I remain uncertain because Kahu himself seems burdened by an excess of worry. Kahu smiled. Congratulations on your ascension to Imperial Preceptor. My thanks. I shall certainly repay your loyalty. The very first blessing I've received came from Kahu. It's not such a bad feeling. I wish you a tranquil night, Preceptor. According to the timeline, Dylan and I should be reveling in the glorious success of our coup right now. But with my thoughts in such a state of disarray, I skipped Dylan's coronation. I feel a pang of guilt. He's still waiting for me, isn't he? Mary, did you successfully relay my message to His Imperial Majesty? Of course, Imperial Preceptor. Inform him that I have finally finished my preparations. Shall we begin your makeup? As you command, Imperial Preceptor. Rest assured I will ensure you look your absolute best. It's becoming clear that he is no longer the Dylan I once tutored. He feels like a total stranger now, like a pristine sheet of paper stained with a darkness much deeper than I imagined. That's the unsettling vibe I'm getting. I need to snap out of this funk immediately. In the inner chambers, Dylan asked, Teacher sent such a message? Yes, sire. And here is the rare perfume you commanded us to find. Well done. In all honesty, the victory belongs to the Imperial Preceptor. We were merely supporting actors in her play. That power of hers transcends the human realm. If the Preceptor were ever my enemy, I would have zero chance of survival. With that level of might, she could single-handedly raise the Empire. Yet, she refrained because of a lingering humanity. Is it guilt? While he was lost in thought, Knight 5 entered to deliver a report. My lord, the Imperial Preceptor was spotted in a private conversation with Kahu. Is that so, Kahu, once again? What was the nature of their exchange? The young Duke swore he wouldn't pry. He urged her to rest and offered his congratulations on her new title. However, I sensed a certain private intimacy between the two of them. I see. Teacher still remains blissfully unaware of the depth of my feelings. I chose her with a heart overflowing with loyalty. I believe Lady Ramia is a flawless candidate for the role of Crown Princess, Your Highness. Between you, Kahu, and the Grand Preceptor, was there ever a formal engagement? How can a noble handling the weight of the state be so fixated on mere appearance? Leave the grooming to me, Your Majesty. Even in the wild, the male peacock fans his vibrant feathers to be chosen by his mate. As a suitor, looking my best is only natural. Just then, a voice from the corridor announced, The refreshments have been prepared, Your Majesty. Lead the way. I can't fathom why my heart is racing like this. Or perhaps I'm simply overanalyzing the magnitude of this encounter. In that moment, Charlie made her entrance. I, Imperial Preceptor Charlie, the Empire's radiant son and noble master of the blade, offer my greetings to His Majesty the Emperor. Dylan gazed at her with intense longing, his face flushing crimson as he lost his words. Charlie spoke once more, prompted by the silence. Your Majesty, it seems because this is our first time sharing a drink since my ascension, I'm feeling a bit restless. Is that the case? Your Majesty, is this vintage imported from the Eastern continent? This is the first time I've realized that being called Your Majesty could sound so sweet. Teacher, simply sipping wine is quite dull. Why don't we indulge in a simple game? You mean the game of Ihirit very well. The Ihirit game. It's the pastime where nobles invoke the names of gods to sound grand, but it's really a psychological war of truth and deception. In a late-night setting, it's known as the Adult's Truth Game. The rules are simple. We will trade questions back and forth. If one fails to answer within a minute, they forfeit the round. And the defeated party must grant any request the victor desires. Agreed. A fascinating game indeed. It certainly piques my curiosity. Let's begin the game first and settle the stakes later. Dylan pressed, unlimited wishes. Is that the scale we're playing for? Then, Your Majesty, I invite you to pose the opening question. Dylan fell into a brief, heavy silence before asking, What exactly is an Ihirit shard? The moment the words left his lips, Charlie felt a suffocating pressure tighten around her chest. She answered, It is the primordial source of all monsters, the divine remains of a fallen god that wrought the essence of life and saturated it with malice. Ideally, a deity should reclaim them, but with the god deceased, we are left helpless. As the pinnacle of all species, humanity must suppress these abominations and purge them according to our moral code. Now my turn. What is your verdict on a human being reckless enough to swallow such a shard? I believe such a creature would be utterly worthless. My turn again. What secrets are you keeping from me, teacher? She scrutinized his intent for a fleeting second before calmly replying, Nothing at all. Nothing. You truly harbor no hidden truths from me. Strictly speaking, I have concealed nothing. After all, who could ever conceive that the hands of time have been rewound? It is my turn once more. Your Majesty, is there someone who holds your heart? Dylan's face flushed a deep crimson as he blurted out, Yes, it is someone I have loved for an eternity. Then it must be someone who has walked beside him for years. To my knowledge, only one person fits that description, Miss Charlie. I chose this line of questioning because if Dylan truly loves me, it might explain his barbaric choice to feed the shard to the former emperor. The pieces of this puzzle are becoming increasingly tangled. While she was lost in the labyrinth of her thoughts, Dylan countered, Teacher, is there anyone currently in your heart? Why did Kahu's face flash through my mind? Is it simply because he was the man I was destined to marry in my previous life? Regardless, my feelings for Kahu are merely echoes of nostalgia, a debt of gratitude for the past, and a faint sense of duty to shield him. It is nothing more than a ghost of a memory, she replied firmly. No, Your Majesty. Then tell me, Your Majesty, who is this person you love so deeply? Dylan's heart hammered against his ribs. He couldn't speak the truth. A subconscious instinct warned him if Teacher saw into his heart, she would vanish forever. He considered a lie, but Dylan choked out, I concede. I lose. Could it actually be? Dylan asked with a forced, eerie calm. What is your wish? But his composure was a lie. His hands were trembling with uncontrollable violence. Wine splattered across the table. This was my clumsiness. Forgive me, Teacher. It seems the spirits have gone to my head, Charlie mused. Despite his stoic mask, he can't suppress that shuddering. Does he truly love me? I maintain my distance only to ensure the coup's success. If this is true, I must pivot. Even if the variables shift, my vendetta against the Empire cannot be quenched. Since a new strategy is required, I shall weaponize Dylan's emotions as well. However, Your Majesty, I do have one request. Please instruct me in a certain art when you have the time. Me instructing you, Teacher. Indeed, I wish for you to teach me the piano, Your Majesty. I have a sudden desire to master the keys. Meanwhile, Lucy, the ruthless head of the Assassin Guild, scoffed, Is there still a fool this delusional? What's the play? You actually want me to put a hit on the Imperial Preceptor? The hooded figure replied, I have a massive down payment ready. Is this an attempt to wipe out a rival guild, or what? Is that your angle, huh, my friend? You'll have to double that pittance. No, I demand triple the original amount. Lucy slammed his palm onto the desk with a deafening crack. Do you honestly think I'm in the mood to haggle with you? I'm rejecting the contract. And you lot mark this down. Absolutely zero commissions targeting Charlie Ronan are to be accepted. The two shadows behind him echoed, Understood, sir. Does it strictly have to be the preceptor? Do you have no other enemies on your list? If you're desperate, what about a contract on the Ronan family? That's a high-stakes gamble. The petition to sever her ties with the family was already filed. There's no official protection on the Ronans' lives, right? But even if Charlie views her kin as mere pebbles in the gutter, what if I strike them and she hunts me for sport? But darling, I had no idea you cherished them like priceless gems. Tortured by the thought, Lucy clutched his head and roared, Ah, to hell with it. No, no, no. Every commission involving anyone remotely linked to the Imperial Preceptor is officially blacklisted. Drag this idiot out of here. I'm so envious of those Ronan bastards I could scream. It's as if they were divine blessed just for sharing a drop of blood with Charlie. But there is no alternative. I still haunt myself with that look of hers. Even the most grizzled assassins don't possess eyes that cold. It seems only the mention of the Crown Prince manages to soften her jagged edges. Enough, I need to stop obsessing. I have no desire to be her next target. Whatever it takes, I must stay on Charlie's good side. The scene shifts to the local taverns where the commoners are whispering. The Imperial Preceptor's father. Has she finally granted him mercy? She was completely in the dark until the coup ignited, wasn't she? So the bridges are still burnt. This is clearly the hour for the Ronans to grovel at the Imperial Preceptor's feet. Inside the private study, the three men, the Grand Duke, Canon Dante sat in a stifling, oppressive silence, the air thick with unresolved tension. Finally, the Grand Duke broke the quiet. Regarding Charlie, what are your thoughts, my sons? What are you implying, father? Are you referring to the cowards who lack the spine to face Charlie and instead swarm us desperate to dig up dirt? Dante interjected. What is our next move? Even if you grovel at the imperial preceptor's feet, such sincerity will likely be met with cold skepticism. Hasn't Charlie already ascended to a realm of absolute untouchable power? Listen to me first. A certain count approached me with a fascinating theory. Had the coup crumbled, Charlie would have been branded a traitor. Yet, specifically because of her demand to be struck from the family register, the House of Ronin was spared the executioner's block. Doesn't that prove her ultimate goal was to safeguard the Ronin legacy? Father, please snap out of this delusion. That is nothing but a convenient, self-serving fantasy created after the dust has settled. Then what path is left for us to take? Are we simply to wait and hope that time heals these jagged wounds? She fled our presence to become a tutor for a forgotten prince because she couldn't stand the sight of us. And in return, we branded Charlie a common murderer. No matter how desperately you plead, I will never acknowledge you as someone who shares my bloodline. Therefore, I have no use for these pathetic offerings. I never should have let those venomous words leave my lips. Did Charlie truly orchestrate everything to save the Ronins? Even if we sought her forgiveness, it would likely be dismissed as hollow, opportunistic gossip. Perhaps we were granted countless chances, but we systematically sabotaged every single one of them ourselves. At dawn, a soft golden radiance spills through the casement, accompanied by the rhythmic serenade of songbirds. Charlie stirs from her slumber. Is the sun already up? A hazy recollection of last night's drinking game flickers in her mind. Dylan, it's my turn to play, isn't it? Who is the one you love, your majesty? I forfeit. If Dylan truly harbors feelings for me, they likely took root after the 7 consort's funeral. I must recalibrate my grand design to manipulate Dylan's current emotional state. The revised strategy, to be frank, doesn't bode well for Dylan's future. Amidst her calculations, a servant announced imperial preceptor. The arrangements for your relocation to the private residence adjacent to the Emperor's palace are complete. I understand, Mary. By decree, the mentor and the sovereign must occupy the same quarters. Thus, I must migrate from the Crown Prince's wing to the Emperor's palace, the very place where I endured 400 years as the sword Kiora. Presenting the Lilac Room, your new sanctuary imperial preceptor. This grand chamber is for me the Lilac Room, Ed. Mary chirped with excitement. The weather is exquisite today. Shall I throw open the shutters, imperial preceptor? Please do, Charlie mused. Designed for the Emperor's security, this is the most secluded chamber, a hub connecting every artery of the palace. Logistically, it's a fortress. Metaphorically, it's the room closest to the heart. This is a suite fit for a monarch, not a mere preceptor. She turned to Mary. Ensure His Majesty knows of my profound gratitude, and Mary, see that the piano is moved here for me. The piano, my lady. Yes, position it right beside my bed. As you wish, it shall be done. On that note, the hour for swordsmanship training approaches. I must prepare for the duel. At the training grounds, Dylan smiled. I'm grateful I can summon teacher for a lesson whenever I wish. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you, Your Majesty. Let's alter today's curriculum. Shall we engage in a spar that mirrors the lethality of real combat? She wore a sharp smile as she continued, I have coated my blade in a potent toxin. Dylan recoiled slightly at the revelation, falling into a tense, wary silence. Let us dance with our lives on the line. Are you truly serious about this, teacher? Very well, I accept your challenge. For some reason, I can feel her eyes probing me, testing my resolve. She's hunting for my true feelings. If I don't love her, I must prove it through my blade. I cannot let her see past my mask. But as his mind raced, Charlie barked, Focus. In a true life and death struggle, Your Majesty would have already lost his head. Forgive me, he whispered under his breath. I cannot bear to wound you, yet I dread being discarded by you even more. There is no need for apologies, Your Majesty. I am simply stunned by how much you've evolved in my absence. Even your feints and light strikes are now masterful. Teacher, about the wish you won from our game. Might I visit you tomorrow evening? She smiled enigmatically and replied, Of course. Let's take a brief respite before we resume the session. I vividly remember the first time I heard Dylan play. He was 13 and I was 14. He was a difficult soul to reach, but the haunting melody he produced that day is still etched into my memory. That night, as she peered out the open window, a sea of starlight flooded the horizon. The atmosphere was ethereal, draped in a dreamlike mist. Settling at the piano, Charlie remarked, Shouldn't you be tending to the affairs of state? Your Majesty, you didn't seize the throne for a late-night recital. Dylan replied, When you touch the keys, imagine you are cradling a delicate bird. He then gently adjusted her hand. Do not strike with the flat of the finger. Use the tips and maintain a slight arch in the wrist. In all things, the foundation of one's posture is the key to mastery. Charlie sat in a silent trance, grappling with the mystery. Ever since the 7th consort's funeral, Dylan had become an enigma she couldn't solve. In the past, he was transparent, his every thought visible like light through a window. But now, I can't decipher a single layer of his soul. Teacher, where has your mind wandered? Forgive me, Your Majesty. My thoughts were simply preoccupied with you. It's no trouble. Perhaps I pushed too hard, considering it was only our debut lesson. For our next session, let's focus on mastering a simple melody. Dylan was perfectly formal, yet he left me without a single opening to exploit. The grand design will advance according to the new strategy, but I'll need to keep a close watch on Dylan. Later at the council meeting, we'll table that for the next session. Border skirmishes are escalating, and the Empire's mood is shifting toward anxiety over military drafts. Marquise Net raised the alarm. A portion of the Outer Hawk territory. The next agenda item focuses on the fractured remnants of the uprising. Specifically, the fanatics plotting to restore the army of the fallen King Dichik. Intelligence suggests they've crawled into bed with the Dark Sector. Charlie's mind sharpened. The underworld. I personally dismantled that nation and haven't spared it a thought since, but if they've allied with Dichik's loyalists, the stakes have changed. I cannot remain idle when the Dark Sector is so deeply intertwined with the Magic Tower. It may harbor secrets regarding Kiora. I need an operative with undeniable lethal talent. Charlie raised her hand, her voice steady. I shall take command of this suppression personally. A count attempted to interject, raising his hand. But Imperial Preceptor... Suddenly his breath hitched, and the words died in his throat. The darkness radiating from Charlie was utterly paralyzing. She sought Dylan's confirmation, and he offered a subtle nod of approval. Proceed as you see fit. Your Majesty, given the peril, shouldn't the Imperial Preceptor be flanked by a few elite subordinates? A fair point. Charlie mused internally. I have no need for dead weight. Kahu suddenly raised his hand. In that case, I volunteer to serve as her shadow. The room erupted in hushed whispers. The two most formidable rising stars were joining forces for the most hazardous mission in the Empire. Wasn't young Duke Kahu just commissioned as captain of the Royal Knights? He should be drowning in transition work. Charlie wondered, what's his angle? I have zero desire to entwine myself with him. Yet their paths were locked by the ghost of an engagement from the previous timeline. Dylan remarked, the young Duke is indeed a pillar of reliability. I trust you will provide her with impeccable support. I shall not fail you, Charlie thought bitterly. You're making my life impossible, Your Majesty. Later arriving in this dark sector, the atmosphere here is quite ominous, wouldn't you say? Charlie calculated, even if they're cozy with the underworld, these remnants lack intel on me. While the coup raged, I was busy purging monsters. They'll likely focus all their malice on neutralizing Kahu. Judging by the pressure in the air, these foes are at least high-tier threats. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the earth like a massive quake. She barked a sharp command, brace yourself, young Duke, before the echoes faded. She blurred forward and unleashed a devastating swing, cleaving a massive stone golem in two. But the rumbling intensified. Kahu gasped in disbelief. What, there are more of them? The golems are already regenerating, but their craftsmanship is crude. Is this a butterfly effect from the sabotage of the Kiora project? Or did the Magic Tower perfect this horror behind the Emperor's back? Kahu asked. Why is their energy so revolting? Charlie explained. They're golems, monstrous chimeras that can be shattered and rebuilt. No matter. Aim for the knee joints. That is their fatal flaw. Kahu wondered. I've never encountered such an abomination in my life. How can she know its weakness so precisely? Back when the coup ignited, even though I witnessed Charlie's godlike power from a distance, seeing her lethality up close is a shattering experience. Suddenly, memories of the Charlie before the regression flooded back. Despite her martial bloodline, her genius was ignored. Once she was a refined lady whose breathtaking beauty only masked a desperate hunger for her family's love. Kahu recalled the old palace gossip. The lady is a treasure to her house, so why do the Ronins ignore her? I heard she mastered the sword only to prove her loyalty to the crown, didn't she? Hush, watch your tongue or you'll be next. But the woman standing before me now is a total stranger. She is like a fragile rainbow shimmering under a sun, obscured by rain, possessed by a beauty that feels dangerously close to death. She embodies the flash of life and the silence of the grave. It's as if the world itself is intoxicated by her lethal grace. Which version of you is the truth? At that moment, Charlie glanced back and said, keep what you've witnessed today a secret. Seeing these horrors unleashed must have been a terrifying shock. Kahu was internally awestruck. The truth is finally clear. You are a completely unrecognizable soul compared to the Charlie Ronin in my memories. Charlie smirked and added, in that case, I must take accountability and hunt these beasts down with everything I've got. The scene shifts. Your Majesty, to truly tether Duke Delman to your cause, we must finalize the engagement between the young Duke and the Imperial Preceptor. We still lack concrete proof of the Duke's loyalty while he serves as your Knight Captain. That is the reality. Now, while they are isolated on this mission together is the golden opportunity. Regarding the young Duke and the Preceptor, didn't they once share an engagement? I believe no foundation for your reign would be firmer than a political union like this. Dylan asked coldly, "Is there no other path?" Met with a wall of silence, Dylan spoke with renewed authority. Focus on building and expanding the officer academy. He brooded in silence. The two of them will inevitably develop a bond while out on the field. Yet it will never rival the intimacy between teacher and me. We have been inseparable for years. But there is a variable I haven't solved. Kahu, a man who can leverage a formal engagement, and me, who is merely her student, we stand on two entirely different planes. If I don't master my temper, I'll spiral into madness. I cannot afford to lose my grip now. If I let these raw emotions consume me, I'll never possess Charlie. I want her. No, the truth is I want to cage her. The scene shifts back to Charlie. She whispered softly, "Come here." She stroked the black hound's head. "Good boy." Kahu mused, "The monsters are purged. But as rumored, the dark sector is a notorious labyrinth. Tracking down the remaining rats is proving to be a nightmare." After a moment of reflection, he turned and asked, "Are you fond of dogs?" "I don't find them distasteful." "He's quite submissive. Can beasts truly sense who harbors genuine intentions toward them?" Charlie noted, "Aren't you exhausted? We've spent half a day in this sunless pit. Let's take 5. And that permissible? The monsters in that sector are decimated, so they'll be in total disarray. We've bought ourselves about a day's worth of time." Kahu hesitated before asking, "Then would you permit me to host you at my estate?" Charlie calculated her next move. The Delman territory isn't a long journey from here. If Kahu has indeed regressed, observing him in close quarters would be a strategic win. She replied, "Let's do that." News reached the Delman estate and the servants began a flurry of gossip. "The Imperial Preceptor is visiting us." The master himself invited her. "What about the guest chambers? Get them polished. We need more hands in the kitchen now." A voice rang out with urgency. "The carriage has arrived." Is the girl who was almost his fiancée coming? Exactly the one who almost wore his ring. Still, who can say what sparks might fly now? Kahu muttered, "I can hear you," then turned to Charlie. "My sincerest apologies for the noise. It's quite all right. Allow me to escort you to the dining hall." Soon a breathtakingly lavish banquet was presented. The chef clearly poured his soul into this preparation. Come to think of it, it's been an age since I've dined in a noble's residence. Aside from the Imperial Palace, of course, because within the Ronin walls there was never a seat at the table for me. Kahu inquired, "Is the cuisine to your liking, Imperial Preceptor?" I can practically feel the warmth of their hospitality. "It's exquisite. You have my thanks." Just then, a servant carrying a tray lost her footing and crashed to the floor. The maid trembled in terror, stammering, I'm so sorry. You were dining in peace, and I had the audacity to disrupt you." Suddenly, Charlie reached out, causing the maid to flinch in anticipation of a blow. Charlie asked with genuine concern, "Are you all right? Any injuries? I'm perfectly fine, and I was finished with my meal anyway." "Yes, my lady." "Your hands are shaking violently. If you cut yourself while clearing these shards, I would be quite distressed." The maid's face flushed deep red as she was overwhelmed by a wave of gratitude. I'm beyond grateful. Truly, I owe you everything, Imperial Preceptor." She caught the servants whispering in the halls. "Did you hear the dining room story? She's a legendary knight, but oh my god, I'm so starstruck I won't sleep. If only the Preceptor became our lady." Charlie noted their growing fondness for her. "When you reach my level of mastery, your senses become hyper-tuned. They have no idea I can hear every word." After sealing a letter, she stepped to the window and summoned a messenger bird. She fastened the scroll to its leg and commanded, "Deliver this straight to His Majesty." When he scans these words, will Dylan's jealousy ignite? It's irrelevant. Regardless, I'm not sharing a bed with Kahu. The rumors of my stay at the Delman estate might set tongues wagging, but they'll burn out in a heartbeat. 5 years ago, I made it clear I had no intention of marrying Kahu. I have absolutely nothing to fear regarding him. Meanwhile, Dylan received Charlie's missive. The ink read, "To maximize operational efficiency, I shall return to the palace following a period of rest at the Duke of Delman's estate. I wish you eternal serenity. Sincerely, Charlie." Dylan crushed the letter in his fist, a dark scowl forming as he hissed, "Operational efficiency. Is she testing my patience, or is she actually falling for Kahu's charms?" Back at the Delman estate. A sharp, wet hacking sound tore through the silence of the dead night. The assassin buckled and collapsed onto the dirt. Charlie whispered, "It has been quite a while since I've hosted a midnight guest. I'd best tend to this blade before the gore congeals inside the fuller." The servant called out, "My lord, the imperial preceptor is lingering by the garden steps." "Is that so?" Kahu mused. "The garden, is she unable to sleep?" Guided by that thought, Kahu took up a candle and ventured out into the moonlight. Charlie caught sight of him and spoke, "So you found me." Kahu instantly caught the metallic tang of blood. "Why are you out here polishing your steel instead of resting?" "Because this little one worked particularly hard today." "Little one, why don't you take a seat? The sky from this vantage point looks as if the stars might cascade down at any moment." Kahu sat beside her, drowning in his own thoughts. On a moon-drenched night like this, observing the heavens in Charlie's company, it feels utterly ethereal. He remarked, "Not long ago, the heir of Count Hat was thrown from his steed. Regrettably, his tragic end was written in the stars." Charlie froze, her mind reeling. Wait, that tragedy occurred before the timeline reset. In this life, due to the butterfly effect of my interference, Count Hat's successor cheated death. Is he baiting me, or is he struggling to separate memories from before and after the regression? She masked her suspicion and asked, "Such a calamity befell Count Hat's house." It seems my mind is playing tricks on me. It happens on occasion. My apologies." "It's understandable. But I've confirmed it. Kahu has regressed. But by what means? I pleaded with the gods while harboring the Ihirit shard in my marrow. That was a miracle. Could Kahu's regression simply be destiny? No, what destiny? That's far too sentimental. Furthermore, Kahu lacks the telltale aura of a shard. He's purely human. But I have a question of my own. Why did you side with His Majesty? Why forego reporting the coup to choose Dylan instead?" "I didn't choose His Majesty. For me, from the very beginning, my only choice was the imperial preceptor." As he spoke, Kahu turned toward her with a gentle smile. The velvet night, the crisp autumn wind, and eyes as piercingly blue as the natural world. Kahu is the quintessential noble groomed for leadership since birth. It seems he isn't weaving a web of lies this time, just as I yearn to reclaim my humanity. "Well, it's late. Let's head in. We have a mission at dawn." "As you wish, imperial preceptor." The following morning, the enigmatic maid shadowing Charlie muttered, "She's actually stepping into the dark sector." I've spent so long hunting her from the shadows, it feels surreal to finally reveal myself like this. Suddenly, Charlie's head snapped in his direction, but the mage vanished into the architecture before she could spot him. Did she detect a lingering magical resonance? She's terrifyingly sharp. I must be more discreet. Later, Charlie and Kahu stood before a massive forbidding gate. This must be the place. She knocked once and shoved it open. Kahu's throat went dry as he murmured, "This is even more depraved than the rumors suggested. Blatant human trafficking. A black market trading in what were once living souls. An arena where men are pumped with combat narcotics for blood-soaked gladiator matches. Even at the threshold, the stench is palpable. Clearly within the empire, yet as alien as a nightmare realm." At that moment, a voice barked, "What's this? Who gave you run of the place? Show me your entry permit now." "Ah, a formal permit." Before the word settled, Charlie unsheathed her blade and silenced him in a heartbeat. "There will be no permits issued today and no name for you to remember." Kahu stood paralyzed. Incredible. Such surgical precision, leaving no trace but a perfect lethal strike. As he stood there awestruck, Charlie commanded, "Raise this den of filth, young duke." Kahu stepped forward, produced a whistle, and let out a sharp blast. Beep, beep. Instantaneously, the thunder of heavy boots echoed. It appears the whistle Charlie gifted me was a beacon for the Otyok squad. It makes sense. If the Emperor dotes on her this much, he'd never let her walk into danger alone. They saluted him. Young Duke Kahu declared, "The Imperial Preceptor has infiltrated for the sweep. She ordered the Otyok squad to secure this location immediately." Inside the facility, Charlie leveled her sword at the hidden mage. Why do you keep haunting my footsteps and..." "Speak now, or I will end your life." Moments ago in the archives, Charlie whispered, "At last." The tome was labeled The Kiora Project. The preface read, "Ahirit exists in both original forms and replicas. If it is not singular, then it cannot be omnipotent. Thus, Ahirit is no true god. Harvesting slaves with the specific traits to endure the shards remains the most efficient path." The Kiora Project flourished within the Magic Tower even without the Crown's patronage. As Charlie processed this, a faint rustle echoed from the shadows. She spun around, leveling her blade at the mage. "Wait! Mercy? It's me. Back to the present. Is this your final answer? This is the last shred of pity I'll show you, counting to 10. Stop recruitment. I was following you to offer a position because I crave your power. Did you lose your memory? I don't place my trust in anyone associated with the mage faction. That is precisely why you die today. Hold on. You need to hear my motive first. I despise mages as much as you. My singular goal is to slaughter every last one of them. Charlie froze at his words. A mage dedicated to the genocide of his own kind. He stammered, "My name is Pen. I'm an operative of the shadow organization Imperial. We are currently hunting the Kiora project and your strength is vital." Imperial. A clandestine cult dedicated to resurrecting Ahirit, the deity presumed dead. I was aware of their existence, but they lacked any tangible record of action. Pen rolled back his sleeve to expose a brand. First, the proof. As for why we chose you, it's obviously due to your monstrous skill level. And because you radiate a faint scent, an intoxicating, addictive aroma that no mortal has ever encountered. It's a fragrance that cannot be mimicked. Unique. Charlie was secretly stunned. Could it be the resonance of the Ahirit shard? You can put your faith in me. Because I too am a byproduct of the Kiora project. With your eyes, you can see it, can't you? My true state. My internal circuits were violently rebuilt to force Ahirit's raw power through my veins. Charlie realized Pen's physical form was a walking corpse animated solely by mana. That explained his sensitivity to Ahirit's scent. My instincts warned me this man is a viper, yet killing him now would be a waste of intel. Even without pity, she said, I have no idea what you're rambling about. I appreciate the flattery, but take your business elsewhere. Wait, you're just walking away. No other entity possesses more data on the Kiora project than my brotherhood. My knowledge of Imperial is limited, but their primary rule is infamous. Once you join, you must sever every tether to the world. I still need to remain at Dylan's side. I have no interest in wasting time trying to revive a hollow god. As Charlie exited, the Ottioka squad snapped into a bow. Hail, Imperial Preceptor. Suddenly, Charlie glanced over her shoulder. Pen was it? I have a feeling he won't give up this chase so easily. Meanwhile, Dylan was deep into a canvas when he suddenly froze. An involuntary reflection of my subconscious. Because a sight like this, teacher wearing a radiant smile while standing beside Kahu, it is something I would never ever wish to paint. Suddenly, an attendant entered with news. Your Majesty, the Imperial Preceptor has returned to the grounds. Dylan's expression brightened instantly as he asked, Teacher? Yes, the Imperial Preceptor awaits your presence in the Moonlight Garden. Dylan hurried to the garden and found Charlie admiring the flora. He noted, I've never seen her in that gown before. If she stayed at Kahu's estate recently, it must be a tribute from the Delmont house. I want to tear that dress to shreds. This is pure jealousy and a toxic possessiveness. Dark emotions, but I suppose this is exactly why I seized the throne. Charlie noticed him and dropped into a respectful curtsy. I seek an audience with the son of the Empire. Why so formal all of a sudden? How was the campaign? I've reviewed the Otte Oak Squad's report. They described your performance as nothing short of legendary. Charlie signaled to the spirits and said, We're heading out. Catch you later, big sis. Then she addressed the Emperor. I found the mission quite stimulating, Your Majesty. Coordination with the young Duke and the blade allowed me to feel what true synergy is like. I'm pleased to hear the experience was to your liking. I intend to host a grand ball in your honor soon, both to celebrate our victory and to properly reward your loyalty. Charlie thought, if it's a gala for the purge, then Kahu and I will be the centerpiece of the evening. His tone is anything but tranquil. Is he truly fine? No, there's no way. Dylan reached out, his voice low. I wonder if you encountered any discomfort while staying at the young Duke's estate. She placed her hand gently in his and answered, None at all. I was charmed by their incredibly warm welcome. It is a relief to see you returned unscathed. Teacher, do you find yourself fond of the young Duke? She thought, at the very least, he doesn't irritate me. Yes, Your Majesty, I am quite fond of him. Dylan's grip on her hand tightened painfully. Is that so? So you finally have someone you favor. That's marvelous news, is it not? Even so, remain vigilant, teacher. On the surface, this is a biting autumn night. But why does the atmosphere surrounding us feel like the height of a sweltering summer? Meanwhile, Kahu mused, It's been an age since I set foot in the training camp. I should review these files before heading in. Suddenly, a familiar voice hailed him. Young Duke, it has been far too long. Forgive me, I should address you as captain now, shouldn't I? Long time no see, young master. Were you not recently commissioned? Yeah, I'm leading the Second Night Order. No complaints here. Oh, I heard about your son. Congrats. Thanks. Akan hesitated. Is Charlie doing well? Charlie doing... Word is, the two of you annihilated every monster unleashed in the dark sector. Indeed, though I was merely a supporting act. I'm not being dramatic, but that clearance was entirely the work of the Imperial Preceptor. Her swordsmanship is god tier. It's a crime she isn't more famous, but it makes me wonder. I can't help but ask who the master was that forged such a lethal talent. She never had a master. She simply mastered the blade through sheer, solitary will. Kahu pressed further. Did the Imperial Preceptor have tutors for subjects other than combat? Akan replied somberly. I have nothing left to offer you. Kahu brooded. Based on the whispers circulating through high society, I heard a governess once taught the lady basic social graces, but in any other field was there truly not a single mentor who gave her a single lesson. Then I'll take my leave. Where in the world did she acquire such profound knowledge? Even if martial genius is a gift of birth, complex information cannot be absorbed and memorized with such effortless ease. Wrestling with this, Kahu froze as a suspicion he had never dared entertain suddenly took root. Clearly the Empire today and the Empire before the regression are night and day. The distance from the Divine Empire ruled by the Holy King is also widening. But this transformed nation has been baptized in blood, and the Emperor who could bring the world to its knees is subservient to Charlie. What kind of empire are they truly trying to manifest? Strangely enough, it smells like impending destruction. He was so deeply submerged in thought that ink pooled on his hand, making Kahu flinch. Scene change. These are all premium fabric rolls strictly curated for quality. Your Majesty. Is there no satin? Naturally, but the high-end silks for the Imperial House are sold exclusively at Madame Kun's salon. I believe the standing contract is already ironclad. Dylan calculated, is Kun's salon the personal dressmaker for the House of Delmon? Voiding a prior contract will destabilize the market, but if there's no hurdle, I'll end it. Can you seize all the fabric rolls meant for the previous contract? In exchange, I'll cover the penalty at 10 times the market rate. Suddenly, a chilling smile spread across Dylan's face. Wait, let's pivot and do it this way instead. Across the palace, the maid gasped, Oh my, you are breathtaking, Imperial Preceptor. Now for the final flourish, the jewelry. How do you find this blue diamond necklace that just arrived? No, sapphire earrings complement today's gown much better. Charlie mused, Both stones remind me of a certain person. Time truly flies like a precision arrow. In the blink of an eye, the world Dronzer has been blanketed in winter. The guests are buzzing. Oh my, look, it's the Imperial Preceptor and the young Duke. They say they've purged the last of the rebels in the dark sector. I heard her swordsmanship is legendary. Yes, Kahu thought. Perhaps I'm out of practice with these galas. Imperial Preceptor, I'll fetch us drinks. Stay right here for a moment. All right. He seems incredibly on edge. There hasn't been a single ball held in recent memory. Even the Emperor skipped his coronation gala, so how could the lesser nobles dare to host one? Just as the thought crossed her mind, the heavy sound of approaching footsteps echoed. She turned to find herself looking directly at Dylan. The room dipped into a synchronized bow. Salutations to the son of the Empire. All hail the son of the Empire. Dylan stepped forward, his voice low. Teacher, I have come to reclaim the first dance that was once stolen from me. She locked eyes with him and thought, the first dance, I remember it now. That day, I gave him my word that I would dance with Dylan first. But in the end, I chose to dance with Kahu. Dylan brushed his hand against her cheek. Teacher, I hope you won't cast your gaze toward the young Duke anymore. For today alone, shouldn't those eyes of yours reflect only me? Is that not right, teacher? Charlie reasoned, standard etiquette dictates the first dance must be shared with one's official companion. But since Kahu was the first to shatter that unwritten rule, this should be perfectly acceptable. At that precise moment, Dylan extended his hand. Will you grant me the honor of this dance, my lady? My pulse is racing. For some inexplicable reason, I feel as though I'm stepping right into a trap. After a brief hesitation, she replied, As you wish, my sovereign. Those earrings compliment you perfectly, teacher. Do you truly think so? Your Majesty, I don't recall ever giving you dance lessons. How did you become so proficient? Oh, really? It's because I yearned to dance with you, teacher, so I spent countless hours practicing in solitude. The onlookers began to whisper, This is more than a simple dance. It's a breathtaking masterpiece. Kahu also stood back, tracking their every move with an intense gaze. They are practically glowing. Just as the rumor suggested, they look like the true leads of the ball. Kahu flashed back to earlier. Master Madame Kun sent word that she's overwhelmed with orders and apologized for being unable to tailor your attire for this gala. What the? He thought suspiciously. She has been our trusted clothier for a decade. Why the sudden betrayal? And yet His Majesty's outfit is a carbon copy of the design I intended to commission from Madame Kun. Could this truly be a mere coincidence? Suddenly, Dylan snapped his head around to lock eyes with Kahu. Then, with a smirk, he continued gliding across the floor with Charlie. Kahu thought, despite how disrespectful it feels to even think it, the stinging realization that he has stolen the Imperial Preceptor from me keeps haunting my mind. After the music faded, Dylan stood in a trance thinking, I can still feel the warmth of teacher's body against mine. Suddenly, Kahu made his approach. Your Majesty? What business could you possibly have with me? I am young Duke Kahu of the House of Delmon. I have a matter to discuss with your Majesty in private. Will you grant me an audience? First, I thank your Majesty for your trust and the honor of appointing me captain of the 1st Imperial Knights. That was no favor of mine, but a reward for your own merit. It is a glory for my house. And the crux of the matter is, while the Imperial Preceptor stayed at my estate, she revealed a side I never envisioned. Naturally, this rests on the Imperial Preceptor's own desires, but I believe, if possible, moving forward with this union as the public expects would be a wise move. Are the Imperial Preceptor and I not both at the ideal age for marriage? Teacher's marriage is strictly her own private concern. Even I, as Emperor, cannot interfere with her heart as I please. Kahu thought, I've struck His Majesty's rawest nerve. It isn't the marriage itself, nor my unilateral proposal. But if I peer into his soul, I see one glaring anomaly. This man lived a rather tranquil life before the regression. Why is he acting like a monster now? Steeling himself, Kahu spoke again. Furthermore, I've gathered intel on the rebel remnants. I felt it was poor taste to discuss treason at a victory ball, so I requested this meeting. I intend to brief the Imperial Preceptor after confirming the facts and support her as is my duty. So, you're saying you'll hunt them by her side, a young duke whose loyalty is so firmly rooted in the Empire is quite satisfying to see. Dylan's brow furrowed as he stated coldly, but perhaps you should be more cautious. Since ancient times, the mark of a true subordinate is not needing long explanations, but instinctively grasping their superior's hidden intent. Dylan's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. My teacher taught me that lesson herself. Don't you think you've picked the absolute wrong person to test? Kahu thought, they truly are two sides of the same coin, the Emperor and Charlie. Young Duke testing someone always demands a steep price. And how exactly should that debt be settled? I am certain you have no desire to find out. The Emperor's warning was as elegant as it was terrifying. If you harbor any thoughts of stealing my sword, discard them immediately. But in this world, there are things that remain hidden even if you look directly at them. Things hidden even when looked at. Is Dylan also entwined in the events from before the regression? Dylan brushed past him with a chilling indifference. Next time, I hope you bring me a story that is actually worth my time. Kahu stood frozen. The memories from before the world reset were fractured like silhouettes lost in a thick mist. But a memory flickered to life in that moment, the time when the Emperor was launching his bloody conquests. One day, I caught a glimpse of the 13th Prince. That's it. When Kahu finally recalled that lost moment before the regression, his parents had covertly planned to introduce him to the 13th Prince. Kahu Delmon is our son and heir, Your Majesty. The boy possesses immense talent. Regarding his future as Your Majesty's right hand, his skills are beyond reproach. Kahu had bowed with absolute reverence. Your Majesty. Addressing him as such in an empire where the current emperor was very much alive, Kahu glanced at the young 13th prince and thought, that wasn't a mask he wore on purpose. It was a face that didn't hold a single drop of human emotion. Mother, that person is... Then do not ask. You must swear to pretend you have never laid eyes on him before. Bury everything you witnessed today and never speak of it again. This isn't some twisted joke, Mom. I'm dead serious. In that world, I was powerless. What was the deal with that enigmatic 13th prince? Even though he carried royal blood and survived the cutthroat massacre for the throne, his very existence was a ghost to most. Yet, every soul in the empire eventually accepted this prince as an absolute powerhouse. Dylan's suffocating grip on the imperial family remained a secret, buried from the world until his death revealed only through the pages of his diary. The most chilling viral passage of that diary reads exactly like this. 3 days ago, Dichik II approached me with a gaze full of tremors and asked, "Is there truly nothing your heart desires?" Since my soul was a void, I simply replied that I didn't crave a single thing in existence. But through my reign, a singular truth became clear. Do you know who the most bone-chilling person in this world is? It's not the greedy rat selling secrets, nor the man with a hidden vice. The most terrifying monster is the one who harbors no desires. I could taste the paralyzing fear in Dichik II's words, yet I did nothing to soothe his panic. because I saw with perfect clarity that he was already hell-bent on my execution. That much was a certainty. Yesterday, Dichik II dispatched a shadow to verify my movements. He made a grand display of attending my mother's funeral, so I felt obligated to return the favor. And today, I stood witness at Dietrich II's funeral. Dylan's legend only ignited after he drew his last breath, leaving every scholar obsessed with deciphering his life. And that man, after his return, has glued himself to Imperial Preceptor Charlie. Is this because the current Emperor Dylan truly wants her, or is it Charlie's own endgame? No, he isn't the only one changed by this regression. The cursed sword, Kiora, the demonic blade. Emperor Dichik wielded to bathe the continent in blood. Where has it vanished to? Besides that, sword feels hauntingly familiar, like a ghost from my own past. But where did I see it? Later on, the third night of the Grand Gala, Charlie mused, "Is Kahu hunting for Kiora? The Emperor's spies have suggested as much. It seems Dylan is also tracking the Kiora project's scent. If Kahu truly regressed, he'd be a fool not to know the legend of the demon sword Kiora. But what is his motive for seeking it? Is it a passing thought, or is he plotting something? Kahu's footprints are breadcrumbs that will inevitably lead Dylan to the truth, and that is a lethal risk. Logically, I should erase Kahu from the board, but I lack the will. Fortuitously, he's a no-show at tonight's ball. Wait, is that Hugo Imperial Preceptor? It's been a lifetime." She thought. This boy was inches away from a wretched existence. He must be making his debut tonight as a formal knight of the Oteok. She noted with pride, "That knight's plate suits you well. I owe it all to your guidance, Imperial Preceptor." However, Hugo winced, his voice trembling as he asked, "Is something the matter?" He suddenly averted his gaze, terrified that his mere presence might offend the Imperial Preceptor. Unexpectedly, Charlie tilted his chin upward. "Whatever burden you're carrying, I can shoulder it." Emboldened, Hugo confessed, "Actually, it's about the young children we liberated from that criminal syndicate. Countless souls were snatched for the Kiora project or auctioned off as meat within the gang's slave trade. After Charlie liquidated those thugs, the adults found a path to survive, but the children were left stranded. Since these child slaves were tied to the rebellion, they were dumped on the Oteok for temporary holding. Despite their age, they are categorized as high risk and must remain under strict Oteoke lock and key. The orphans tainted by the magic tower are even more volatile. Suspicious anomalies are expected. Recently, the nobility has been in an uproar protesting their presence with vitriol. There is no sanctuary for these kids, but I'll exhaust every resource. That is the situation, my lady," Charlie mused. "I've heard Hugo is the only one who truly gives a damn about those kids." She spoke up. "Is that the extent of it? We just need to secure a permanent haven for them, don't we?" She gave a sharp flick of her wrist. "Over here." Instantly, a shadow operative materialized, sending a shockwave through the crowd. Charlie commanded, "Assemble the nobles in the war room this instant. At once." Hugo stood stunned. In the middle of a ball, this intelligence officer gives off a seriously eerie vibe. "Stop daydreaming, Hugo. Move." At the emergency meeting, Charlie declared, "I've summoned you for one reason. We are establishing an orphanage for the children rescued from that den of iniquity." The room erupted into a frantic wave of hushed arguments. Charlie pressed on. "I expect top-tier facilities where these children can find peace, expert therapy, and a real education. Time is a luxury we don't have. I want this ready before the new year. Beyond the imperial stipend, this budget requires your additional voluntary contributions." Hugo, watching from the sidelines, was floored. Even with the party raging next door, those arrogant aristocrats are hanging on her every word. Her influence is truly on a godlike scale. Indeed, following the event, she informed Dylan, "Your Majesty likely knows by now, I've finalized plans to establish the orphanage at Count Hat's villa." A wise choice, teacher. That estate's villa is truly magnificent. I trust it will provide a serene sanctuary to heal the children's hearts. Once the itinerary for the orphanage's grand opening is locked in, I intend to accompany you. Would my presence be acceptable? But of course, Your Majesty. With the Emperor's personal endorsement, the orphanage will surely attract a flood of high-tier sponsors, so I'd be a fool to decline. She mused privately. Lately, alongside my thirst for vengeance against the imperial bloodline, I've found myself growing far too soft toward Dylan. Is it possible that I've actually developed genuine feelings for him? She squeezed her eyes shut, dismissing such dangerous notions as utterly futile. Scene change. This was the exact location we had our eyes on as well. Who could have predicted the Emperor's faction would make the first move? Ben grumbled, "Damn, this person is a straight-up monster. Isn't it basic for a natural aura to linger after a chase? Why state the obvious? I doubt there's a single legendary blade out there that doesn't pulse with its own aura. And where would you even find such a thing? cut the chatter and focus up. The others murmured, quiet. Ben swore to the higher-ups he'd recruit the imperial preceptor, but she shut him down hard. Why would a woman at the peak of power, wealth, and status defect to inferior that pitch was dead on arrival? The preceptor is untouchable. Just drop it. Ben hissed, no, how can you say it's impossible? This scent is undeniable. Charlie Ronan won't rest until she's pulverized every soul behind the Kiora project. Our paths are aligned, so a reunion is inevitable. Back to the present. The orphanage stands completed, filled with the echoes of children playing joyfully together. Have you finalized His Majesty's list of beneficiaries yet? It was transparent that these children were being groomed as the Emperor's future loyalists, with the Imperial Preceptor and the Aut-Teok squad acting as their formidable guardians. Your Majesty, I'm told you are providing weaponry for the orphanage. Yes. While weighing a proper gift, I decided they should learn to protect themselves, so I chose swords. Charlie glided toward a young child. Unexpectedly, the little one looked between the two of them and chirped, Are you two a couple? Charlie knelt down gracefully. Let's see. Do we really look like we're dating? The innocent child nodded eagerly. Uh-huh. Charlie pressed a sweet treat into the child's small palm. The child's eyes sparkled with joy. Whoa, candy. Indeed, so eat well and grow strong as quickly as you can. Thank you. The nanny rushed over, frantic and breathless. Forgive me, Your Majesty, I turned my back for a second. Dylan gently ruffled the child's hair and said, It's quite all right. Such a well-behaved little one. Charlie watched blankly, wondering, is he truly this radiant just because he has a soft spot for children? But that girl over there, she's been drawing my attention for a while now. She approached and offered a soft greeting. Hello there. Why are you sitting here in the shadows? Where are all your playmates? They avoid me because I say things that scare them. Scary things. Tell me, what is your name? My name is Charlie. The little girl softly mouthed the name Charlie before replying. I'm Gold. It was my mother's favorite thing, so she gave me that name. Charlie felt a pang of concern. Metal objects would be a lethal hazard for her. Suddenly the girl whispered, You smell exactly like an elf. And you carry the heavy scent of blood too. Charlie was taken aback but maintained a calm smile. And what does this blood smell like? She thought, is it a hunch? These two were definitely Kiora test subjects. That explains their latent abilities. But how did she pierce through my disguise to see the elf? See and I am I. The girl answered, It's the metallic tang of prison bars, or the sharp scent of a blade. Gold tilted her head and asked, Are you truly a human? She offered a serene smile and said, There has never been a single heartbeat where I wasn't human. That's right. I was once human. Even when I was forged into a sword and stripped of my flesh, my soul remained intact. Even if the world denies my humanity, I still hold myself in high regard. That pride is how I've survived. Just then, the nanny called out, Snack time, everyone! Gold leaped up with a cheer, Yay! And raced off. Charlie watched the sea of happy faces and thought, My soul once craved only the Empire's ruin. But then her gaze drifted toward Dylan. While he's lost in the delusion that he and teacher actually look like a legitimate couple. Continuing with Charlie's thoughts, yet the urge to destroy him has vanished. Is it true that I've developed genuine feelings for that boy? Teacher, due to New Year's protocols, I must depart for the palace. The new year. Dylan is 20 now. To think I've served His Majesty for 6 years already. We will always remain entwined no matter what the future holds. The passage of time has become entirely irrelevant. Yes, regardless of the path Your Majesty treads, I shall remain by your side eternally. Very well. I shall await your arrival at the palace tonight. Observing the scene from the shadows, Kahu mused, Before the regression, the bond between those two was non-existent. They never even crossed paths. Despite my duties, a cold dread is pooling in my chest. And though the realm is at peace, an omen of impending catastrophe continues to haunt me. Why am I plagued by these dark visions? I truly cannot say, but one fact is absolute. I must prevent that total annihilation. Driven by resolve, Kahu stepped forward. Imperial Preceptor, I require a moment of your time. Do you recall my vow on the day of that incident? Yes. If the Imperial Preceptor harbors secrets she chooses not to disclose, then I promise not to pry into them on my own. That day, as we cut down the rebels together, a realization struck me. Something somewhere is being violently inverted. Like a candle flickering with its most brilliant flame just before it's snuffed out. Because this empire of the gods is illuminated by a very sinister and twisted set of laws. I have regressed. I don't know if I've merely dreamed of a doomed future. I'm utterly lost. But in the timeline I saw, the Imperial Preceptor did not exist. The empire was still rotting under Dichik I. That promise not to interfere in your affairs, I'm retracting it. Forgive me, but I must uncover the truth. What kind of entity are you? Who are you? Why has the Empire transformed so drastically? And why was I dragged into this chaos against my will? Just then, a resonant metallic chime echoed through the air, the bell signaling the dawn of the new year. Charlie spoke, "Happy New Year, young Duke. And to you, Imperial Preceptor, may the new year grant you favor." Upon Kahu's return, the valet announced, "Master, I've prepared your formal attire for the opera gala. Proceed." But his thoughts were anchored to Charlie's lethal swordsmanship, that signature technique achievable only by a master at the pinnacle of the craft. I witnessed it clearly at the festival 4 years ago. The LYZ, the alias lies used by Shaggy, and that identical, unmistakable blade work. Why was I so blind? The champion 4 years ago was Shaggy. Back then, our engagement was unheard of. Before the ball, I first saw her at that tournament. But during our duel, I found it bizarre that she refused to strike. Now, the fog has cleared. Charlie already knew me back then. If this were truly her first life, there is no way she would have hesitated in such a manner. That's it. Charlie has undoubtedly survived that dark future once before. Meanwhile, Charlie asked the void, "Can you manifest yourselves?" The 2 tiny sprites appeared in a shimmer of light. "Did you summon us? We heard the vibration. You need only speak." "I have a question. Is it true that I radiate an elven scent?" "Yes, Charlie, you smell exactly like one of us." Charlie mused. "So it's true. One more thing. Why are you two showing me such kindness?" "The deity Ariris has been shattered. We are forbidden from speaking the truth. We know the reason you summoned us is because you crave a night of dreamless sleep, correct? We shall blanket your body in a special dust." But she thought, evading my questions again. "I'll have to dig for the truth myself. If it grants me rest, then so be it. Do it. It will allow you to revisit the past as if through a dream." They showered the dust of affection over Charlie's form. Her eyelids immediately grew heavy as she drifted away. A dream? No, it's the day the 5th prince ascended the throne and became Dietrich II. Is it the effect of the fairy's magic? This vision is terrifyingly vivid. This is undeniably my memory from before the regression. Dylan had come seeking my power. "Kiora, you transform men into lunatics and crush them into slaves of darkness. I'm craved to possess you, the demon sword." Suddenly, Dylan recoiled, as if burned, pulling his hand back with a sharp flinch. "I see. So that is why they call you a cursed demon sword." I assumed no mortal could withstand the corrupting allure of a demon blade, yet Dylan actually fought it off. The following morning, Charlie drifted back into consciousness. "A pleasant morning to you, Imperial Preceptor." She mused, "Just how terrifying is the magic of these spirits?" Reviewing the repressed memories I've recovered, I'm certain now. Even if Dylan has regressed, he couldn't possibly know I have too. Noticing the sharp glare of the sunrise, the attendant queried the Imperial Preceptor, "Shall I draw the curtains for you?" "No, leave them. I want the light." Later at the dining table, Dylan remarked, "The palace restoration is finally complete. It's high time we discuss distributing rewards based on merit. Now that we've finalized the process to strip the Ronin name from your record, don't you think you deserve a new legacy teacher? Just give the word, and I'm prepared to grant you a high-ranking title this instant." "You've planned that far ahead, Your Majesty. Let's see." I imagine it wouldn't be anything less than the rank of a duchess. Charlie felt being a marquis and the preceptor was already peak status. Was he aiming even higher? Truly such things aren't necessary, Your Majesty. Is that so? Typical of teacher. She has zero interest in claiming a stake in this dying empire. But it's irrelevant. This entire empire is destined to crumble once the game descends into chaos like a chessboard being flipped. My only wish is to disappear with Charlie and lead a quiet life. When I was a boy, Mother told me, "One day you'll need a soul to help you find your own." Suddenly, Charlie spoke. "Let us visit the Queen Mother's resting place. It's been too long since I paid my respects." Later, standing before the Queen Mother's tomb, "May you find eternal serenity in the embrace of God Ariris." Suddenly, Charlie's voice broke the silence. "Your Majesty?" "Yes, teacher. Even if the possibility is virtually non-existent, if you had the power to possess me entirely, would you want to..." Dylan's face flushed a deep crimson as he stammered, "Teacher, what on earth are you suggesting? Will you take possession of me?" Dylan recalled his mother's dying wish, "Reveal your true desires and live for yourself just once." He thought, "I cannot obey you, Mother. If teacher asks it of me, I'd burn this world to ash." If I truly acted on my impulses, then, Your Majesty, if I were yours to take, would you seize the chance? Dylan's mind raced. Sometimes when my eyes meet teachers, I feel less like a man and more like a starving predator, aching for our warmth to melt together even if we have to crawl through the filth to reach it. He finally whispered, "Is it truly permissible for me to crave you like this, teacher? Simply having you by my side feels like a miracle I don't deserve." Charlie stood frozen, her heart thundering against her ribs. Meanwhile, at the Delman Duke's estate. "Yes, Kahu, I heard you had an audience with the young heir of the Ronin house." "Indeed, mother. We spoke briefly. Are you attending the tea party this evening?" "Yes, I am. If I can dig up Charlie's past from before the reset, I might find the key to the plot to topple the Empire." I went straight to the source, but details on Charlie's childhood quirks were scarce. She had a fascination with knights, so she likely loved blades. I'm not sure when her training actually began. She never seemed to care for flowers. The imperial preceptor hates flowers. That's impossible. She's someone who glows with joy whenever she catches a floral scent. As a young girl, Charlie was a ghost who stayed locked in her chambers. I rarely caught a glimpse of her. The legendary preceptor was just a shut-in. Is that the only childhood memory he has? What kind of family is this? I couldn't squeeze a single drop of useful intel out of those Ronins. They know absolutely nothing about their own blood. If that's the case, I'll have to get the truth from her. There's a council meeting in a few days. Charlie will definitely be there. Later at the council. Moving to the next agenda item, we've received fresh reports of mages from the tower sighted near the dark sector. With your majesty's blessing, we will deploy the Ottiok squad to neutralize the threat. Hearing this, Charlie's hand shot up instantly. Your majesty, I shall spearhead this investigation personally. Kahu didn't miss a beat, raising his hand as well. In that case, I shall accompany and assist the preceptor. Grant teacher whatever she requires. And so Charlie and Kahu set out on their joint mission. While trekking through the brush, Charlie suddenly came to a halt. Kahu asked, "What is the preceptor's move?" "I'm going to do a little reconnaissance on my own." She produced a flute and exhaled a single haunting note. Lucy materialized instantly, her eyes wide. "What's the emergency?" Catching sight of the woman before her, Lucy recoiled. Trembling, she stammered, "Charlie, darling." She demanded, "Why are the magic tower sorcerers prowling near the dark sector?" "Well, I know the tea, but darling, you demand such high-tier intel without even a hello. You're going to owe me big time." "Actually, since you spared my life once, I guess I'm already in your debt." Sniff, sniff. Kahu mused to himself. Is the legendary matron of an elite assassin guild really this much of a sycophant? Darling wants to know why the mages are squatting in the dark house. It's because of Anne Perrier. The magic tower is hunting for those fanatics throughout this entire district. I nearly lost my head just snooping into this, so I opted to ghost the whole situation. Kahu couldn't mask his shock at the name Anne Perrier. Charlie cut through the tension, explain. Isn't Anne Perrier just a cult obsessed with the dead god Eris? Since the tower is full of atheists, they see them as pathetic relics. But that's where my knowledge ends. This business is so toxic, I'd rather play dead and keep my heart beating. Lucy thought, honestly, darling, you're more terrifying than the tower and the crown combined. The imperial family is more entangled with the magic tower and the Kiora project than I anticipated. Judging by Lucy's terror, that organization is lethal. Listen, young Duke, from this point forward, I'm going solo. What didn't you hear? Lucy is a woman who fears no living soul except me. Kahu wondered, is the danger so immense that even a cold-blooded killer is paralyzed? Is that why she's pushing me away? He declared, the moment I resolved to uncover the truth behind the imperial preceptor, I steeled myself to face any nightmare that follows. But if that is truly the case, sis? Before his sentence could land, Charlie froze. A shadow had moved. Charlie and Kahu crept closer, eavesdropping on a hushed circle. Another failure. Well, I knew this wouldn't be a walk in the park. We must manipulate the crown. We need their treasury. Failure is not an option. The Kiora project must be completed at all costs. Kahu's heart nearly stopped. The Kiora project. That's the cursed blade the late emperor was destined to wield. In my past life, the moment Charlie Ronin vanished, the Empire's sword Kiora appeared. Could Charlie and Kiora be two sides of the same coin? Suddenly, Charlie's blade hummed as it pressed firmly against Kahu's throat. He stared into her eyes, screaming internally. Why? They say that in the final seconds of a man's life, his memories play back like a cinematic masterpiece. And to hell with the memories that have already turned to dust. Why do I still feel this urge to protect her, making excuses for her betrayal? Didn't I hunt her down once before to prevent the world's end? Kahu then whispered, the mages talk, I'll act as if I heard nothing but the wind. Yes, they are here strictly to investigate Imperior. Nothing more? Charlie instantly withdrew her cold steel. Good, let's leave it at that. Kahu swallowed hard, the intoxicating scent of lavender still dancing at the tip of his nose. Even with a blade at my neck, I still find her breathtaking. My mind must be completely shattered. The scene shifts to the Ronin manor, seeing Akan staggering his wife rush to steady him. Good heavens, Akan! It's barely dusk and you're already this wasted. Akan's mother noted Brio is finally asleep. Akan looked at his wife and gave a hollow smile, thinking, that smile, it's a perfect reflection of Mother's. I spent my whole life believing Charlie was the monster who stole Mother's life. He suddenly gripped his wife's shoulders and demanded, when you brought Brio into this world, what did you feel? Was it all agony and terror? Did you despise him? That delivery nearly put you in a coffin. For the first time, she saw her husband's facade crumble. Not just her brother-in-law Dante, but even her husband had hit a breaking point. Brio almost murdered you. Doesn't he deserve your absolute hatred? She was so horrified by his venomous words that panic surged through her, and she delivered a stinging slap across Akan's face. How can you let such filth leave your lips? Is it the imperial preceptor's influence that's doing this to you? I'm well aware of the Ronin family's dark history. That tragedy wasn't her fault. I've always known it was a cruel accident. I carried Brio, and I have never felt a shred of resentment toward him, not once. I love him more than my own pulse. This child is a miracle, a precious gift. I only want him to see the beauty of this world. You're a father. How can you not feel this? Aiken stood paralyzed, the memory of his mother flooding back. If we terminate the pregnancy, we can save the mother. No, I beg of you. I only care about saving this child. Mother chose her own death because she loved Charlie that much. In that silent room, Akan's wife spoke again. If my own child were discarded like that, my soul would be torn to shreds. It is a tragedy that Mother passed away without ever beholding the imperial preceptor's stunning face. If it's a girl, she'll be Charlie. If a boy, San. In the old tongue, Charlie is joy, and San is the sun. I pray this child outshines the sun and lives in bliss. Meanwhile, Charlie's mind drifted to Kahu Delman. He clearly remembers Kiora now, and he's unearthed the truth that Kiora is nothing more than a manufactured monstrosity. Even so, digging deeper will be a nightmare. It's nearly impossible to fathom a human being transmuted into metal, discarded, and forged into a demon sword. Whatever the case, I must ensure Dylan never catches wind of this. But compared to Kahu, Dylan is an apex predator. The thought of leveling a blade against the formidable Dylan feels utterly impossible. Just then, Mary entered with a formal report. Imperial Preceptor, your scheduled appointment begins now. Deep within the art gallery of the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Preceptor has arrived. Salutations, Your Majesty. The Imperial Preceptor once claimed that if nectar lies ahead, one should seize it, even if hell waits at their back. Right now, I intend to set the world ablaze with war. Half a year into Dylan's reign, the Blaze Empire is peaking in both wealth and power. Even if war erupts, the citizens are so devoted they'll march as volunteers. They are blind to the grim future awaiting them, the agony, the crushing defeat, and the inevitable collapse of the Empire. I believe we shall strike first here in Axilia. Then we pivot to the Lycian Empire. Only a border divides these two nations. The current strategy is... Charlie mused. Dylan finally understands that he must dance exactly to my rhythm. In the last life conquering this land took until the year 200. Dylan is undeniably more brilliant than any king in history. Your Majesty continues to astonish me. Executing the plan exactly as discussed is nothing short of masterful. Dylan's cheeks flushed, thinking, the Preceptor's effortless praise makes my blood catch fire. To keep her captivated, I'm constantly agonizing over which strategy will impress her most. I'd gladly swallow poison just to possess her. Whenever I feign weakness, Teacher is always there to save me. If I were to take poison and collapse, would I finally have Teacher's undivided attention? Should I act fragile and ask to rest my head on her shoulder? No, I should find the courage to confess my true feelings. After a heartbeat of hesitation, Dylan spoke with sudden boldness. Teacher, I am deeply fond of you. Yes, through this moment, this gaze, and these very words, can Teacher still not feel the weight of my heart? Charlie offered a serene smile and replied, Yes, I feel the same, Your Majesty. Dylan lowered his gaze in quiet despair, thinking, is she feigning ignorance, or is she simply refusing to give me an opening? Charlie remarked, every time I look at you, I'm reminded that roses are truly magnificent. Come, let's walk. Even in a beautiful moment like this, my heart feels a strange, sharp ache. While conversing with Dylan, Charlie's focus wavered because of the spirits. Currently, Lord Ariris has been shattered into pieces. The truth is forbidden to us. Yes, since that night, the spirits have been ghosts. I didn't expect to encounter them here. Have they truly faded away? Teacher, What did your investigation with the young Duke reveal? You refer to the mages from the Magic Tower. Yes. Why were they loitering around the dark sector? Charlie recalled Lucy's warning. The mages are haunting the dark house because they are hunting Imperial. But Charlie lied. It's about the slaves from the dark house. They are hunting the children we moved to the orphanage. Deceptive as always, Dylan mused silently. If the orphanage were truly the cause, Kahu's expression after scouting would have been heavy with concern for those kids. That look he wore, it wasn't worry. According to the Otteoke surveillance, there is nothing noteworthy about the mage's movements. Dylan is brazenly interfering in my affairs. It's actually quite startling. Dylan said, I believe they have a singular goal to verify if something has been utterly erased. But as I recall, only 34 projects were burned. I suspect there's a reason Teacher is masking the mage's true intent. Teacher, may I voice a doubt that's been bothering me? Of course, Your Majesty. What exactly is Kiora? Charlie was paralyzed with shock, thinking Dylan actually spoke the name Kiora. Your Majesty, you likely know of those who consume the fragments of Eris. Upon ingesting a shard, a human ascends as a living god. The late Emperor Dichik is the ultimate proof. He isn't dead, but rotting eternally in an underground vault. But most mortals cannot endure the Eris fragment's demonic surge and perish, even those who survive the absorption if they consume too much. A human being will transform into a sentient hunk of metal. Thus those who survive the corruption become the blade known as Kiora, stripped of their soul and possessed by malice. So, Teacher, what do you believe is the true essence of that sword? Charlie commanded herself to stay composed. She must maintain the mask. She smiled radiantly and replied, Perhaps it is Teacher's own demonic shadow. I will always stand by Teacher. Regardless of what Teacher says to me, it is the absolute truth, the most exquisite truth of all. I understand, Your Majesty. I am truly grateful for your unwavering support. Dylan draped his coat over her shoulders with care. No, Teacher doesn't understand at all. I am in love with Teacher. As am I with you, Your Majesty. No, you still don't grasp it. When I was a boy, drowning in a boredom that felt no different from death itself. Watching you walk toward me, I feared I would become this obsessed, so I kept my heart barricaded from the start. But Teacher, remember you said if I was torn between lingering or being cold-blooded, it was okay to linger just for you. That promise is etched into my soul. If there is any falsehood in my words, please strike me down. From that day on, I sprinted without rest for your sake, finally seizing the imperial throne. I've bled to ensure the word devotion isn't just an empty shell. I've fought not to claim you like a prize, but to cherish you as something sacred. Why can't you see? I've been screaming my feelings through every action. I'll say it again. I don't look at you as a mentor, but as a woman. I desire you, Dylan confessed passionately. I love you, Charlie. Later, Charlie retreated to the silence of her chambers. Dylan's raw confession echoing in her mind. I'm utterly in love with you, Teacher. I once thought if his love was genuine, I would weaponize and exploit it to the absolute limit. You can give me your answer whenever you're ready. Having been blindsided by such a direct confession, I'm at a complete loss. Yet no matter how my heart wavers, I will never abandon my quest for vengeance. Every sinner must pay their debt in blood. Emerging from her bath, she paused. What is that? It's a masterpiece sent over by His Majesty's own hand. The composition of this painting is hauntingly familiar. I remember seeing this when I was Kiora. But the subject of the portrait has been altered. Before the regression, this piece was famously titled The Seventh Consort's Smile. Mary whispered in awe, I wonder who the artist is. Just a glance reveals the painter's profound adoration for the imperial preceptor. This is the touch of a legendary genius. The hidden prodigy behind those works in my previous life was none other than Dylan himself. The message behind Dylan sending this is a truly love. The passion woven into the canvas is undeniable. Where should this be placed? Imperial preceptor, perhaps above the piano, would that suit the room? Or perhaps centered between the mirrors, hang it above the piano for me. Suddenly a chorus of voices rose from the hallway. Salutations, Your Majesty. Charlie turned surprised. Your Majesty, you've returned. Indeed, Teacher. Glancing at the desk, Dylan's eyes caught a few scribbled lines. An angel graces the earth and the world erupts in joy. He murmured under his breath, a marriage proposal letter. The attendants bowed low. With your permission, we shall take our leave. Abruptly, Dylan commanded stay. He then turned to her. Teacher, did my public declaration place a burden on you? She shook her head. No. At that, Dylan's lips curled into a smile. Good, because no noble heir would dare court a lady whom the emperor has already claimed as his own. The two maids stood there completely stunned. Wait, what? Charlie mused. He's no longer making any effort to hide his possessive jealousy. Shall we commence our piano lesson, teacher? I have no intention of rushing you. Everything will remain as it was, but occasionally. May I call you Charlie? As you wish, Your Majesty. Your growth is truly staggering. It is all thanks to you, teacher. Suddenly the doors creaked open. Your Majesty, the pear and fruit you requested has been prepared. Please enjoy. Charlie's heart skipped a beat. Pear, the very fruit I craved as a young girl. But once I grew up, I was never allowed a single bite. No pear for the brat. We polished them off ourselves. They were delicious. How did Dylan unearth my hidden preference? Dylan gently offered her a piece. Let's pause and enjoy these for a moment. Charlie, it's remarkably sweet. My frozen bitter memories were suddenly thawed by Dylan's warmth. He painted over a tragic past with a beautiful new recollection. Yes, I am quite indebted to him. No, deeply grateful. Your Majesty is aware of the various legends regarding the birth of music, correct? Yes, teacher. Some claim they rose from labor, others say they were forged for glory and power. There is even a myth that songs are a divine grace from the gods themselves. There is one singular theory regarding the origin of song that I firmly believe in. Would you like to know? That theory suggests that music was first created as a weapon to seduce the heart of the opposite sex. In fact, I've composed a piece exclusively for you, teacher. If you'll allow it, I'd like to perform it here and now. Do I have your permission? But of course, Your Majesty. Dylan placed his slender fingers upon the keys and began to pour out his soul in song. Art is the most delicate reflection of the self, a realm where falsehood cannot survive. Only when the melody reached its peak did I realize this was true devotion. Charlie's heart skipped a beat. He truly deeply loves me. Meanwhile, the knights were busy trading rumors. Hey, did you hear the news? His Majesty openly confessed his love to the imperial preceptor. I heard, but the whole thing is surreal. Aren't they supposed to just be the emperor and his mentor? It's almost scandalous. Kahu, amidst the rhythmic clashing of his training, couldn't stop thinking, can a man like that actually harbor love? Yet it wasn't a shock. He had long suspected this storm was coming. But why? Why does this realization leave such a bitter taste in my mouth? Kahu's focus shattered as Charlie's face flooded his mind. In a sudden lapse of concentration, his blade was knocked clean from his hand, clattering to the dirt. His sparring partner called out in a panic, Captain! Are you injured? You've gone completely pale. Kahu's thoughts were spiraling. I assumed that by chasing her, I might eventually fall for her. I never dreamed I was already in love. Captain, you're exhausted. You need rest. I'm fine. We finished this match. Kahu bit his lip in shame. As a knight, he had committed the ultimate sin. He had dropped his sword. Next, Count Le, please step forward to receive your commendation. Moving on, it's been quite a while, young Duke. My congratulations on your reward. I am honored. In this grand ceremony, Charlie held the most merit, yet she took no trophies. She let her subordinates claim the glory instead. Charlie was the shadow hand, orchestrating every move. Everyone understood the Emperor's will, which meant Charlie effectively occupied the highest seat in the realm. Allowing this to spiral further is dangerous. The natural order is being inverted. However, Imperial Preceptor, I must speak plainly. I urge you to maintain your distance from His Majesty. I won't lie and say my heart isn't involved, but as a loyal citizen, I have to say this for the first time. I must stand against you. Young Duke, didn't I warn you? If you intend to pry into my life, you should quit while you're ahead. This isn't a probe. No matter how much you deny it, I am certain of the truth. You are Lies, and you didn't bat an eye when you faced me at the Swordsmanship Festival. Lies, the champion, who came out of nowhere, changed Dylan's entire trajectory the moment she won. Kahu was unaware that her true prize had been Hero Grass. But no matter how he digs, she is the only person he cannot sway. Then Kahu pressed on. Though I am drawn to you as a man, the fate of the realm comes first. A union between the preceptor and the emperor is a recipe for disaster. Are you confessing your love while trying to suppress me? That's a bold move, but ironically, I share your concerns, Kahu. Enough of this. The delegation from the Exilia Empire is due any moment. I must prepare for their arrival. It is a distinct honor to welcome you to our empire. Was your trek across the border manageable? As you are aware, Exilia boasts the most renowned diamond mines on the continent. We have brought this necklace as a token of our lasting friendship. We believe presenting this masterpiece to the Imperial Preceptor is the only fitting choice, since within the Blaze Imperial line there is no lady of higher standing. What a stunning piece. You have my sincere gratitude. Upon entering the Blaze Empire, I was struck by its impeccable order. But seeing the inner workings like this, it's truly remarkable. how unified the nation is from its borders to its heart. Masterful governance. Later, Dylan approached her with a soft gaze. Teacher, did the meeting conclude to your satisfaction? Yes, Your Majesty, but shouldn't you be occupied with your own duties? I've cleared my schedule. In truth, I practically ran here to give you this. Charlie's eyes widened in surprise. He must have already received word about the envoy's diamond necklace. I knew the envoy offered you a jewel. Since today is your birthday, I wanted to give you one as well, though I tried to avoid a redundant gift. But I decided that regardless of what else you received, the one I give must be the most exquisite of them all. You deserve to look only at the finest things, wear the most beautiful gems, and hear only the most graceful words. Teacher, you are more precious to me than I can put into words. Please allow me the honor of fastening it for you. Charlie thought to herself that since her clash with Kahu, she had been haunted by his warnings. A union between the imperial preceptor and the emperor is very dangerous. Yet looking at Dylan now, all those dark thoughts evaporated. The necklace looks breathtaking on you. Thank you, Your Majesty. In the past, Dylan never wore his heart on his sleeve like this. My head is spinning. Dylan feels like a completely different person. Teacher, since we both finished early, why don't we meet tonight after a brief rest? I've actually prepared a private ice garden just for us. We must witness it under the glow of the nightlights to truly capture its magic. I want to share that breathtaking view with you in the lilac room. Charlie played back Dylan's words in her mind. To me, teacher, you are beyond precious. I'm simply grateful you exist in this world. As she mused, a maid's voice broke the silence. Imperial Preceptor, your gown has arrived. Very well. Then she made her way to the ice garden. Dylan inquired, Does it please you? It's magnificent, Your Majesty? Once winter fades, it'll all vanish, won't it? I'll command magic to preserve them forever. Most things are beautiful because they end. It's tragic, but I refuse to let it go that far. My world begins and ends with you, teacher, so I've never bothered to learn about endings. Charlie asked, The very first time you saw me, Your Majesty. What was your first thought? Do you want the cold, honest truth or the answer that will make you smile? Can I not have both? Charlie, if you're going to be like this, what am I supposed to think? If you give me an answer to my confession, I'll answer both of your questions. Observing her pensive expression, Dylan let a playful, knowing smirk dance on his lips. Then he whispered, Shall we continue our stroll? For the sake of my vengeance, I've guarded my heart against this thing called love. I was ready to weaponize it. But Dylan, you once swore that even if I used you for revenge and the empire burned, you only begged that I see you as a man. After that, nothing else would matter. My revenge will still march forward. Yet you are the only soul who has respected me from the very start. Suddenly, her shoelace slipped loose, trailing on the ground. Dylan knelt gently and murmured, Allow me. Charlie's thoughts drifted again. You are also the first person in this life to truly see me for who I am. Abruptly, she tilted Dylan's chin upward and breathed his name, Dylan. Then she pressed a sweet, intoxicating kiss against his lips. Afterward, they both pulled back, looking at each other with sheepish, bashful smiles. Then it was Dylan's turn to take command, pulling her back into a deep, lingering kiss. Charlie thought to herself, You said even if it's for revenge, you'd walk through it with me. So, if a little love gets tangled in the crossfire, does it really matter? Dylan asked softly. Do you regret it? No. I truly did feel that way about Your Majesty. I really did. The sentiment was a bit different from my own confession, but it's irrelevant. Even if Charlie's heart is guarded, I'll just fill in the blanks myself. With that thought, Dylan said, Tomorrow night, I'll have wine and fireworks ready at the palace gates. The panorama from the lilac room must be stunning, but watching the sky ignite from my private chambers wouldn't be so bad either. Charlie realized with a start, so the fireworks were just a clever ruse to get me to spend the night. Dylan added with a glint in his eye, I'm counting down the hours until tomorrow. Later, Charlie returned to her room and called out, Where have you two been? I've been searching everywhere. The two tiny spirits shimmering in the flower pot chirped back, But we never left. We're always hovering by your side. Is that so? These fairies have never once unmasked their true identities to me. I have tried digging into their past, but they only exist in whispered myths. There are no formal records of their kind. Honestly, the anomalies are piling up. If I can see them because of my elven blood, then surely in my previous life, I should have been able to see them then too. Exactly. So why did they only manifest after I regressed and met Dylan? Does their existence revolve around Dylan himself? Suddenly they chirped, Let us assist you. For your first night together, you simply need to be in the right mood. Do they intend to lend me their power with that fairy dust again? Truthfully, there's no logical reason to decline. But when it comes to my feelings for Dylan, I refuse to rely on any artificial enchantment. I want to feel every emotion with my own heart. She declared, I don't need your help. But tell me, why did you force that dream upon me last time? Back then, Dylan had said, I want to own you, Kiora. The fairy whispered, it is destiny. With whom me and Dylan, that's a secret we can't reveal. It's the only way. We offered our help and you refused, but that's also fine. Because even that is written in destiny. Charlie asked blankly, what are you talking about? But in a blink, they had already vanished into thin air. They claimed the truth had to remain a secret. Now I'm obsessed with uncovering exactly what secret these fairies are guarding. Even though the talk ended in riddles, I feel strangely lighter. She brushed her lips and whispered, Destiny. The following night, within the San Bisio chamber, Teacher, you once asked about the first impression I had of you, right? If I'm to be brutally honest, the very first time I laid eyes on you, I felt as though you were a mirror of myself. A sense of kinship, and what about the answer designed to sweep me off my feet? I felt as though you were my inevitable destiny, that you belonged solely to me. That was my first and only thought. Charlie recalled the spirit's cryptic words about fate. Suddenly, fireworks ignited the darkness, painting the sky in vibrant hues. Boom, boom, boom! Dylan raised his crystal goblet. By coming to my private quarters tonight, you've given me your answer, haven't you? I have, she whispered softly. Yes. The moment you wish to stop, you need only push me away. A single slight nudge, and I will cease. She offered a radiant smile and replied, I don't think that's ever going to happen. Dylan leaned in, then his lips seeking hers in a slow, deliberate kiss. And the two surrendered to the night exactly as anticipated. Later, Charlie dreamed of a vast ancient temple. Why this vision? A labyrinthine place with no visible exit or entrance. Yet, fear was absent, replaced by a divine protection and awe-inspiring presence before the unknown. Emerging from the depths of sleep, she groggily fluttered her eyes open. Dylan, resting beside her, whispered tenderly, Are you exhausted? Close your eyes and rest a while longer. Whether in her past life or this current timeline, this was the very first time she and Dylan had shared such profound intimacy. It was also her first experience being completely consumed by the fires of love. Charlie reached out gently, tracing the contours of his face. Their fingers intertwined, locking together in a firm, desperate grip. She mused that while the bitterness of the past had begun to fade back in her youth, no matter how much she reached out, not a soul in the Ronin household would ever take her hand. Dylan brought her hand to his lips, kissing her knuckles. Charlie, how shall we define us now? Charlie hesitated. Emperors typically steered clear of keeping mere mistresses. Without an official title, a royal child risks being branded a bastard of the court. Elevating a partner to empress or consort is the ironclad protocol, but those labels meant nothing to her. She murmured her response, Let's simply call ourselves lovers. A satisfied smirk spread across his face. I shall proclaim this to the world so that every soul on this continent knows you are mine. Thank you, Charlie. For what? She asked. For choosing to stay by my side. I am profoundly grateful for your presence. She reached out her fingertips, grazing the hard lines of his muscles. They say love is a potent intoxicant that blinds you, making you believe the illusion is eternal. That doesn't apply to me. My true objective remains razor sharp. And that objective is cold, hard revenge. However, for this fleeting moment, this thing called love feels undeniably exquisite. Later at a gala, the air was thick with whispers. Have you heard the scandal? It's the talk of the capital. The imperial preceptor has officially accepted His Majesty's heart, hasn't she? We have finally captured the moon of the empire. This is a monumental shift in history. We must toast to this union. Standing apart, Kahu thought, it finally happened. The nobility assumed Charlie was aiming for the crown. But if that were her endgame, she would have demanded a betrothal, not the status of a mistress. For an emperor, the term mistress is a breach of royal etiquette, but for Charlie and Dylan, rules were irrelevant. A reign that defies both law and tradition, if that isn't the mark of a tyrant, what is? Furthermore, the Oteok Knights have been pushed into high-intensity drills lately. The realm is at peace and the throne is secure, so why prepare for a total war? Did the Kiora project end in another disaster? Yes, it's a grueling process, but regardless of the setbacks, we must achieve a breakthrough with this project. Somehow, Charlie is the thread connecting Imperial and the Magic Tower. Who is she Really? What is her ultimate end? Kahu shook his head fiercely. No, I must stop obsessing over this. The preceptor told me to let it go, but the mystery is agonizing. At the sprawling training grounds, the sharp ring of steel on steel echoed through the air. Clang, clang. Teacher, may I steal a kiss? We are in the heat of combat, Your Majesty. The blade was slammed back into its scabbard. As Charlie began to walk away, Dylan's voice called out, Teacher. She turned to find he had discarded his blindfold, flashing her a disarming, boyish grin. His smile is truly lethal. Nowadays, His Majesty and I spend every waking hour together. Yet since that first night, we haven't shared a single kiss. It's not that I'm oblivious to Dylan's simmering desires. Fueled by the thought, she closed the distance and pressed her lips to his. But for the time being, Your Majesty, please find satisfaction in this. Dylan's hands clamped onto her shoulders, refusing to let her go. This isn't nearly enough. I crave so much more. Gazing at his flushed, bashful face, Charlie let out a delighted, genuine laugh. The following day, our first official outing together. I've meticulously planned every single detail. Everything is absolutely perfect, Your Majesty. After enjoying a grand performance, the pair moved on to share an intimate dinner. Throughout the entire meal, the two of them conversed with sheer delight. By afternoon, I've always yearned to stroll this path with Charlie just once as the sun dips, for that's when the world truly glows. Thank you for orchestrating all of this. I shall never let the memory of this day fade. There are still countless things I want to do with you, so many experiences to share, and infinite horizons to explore. Let us slowly transform every one of those dreams into reality together. A shadow of unease haunts me. Why do I feel as if we don't seize this moment, now the opportunity will vanish forever? Your Majesty, were you aware they say, if you walk this path with your beloved, your souls will be entwined for eternity? Your Majesty, I am standing right here, and I promise I will never leave your side. This marks the final stop of our journey today. Yes, right here. Before them stretched a heartwarming scene of children playing without a care. The beautiful big sister is here. Welcome back, sis. Hey guys, what's the game? We're playing stone toss. Dylan shifted his gaze restlessly, seemingly searching for something. His eyes landed on a child swaying gently on a nearby swing. He recalled the innocent question the boy had posed once before. Are you two a couple? The child recognized Dylan instantly and beamed. Look, it's the Candy brother. In sharp contrast to the boy's joy, the nanny looked utterly petrified and could barely stand. I told you brats to address him as the Emperor. Dylan crouched down and said, Remember that question you asked me last time? Well, I remember. It's true. She and I are indeed lovers. The child clapped his hands in glee. Wow, you guys really are together. Charlie offered a helpless smile. So this was the grand announcement he wanted to make. Suddenly, a sharp rustle caught her attention nearby. It's the unmistakable iron scent of blood. Gold. Is she staring directly at me? It appears not. Gold's intense gaze is fixed entirely upon Dylan. The scent of blood, she mentioned, is the aura of the Ariris fragment, also emanating from Dylan. Charlie approached and spoke softly. Hello, Gold. The girl flinched violently. May I ask you something? Gold trembled with sheer terror and clamped her hands over her ears. I don't know anything. Please. Seeing the girl shivering uncontrollably, Charlie lowered her voice to a soothing whisper. Then I shall ask no more. Do not be afraid, Gold. The stench of blood. It's just a trick of the mind, right? It has to be. Yet the gnawing doubt birthed by my intuition leaves me feeling profoundly disturbed. At night, Charlie sat before her mirror, lost in thought. Today's date was a beautiful dream, barring that chilling sensation at the end. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a letter resting silently beside the mirror. A message. This intricate wax seal belongs to the Imperial organization. The letter read, We possess the answers you seek. This is a summoning charm. Simply tear it when you wish to meet. Imperial is departing soon, so we hope for an immediate audience. If it's Imperial, they must hold intel on the magic tower. Charlie ripped the parchment in two, and an operative materialized in the room instantly. It's been an age, I've missed you. I heard you went scouting the magic tower with that Delmon air. Skip the pleasantries. Ahem. Before we dive in, I have a proposal. Let's head to Imperial. Certain truths aren't meant for prying ears. I'll hear the gist of it here before I decide to move. Speak. I've uncovered the horrific truth behind the Magic Tower's Kiora project. They are feeding Ariris fragments to humans to forge them into blades. Their ultimate ambition is to manufacture a god with human hands. But the true depth of their depravity goes even further than that. The Magic Tower masquerades as an organization that rejects divinity, but it's a lie. They are essentially a fanatical cult. I'm disclosing this only because it's you, Charlie. Two deities govern this world. One is Iris, whom everyone has always worshipped as the sole creator. And the other is the primordial evil god. Since the evil god is the literal embodiment of magic, the tower mages derive their power from him. The reason they are hunting Imperial is because I've heard, only that specific girl could suppress the malice within the Ariris fragment, isn't that right? Because I've cracked the secret the magic tower buried. At long last, he has awakened. Even if he remains trapped in the form of a sword. We have no choice but to kneel and worship him. The magic tower has summoned the evil god to descend into the vessel of Kiora. These impossible horrors have truly come to pass. Because I intentionally purged it from my psyche, only fractured shards of memory remain. But from the darkness, a voice echoes, "At last it is complete." Indeed, success is ours. Charlie Ronan has siphoned the demonic miasma perfectly. Her very soul has been corrupted into pure evil. "Father, she's waking. Now open your eyes." But as they gazed upon the blade Kiora, it remained deathly silent without a single tremor. Someone shrieked in a manic frenzy, "What is this? Why does she not answer us? Why this silence? Did we not forge the most absolute evil this time? How can this be? Is it another failure? It's far too early for despair. Look closely at this." This overwhelming aura, the god has finally descended. Right here, Charlie pressed a blade against Ben's throat. "Why so quiet? It's unsettling. Keep talking." "Ugh, look. The Kiora project has never actually yielded a success. And even if it did, the magic tower wouldn't get what they want. Theoretically, they poured the evil god into Kiora, but in terms of sheer mana, the host of that body has seized absolute control. What I mean is the host has gradually devoured the evil god, becoming the deity themselves. The assimilation is slow, but it certainly won't take more than 50 years, right? But relax. If the Kiora project collapses, the evil god won't manifest in this world either. Charlie snapped the knife shut and roughly ruffled Ben's hair. "Hey, what gives? I just handed you the most elite intel on a silver platter. Fascinating data, but I'm not setting foot in Imperial. Now vanish." Ben evaporated instantly. Charlie's composure buckled. "I have become the evil god incarnate." The following day. "Is there something you need to confess to me? This isn't a secret for common ears, which is why I've summoned you here. And since you are the one who asked about Charlie first, you deserve to hear the truth." "Very well, I'm listening." "When I was a boy, my father returned bearing the carcass of a grotesque monstrosity he had finally managed to slaughter. You know how those who walk the path of the sword are driven by ego? I was desperate to witness that beast for myself. Back then, I was still grieving my mother's death, and I stumbled upon something horrifying. That child was literally draining the demonic essence from the monster's corpse. From that moment, I began to recoil from Charlie. Damn it, does such a terrifying person truly exist? Ostracizing a blameless child and then pinning it on demonic energy. Yet it seems this tale isn't just some baseless myth. Elsewhere, Charlie was frantically scouring through ancient tomes. There isn't a single trace of information regarding the evil god here either. Wait, if there's a sanctuary for forbidden texts like the Emperor's private study, then later she unearthed the truth of the evil god. Ariris has been since the dawn of time. The evil god was forged from the shadow cast by Eris. The evil god shattered Eris to reign as the ultimate deity. Once severed, the evil god wielded that aura and attained near-perfect divinity. The ceiling for mortals is master. So that realm I glimpsed beyond master the saint level. It exists because I myself am the evil god. Even if divinity itself is compromised and new variables emerge, my path of vengeance remains unshakable. Regardless, I'll grind the magic tower to dust. I have no intention of embracing this identity, nor do I harbor the evil god's spite for Ariris. Limitless power now rests within the palms of the host, because at my core I am still human. Charlie sensed a presence behind her and spun around. "Why do you look so broken, your majesty?" He winced at the sound of her name, Charlie, before squeezing his eyes shut in agony. "I don't care about your secrets or your schemes. My only fear is that you might abandon me. That will never happen, your majesty. But what if it did? I would likely descend into total madness." Charlie was left speechless by Dylan's raw vulnerability. I see the depths of Dylan's fear now. It's my fault for never truly laying my heart bare to him, even after everything we've shared. This has to be enough. "Charlie, your majesty." A month trickled by. Winter still grips the land, but spring is whispering. I don't just want the empire to fall. A cold breeze of new hope just drifted past. I want to erase them all. "Your majesty, can you swear to me? Are you still prepared to follow my lead?" He seized her hand firmly. "As long as it is your desire, I will make it a reality." Later perched upon a high branch, Lucy smirked. "Hey babe, are you actually playing house with the Emperor? I've come regarding some trivial matters. And yes, I know you loathe uninvited night guests. I'm here to deliver this. Since the magic tower has a target on my back, I might have to go dark soon. Consider this the final puzzle piece. This intel concerns your very origin. Why anchor an evil god within Kiora? I must unearth the secrets that are still shrouded in shadow. Once the full truth is laid bare, my day of liberation will arrive, because revenge will be one step closer to its finale. The grand design to topple the empire and the magic tower. I'm not even sure if this lifetime is enough to see it through. Your Majesty, can you promise me that you're still willing to follow me? I will be your shadow forever, Charlie. Very well. If I bind myself to Dylan and the vengeance is satisfied and the scars begin to heal, could we actually find happiness together? Charlie ripped the letter in two, and Ben materialized, instantly radiating an annoyingly brilliant aura. Greetings. I hear you're officially dating the Emperor. Impressive. You've certainly got the moves and the sharp instincts to back them up, don't you? Charlie met Ben's gaze with a look of pure icy disdain. The once vibrant atmosphere turned suffocatingly grim in an instant. As I stated in the letter, this is our final encounter. We're crossing the border, so I'll explain exactly why Imperial is your only choice. To start, at 13, you applied to tutor the 13th prince with a flawless thesis. But that wasn't your true motive, a noble lady who had never received a day of formal schooling. In no time at all, you successfully seated that forgotten prince upon the throne. That's a feat no mere mortal could ever hope to accomplish. You were driven by a hidden agenda because this entire conspiracy centers around you. Should I just end his life right here? The Eris fragment. You are the living Eris fragment, aren't you, Charlie Ronan? That's why you handpicked and groomed the 13th prince. You chose an obscura puppet to crown as emperor purely to use him as a shield while you pulled the strings. This was a plot twist I never saw coming. She countered, and if I tell you your theory is a lie? Oh, please, don't play coy. Don't tell me you're oblivious to what an Eris fragment truly signifies. Something that transcends the basic definition of a shard. Truth, you know, carries a much darker weight. You've investigated the evil god shattering Ariris, haven't you? Make no mistake, you know the people of Imperial stashed those documents in the palace's forbidden vaults during the Great War. Have you ever wondered what became of Ariris after the evil god broke it? This ties into Imperial's primary mission. We are hunting the true fragment. The most massive shard of the shattered Ariris. It is the most pristine and regal fragment, unique because it has taken human form, radiating an innate genius that simply cannot be suppressed. Charlie's heart hammered against her ribs at those words. A prodigy possessing natural mastery over every field since birth. Isn't there only one person who fits that description? Dylan. That night, Dylan held her close and whispered, I love you, Charlie. Your Majesty, I intend to bring this empire to its knees. At last, you finally bared your soul to me. Did I really have to wait until I could hold you to hear those words? I love you, Your Majesty. Dylan. I cannot bring myself to kill him. No, to save his life, I am forced to vanish from it. The evil god's presence has been unmasked, so we must secure you. The true fragment of Ariris, the evil god Kiora, is destined to destroy you. No one can confirm if the Kiora project succeeded, but even if that host absorbed the evil god, they would still possess his malevolent essence. The entire design is to execute Ariris. Other impulses might be suppressed, but as a demon sword forged for this singular purpose, the drive to slaughter Ariris is uncontrollable. I don't know the specifics, but you cannot withstand the evil god. Staying near him is a death sentence. Charlie tenderly brushed the hair from Dylan's forehead. This is a fragile bliss I fought so hard to find. The first flicker of light I've encountered in my long, agonizing existence. But I have no faith that I can suppress the urge to strike him down. I loathe every force that transformed me into Kiora. If that's the reality, I have no choice but to abandon him. The true fragment of Ariris, the most flawless and divine shard. Even after I'm gone, you'll surely remain resilient and joyful as if I were never there. Please continue your life of peace and happiness even without me. Now come with us to Imperial. That's not quite right. I've weighed your offer, but I have one final question. Is it true that if the true fragment is physically distanced from the evil god, they remain unaffected? Ah, if a vast distance separates them, they should be safe. Because the more they face one another, the more the bloodlust to kill consumes them. Is that the truth? I have remained by Dylan's side for 6 long years. But the Ariris fragment is powerless against the evil god. In a real confrontation, Your Majesty would have been torn to pieces. That morning, Dylan stirred and called out to her teacher, Charlie. Seeing Dylan so vulnerable and exposed, I felt as though I'd found the perfect opening to end him. Perhaps in that moment, my subconscious viewed him only as a target. Shall we depart now? No, I still have loose ends to tie up. Very well. I'll be back for you in 5 minutes. The orphans and the disabled were also used as pawns in this project, yet they radiate no malice whatsoever. Despite the tragedy of their lives, I find myself feeling a pang of envy. Is my union with the evil god a divine gift or a horrific curse? That is precisely why they incinerated every document tied to Kiora. Because who knows, the blood of the test subjects lingering on those pages might bring harm to Dylan. My belongings are no longer at the Ronin estate. 4 centuries ago, I endured the agonizing transformation into a blade. And after rewinding time, I tamed Dylan and dragged Dichik from his throne. I encountered Kahu, the only other soul who carries memories of that past life. Kahu. He is the one I must see before I go. The scene shifts to Kahu's estate. Charlie enters, her voice steady as she calls young Duke. Kahu jolts, standing up with a start. The imperial preceptor at this hour. It has been quite some time. I've come with urgent questions. Please proceed. Though I must remember, the preceptor is now the emperor's beloved. I must ensure I do not overstep my bounds. What could possibly be happening for her to be systematically erasing every trace of her existence? She asks point blank. You truly possess no recollection of anything before the regression, do you? Kahu shakes his head. I only remember the frantic search for you when you vanished, but the specific day is a blur. Beyond that, there is only static. It appears his words are genuine. I've reached a dead end with Kahu, there's nothing more to glean. In the end, it's a mercy that you remain ignorant of the fact that I am Kiora. In that past life, you actually looked for me when I was lost. Just once, back when our fates were tied by a betrothal. Consider this information my way of settling that debt. My thanks, young Duke. Kahu shouts after her imperial preceptor, but Charlie continues her silent departure. Kahu stands frozen in the moonlight, swallowed by the silence. After Charlie sought out Dylan. Dylan, I've missed you. Teacher, you've finally surrendered your heart to me. I am overwhelmed with joy. Why does this bliss feel so surreal? It's as if I'm walking on air. Charlie wavered for a heartbeat before whispering, I am also deeply moved and happy. Hearing her confession, Dylan's face lights up with absolute pure satisfaction. You still have imperial duties to attend to, don't you, Your Majesty? Yes, I loathe this parting, but I'll see you at dawn, correct. At his words, she squeezes her eyes shut in agony. Yes, Your Majesty. Elsewhere, he's completely lost his grip on reality. Every time I check the cell, he's just shrieking incoherent nonsense. His psyche has utterly shattered. Hard to believe he once wore the crown of an emperor. Charlie muses to herself. Dichik has descended into madness. Is this the fallout from consuming the fragment infected by a malice that rotted his mind? Charlie thrusts the heavy door open. Dichik is a pathetic sight, shackled and suspended against the cold stone wall. He hisses through cracked lips. Ungrateful rat, you treacherous dog, you tore my legacy apart. Charlie's voice cuts through the dark. Dichik the first. He flinches, his wild eyes snapping upward. Are you not Kiora? Unbind me this instant? Is this revenge for turning you into a blade? Why do you wear a human skin, Kiora? Dichik still clings to fragments of the previous life. Is it the Ariris shard? He continues to babble. That's it. That brat Dylan sold me out. Impossible. Dylan could never be emperor. But his memories are a fractured mess. Charlie demands, I know you recognize me. Who are you? I am Dichik, the first, the rightful ruler. I am well aware, but look at the wretched state you've fallen into. Wait, you standing there like that. The empire? My glorious empire? Forget it. You've ended up as nothing more than a broken shell. Charlie leans in her voice, a cold whisper. The empire is gone, Dichik. Your kingdom has been reduced to ash. Countless souls who once called you king have perished in the flames, and now you shall be forged into the very demon sword of this ruined land. I'm truly glad your memory is returned in time for this. Lies. Where is Dylan? What is the crown prince doing? Charlie seizes his collar and drives a brutal blow into his gut. Dichik's frame convulses as tears of agony stream down his face. A sickening metallic ring echoes. His heart is extinguished under the cold bite of Charlie's blade. He collapses into a heap, life fleeing his body. Charlie reaches for a nearby torch. I should have put an end to this long ago. She hurls the torch to the floor and the room erupts into a violent, hungry inferno. With eyes heavy with sorrow, she whispers his name, Dylan. Even as I finally achieve the vengeance I've hungered for, the absolute truth is this. You were never meant to be part of this carnage. I cannot allow my darkness to stain someone as pure as you. I am walking the path of total ruin now. Do not follow me into the abyss. You thrived on the Empire's blood in the past life because of Kiora. Yet, I find I cannot bring myself to kill you. What is that scent? It smells like wood smoke. Oh, we're literally in front of the hearth. Are you lagging? Then the palace erupts in panic. Fire, it's spreading. Evacuate the halls immediately. Forget my name and I will erase yours from my heart. You are innocent in this. I love you and I know you love me. Spring is at the door. Live a life of peace. Do not throw your life away for me. Is the carriage ready? From this moment on, there are many hard truths you'll have to hear and heavy secrets you'll need to know. Your entire existence is about to undergo a radical transformation. Fine, let's prepare for our departure. Once upon a time, I allowed myself to dream of a future with you. I desperately wanted to experience every facet of life by your side. I truly hoped we could honor our sacred vow to never part and cherish each other for all eternity. I love you, teacher. I love you as well, Your Majesty. To be more precise, I was the one who was utterly tamed. And with that, Charlie vanished alongside Ben. Meanwhile, Dylan received the grim report. The Imperial Preceptor has gone missing, Your Majesty. Last night, an inferno consumed the dungeon, reducing everything to mere ash, while the guards and prisoners fled the flames. The deposed emperor, the former king, has perished. However, he did not burn, he was executed with a dagger. Dylan stared at the blade left on the cold floor and reminisced. I am truly overwhelmed with joy that you gifted me this necklace. Shall we initiate a manhunt for the Imperial Preceptor, sire? That won't be necessary. She undoubtedly has her own reasons for leaving. Besides, after slaying the former king with her own hands, she must be reeling from the trauma. She'll return to me soon. Time moved with agonizing speed. Long live His Majesty. May the Emperor reign for 10,000 years. I've emerged victorious in the war against Exelia. If teacher is watching, perhaps she'll return to celebrate my triumph. Clinging to a shred of desperate hope, Dylan flung the doors open and called, "Teacher!" But only a hollow, haunting silence answered him. With a look of pure devastation, he turned and whispered, "Teacher!" The Imperial Preceptor still hasn't returned. Surely she'll find her way back by summer. When teacher returns, the heat might be unbearable, so prepare a collection of light summer gowns for her. As you command, Your Majesty. Every record of the Kiora project has been wiped clean. Is teacher hunting the Magic Tower sorcerers? Before I knew it, the chill of autumn had already settled in. Dispose of all the outdated dresses from the previous seasons. Years trickled by. Dylan gazed out at the gray sky and murmured, "The first snow is coming. Will she finally return this winter?" Yes, when teacher returns she'll be freezing, so ensure her winter wardrobe is ready. Yes, Your Majesty. By next spring, or next autumn, she will return, for she gave me her word. 3 years had passed. Dylan sat alone in the quiet room, Charlie's promises echoing in his mind. Your Majesty, I won't go anywhere. Your Majesty, will you walk this path by my side? Dylan, I love you. Charlie, why did you tame my heart only to discard me so cruelly? If I desire something, I must possess it no matter the cost. If they resist, I will trample them. If they belong to another, I will kill the master. Compassion is a luxury for those who don't truly own. Just as you instructed me, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth, even if it leads to damnation. I'll gladly burn in hell with you. You abandoned me, so by any means necessary, I will make you mine again. Flipping back through his memories, he was once a boy, suspicious of every shadow. A mere slave to his own primal instincts and towering ambition. Watching the other concubines claw at his mother as if it were sport, he gradually severed all ties of trust with the world. He became a void devoid of empathy for the lives surrounding him. That boy is playing that twisted game again. The one where he decides which of the 49 royals dies first. Dylan, my son, you must promise me you won't take a life. And why is that? Because you are the one with the power to choose. But mother, it's nothing more than a game. In due instant, the 7th concubine felt a cold realization wash over her. This was no ordinary child. He was a volatile cocktail of light and darkness. How was she to save such a precious, dangerous son? Sensing his mother's profound anxiety, Dylan relented. Mother, I'll stop playing these games. The 7th concubine finally exhaled, her heart lightening. Thank you, my son. You truly are a good boy. It was nothing but endless, suffocating boredom. But the one who appeared before a boy lost in apathy was none other than, Greetings, Prince. This is our first encounter. The Princess of Ronin. The flower crown was ready. Whatever I desire to possess will consume every ounce of my focus. If power was the end game, there were far simpler paths to take. Did it have to be me? Why, since this is our inaugural lesson, let us keep things light. Statecraft, academia, the arts, she was a visionary with a reach that spanned vast, untamed fields. Just, who are you? And how much longer does the prince intend to live his life in the shadows? In truth, the prince found existence to be an absolute drag. Why on earth is this woman such a perfect mirror of myself? I crave to seize that primal desire surging down my spine, a force like nature itself, more violent and expansive than the cosmos. I feel as though I've surrendered to the whims of fate and sunk into a seductive swamp named Charlie. Once Dylan went searching for Charlie. He had just begun to smirk, ready to call her name, when his gaze instantly turned to ice at the scene. Imperial Preceptor, you happen to have dropped your handkerchief. My thanks, sir. That hand, should I just sever it from his arm? When Charlie finally turned back and called out, "Your Highness!" Only then did Dylan snap out of his trance and beam back, "Yes, teacher." Perhaps that day was the point of no return. If I cannot own her, then killing her and reclaiming the remains wouldn't be such a terrible plan. I want to consume her entire being until her sense saturates my very soul so the whole world knows she is mine alone. Sometimes these savage impulses are impossible to stifle. Your Majesty, please transform me into someone who belongs exclusively to your Majesty. Taming. So that was the process of taming. However, in the end, Dylan had occupied the throne for 3 long years. The boy had matured into a formidable man. Locate her and bring her to me immediately. Even if it costs you your life, find Charlie and drag her before my throne. At once, your Majesty. In a land far beyond the horizon, Charlie was also gazing at the infinite sky, her thoughts anchored to Dylan. Flashing back to 3 years prior. We need to have a word. Charlie, what seems to be the problem? It appears you're already well aware of the topic at hand. Ben won't stop singing praises about your brilliance. We've done our best to avoid a direct collision with you. Ben insists you're a rare talent we fought hard to recruit, so we should give you some grace. But Charlie, if this defiance persists, a clash is unavoidable. Surely you see that. This is a sanctum with a long and storied history. Know your place and follow orders, rookie. Charlie studied them with a grim expression for a moment before thinking, it seems their patience has finally hit a breaking point. Imperial is a shadow organization with roots deeper than I ever imagined. Its members are an elite few, the best of the best. But so what? It's all meaningless, a waste of potential. Must we follow these archaic, unidentified procedures? This is far too inefficient. At this pace, we'll never reach our objective. They are forced to brand the Imperio sigil on their wrists and accept unique patterns tattooed behind their ears like cattle. I despise the sapphire trapped within the Kiora blade, and I absolutely loathed how a name was etched onto the steel as if it were a mere tool. It's a shame to shatter tradition, but if this is the future, it's better to burn away the reasons I have to obey. She countered coldly, and what do you expect me to do? Because I have no intention of bowing to your whims. The room erupted into chaos. What? I warned you she was trouble. Are we really letting this slide? If you want to look down on me, then draw your steel. What the? Enough, I hear you loud and clear. If that's the way it is, then we'll play by your rules. I'm left with no choice but to convince you in the most traditional manner. If you fall in this duel, you will submit to our customs. And naturally, if I taste defeat, we will defer to your judgment from now on. Your word is worth nothing to me. By the name of the god Ariris, I give you my oath. Charlie smirked and replied, Fine, just make sure you don't regret this. In a different thread of fate, Mary reminisced, Is this a fragrance of your own creation? Yes, though I'm still just an amateur. You have a divine gift for scents, Mary. I do. To me, the world has always revealed its secrets through fragrances. In moments of pure intensity, those scents can even manifest as vivid colors. For instance, the aroma of rustling greenery under the warm spring sun would be a vibrant green, while the crisp, biting air of the first snowfall feels like a soft, ethereal gray. And when I first encountered the lady, I was struck by a color of immense power. It felt like a sudden, refreshing jolt to my senses. A hue so transparently and blindingly white that I lost my bearings. It carried a fragrance so sweet and intoxicating it left me paralyzed. In time, the lady unveiled her own radiant brilliance Yet the thing that truly seized my attention was nothing other than, could this be the lady's ultimate true form? Even now, I am left wondering which mask is her genuine self. The scene shifts to Dylan's presence. Is a bargain not a proposal reserved for those on equal footing? Your Majesty stands to lose nothing. I'll go as far as to say this. Haven't you already been crumbling from the very start? 0 collateral damage implies both parties are chasing the same prize. And that prize is Charlie. Dylan's expression turned lethal. It seems you've lost your will to live, young Duke. How could I possibly remain a bystander while your empire falls into ruin? If that is all, I shall take my leave now. Standing in the corridor, Mary felt a scent so morbid and chilling it made her skin crawl. Now I finally grasped the hollow distance they both endured when they were together. The lady's pure white essence was tainted by His Majesty's gloom. It felt as if she were being slowly devoured. I am Mary the maid. Why did your Majesty summon me? Relax, Mary. Do you yearn for Charlie's return? Is there a single soul in this palace who doesn't ache for the lady's presence? Tell me, do you have any fondness for mages? I beg your pardon. Why would your Majesty bring up sorcerers? This should suffice, shouldn't it? Now the time has come to bring her back home where she belongs. In a distant location, people are fleeing in a frenzied panic. Move. We have to evacuate this place. Take only what you can carry. This and this as well was the southern fortress truly pulverized. You found no evidence of a struggle on the corpses. Look, the dispatch from the south has finally been decrypted. Our headquarters there has been compromised, so flee while you still can. The intruder's identity. We were completely overwhelmed just because a Death Knight joined Imperio's ranks. Forget these relics. Focus on survival. Imperio is hunting us down, but who in the world is leading the charge? The Death Knight. The phantom who would appear without warning and level entire fortresses alongside Imperio's forces. Never before have I witnessed such a staggering, overwhelming source of raw power. In a heartbeat, Charlie had systematically decimated everyone in her path. As she moved through the wreckage, she was drawn toward a dark prison cell. These wretched people possess no magical aptitude whatsoever. If left like this, they will simply perish in absolute agony. Is their dark magic so insufficient that they must kidnap civilians to bleed them for mana? Such repulsive, insatiable greed, it never changes. Charlie tensed as a faint, desperate sound reached her ears. I beg of you, save me, or just kill me. Make the pain stop. Please just end my life. It burns so much. Kill me. I can't endure another second. Thank you. Please just kill me. Just then, Ben rushed in and called out to Charlie. I had no idea you were down here. He cut himself off mid-sentence, freezing in his tracks as he looked around. The scene was one of terrifying silence. Lifeless bodies were strewn across the blood-soaked ground. What in the world happened? Right. All the fleeing sorcerers have been successfully apprehended. I was on my way to deliver the report to you. Ben trailed behind Charlie, his eyes darting nervously around the carnage. This is the terrifying prowess of a being far from human. No matter how often I witness it, I can't fathom her silent, traceless kills. To the naked eye, those corpses appear as if they're merely sleeping. Ever since that pivotal moment 3 years ago, regardless of what any skeptic claims, Charlie has evolved into the absolute heart of Imperio. In that historic skirmish, Charlie shattered her opponent's blade with a single devastating strike. Before the wide-eyed, stunned gazes of her fellow comrades, she simply inquired, "Is that the end next victim step forward?" That day, after crushing them one by one to flaunt her dominance, she ascended naturally to the throne of leadership. Aside from the archives, nothing else was noteworthy. The next stronghold's coordinates were traced via supply routes, so by executing the missions without clashing with Charlie, even the most reckless gambits proceeded with chilling precision. Before long, countless fortresses were reduced to rubble just like that. It appears our work here is finished. Once we've interred the dungeon's victims far from these ruins, we shall withdraw. Consider it done. For 3 years, we've severed the magic tower's limbs, and now it's time to decapitate the beast. If I don't strike the source, they'll simply erect another fortress elsewhere. It's been 3 years of raiding these strongholds, yet every time I unearth a lead on the mastermind, they vanish like smoke through my fingers. Indeed, 3 years have already slipped by. When I first abandoned Dylan, I was terrified that misery would consume me. But surprisingly, I found stability with ease. Is it because I've funneled my entire soul into those I despise? Or is it because I truly hope Dylan is thriving? Knowing Dylan, it's entirely plausible he hasn't wasted a moment tracking me. Perhaps he's erased me from his mind, assuming I'm doing just fine. Suddenly, the door was thrust open as a voice rang out. "Forgive my intrusion, Captain. I have an urgent intelligence report. Reports indicate that Dylan I has unlocked the Imperial Treasury to fund the tower's research. The signing ceremony for the grant is scheduled for the day after tomorrow at the diamond mine." You're telling me Dylan is bankrolling the magic tower elsewhere? Dylan reached out and plucked a delicate bloom from its stem. He crushed it with brutal force until the petals bled their essence. He brought the bruised flower to his lips and whispered, "Charlie, it's time for your little taste of freedom to end." Dylan, a name that hasn't crossed my lips in 3 long years. I never imagined hearing that name whispered in the same breath as the tower. I've heard the colonies have also bowed to the treaty between the Imperial House and the tower. In that case, the alliance is a certainty. He has always been chillingly indifferent to the war between the Magic Tower and Imperio. Why meddle so abruptly now? Something is deeply wrong. I can't decipher Dylan's true intentions. The colonies obviously wouldn't dare to protest. This pact was orchestrated under the noble guise of continental progress. Regardless if this proceeds, the nightmare of the Kiora project is doomed to repeat itself. Securing the backing of the imperial throne is akin to granting wings to a monster like the tower. For the Kiora project to reach fruition, they will crave that imperial gold. Therefore, the shadowy head of the magic tower will undoubtedly emerge for this. This is the opening I've been waiting for. The risk of our entire squad being annihilated is massive, but it's a gamble I'm willing to take. This is a once-in-a-lifetime shot to dismantle the magic tower for good. Captain, what's the play? We have no choice but to engage. Understood, I'll begin the preparations immediately. Charlie's fingers clenched her sleeve in a tight grip. Your Majesty, what on earth is going through your mind right now? In the solitude of his study, Dylan traced the spines of forbidden tomes and mused. Why was teacher so obsessed with forbidden texts concerning the god Erirus? Though her motives elude me, her fury and hunger for vengeance regarding Kiora were undeniably real. It appears the transformation has been finalized. Why were all the archives related to Kiora consigned to the flames? Even with the documents reduced to ash, I'm certain teacher still harbors those secrets. It matters not. Nothing else carries weight. Having her back by my side is the only thing that matters. Losing her drove me to the brink of insanity. Reclaiming her is the only path to my salvation. Actually, my happiness is irrelevant. Since I've already surrendered to madness, I only need to possess her completely. The only thing I need in this world is Charlie. Your Majesty, all arrangements have been finalized. Do not be reckless, and don't even dream of using your power to shatter these gifts. We must secure the hostage. Yes, sire. Then, Captain, this is a setup. We're in Athena City, so why? Charlie's brow furrowed. Where did this go wrong? Athena City shouldn't be shielding the tower or the Emperor. The one they're truly hunting is me. Everyone fall back. Suddenly, a cold blade lunged directly toward her. Charlie parried with lightning speed. Clang. She barked, Hugo! Please forgive my betrayal. In an instant, dozens of razor-sharp sword points were leveled at Charlie's throat. She was utterly boxed in with no room to maneuver. Charlie frowned in grim resignation. I can't bring myself to kill them. Her comrades were also taken alive. Captain! From the shadows, Dylan emerged with a triumphant smirk. So, I've finally found you. That voice. You haven't changed in the slightest. Charlie Ronan. I orchestrated this entire farce just to track you down. Dylan stepped closer and tilted her chin upward. To claim you as mine. I was under the impression that no one could ever escape Imperio and Athena. You truly are full of surprises. But what about me? Why did you tame my heart only to abandon me? Was Dylan's voice always this hauntingly deep? Flashes of us watching fireworks and sharing warmth surged through my mind like a fever dream. The very second I laid eyes on teacher, a single thought consumed me. This person belongs to me. Gotcha. Why, if there's a shred of a valid reason for leaving me, then let's hear it. Even if it's just a pathetic excuse to ease your own guilt, go ahead and try. Charlie let her sword slip from her fingers and squeezed her eyes shut. Dylan's grip on her face tightened. It seems you've chosen silence over an answer. It matters not. I will possess Charlie by any means necessary. My mind is made up. You already knew this, Charlie. Now you'll stay by my side forever. His gaze was void of even a flicker of warmth. It's terrifying how we've become complete strangers despite our years together. Anne Perio is now at my mercy. If she refuses to yield, I'll execute every soul here on the spot. Even if she stands alone now. He began reciting names: Darian, Krot, Simnit, Wendy, Tina. Zanius, Bipalayo, and Ben. I don't know if I can save Charlie, but I refuse to be the anchor that drags her down. If you wish, you can ditch everyone and bolt. I'm sure you've weighed the odds, but aren't these teachers precious allies? Friends. I've never once allowed myself to view them as friends. And yet I've somehow grown fond of this ragtag group in Imperio. Fond enough to memorize every name to the point where I can't let their blood be on my hands. Dylan spoke again. Even though teacher trusts no one, you still rely on them to do your dirty work, huh? That's our fundamental difference. Now I'll do exactly as I please, just as you once instructed me. Even now, you can't turn your back on Imperio because you're still starving for that intel, right? What's your move? He has morphed into someone so unrecognizable the kind boy is long gone. She whispered, Your Majesty, you aren't yourself. Then did you expect me to stay stagnant ever since the day you vanished? Did you think I'd just wait to rot and die alone? Dylan yanked Charlie into a tight embrace. Then he shoved her back. The one who broke me. Wasn't it you, teacher? You're the one who molded me into a tyrant. So who are you trying to shift the blame to now? But if that's true, can an Erirus fragment really radiate such a sinister aura? This feels like a total mental collapse. Dylan commanded, throw them in the cells, and don't feel relieved just because I didn't slaughter you immediately. Have you already forgotten what I'm capable of? Charlie blocked his path. Are you truly intent on dragging them into hell with you? The monsters you've tamed, that's not my cross to bear either. Your Majesty, just call me Dylan. From now on, you will never leave my side. Simply watch over me and continue to exist for my sake. At a hotel bordering the Sevia mine. For the moment, please find rest here. I'm currently finalizing the arrangements to escort you back to the imperial capital. Charlie was submerged in a sea of turbulent thoughts. She replayed the agonizing scene of her comrades being hauled away in chains. Did you honestly believe I remained the same naive boy from before? This is intolerable. I must assess the situation immediately. At once her path was obstructed. I'm not attempting to escape. Please forgive my insolence. You are strictly forbidden from stepping foot outside this chamber. I have explicit orders to contain you. These are direct commands from His Majesty. How dare you? Though Hugo quivered under her piercing gaze, he had no choice but to uphold Dylan's iron decree. In that moment, Dylan thrust the door open and strode in. It is time for our return, Charlie. Your Majesty? How much longer do you intend to hold the members of Imperial captives? How can you focus on the welfare of others while you're standing right before me? He traced the curve of her cheek with a gentle touch. Let us go. Even after all this time, a lingering spark remained battling a strange new sensation that began to bloom. The Dylan I once cherished so deeply has morphed into a completely unrecognizable stranger. I've already dismantled over half of the tower, so humoring Dylan's whims for a while shouldn't hurt, right? He's always manipulated the world to suit his desires. If he demands my immediate return to the Imperial Palace, she sighed, I shall submit to your Majesty's will. My will is it. From this point on, do not smile at, look toward, or even spare a thought for another man. You are permitted only to gaze at me, listen to my voice, and devote your entire heart to me. Inside the carriage, a heavy, suffocating silence settled between them. Only the rhythmic, hollow clatter of wheels on the road echoed from the outside. Charlie mused to herself, this atmosphere is utterly paralyzing. Why is His Majesty staring at me with such predatory intensity? This silence is becoming unbearable. Wouldn't you agree? If teacher refuses to even grace me with her voice, what words are left for me to speak? Come closer. Charlie clenched her fists. Defying him was a tempting option. Yet she forced herself up and moved toward Dylan's side. Can you truly stomach the weight of my resentment? I missed your Majesty as well. Haha, do you truly expect me to believe such a transparent lie? He yanked her into his arms and locked his lips onto hers in a forced, desperate kiss. In the peak of that heated moment, he suddenly recoiled. A single crimson droplet of blood stained his fine silken clothes. Charlie had bitten Dylan's lip until it was raw and bleeding. That's a first teacher. Now unhand me. He slowly released his grip. They finally arrived. The Empire appeared as grand and unchanging as ever. It was steadily marching into an era of golden peace and boundless prosperity, save for the fact that a palpable terror gripped everyone within the palace walls. The servants were moved to tears at her sight. Imperial preceptor, we've longed for your return. This is a dream, isn't it? Mary lunged forward in a flurry of emotion. Imperial preceptor, why did you wait so long to come home? Were you truly waiting for me? Mary nodded vigorously. Forgive my lateness. Dry your eyes. Mary wiped her face and spoke. I will escort you to the residence His Majesty prepared. Preceptor, this is the Empress's palace where you'll reside. It is meticulously cleaned every single day. I truly hope it meets your approval. He didn't install me in a wing befitting a teacher or a preceptor, but specifically chose the Empress's palace. This is sheer madness. But given the volatility of Dylan's temper, if I dare to refuse... Is this why he permits me to speak with the maids? Does he believe that gifting me a weakness is more effective than total isolation and chains? The servants noticed her lingering in a daze and traded knowing looks. We shall withdraw for now, Imperial Preceptor. I can feel the stinging weight of Dylan's sense of betrayal. I understand that hollow, gut-wrenching sensation when someone you trusted completely shatters that bond. In the end, I am the catalyst who pushed Dylan into this abyss of madness. Suddenly, a small, elegant box caught her eye. What could this be? Lifting the lid, she found a pair of exquisite earrings that triggered a flood of memories. Every single item curated for this room is something I absolutely adore. Even a detail as minute as this. He must have spent every waking moment meticulously selecting my favorite things while he waited for me right. 1 year bled into the next, and then a second year vanished. And just like that, the third year of my absence arrived. He has confronted me with a suffocating obsession, a volatile cocktail of terrifying love and raw hatred. Is love truly such a divine emotion? If you spiral deep into this draining, catastrophic feeling, logic dissolves until you're nothing but a hollow shell. Yet Dylan refused to let go. Regardless, despite Dylan's grand gesture of installing me in the Empress's palace, I cannot remain by his side forever, for the mere thought of Dylan being destroyed because of me is unbearable. Now a crushing weight settles upon my heart, because the bridge of trust has been pulverized into microscopic shards. Even so, there is no alternative path to take. Later, at a lavish banquet, the air was thick with gossip. I heard Countess Good's engagement was nuked, didn't you? I recall her gloating about the Delman Duke family. Seeing her so livid her eyes are bloodshot is pure cinema. It's been years since the imperial preceptor vanished. Now, the only thing the Empire obsesses over is His Majesty and the young Duke of Delman Right. No wonder every noble in the capital is stalking high society's every move. Indeed, Master. Have you still not managed to let go? Why on earth is it like this? You are the head of the dukes. You know perfectly well that noble unions aren't dictated by petty feelings, young Duke. Do you truly have no recollection of our past? Perhaps that is the case. I understand. My thanks, young Duke. Kahu thought of Charlie with a pang of regret. If I had known that would be our final conversation, I would have done anything to make her stay. Was I always prone to such emotional outbursts? Did our shared missions and that flawless electric chemistry we had, or even our marriage before the timeline reset truly define me that much? I used to think marrying while pining for another was an insult to one's partner. But since Charlie's departure, the Empire has transformed into the very nightmare I feared. The populace, intoxicated by forced patriotism and a lust for victory, scrambles to enlist as soldiers. The continent has plunged into a dark era of perpetual warfare and bloody coups. Free will has become a relic. How can a tyranny that claims to be centuries ahead of its time actually benefit the common man? Furthermore, even though I'm paralyzed with nerves, the way he clings to his final shred of sanity makes him even more terrifying. Young Duke, if the bird you nurtured flies away craving a freedom that doesn't exist, is the fault with the one who didn't clip its wings or the one who built the cage? In my eyes, however, no one is to blame. It's not your fault you didn't instill enough loyalty to stop the bird from trying to slip its neck through the chains. Young Duke, are you familiar with the Kiora project? I have only heard whispers of it, sire. I see. However, if Charlie severs her ties with these survivors? In a secluded room, Ben asked Charlie urgently, Charlie is holding up okay, right? Dylan sauntered in a faint predatory smirk dancing on his lips. That name is a privilege reserved only for me. You certainly have nerves of steel. I am the only one here entitled to demand answers. Otherwise, the lives of everyone in Ontario are no longer worth preserving, are they? The reality is You dare speak casually to teacher while using formal honorifics with me. Ben clenched, his jaw fuming. He brings an entire army to start a riot, then lectures me on the social hierarchy. Fine. It's not that deep anyway. I once offered flowers to Charlie to celebrate a mission well done. It was nothing major, really, so for the past 3 years, nothing spicy happened between me and the commander. I only saw her as my boss, okay? That's the whole story. I'm pressing you for answers. I want to know exactly what you saw in Charlie that compelled you to recruit her into Imperio's ranks. Under the weight of the interrogation, Ben flinched, visibly shaken. Historically, Imperio was an errorist research collective, but aren't you currently just the broken remnants of the Kiora project? He doesn't just know I orchestrated Charlie's escape. He knows the bridge between Imperio and Kiora. How deep does his intel go? She was brought on board because her strength is simply unparalleled. No one wields power like the commander. Her arrival felt like a divine coincidence. From what I gather, she hungered for vengeance, and our force was the key to her endgame. Dylan drummed his fingers on the table and smirked. Let's re-examine the facts. Wasn't my beloved teacher actually a lab rat for the Kiora project? Ben's heart skipped a beat. What kind of twisted nonsense is he spewing? There isn't a single document tracking Charlie leaving the estate as a child. Therefore, the Emperor suspects Charlie was force-fed fragments from infancy to achieve this transcendent godlike power. There's zero record of such a possibility. Charlie Ronan entered these palace walls at exactly 15. If she were a test subject before then, how could she survive? I'll prove the commander's existence owes nothing to your experiments. Outside of that, there is no other logical conclusion. Regardless, I'm not lying, so I should be in the clear. I see. So, you're still committed to this silence, aren't you? Dylan slammed a heavy stack of dossiers onto the table. Identify these. Ben opened the folder, and his blood ran cold. Lydia, your own flesh and blood was a victim of the Kiora project, wasn't she? In the end, she couldn't endure the agony of the trials. I heard her condition was beyond saving. Phase 1, the subject's motor functions fail. Following that, the skin begins to necrose. Order cease testing on the specimen. Initiate termination. All of this is classified data that no one outside the inner circle could possibly possess. That broken body, the perpetrator and the mastermind? What if I told you both of those monsters were currently in my custody? Spill everything you know. Right. Now, this man is a world away from the Emperor Charlie used to describe. If the Kiora demon sword took human form, it would look exactly like this. Back in Charlie's chambers, Mary gossiped. The Empire is buzzing lately. Even so, the people hang on His Majesty's every word. They're hailing him as the ultimate holy king. And throughout all this, His Majesty hasn't spared a single glance for another woman. Indeed, it's as if his world begins and ends with you, teacher. You always did love driving these talks, didn't you? I'll leave you to your thoughts now. I still remember the days I'd aimlessly hum along to the piano's melody drifting through the window. Time flows on and everything withers. Eternity is nothing more than a fleeting mirage. The sky remains unchanged, mocking us with its constancy. At that moment, Dylan knocked and crossed the threshold, murmuring, "Why are you searching the heavens, teacher?" Before she could answer, he swept her into a desperate embrace. The one who shattered the sanctity of our memories. "Wasn't it your hand, teacher? She is isolated, with no company but a simple maid. That hollow void will eventually force her to crave my presence. That's right. You are permitted to do nothing but wait for me. Just lose yourself by my side tonight." Her gaze shifted, finally locking onto Dylan's eyes. A heartbeat later, she seized his collar and yanked him toward her. Taking full control, she pressed her lips against his in a defiant kiss. The kiss was long fueled by a raw, hungry passion. Dylan breathed her name like a prayer. "Charlie, Charlie." His hands clamped firmly onto her waist. The heat between them was so intense that Dylan's shirt was discarded in their haste. Charlie reached out, tracing the contours of his impossibly soft, radiating skin. Even if he truly houses a fragment of Iris at his core, he is still just a man. "Charlie, no matter how much I indulge, I can never quench this burning thirst. It seems my only destiny is to plummet into hell. Even this isn't enough, Charlie." The following dawn, Charlie was pulled from sleep by the melody of birds and the morning sun piercing the glass. The warmth of the night still lingered in the air as she looked upon his sleeping face. Raw desire surged once more, and I found myself utterly unable to maintain control. Is it simply because a demon's heart is instinctively drawn to an Eris fragment? It's deeper than that. It would be bizarre if he could effortlessly erase his devotion just because I turned my back on him. Dylan's agonizing longing might still be a form of love. 3 years have vanished, and I assumed he'd forgotten us yet. Do I still carry his image in my soul? As she rose, Dylan pulled her into a crushing embrace, whispering, "Charlie, why did you abandon me? Didn't you crave me just as desperately? Was there truly a reason you had to keep your distance from me? Is it my confession that your Majesty truly seeks right now? Or would you rather have a kiss from my lips?" Even though every fiber of my being hungered for him, as the dawn broke, I could feel the chasm between us widening even further. If I demand both, will you condemn me for being so insatiably greedy? I cannot let him discover the truth. How could I have ever justified walking away from him? Instead, she lied. I despise this empire and want to witness the downfall of the era of Dietrich. And yet your Majesty spared me. Please just end my life. If that is the case, I'd prefer you kill me instead. If I perish by your blade, it would be a fitting conclusion. Charlie stood frozen. A demon cannot suppress the primitive urge to slay a true Iris fragment. Eventually, he will execute me without a second thought. A desperate confession is fine. I can endure possession and obsession. If it's you, I'll accept even your hatred. But let me warm your spirit with these hands. Charlie faltered, But then she fell silent. He proactively draped his arms around her neck. She clung to him and pressed her lips against his. In the aftermath, the emperor began to completely neglect the affairs of the state. Days bled into weeks, yet not a single official dared to remind the emperor of his duties. To be a true sovereign, you must make everyone desperate for your presence. For instance, I only provide the fish. I never teach them the art of the catch. Isn't that right, teacher? Even in the emperor's absence, the machinery of the state grinds on. Isn't this a dark distortion of teacher's original lessons? Did you feel a sense of betrayal when I vanished without a word? Or perhaps, is this all just a grand illusion woven by magic? We've never actually stood by the sea together, have we? Charlie dipped her feet into the crashing waves and marveled, "Wow, it's breathtaking." "You are the one who is breathtaking, Charlie. With magic of this caliber, there's no way he's relying on the tower's mages. Having to face such surreal sights, only then can I feel the crushing weight of reality. I cannot allow this to continue indefinitely. I must move swiftly to annihilate the magic tower. Those cultists stripped me of my humanity and now threaten the true Iris fragment. Your Majesty, I find myself craving fresh air. Would you permit me a walk beyond the walls of the Empress's palace?" "I am pleading with you, Dylan." "As you wish, Charlie." I need to let his guard down. Because I rushed my approach to the tower, and Dylan, I've ended up a prisoner in the Imperial Palace. To achieve my ends, there is no other path. As Charlie ventured out, she crossed paths with the Grand Duke. To dismiss this encounter as mere coincidence would be terrifying. The Grand Duke appeared visibly shaken to find himself face to face with her. 3 long years have slipped by, Imperial Preceptor. Charlie hesitated for a heartbeat before brushing past him with cold indifference. It stands to reason. As a high-ranking aristocrat, his presence in the imperial city is hardly unexpected. The Grand Duke spun around sharply, watching Charlie's retreating back, and called out, "Imperial Preceptor." Seeing her stop, he pressed on. "I wish to offer you my assistance." An honorific. Grand Duke Ronan dropped to one knee. "Whatever the Preceptor desires, even if I must shroud the entire world in darkness, I am ready to do anything for you." "Why on earth have you come here?" "Because I am haunted by regret." He reminisced. How could you utter such words? If your child were subjected to that, any mother would be devastated. I pity him, for when he returns, his beloved preceptor will be gone. The imperial preceptor has vanished. His Majesty has even ceased the hunt to bring her back. What did you just say? All regrets are destined to arrive far too late. Now I am left in the dark with no way of discovering Charlie's whereabouts, or even what she's been forced to do. Ronan's lackeys crawled to me to explain this disaster. I came here to witness the fallout. You truly are a pathetic sight, Ronan. Are all the documents processed? I've heard rumors that the Ronan house is crumbling. Keep your mouth shut and work. It seems the preceptor vanished without so much as a whisper. No, that's only to be expected. Fine, it's been over a fortnight and the merchant fleet is still anchored. Are the permits still stalled? Hey, Ronan, if Rachel were to lay eyes on me in this wretched state, what would her verdict be? Isn't that a truth you'd grasp better than anyone else? The three of us were inseparable back in our academy days, but in the end, your world revolved around Jacob. The sheer weight of my guilt has rendered me utterly paralyzed. But ultimately, those words weren't an atonement for my daughter, they were for Jacob. Duke Kenan could only rub his neck in frustration, at a loss for words. Then he snatched the wine bottle right out of Grand Duke Ronan's trembling hand. There is a secret even the preceptor isn't privy to. That Kenan heirloom you've been hunting is a dream tool forged from the tears of Eris. From Eris, use it, and you can summon the souls of the dead within your dreams. You can finally speak the unspoken to that person, seeing them exactly as they were. So, Rachel, that's right, I'm imploring you, please. Of course, I'm only revealing this because I genuinely want to save you. However, there is a catch. I'll grant you a reunion with Rachel in your dreams, but afterward, you will handle your duties like a man. Do I look like a man with enough leisure time to travel this far just to nag you about your paperwork? I've drafted a brief manual on its use. My subordinates will provide the finer details later. With that parting shot, Duke Kenan departed. That very night, the Grand Duke witnessed a vision in his sleep. Oh, Duke, it has been an eternity. Looking back, this life was truly a masterpiece of immense happiness and fortune. I found the man of my dreams, gave him my whole heart, and even bore 3 beautiful children. Don't weep. Tell me of the world I left behind. Well, Akan must be a royal knight by now, right? Surely he's found a worthy partner. And what if Dante Akan has been promoted to a second-class royal knight? He met a count's daughter recently, and they have a son. My goodness, I'm already a grandmother. Dante has also been formally knighted. As expected of our boys, I'm bursting with pride. But Charlie, she must have blossomed into an exquisite young lady, hasn't she? She's your mirror image, so she must have suitors falling over themselves. Whenever Charlie prepares for a gala, Akan and Dante probably bicker over who earns the right to escort her. Didn't you promise to send her to the academy just as we were? Since I met you there, Charlie might even find a charming gentleman among her peers. Rachel harbored no resentment toward Charlie at all, even though Charlie's very existence had cost her her life. Darling, why? Why do you look so devastated? Has something happened to Charlie, Rachel? Is it truly you? You're actually here. Yes, it is I, my beloved Duke. Rachel, I never once held that child in my arms. I never even whispered her name. I cursed her, claiming she should never have been born because her life was the price of yours. I denied her tutors, forbade her from making friends, and never gave her a single token of affection. It was I who systematically destroyed that child's life. I refuse to believe it. You were always such a cruel joker. As I thought, you haven't changed a bit, have you, my love? The Grand Duke's raw confession left Rachel trembling in shock. I'm so sorry. There is no way you could ever commit such atrocities. Because you are a man of such profound warmth. Please say something. I beg of you. I am so sorry. Rachel. Charlie? Charlie? Why in the world? It was because the grief of losing you consumed every part of my soul. So, only now when it's too late have I finally realized. To the rest of the world, it's a pathetic excuse. There was no justification for raising her in that darkness. It was merely my own selfish vent for my pain. I truly believed you would cherish Charlie just as you cherished me. Clearly, you are the only one who truly understands the depths of my heart. And for that, I resent you more than words can say. What were you thinking treating that poor child with such cruelty? Why is it that I only succumb to regret once it's far too late? What right do I have to stand here and beg for her mercy? Even so, I must assist her now, even in some small capacity. Are you being genuine for once? I will provide whatever aid is necessary, Imperial Preceptor. Let me see. I honestly don't believe you'll be of much use at all. However, despite his apparent uselessness, I should attempt to utilize him as another pawn on my board. Later, Hugo delivered his report. Duke Ronan has made contact with the Imperial Preceptor. And how did teacher respond to his presence? It appears the preceptor wasn't particularly bothered by him. Very well. If that's the case, Charlie was then escorted to a secret meeting with Imperio. The moment they saw her, everyone sprang to their feet. Commander? Charlie scanned the room. Have they truly stopped monitoring my every move? His Majesty added that it's been far too long since the preceptor had a decent meal, so I'll take my leave. You're unharmed, right? I'm so relieved, as am I relieved that everyone is safe as well. Safe what? Safe and sound, you mean? The Emperor, that man has completely lost his mind. My mental state, let's just not go there. Just what did the Emperor do? No, what did the Commander do to the Emperor? This entire dynamic has been flipped upside down. Charlie signaled to Ben. That is not a matter you need to concern yourself with. Fair enough. For now, let's sit down and share a meal. Exactly. Let's eat and strategize. Commander Ronan pledged to help us. Did he truly promise that if Ronan is on board, things should definitely start moving in our favor? Isn't it painfully obvious that the Duke meeting us and the Commander was all part of the Emperor's grand design? If there is an advantage to be exploited, we must take it. Right now, it's our best move. Even if the odds are slim, when the opportunity presents itself, seize it without hesitation. Coordinating our efforts like this will suffice. Even if the Emperor orchestrated this reunion, a lapse in his guard is still a lapse. We can exploit any variable. Yes. Everyone be ready in 3 days. Now enjoy your meal. And Ben, a word with you. Charlie began drafting a message. Ben asked, are you actually sending a letter to them? Is there a reason I shouldn't? Those are figures we shouldn't antagonize lightly. Besides, a magic transmission would be intercepted instantly. It's fine. This letter will reach them in the blink of an eye. Can you come to me? In an instant, 2 small spirits manifested before a stunned Ben. Did you summon us, eh? We require your assistance for a brief task. We'll move in total secrecy. We'll deliver the messages safely to their destination. See, from now on, this is how we communicate. He won't be able to perceive these spirits, so I just need to explain the mechanics. How on earth did you conjure those beings? Have you finally awakened the true power of the Eris fragment? Can you see those spirits? Spirits. You actually think of them as mere spirits. They aren't fragile like fairies. They are low-ranking ancient spirits who once served Eris herself. Just as I suspected, you truly are the vessel for the Eris fragment. Charlie's brow furrowed. Ancient spirits, the same ones who were by my side 9 years ago. We have always been by Charlie's side watching over you. Charlie questioned, is it because I'm an evil spirit that you insist on staying with me? The 2 spirits dodged her inquiry. The letter has been delivered safely. They have agreed to the terms. She clenched her fists, irritated that they had sidestepped her question once again. But Kiora said she wasn't fond of the idea, most likely. And when exactly did I ever say that? This is a hauntingly familiar sensation I felt once before. It's the same feeling I had after Ben told me the truth when I realized Kiora was an evil spirit. Clearly the sensation back then was identical. Kiora, my dark spirit, now open your eyes. Every piece of the puzzle is falling into place as the world's secrets flood into my mind. Who on earth? It feels as though my entire being is undergoing a violent awakening. The memories that were once buried deep have come rushing back. My head feels like it's going to explode. This can't be happening. Kiora is desperate to keep these memories buried. Meanwhile, incredible. The procedure was a triumph. Kiora shall be the ultimate blade that shields our legacy. Tonight we shall toast to this glorious breakthrough. Let us bow before the resurrection of the evil spirit. I would have preferred a human death to end like a real person, rather than being forged into a mere weapon. These spirits possess a nature far different from these mortals. They are ethereal entities capable of perceiving the raw energy of Ariris. We celebrate the ascent of a new deity. Now Kiora is flawless. Charlie shuddered in terror. Am I a god? If you aren't a god, then what else could you possibly be? Mind your tongue. Do not speak so carelessly. None of you have the right to address me. Leave me in peace. I am not Kiora or whatever monster you claim. Charlie faltered, her balance deserting her. The memories that were once entombed in the deepest abyss have clawed their way back. Countless recollections remain under seal. If I continue to unearth them, will I truly transform into a demonic spirit? A mortal capable of consuming the soul of an evil spirit is clearly no ordinary human. Immediately after, the focus shifted to the hunt for the Arius fragment. For the sake of Dylan's life, I must cease this dangerous quest for my past. Why do you treat me with such uncharacteristic gentleness? The Arius fragments remain scattered. Until they are whole, we are forbidden from speaking. So that explains the cryptic responses of the ancient spirits. They are still searching for the remaining shards of Eris, yet they can't even recognize them when they're standing right there. Nevertheless, I still have one final trump card to play. In that case, will it grow larger? Bigger, no. Charlie gestured toward the spirit. Can you mimic my appearance? Effortlessly. I'll return within 3 hours. Lately, I've been a virtual prisoner within the Empress's palace. It would be a massive help if you could stand in for me. It would be my honor to serve you in this way. The monster forest. As I suspected, even now, Dylan's authority hasn't reached this cursed place. The people I seek aren't like those monsters in the black market. They are merely survivors coexisting with beasts. This aura, it reeks of an impending massacre. It's the magic tower. What the hell is the magic tower doing in this wilderness? Are they harvesting fragments from the monsters? Regardless, it's irrelevant. I'll just slaughter them all. At that moment, a figure emerged from the thicket. He turned pale with fright the second he laid eyes on Charlie. You! Charlie offered a chilling smile and whispered, well, hello. Elsewhere, Dylan was lost in his own dark machinations. I can't hope to decipher Teacher's mind with simple logic, can I? If I try, I'm bound to miss something crucial. The origin of Charlie's blade has always eluded my control. If that's the case, how should I evaluate the situation? Prince, don't you believe someone out there might be just like you? Someone who truly understands an existence like your own. When I was a boy, Charlie's words felt like absolute truth, but now it feels like a vital piece of the puzzle is missing. How did Charlie track me down when I was hiding my very presence the moment my mother died? She became my mentor and systematically lowered my guard. How did she find the Hirocho during the tournament on the very day Mother collapsed? She delivered the Hirocho to me. Assuming Charlie had foreknowledge of Mother's passing. At that realization, his heart hammered against his ribs. Perhaps Charlie entered that swordsmanship duel specifically because she demanded the Hirocho as her prize. I should have been more skeptical from the beginning. What kind of game is she playing? Could it be the 7 harems? Did she truly know about Mother's death before it happened? Thinking back, Charlie's animosity toward the Empire is also incredibly bizarre. She loathes this realm. Specifically, her thirst for vengeance against the Emperor is undeniable. If Charlie settles her score, she might lose her will to live. I shattered my oath, but how could I have ever fed the Emperor a fragment of Eris? Did she ever consider the price of such an impulsive, reckless act? Now, Charlie's hatred for the Empire seems to be fading. Perhaps she's narrowed her sights to the magic tower alone. Why this obsession with revenge? If it's tied to a crime, the magic tower, the subject of the files she stole before leaving, is the prime suspect. It was all about the Kiora project. If it were Ben, I'd understand given his sister was the victim of the tower, but why is Charlie so involved? As a child, she shouldn't have been able to withstand the demonic miasma of a fragment. It would have killed her. Charlie Ronan arrived at 15. Any prior experimentation would have been a death sentence, but when she was just a little girl, I saw Teacher with my own eyes. She was far more than just a rose protected by thorns. She looks more like a blade radiating a chilling blue light. Perhaps she's more of a demonic sword than a woman now. If this is the final truth remaining after stripping away all other theories, even if it breaks the world's laws, must I accept it? What is becoming of Charlie? Did she already possess full knowledge of every event destined to unfold in the future? If so, she must have lived through the future only to return here. I wonder if my obsession with Teacher is warping my mind. If not, this scenario is terrifyingly plausible. There can only be one of 2 answers. Dylan asked bluntly, "Do you believe I've completely lost my mind over Teacher?" "Pardon? It is not a subject's place to scrutinize the Emperor's private thoughts, Your Majesty. I beg you to respect my position." Dylan pivoted toward him, his voice dropping to a sub-zero chill. "I asked if I look like a madman to you." The suffocating heavy tension instantly paralyzed the group of knights. I cannot provide an answer. Please grant me your mercy, Your Majesty." "Fine. Stand down." "What is Teacher occupied with?" "She remains confined within the Empress's palace every hour of the day." "In the Empress's palace? Is she Charlie?" He smirked, darkly crushing his cigarette underfoot. "In that case, I find myself needing to pay her a visit." On Charlie's end, a thunderous, booming vibration grated on her nerves. So damn loud. I've nearly gutted the interior of this tower. Those mages are desperate to breach the sanctuary for their twisted experiments, aren't they? Just then, a frantic cry erupted. Secure the sacrifice! If the sacrifice slips through our fingers, the final ritual will fail. Move. As the unit charged up, they collided head-on with Charlie. This individual is the Empire's intended sacrifice. Charlie locked eyes with him and remarked coldly, "You're late to the party." We were hit by a sudden, brutal ambush. Enough talk. Tell me how many mages have breached the perimeter so far. Before we proceed, there is a certain matter I must verify first. I have no way of knowing if the letter we received was authentic. Can you truly guarantee the location of our clan's sacred divine relic? Listen well. If you lot cooperate with my terms. He lunged forward, agitatedly leveling his spear at Charlie's throat. How could an outsider like you possibly know the secret location of our relic? If you don't explain yourself this instant. Charlie let out a low, chilling laugh. Ha ha ha. Then, with effortless grace, she pinned the spear to the dirt with her boot. Keep your mouth shut. I am fully aware that the relic is your priority. Is this how you welcome a guest after begging for a favor? Loyalty to the end is the only way to maintain trust. Was my intel inaccurate? Your tardiness has wasted precious time. His expression darkened with shock as he realized, I didn't even see her move. If this sacrifice chooses to swing her blade, our tribe will be slaughtered just like those mages. I have acted with grave disrespect. But as you can see, we are in no state to host guests. Once everything is settled, as we agreed, suddenly Charlie's blade flashed, turning his face ghostly pale. A hidden mage was instantly sliced clean in half. Do you require our assistance? I need a robin. A specialist who can communicate with and dominate magical beasts through resonance. Their taming speed outstrips any physical weapon. It's vital for this second breakout. If I can eradicate those obstacles, what is my reward? If you can safeguard the robins, I will grant any request you make. Here I swear it upon the collective honor of my entire clan. Charlie inquired, And who exactly are you? I am Jay, the leader of the Rabin clan. Do not forget that blood oath. At that very moment, outside the Empress's palace, a report arrived. Charlie hasn't left the palace all day. Under these constraints, Imperio is barred from using magic. Furthermore, there is no magic suited for human disposal here. Even so, my instincts are screaming. This cannot be judged by conventional logic. I need to see Charlie this very moment. The doors swung wide. He caught Charlie's faint silhouette through the gauzy curtains. He approached and tore the fabric aside, whispering in stunned disbelief. It seems she scrambled back to the palace, yet the records say she's been here all day. I wonder if she truly sees what's coming. Charlie finally spoke. Your Majesty, is there a particular problem? But his heart was hammering against his ribs. I simply needed to see Teacher. I was terrified you had vanished. Terrified? I've been right here all day. Where on earth could I possibly go? You're lying. There is a strange scent clinging to you. It reeks of the wild forest. Despite her insistence on having remained within these walls, she's undoubtedly plotting another escape. Yet, this isn't the traitor's sin. The blame lies solely with the one who allowed himself to be betrayed. Perhaps she is burdened by secrets she cannot utter, leaving her no choice but to vanish once more. I must force her to confess it herself. She has sworn never to abandon me again. Stay by my side. When I catch my own reflection mirrored in His Majesty's eyes, it's as if I've morphed into a complete stranger. What kind of woman have I become? Let's see. She isn't the type to lust after a seat beside the throne, nor does she care for superficial beauty or silver-tongued words. Will the day ever come when she realizes she is slowly drowning in this obsessive abyss, purer, more delicate? Yet I become the solitary sacred existence in His Majesty's gaze, a treasure more precious than anything in this world. This isn't merely a fleeting thought. It is the absolute, unshakable truth. I crave you, Teacher. If you would only surrender your heart to me, it would be a divine salvation. Suddenly, Charlie blurs the lines, suggesting, shall we kiss? The agony is unbearable. Even if our bodies share a fleeting warmth, I can never truly claim dominion over Charlie's heart. Charlie's ambition, or rather her primal instinct. Even if it's nothing more than a temporary spark of lust, I don't care as long as I am the one she desires. Since when did you start seeking my permission to spend the night together? Have I ever dared to serve you without Dylan's explicit consent? Never. But why speak your mind? It would be divine if you would just kiss me. Fulfilling Dylan's deepest wish, Charlie leaned in and initiated a feverish, passionate kiss. I desperately need to secure Charlie's trust. To achieve that, a confrontation with Kahu is unavoidable. After 10 minutes of breathless passion, she pinned him against the silk sheets. Dylan. Charlie. At the Ronan ducal estate. Father, what secrets are hidden within that letter? It's impossible to decipher what the sacrifice is truly plotting, what is happening. The sacrificial lamb, absolutely not. Gauging a superior's true intent is a fool's errand. Is it true? Are they actually planning to strike the emperor? But they won't. Simply diverting their attention will be more than enough. Send me a concise response outlining your stance on the matter. A letter saturated with suspicion and doubt. If we fail to execute the plan, then someone has successfully baited the emperor's focus. The rest of the unit must intercept and stall His Majesty's elite forces. Not everyone shares the same vision for the future. No matter what variables arise, Charlie remains the absolute priority. The window of opportunity is exactly 2 hours. If Charlie manages to slip out of the Imperial Palace this time, we may never cross paths again. If that's the risk, I must pen a reply. Yes. Inside the palace, Charlie sat staring vacantly out the window. Suddenly, the 2 spirits materialized. Charlie, did you make it back undetected? Yeah, no issues. I secured the exact terms I wanted from the Rabin clan. Thanks to your intel, many pieces have fallen into place. That's a relief. Is there something weighing on your mind about that? Please don't be furious, okay? It's not inherently evil, but it might lead to disaster down the road. That man is a genuine fragment of Areris. No, I refuse to accept that. It's too perilous. You mean Dylan? Why is he a threat? I assumed they were hoping for Dylan to be the true Areris fragment. Too dangerous. In what sense? Dylan is a mortal threat to me, or perhaps I am the danger to him. Seeing the 2 spirits lapse into a heavy silence, her spirit sank. Quiet again, I see. Regardless of the reason, it is simply a dangerous path. What? Even if the path is treacherous, this nightmare will all reach its conclusion soon, because I've already decided to make my final escape. If Anperio tries to block my path this time, I won't leave any loose ends. I just need to gather a few more usable assets. Evading Dylan's watchful eyes will be a nightmare, but it's not impossible. When I'm with Dylan, a chaotic storm of ambition, logic, love, and suspicion mixed with dread and possessiveness swirls within me. Though they say time heals all, will Dylan's heart ever find room for someone else? 3 years apart, yet his obsession hasn't faded one bit. The innocent boy I once mentored has transformed into a cold-blooded tyrant. I wonder which side will prevail. If I wasn't Kira, and if Dylan wasn't bound to that cursed fragment of Areris, would our destiny have taken a different turn? He was the only person who ever dared to treat me with such raw devotion. I admit it, I am still hopelessly in love. This fluttering heart and electric excitement are undeniably real. I must vanish before my resolve crumbles any further. If Athena obstructs me again, I'll sever our ties myself. Later. How did the foul, demonic miasma of the magic tower penetrate the Imperial Palace? Weren't the forest dwellers completely annihilated? My sole reason for infiltrating that forest was to harvest the fragments and put an end to Imperio. As Charlie stormed the area, a mage spun around in terror, shrieking, "The sacrifice is here!" Impossible. This blood debt. Charlie unleashed a single devastating slash, instantly silencing him forever, all while simultaneously liberating her captive comrades. Seeing them frozen in shock, she turned back and demanded, "What are you waiting for? Let's move out. Indeed, we need to disappear this very instant." The moment I cross the threshold of this place, the fragile harmony I shared with Dylan will be shattered for good. Elsewhere, Kahu is making his way to a tense confrontation with Dylan. Since Charlie's return, I've found myself instinctively retreating into a quiet, hollow existence. I just wanted one final glimpse of Charlie's face. I couldn't risk the experiments until her return. Now I find myself isolated with Dylan. Our bond has withered. There's a thick, suffocating layer of physical and mental tension. Why would he summon me? Is it because of Charlie? Your Majesty, Supreme Sovereign of the Empire, young Duke Kahu, son of your most loyal servant, requests an audience as commanded. Drop the theater. I summoned you because it's time for a chat. I have a very compelling story to share. What are you implying, sire? Do you recall the day lies dominated the swordsmanship tournament? Vividly, as I was the one forced into second place. Precisely. That is exactly what I'm referring to. Though the truth remained buried, that was the first time lies ever made a demand for victory. The Hirocho is a rare medicine used to dull agonizing pain. This is news to me, said. But now the puzzle pieces are clicking into place. Charlie was revealing her heart to the 13th prince, our current emperor. The passing of the imperial family's 7th queen was a tragedy. It was recorded in secret, hidden from prying eyes. But why reveal this now to confirm that lies is Charlie? He likely knew all along. But how does this affect the present? Now you see the truth. Teacher isn't the type to draw her sword unless she owes a debt. Whether it's a selfless favor or a bitter grudge, Charlie views everything as a debt to be repaid. No matter what happens, she never forgets a balance due. Dylan leaned in and asked, Tell me, why are you so terrified of me? Even when I was a powerless 13th prince, you watched me with suspicion. When you saw Charlie and me together, you looked paralyzed with fear. It's as if this reality doesn't match the future you foresaw. Tell me, Kahu Delmon, who is the crown prince in your version of the story. Kahu stood absolutely thunderstruck by the question. In the timeline you know, does Charlie have any connection to Kira? Your Majesty, I don't possess such a wild imagination. That's madness. I am referring to the nonsensical words you spoke to teacher. Is it because you've witnessed the truth that you now pretend to be ignorant? Even intervention won't stop her. Mastering royal academia and military secrets at 15. That ethereal voice. Charlie knows the future and so do you. Right, Kahu? You've regressed, haven't you? It doesn't matter. In your past life, all you knew was that Charlie went missing. The silence was absolute. Kahu struggled to find his voice, stammering. Suddenly, a frantic report of an uprising erupted from outside. Ronan has revolted. The Ronan family is in open rebellion. Dylan's lips curled into a dark smirk. Ha! How could she possibly think she could escape me? It's time to bring this little game of tag to an end. The screams in the distance grew more violent. Treason has been committed. Ronan has marched his troops into a full-scale rebellion. The palace lights were suddenly snuffed out by magic. Ronan's betrayal, starting right now, is too perfect. Dylan stepped out into the chaos and whispered, "Are you really planning to run away from me again? This game of hide-and-seek ends today." Against all odds, Charlie successfully orchestrated her escape. She glanced back over her shoulder, noting that thanks to Ronan's intervention, the getaway had been seamless. "Captain, what's our next move? We can't initiate large-scale teleportation until we've cleared the Empire's borders. We're going to go dark and embed ourselves within Ronan's advancing army." Ben hesitated for a beat, hiding inside Ronan's own forces. Then he nodded. Understood. With that, the entire unit spurred their mounts and thundered away. On the other side of the chaos, Dylan is still carving through the blockade in a desperate pursuit of Charlie. He snarled inwardly. "Did you truly believe that all I ever craved was that pathetic throne? Don't you realize I don't give a single damn about that crown? This time, I won't let you slip through my fingers. I will drag you back and keep you by my side forever." Shifting focus back to Charlie. They suddenly ground to a halt as a mysterious group blocked the path ahead. Every man in the formation bowed low, chanting, "You are our true savior." Ben whispered, "I thought we were merging with Ronan's troops." She countered that those soldiers were mere decoys. Who are these people? As you can see, the Rafani? Exactly. You did well to find them. It's for the best that we keep our distance from a snake like Ronan. You played your part perfectly. Ronan dared to threaten our captain, so letting him foot this bill is a bargain. Charlie watched them wondering in silence. Why are they laughing at a time like this? Perhaps they simply harbor no loyalty or affection for the Grand Duke. Jay spoke up. "This is the only way we can begin to repay you." Charlie nodded. "Just get me to the border." "Fair enough, let's move out. Grip the reins tight." Without another word, they galloped into the distance. Charlie was struck by the sudden realization that the plan was going suspiciously well. A cold shiver raced down her spine. Why am I so unsettled? It was as if deep in her subconscious she wanted this escape to fail. Regardless, at this pace, freedom is within reach. Suddenly, Ben's frantic shout shattered the silence. "Captain, someone is gaining on us." She whipped her head around in a panic. No way! Could it actually be Dylan? The scouts confirmed it was the Emperor, but he was charging toward them entirely alone. He'll never catch the captain at this rate. Keep the pace. But what if he gets desperate? He is the Emperor after all. After a grueling dash, they finally pulled up. "We've breached the border. What's the next directive? If the Emperor catches us here, it's game over, Captain." At that moment, Dylan's voice cut through the air like a blade. "Charlie? Why must you always run away from me?" She refused to turn around, simply commanding him, "Please just go back." "So you're really going to vanish again without a single word of explanation?" "Your Majesty, I'm telling you, go back to your palace." "Teacher, I'm only asking for a moment of your time. It won't take long." "Why? Why did you mold me into who I am only to discard me like trash?" "Is it because of your true nature, the demon sword, Kiora?" Ben's mind raced. "We've successfully crossed the frontier. We are no longer under the Empire's jurisdiction. We can finally use the teleportation magic." With that thought, Ben called out to his captain. Charlie instantly signaled for a halt, then slowly leaned over to face Dylan behind her. "Teacher, you knew exactly who I was before we ever crossed paths. So tell me, why did you bother to teach me anything at all?" "I simply wanted to ensure your Majesty took your rightful place as Emperor." "Teacher, tell me the truth. Did you actually turn back time? I can't begin to fathom how you could wield such power. But ever since that realization, I haven't been able to stop wondering why Teacher abandoned me. Have you finally found the answer you were looking for?" Dylan replied softly, I know now that Charlie never intended for things to end this way. And frankly, I don't want to know the rest. Yet she hungered for absolute clarity. The proof lies in how Charlie crowned me emperor, even conspiring with Kahu to see it through. I never craved the throne, nor did I ever desire the hollow title of crown prince. I loathed the imperial lineage enough to burn it all to ash, yet I could never lay a finger on Eris. Why did you protect it? How could you possibly have foreseen every move before it happened? You haven't walked this earth nearly long enough to possess such omniscience. If so, her lifespan should have been fleeting, just like in the original tale. It's obvious the imperial family and the magic tower would hunt her, but why was she their prey? You are truly an enigma as haunting as that legendary demon sword. Charlie is the demon sword Kiora, and his majesty stands as the absolute emperor of this realm. And yet teacher granted me absolution, despite the tainted blood of the imperial family coursing through my veins. Forgiveness. Perhaps that isn't the wrong way to describe it. Except for Dylan, every single member of the imperial bloodline has been purged. Dylan, you are the one who must survive. That is my only true desire. She simply never confessed why she spared my life. She only explained that her departure was due to her nature as Kiora, but there are still so many shadows, teacher. The reason is suddenly Ben intervened. Hold on. Charlie is Kiora. What kind of madness is this? Charlie is... It's the truth. Ben, I am indeed the demon god Kiora that haunts your legends. They all stood frozen as she confessed the impossible with her own lips. The shock they felt was beyond anything they had ever imagined. She stepped toward Dylan. He silently mouthed her name, then offered a radiant, heart-wrenching smile and said, If it is your will to slay me, then I accept it gladly. I don't care if you are Kiora. I don't care what kind of monster you intend to forge me into. My love for you is eternal and unyielding. Charlie's mind went blank. Even knowing I am the demon god Kiora, he makes me feel as though I am actually a human being. Dylan reached out a hand. Teacher, you are the sun and stars of my existence. If you seek to strip everything from me, then take my life along with this love I offer you. How can his devotion be so incredibly noble? Why is my heart reacting like this? Am I truly capable of loving him back? I was moved by a Dylan who sacrificed everything for me. He shielded me with a warmth so unconditional I never once feared betrayal. Yet I was always trying to escape the gravity of this emotion. Why was I so blind to the sheer depth of his love? Unbidden tears began to track down his cold porcelain-like face. I'm begging you, teacher, don't leave me. You know the truth. I originally targeted you because deep in my soul I burned for vengeance. At those words, Dylan countered, You intended to use me as a tool from the very start, didn't you? Then please continue to use me, starve me to death, or let me rot like a caged beast, it matters not. However, you have failed to teach me one crucial lesson, how to truly love someone. Your very existence is the only reason I have survived until this moment. So why do you refuse to show me how? He pleaded with her, his voice breaking. Charlie, I am well aware that you are the demon Kiora. You're terrified that staying near me means I'll face my demise, aren't you? But whether you are Kiora or the demon sword itself, he raised her hand and pressed a tender kiss to her knuckles, continuing, You are still the woman I adore. I won't perish. I will find a way to defy fate. Charlie thought to herself, perhaps these were the words my heart needed most. I won't smother you, nor will I force you to be a prisoner of my desire. I will even throw my weight behind Imperio. If teacher seeks to raise the magic tower, I will be your blade. Suddenly, Dylan's fingers brushed Charlie's hand. She recoiled instinctively, her breath catching. She realized in a flash of shock that wasn't a touch, it was a contract to channel magic power. Dylan offered a cryptic smile. As for the price of your power, I've prepared a fitting tribute. It was Dylan's very life force. As long as a single breath remains in my body, this contract shall never be broken. Furthermore, I shall lay no finger on teacher or the members of Imperio. Ben realized with a start that is the absolute binding power of a blood contract. The Emperor must be aware that with this pact even Athena's reach cannot harm us. Dylan slowly hoisted his hand into the air. This is a covenant stacked with lethal disadvantages for the Emperor. As Dylan lowered his palm, the clangor of steel hitting the floor resonated instantly. Clang, clang. Behind him, a sea of warriors appeared, dropping to their knees in a display of profound reverence. Yet having the Emperor's backing will be a massive asset in obliterating the magic tower. Is it truly acceptable for me to do this, to go this far? Charlie stood paralyzed in a heavy silence. Ben finally called out, Captain. If he fails to honor the terms of that contract, His Majesty's life is forfeit. Charlie could only remain motionless, unable to voice a single objection. Dylan let out a soft chuckle. She has accepted the terms. Only until the magic tower is reduced to ashes. Charlie, thank you. I haven't the slightest clue how to suppress my toxic possessiveness over Charlie, but if she only yields to kindness rather than the blunt force of my will, then I shall play the saint to make her mine forever. Afterward, the crew looked around in awe. This estate is absolutely legendary. He's the emperor. Of course he could conjure a mansion like this in the blink of an eye. He charged the Ronin family with high treason, yet I heard he only stripped them of their titles and ranks. Isn't Athena keeping a watchful eye on that situation? But what's the real story behind the captain claiming to be the demon sword Kiora? At that precise moment, Charlie, lingering just outside, caught the tail end of their whispers. Ben muttered, I can't fathom why the captain would identify herself as Kiora either. Charlie thought grimly, there is no other path left for me. She stepped into the room, her voice steady. Because it is the cold hard truth. I am the pinnacle, the most perfect result of the Kiora experimentation. That is precisely why my soul thirsts for vengeance against the imperial line and the magic tower. Wait, I've never heard of such a thing. If a success of that magnitude existed, the magic tower would have surely... Ben's voice died in his throat as Charlie unleashed a suffocating wave of demonic malice that saturated the air. This is pure spite. I have mastered the art of wielding malice over a long dark road, but only by observing how the ancient deities harness their own terrifying power. It's true, I was abducted, broken, and tortured. Reduced to a mere test subject in the tower, forced to consume shards of Eris day after agonizing day. Ben asked with a trembling voice, You endured that hell and still walked away. How is that humanly possible? But the captain is undeniably human. The Kiora project is a depraved experiment to forge a human into a blade. If it actually succeeded, I'm at a loss for words. I never even dared to consider such a nightmare. It's fine if any of you wish to desert now. How can Imperio follow Kiora as their leader? There is no need for further justification. Every soul in Imperio standing here is a broken survivor of the Kiora project. Charlie turned her gaze toward Ben. He remained rooted to the spot, completely shell-shocked. There's no way the Kiora project could have been a success. If it were, the tower wouldn't still be birthing failed gods. But that level of malice, no one in that tower could harbor such a crushing aura. Charlie studied his expression and wondered to herself, can Ben truly take this secret to his grave? I hope so. I've kept a close eye on him because he was a piece of the experiment. I will ensure his safety. Charlie called out once more, Ben Venus. He jerked awake and stammered, yes. If your true goal is to protect a fragment of Eris, the one who needs your shield is Dylan. What? Charlie mused. I know he'll execute his duty perfectly. She added firmly, he is the most flawless fragment created to date. Dylan is the true essence of Eris. Now, I feel like I'm the one playing the villain. Go, Ben, and safeguard Dylan with your life. 3 days later, within the hallowed halls of the Imperial Palace. At the sight of Charlie entering, Dylan surged to his feet, her name escaping his lips. I've missed you with an intensity I can't describe. She replied with a hollow gaze, but we were together just moments ago. Dylan offered a tender smile and countered, True, but for some reason, it feels as though an eternity has passed since our last meeting. In this moment, it's as if we've been transported back 3 years. Back to that night we dined together after the opera concluded. He once remarked that time's pace is dictated by one's company. Here he had prepared every delicacy she ever craved. His eyes remained puffy and bloodshot from his relentless weeping. Regardless of how deeply this secret is buried, Dylan will always follow his own sense of justice. There are riddles without solutions and grim truths I'd prefer to keep veiled. But tell me, why did you ever choose to abandon me? Because of that choice, our reality has spiraled into this chaotic mess. Because I was desperate to protect you. This was the first time I bared my true motives to him. Was it truly out of fear for my life? This is the man prepared to offer his very soul as a sacrifice for me. Yes, I'm paralyzed by the thought of losing you. A confession I've never dared to make. It's because I love you. You likely suspected this, but before my regression, I was far from a saint, Charlie. Finally, the shroud of the past was lifted, leaving Dylan with the unvarnished truth. In the Grand Ducal house, Charlie was branded a curse for her mother's death during childbirth. She bled herself dry, seeking affection, yet remained a ghost to her kin. Her only salvation was the dream of becoming a knight. Yet everyone turned a blind eye to Charlie's undeniable genius. In the aftermath, she pledged her undying allegiance to the imperial family. But that loyalty was met with betrayal, turning her into a Kiora test subject. Charlie was forged into a blade, a mere tool for the throne. Her humanity evaporated, leaving her tethered to the emperors she cannot defy. Countless lives extinguished. An eternity of isolation and soul-crushing agony, Charlie confessed every horror to Dylan. Right now, I can't bring myself to meet his gaze. As he listened, he remained eerily composed, as if the atrocities I described were mere whispers in the wind. Perhaps destiny simply demanded this blood-soaked path. Dylan spoke softly. I'm struggling to find the words to show you my heart. The blood in my veins may be imperial, but I harbor nothing but hatred for them. Just hearing your story fills my very being with a violent resentment. They were truly monsters without a drop of humanity. I loathe every fiber of their existence. Name them? I will personally cast them into the deepest abyss of the dungeons to pay for the sins they inflicted upon you. I have the right to curse them to hell, don't I? Very well. He was consumed by a rage so potent he wished to damn their souls. Even if you weren't the woman I adore, you never deserve such torment. You aren't Kiora, not some cursed demon sword or a cold object of war. You are a human being, an honorable and precious soul. At last the fog has cleared. I understand why you felt the need to flee from my side. I understand why you felt forced to manipulate me. I even understand why you considered taking my life. Hearing his absolution, Charlie lowered her head in a heavy, weighted silence. Dylan mused to himself, if my end comes within Charlie's embrace, I would die a happy man. Charlie once said that perfection is a myth for any human. To strive for perfection, we must confront our own darkness and mend it, for no soul in this world is untainted. Yet it is only in the shadow of death that humans grasp what truly constitutes perfection. If my devotion to her breathes its last alongside my final heartbeat, nothing could be more flawless. This realization will likely haunt me until the end of my days. How can he say such things knowing I once wanted him dead? Dylan reached out gently, cradling Charlie's face in his hands. How is it possible for you to be this breathtaking? I'd prefer to lay my soul bare like this before she vanishes from my life once more. Yet Dylan remains blissfully ignorant of just how lethal Kiora truly is. He navigates life without a tremor of fear. It's clear that even if he could rewind time, he'd walk this exact same path. Suddenly Dylan whispered, you are the most precious treasure in my existence, the light I refuse to let fade. Ah. I've never ever uttered those words to him. I never possessed the courage to fully surrender my heart. I couldn't care less how many souls must be reaped by my hand. As long as I can shield you, I will do whatever it takes to ensure your survival. But Charlie's cruel destiny is to be executed by Kiora. How tragically poetic. Since Charlie has already perished in Dylan's embrace once before, I have yet to discover a way to rewrite my own grim fate. You are the only one who is truly irreplaceable. I love you deeply, Dylan, but I wouldn't survive the loss of you. Every word I speak is from the very depths of my soul. Dylan sighed, but this is incredibly difficult for me to process, truly agonizing to accept. Just as I suspected, because you turned your back on me, and yet, had I been in your shoes, I would have made the exact same choice. You were forced to endure that excruciating torment, and shoulder that monstrous burden all on your own. Charlie mused in silence. Why? Why won't he just point the finger and blame me for everything, even though I've abandoned you not once but twice? At this, Dylan traced a lock of Charlie's hair and added, Teacher endured this agony in isolation just to save me. Having you here now is more than enough. What do you even truly know about me? Even if you are my teacher, it's all so bewildering. How did you become a man like this? Why doesn't your heart burn with rage? Is your love for me truly that boundless? Even those who share my own bloodline, and even the emperor I swore my eternal fealty to, none of them ever truly understood the person I am, or held me with the tenderness you do now. You should be berating me and casting me aside. Stop fueling my delusions with that look in your eyes. Thank you for finally trusting me with the truth. You were incredibly brave. Now I see why you're hell-bent on raising the magic tower. It's far too late for that. Dylan squeezed her hand firmly. No, I'm grateful I've been granted the chance to be your strength. But teacher, there is one more thing I need to know. Tell me, what am I that makes Kiora so desperate to claim my life? Fine, the time for secrets is over. It's because your majesty is a living fragment of Yahello. Dylan noted with a strange calm, exactly as I suspected. She stared at him stunned. He knew all along, 24 years ago in the fallen kingdom of Sand. The seventh concubine, Dylan's mother, was once a high-born princess of that very kingdom. In that place, it seemed the people's faith in Yahello had completely withered away. And yet that concubine clung to her devotion to Yahello. The last saintess of Sand was remembered as a soul of pure kindness and mercy. Tragically, her devotion was met with silence, and her life was systematically demolished. If a god truly watches over us, you cannot be this cruel to me. Following the crushing defeat against the Black Empire, the seventh concubine was dragged away as a captive and completely renounced her faith. She scrubbed away her past and ceased to believe in the divine. After 3 months in the harem, she realized she was carrying Dylan. This has to be a dream, right? This peculiar warmth. It feels as though I've been transported back to my lost homeland. Suddenly her eyes fell upon the statue radiating that same celestial energy. I hear it, your beauty is blinding. You shimmer with the brilliance of a rainbow." Abruptly, a low, guttural growl vibrated through the air. She jumped in fright and gasped, "Good heavens, who goes there?" "A dead crow. You're offering this to me? Is this supposed to be a gift?" Without warning, the crow beat its wings and ascended into the sky, leaving her standing there completely paralyzed by shock. The crow has devoured the white lion. At that, she snapped awake, her heart racing and her skin slick with cold sweat. What was that nightmare? Could that have been a vision of the child's conception? She gently cradled her stomach and whispered, "Little one, what message are you trying to send your mother?" Instantly, the infant delivered a series of sharp kicks, making his presence known. "Hehe, I hear you. It won't be long now. Mommy will unravel your secrets soon enough." A few sunrises later, the 7th concubine brought a baby boy into the world and named him Dylan. And by the time Dylan reached his 3rd year, that concubine finally deciphered the omen of that conception dream. Dylan was a prodigy, effortlessly mastering every task he touched. The boy was a mere toddler of 3, yet he already eclipsed the brilliance of the realm's greatest minds. As the years passed, Dylan grew into an even more exceptional and singular force. He possessed the uncanny ability to memorize anything after a solitary glance. Furthermore, he wielded a razor-sharp intuition, effortlessly dissecting the hidden motives and schemes of those around him. The white lion represents the divine Ihirit, while the crow embodies his predatory enemies. Could it be that Dylan is truly a living shard of Ihirit? In the ancient myths, the gods prophesied that Ihirit's life would hang by a thread if he ever approached his foes. If that dream was a divine warning, then as Dylan asserts his power, he will undoubtedly be marked for death the moment he falls into the crosshairs of that thing. So that was Mother's desperate gambit hiding my existence, because I am a fragment of Ihirit. How old were you when this truth was revealed? I was only 5 when she told me. Charlie mused inwardly. That 7th concubine saw the end from the beginning. That's why her final command was, "Stay hidden, stay safe, and never let the enemy find you. You must survive by any means necessary." She was right. The ultimate predator for Dylan, a shard of Ihirit, is the malevolent god Kera. Because I am Charlie Ronan. Suddenly, Dylan broke the silence. "Speaking of Kera, are you feeling a bit under the weather? How did your majesty manage to foresee the future so accurately? Kahu was the one who enlightened me." "Kahu?" I really should have silenced him when I had the chance to tie up those loose ends. "I suppose I'm in the young duke's debt. Only Kahu had the audacity to visit teacher. In the end, Kira is fated to annihilate the fragment of Ihirit, isn't she? That's the real reason you fled from me." The pair locked eyes in a heavy silence before Charlie finally confessed, "Yes, that's the truth." "I can't believe it. You abandoned me out of a desire to save me. It makes me incredibly happy." Charlie fell silent, her gaze tracing the contours of Dylan's face. He whispered again, "Oh, I'm so happy." And fresh tears began to track down his cheeks. "You were only trying to protect me." I think I finally have a grasp on teacher's true nature. You are a fortress against the powerful, yet you have a soft spot for the vulnerable. But your attempts to feign weakness are quite clumsy and don't fool me at all. Honestly, I'm just grateful you're still standing by my side. With those words, Dylan leaned in and pressed a lingering sweet kiss to her lips. Charlie thought to herself, this warmth? It's so intoxicating it's making my head spin. It leaves me completely at a loss for how to properly vocalize my feelings. How can I ever truly reveal the depth of my heart to him? She reached for his hand and whispered his name, Dylan. "Charlie, may I kiss you with a bit more passion?" She breathed a soft yes, and they melted into a deep, soul-stirring kiss. "I really should have been there to protect you back then. Are you still ruminating on Kahu? Actually, I've prepared a special gift just for you." Dylan produced a pair of exquisite rings, leaving her momentarily breathless. I truly hope you'll accept them as a token of my devotion. Lovers don't typically wear identical bands, so I shall follow suit." Charlie slid the ring onto Dylan's finger, thinking, it's just a simple band, yet it feels as though the threads of our fate have been permanently entwined. "Would you care to join me for a spot of tea? Is that truly all right with you?" "It would be my absolute pleasure." "Then it's settled. I'm genuinely thrilled you invited me. Let's go." Charlie wore a small smile, thinking it would be a tragedy if they were ever forced apart again. Welcome home. Seeing Charlie enter with Dylan, who looked absolutely radiant with joy, the servants dropped into deep, respectful bows. "We offer our greetings to the Supreme Emperor." Charlie inquired softly, "Your Majesty, would you mind if I had a private word with Mary for a moment?" "Understood then. I'll be waiting for you in the lounge." "Mary, accompany me for a moment." "Yes, my lady." Has Imperial returned from their mission? Not yet. One soul is still unaccounted for. Charlie realized this was a conversation that could no longer be avoided. If he chooses to desert, so be it. Now that my true identity is exposed, it might actually be safer for them. As for Ben, he'll likely find his way back, even if he's delayed. I was completely rattled when he brought up Dylan. But so long as Dylan remains a fragment of Ahiret, Ben knows he is duty-bound to protect him. Thank you for the update. Could you prepare some sweets and bring them to the lounge? Yes, my Lady Mary wondered. Is it just her mood? It feels as though she's softened since she first arrived at the villa. Back then, she was like a block of ice. I wonder what triggered the change. Charlie took her seat, savored a sip of tea, and finally broke the silence. It just occurred to me that there are several crucial details I've yet to disclose. Kahu about what exactly it concerns Kahu Delman. Dylan visibly stiffened at the mere mention of that name. Kahu and I have crossed paths a few times, but I'm baffled as to how he possesses such intimate knowledge of everything. I'm also at a loss as to why he retains those fragmented memories of the past. Kahu? No. The young Duke's memories seem to have been severed at a specific point. Is that so? This is becoming increasingly bizarre. I feel as though I'm being relentlessly dragged along by the currents of my own fate. Dylan slammed his teacup onto the table with a violent clatter. Can we please put the subject of Kahu to rest? While Charlie sat there stunned, he reached out and firmly interlaced his fingers with hers. The only man standing by your side in this moment is me. Is he actually throwing a jealous fit? She instinctively recoiled, pulling her hand away before replying, Thinking back, it is peculiar. How did Kahu return with those visions he claimed he dreamt of the future? Unlike him, my own recollections remain shrouded and unclear. But then Dylan spoke up abruptly. There is something else I need to share with teacher. What is it? There is a rogue faction of mages currently lurking in the shadows of the magic tower. Hiding in secret within the magic tower, that very tower. Yes, they actually reached out to me. It happened during that dark period when I lost Charlie and nearly spiraled into madness. That clandestine group of mages sought a private audience with the Emperor. Judging by her expression, my suspicions are confirmed. Teacher loathes the idea of the imperial family and the magic tower ever joining forces. I used that very fear as bait to lure teacher back to me, so I have zero regrets. Don't worry, I've already signed a blood pact to dismantle that tower with you. Exactly, even without Imperio, you still have me. We can manipulate a deal with that shadow faction inside the magic tower. I knew very little about that place then, so I ignored their overtures, but now we can hunt them down together. This is merely the opening move, teacher. In the past, you were unable to sever your ties with Kahu, but now you've secured a far more powerful ally, me. Put your faith in me. When this tale of vengeance finally concludes, I swear I will never fail you. Dylan thought, now I can keep Charlie caged by my side forever. Midnight at a secluded forest hideout. What's our move? Ben crossed his arms, lost in deep thought. As the others whispered frantically, the commander claimed she'd become the ultimate vessel for the Kiora project. What now? We have to trust her. Trust isn't the issue here. It's how we can even look her in the eye after this that haunts me. Ben, did you have an inkling about any of this beforehand? Ben replied in a low tone, only a fragment, but I was completely in the dark regarding Kiora. On the contrary, I suspect that man is the true shard of Ahiret. What exactly do you mean by that? Yeah. So if I disclose this much, it should satisfy the requirements. The magic tower never intended to merely forge the demon sword Kiora. Their true goal was a vessel to birth an evil god. The commander is an impeccably suited test subject for such a depraved project. But if one dares to consume a genuine fragment of Ahiret, their entire anatomy will first transmute into cold iron. Ben rested his chin in his palm, his anxiety palpable. That's why I'm telling you I had no inkling of any of this. The mystery of how the commander manages to retain a human form. Another girl inquired with burning curiosity, but Ben, what exactly constitutes a true fragment of Ahiret? It is a human destined for greatness, possessing the blood of a genius and superior talent in every conceivable field. The true fragment of Ahiret is born of mortal flesh, yet the demon god Kiora possesses an insatiable primal urge to slaughter that very fragment. With that chilling revelation, Ben cast a knowing glance over his shoulder. It all makes sense now. The real reason the commander abandoned the Emperor is likely because she herself is the demon god Kiora. Only by severing ties could she shield the Emperor the true fragment. The entire room was instantly plunged into a suffocating dead silence. The girl, her expression twisted with reluctance, finally found her voice. I am someone who owes my very life to the commander. I've always held the commander in the highest regard. The boy offered a reassuring smile to soothe her. We all do. While this is a shock, the fact remains that our commander is still the same person. Suddenly, a voice from the other side of the door cut through the tension. Forgive the interruption. Lucy leaned against the frame, clutching an envelope. Charlie ordered me here. I'll deliver this message and take my leave immediately. Ben turned sharply to ask, Lucy, what sort of letter is this? Ben tore open the missive and stood there utterly paralyzed. You all are free now. You've endured so much struggle all this time. Wait, what? What does she mean, free? The girl behind him stood frozen in disbelief. Free, I have no desire to ever leave the commander's side. The man behind him spoke up. Could she have misinterpreted our absence as abandonment since we haven't returned for so long? Ben clutched the letter, sinking into a deep, troubled thought. Commander. Then he crushed the paper in his fist. He spun around to face everyone in the room. Let's move out. We have to reach the commander this instant. Charlie was busy pruning the garden, her mind drifting through a sea of thoughts. I've dispatched the letters granting Imperio their freedom. Their presence would be helpful, but going solo is fine. It might even be more efficient. Dylan has also pledged his support to my cause. Charlie tilted her head toward the sky. Dylan, will I truly be able to suppress this bloodthirsty instinct to kill you? Abruptly, the spirits materialized. Yes, for the two of you are bound by destiny. Charlie looked down, her voice a whisper. Destiny. I've mastered the art of playing the cold-hearted soldier, yet clearly that lethal intent is also... Suddenly, a thunderous shout shattered Charlie's concentration. Commander! Charlie stopped mid-motion and turned. You guys... Charlie spoke with an air of nonchalance. So, you've finally decided to crawl back. Commander, we beg you to retract your words about our freedom. The girl dropped to her knees in desperation. Exactly. Please cancel it. My place is here by the commander's side. All of them cried out in a unified plea. Please allow us to stay with you. Charlie was momentarily caught off guard. Ben chose that moment to step forward. See, we are always of one singular mind. Never tell us to leave again because we will follow you regardless of the cost. Charlie suddenly erupted into laughter. Even with freedom in your grasp, you refuse to leave. I appreciate the sentiment. To the group, her laughter felt like a bolt of lightning, leaving them utterly dazed. The crowd erupted into a chaotic buzz of excitement. Charlie merely waved a hand in surrender. We're the ones who should be thanking you. If you love that phrase so much, we'll say it every day. Just don't leave us. All right, that's enough. Charlie exhaled a soft sigh. It would have been perfectly fine if they hadn't returned, but... Charlie smiled, her eyes following the clouds drifting across the sky. Whatever feels right is right. Hugo delivered his report to Dylan. Your Majesty, word has reached us that Imperio has returned. At this news, Dylan set down his documents and mused, So, the strays have finally come home. I enjoyed so little intimate time with Charlie. While their presence is trivial, it might cause Charlie to waver now that they've bared their souls to one another. Dylan produced a tobacco pipe and struck a flame. Hugo, sensing Dylan's need, carefully extended a light. Yes, sire, here. Dylan locked eyes with Hugo and remained silent for a long, heavy moment. He dismissed it with a wave of his hand, commanding, That's not what I intended. Enough, move quickly and incinerate it, burn it all. With those words, Dylan surrendered a small, cryptic scrap of parchment. Hugo accepted it, inquiring tentatively, This is the one, sire. Dylan's expression hardened into a mask of severity. I no longer have any desire to entertain the Magic Tower's overtures. Inform them that their proposal is rejected. Hugo bowed low to receive the command. Understood, Your Majesty. I shall see to it immediately. Dylan stared out the window, a heavy silence suggesting his mind was miles away. He realized that to avoid Charlie's resentment, he had to sever every toxic connection to the Magic Tower. In Charlie's previous life, the Imperial family and the Magic Tower must have been in foul collusion. They broke her then, but this time the board has been reset. The Imperial family will now become the Magic Tower's greatest adversary, and every calculated move is for Charlie's sake. A short while later, in a vast open field, Lucy stepped forward to address the crowd. Is the assembly complete? I believe everyone is present. Observing the scene, V whispered to Hugo with a hint of concern, Are you truly comfortable with this? Even if she is the preceptor, why is she issuing orders? Hugo countered quietly, I'm fine with it. I may be leading the charge, but I won't go against the preceptor's vision. He replayed Charlie's instructions in his mind. The preceptor insisted on a total mobilization. Imperio, Lucy Ben, and Athena, the most elite forces on the continent. If these titans unite, the Magic Tower's dark secrets won't stay buried for long. Hugo, put your fears for my safety to rest. Teacher has personally sworn to protect me. Hugo surveyed the legendary figures gathered. They were undeniably the best, yet he still questioned if this alliance was truly stable. Ben flashed a confident grin. It seemed a formidable number of warriors were willing to follow his captain. Jay stepped up, his tone graveyard serious. Let's get down to business. What is the opening move of our grand strategy? Lucy briefed them on the Magic Tower intelligence. No one tracks shadows better than her. Startled by the sudden spotlight, Lucy blinked. Me. She paused to gather her thoughts before admitting, if you're expecting me to have a complete map of the tower, I might disappoint you. However, I can verify one absolute truth: the magic tower is operating in secret right here within our borders. Ben's eyes widened in shock. Right here on the continent. Jay couldn't help but hiss. The sheer audacity of those mages. Actually, it's a relief. If they were overseas, tracking them would have been a grueling, endless nightmare. Seeing an opening, VE proposed a tactic. Should we divide into specialized units to monitor every sector? Ben nodded instantly. Solid plan. But I insist that every single unit must include at least one mage. The mage is the only one capable of deciphering the flow of mana. I suspect that elusive tower is veiled by high-level illusions, making it invisible to anyone without the Imperial group's expertise. Ben smiled and mapped it out. We have 7 Imperial elites in total, so we shall divide into 7 strike teams. Jay chimed in to refine the idea. If our entire division moves in sync, we can use flight magic for the hunt. It'll make the operation much more efficient. Lucy turned to the final group. And what of the Athena unit? Relax, we've survived the harshest training. We can handle whatever hell we walk into. The alliance was sealed. Ben began barking orders. Listen up, if anyone catches a scent of the tower, signal the others immediately. Send the intel straight to His Majesty and your leads. Jay and the other commanders nodded in grim determination. Meanwhile, at the opulent mansion situated just outside the Imperial Palace, Mary delivered a sealed missive to Charlie. Charlie eyed the handwriting and asked, "This came directly from His Majesty." Mary confirmed, "Yes, ma'am." She broke the seal, her eyes scanning the elegant script inside. After such an exhausting schedule, my heart yearns to see you, teacher. Dylan noted that he had handpicked a gown and a carriage for her. If you are willing, please wear this for me. Nothing would make me happier than Charlie's presence. The letter was a tender request from her devoted lover. A faint blush crept onto Charlie's cheeks as she finished reading. I see. To suddenly send such an exquisite gown out of the blue. She reflected on the fact that since her second flight from him, she hadn't crossed the threshold of the Imperial Palace even once. Having weighed her options, she reached a conclusion and called for Mary, who appeared instantly. Yes, my lady. Assist me in changing into this attire. Charlie smiled softly. It seems I have an appointment with His Majesty. We offer our greetings, Preceptor. Charlie, draped in the stunning dress Dylan had gifted her, made her grand entrance. The moment she stepped in, her eyes found Dylan waiting. The gathered nobles stood paralyzed with terror the moment their eyes landed on Charlie. Observing the panic at court, Charlie wondered if this public display was his true intention all along. The instant their eyes met, Dylan's face transformed, radiating an unadulterated joy. He offered a welcoming smile. You've arrived, teacher. Upon closer inspection, their ensembles were a perfect match. Charlie moved forward with measured steps. Dylan extended his hand, beckoning, Come take your place beside me. He raised his voice, ensuring he was heard. I'm thrilled you graced us with your presence today, teacher. Dylan, with refined grace, gestured for Charlie to be seated. She scanned the assembly before her dignitaries and envoys from every corner of the globe. She mused in the quiet of her mind. Is this the prelude to a global conflict? A man stepped into the light, bowing low in reverence. I bring these sacred offerings to you, your majesty. A tribute from the Midland Empire, a gown meticulously woven from pure diamonds. Glancing at the dress, Dylan's expression soured. It looks garishly oversized for its intended wearer. Who is this for and what is your game? He then turned to Charlie, his voice softening. Teacher, are you all right? Startled, she blinked. Pardon? If this attire offends your taste, I'll wipe Midland off the map entirely. Dylan's voice was velvet smooth yet bone-chilling. He smirked and traced Charlie's cheek with a feather-light touch. The envoy's heart nearly stopped in sheer terror at Dylan's casual threat. I realize now that a single nod from me would seal that nation's doom. She spoke softly to Dylan. Your Majesty, such extremes are unnecessary. Hearing her plea, Dylan beamed and leaned his head affectionately against hers. As you wish, teacher. Your mercy is truly boundless. He then cast a frigid glare at the envoy. Begone. The envoy bowed, his limbs shaking. Yes, your majesty, I am unworthy of such clemency. I shall never forget this. He spun around and bolted instantly. Another diplomat stepped forward to showcase his tribute, beginning his pitch. This is the treasure we offer your majesty. Exquisite handcrafted confections, a legendary specialty of the Lead Empire, presented with our utmost devotion. We have prepared these artisan sweets specifically for this audience. At the mention of candy, Dylan's mood brightened visibly. Sweets, you say? He turned to Charlie with boyish excitement. Teacher, isn't this your favorite indulgence? Should we bestow a reward upon the Lead Empire? She replied with composure. Whatever your majesty deems fit. Dylan nodded. Very well. I find this gift quite delightful, so I grant you 10 bolts of our finest imperial silk. The onlookers began to whisper fervently. A reward. It's clear if the preceptor approves your head stays on your shoulders. Sensing the trend, they scrambled to present their gifts, shouting, Your Majesty, our nation offers this treasure. Sire, please accept our humble gift. Look upon this item. The hall echoed with desperate offers. After the festivities concluded, Dylan and Charlie strolled through the grounds. She remarked, Your Majesty, today's summons wasn't merely about your longing to see me, was it? It seems I can hide nothing from those sharp eyes. You truly are brilliant. He smiled with genuine warmth. I simply want the world to recognize that my heart belongs to only one person, you teacher. These tributes are exhausting. Because the throne beside me is vacant, they persist in offering gifts intended for a future empress. Such priceless treasures are meant for the one who fills that void. I only wish teacher would claim that seat. Stunned by Dylan's raw confession, Charlie's heart wavered as she met his gaze. Dylan smiled, his eyes overflowing with a tender protective light. Charlie let out a soft melodic laugh. When you say such things, it makes me wonder. How will the Imperial Archives record my name? What will history say of me? Let's see. Perhaps the Empress who tamed the Emperor's inner demon. Dylan let out a boisterous laugh. I jest. I fear history will label me a tyrant, and I loathe that legacy. I never want my name etched into the Empire's dark chronicles. Though his expression was calm, a deep-seated resentment vibrated in his tone. Dylan offered her a comforting look. Do not dwell on it. I won't allow that future to pass. He gently tilted her chin up and gave Charlie a lingering kiss against the backdrop of a bleeding sunset, a scene of pure romance. As the kiss ended, the two slowly drew apart, their breaths mingling. Dylan whispered, Darkness is falling. Athena won't be coming. Puzzled, Charlie asked, Is he not acting as my escort tonight? Dylan tenderly brushed a stray lock of hair from her face. The truth is, I simply want you all to myself. His face flushed crimson. I won't force you. I missed you too much. Charlie, always guarded, struggled to find the right words. She stood in quiet contemplation for a beat, then reached out to pluck a single rose from a nearby bush, offering it to Dylan. For you. Dylan stared at the flower in silent wonder. Charlie whispered, Consider this a small return for the depth of your devotion. It may pale in comparison to the Empire's offered to you today. She smiled, lacing her fingers with his, But this rose carries my wish that the night arrives swiftly. Elsewhere, Kahu was pushing his limits, his breathing ragged and heavy from a grueling training session. He abruptly froze, letting his weapon fall still as the silence of the night took over. Kahu's brow furrowed in a moment of sheer vulnerability. Charlie, the ache of missing you is unbearable. He stared up at the vast expanse of the night sky, his longing echoing into the void. My kin ignited a violent uprising to defy the Emperor. However, the Ronin family crushed the revolt, yet the Emperor still refrained from purging my bloodline. I simply cannot fathom why he displayed such uncharacteristic mercy back then. Kahu surmised that this divine intervention was undoubtedly orchestrated by Charlie. He let out a soul-weary sigh and barked at the servant, Bring me the strongest wine. The servant hesitated, eyes full of worry. Young master. Hearing that, Kahu snapped, I won't tell you again. He glared at the servant with a look of pure biting irritation. The servant could only bow in submission and obey. Yes, I understand at once. Because the Emperor graciously spared Kahu's kin, the brand of treason was etched into their name for generations. Kahu exhaled a helpless breath. He would endure any shame if it meant making reparations to Charlie. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, the firmament was bathed in a deep pink hue, creating a breathtakingly poetic scene. Charlie gazed at the horizon, visibly moved, while Dylan watched her with an expression of pure devotion. He smirked and asked if she approved. Though it seemed a simple whim, he had bet magic itself to craft that rose-colored sky. Charlie was utterly mesmerized by the celestial display. It's magnificent. I feel as though I'm trapped in a dream. Dylan's heart soared at her praise. I am thrilled you like it. Nothing brings me more joy than being the reason behind your smile. Charlie turned her focus to Dylan, her gaze growing intense and solemn as she fell into a deep reverie. She suddenly whispered, Your Majesty, and closed the distance between them. Unexpectedly, she pulled Dylan into a kiss. The two slowly broke the embrace. Charlie murmured softly, I love you, Your Majesty. But Charlie's sudden confession left Dylan flustered and crimson. Even Charlie herself felt a wave of shyness. This romance once felt doomed, yet she found herself drowning in it. He gently cradled her face in his palms. Teacher. Then he tenderly slid his hand down to clasp hers. Charlie spoke with iron resolve. Even if the palace is my cage, I will remain by your side for eternity. After making this vow, she suddenly trailed off, lost in a fleeting thought. Then she teased unexpectedly, "If I moved into a private estate outside these walls, would it break your heart?" At her words, a look of pure panic instantly washed over his face. Is she truly oblivious to the depth of my obsession? Amused by his reaction, Charlie reached out. "Sometimes I find your Majesty's worried face quite endearing." She smiled, cupping his face while he remained dazed. "You really are a mischievous one." She let out a playful laugh and pulled him in, asking him to hold her tight. Without a second's delay, Dylan pulled her into his arms, his face radiating pure bliss. He whispered cautiously, "May I perhaps go a bit overboard today?" Charlie smiled, considering it for a heartbeat. "I don't see why not." Meanwhile, beyond the palace walls, Lucy and Ben were hunting for traces of the magic tower. Ben surveyed the surroundings and noted, "This hamlet is crawling with wretches suffering from the plague." Lucy nodded. "Precisely. This sea of sickness makes it the ultimate camouflage for the magic tower's rats. The odds of finding a lead here are high." "Are you certain?" "I'm not so sure. But I can definitely detect a suffocating stench of demonic energy permeating the air." Bee's voice rang out in a panicked cry. "Mr. Ben? Miss Lucy? Hugo has struck gold. We need to move now." Stunned by the news, the two shared a look of disbelief. Ben asked skeptically, "A real lead?" They sprinted towards the spot where Hugo was stationed. "Is it true you've actually found a trail back to them?" Hugo, perched on the ground, pointed ahead. "I just witnessed it with my own eyes. Look." Ben's blood ran cold the moment he saw it. "This is..." Lucy stared at the discovery, her mind racing. "What on earth is this?" "It bears the marks of a script from the ancient era." Suddenly, a presence manifested that forced Ben to jerk his gaze skyward. Ben stood frozen in awe. He began to decipher the forgotten tongue etched in the air. A primordial temple manifested floating like a hazy spectral mirage in the sky. Hugo watched breathless. "That is..." Ben turned deathly pale at the sight of the structure. "Just as I feared. Behold the true sigil of the magic tower." Lucy asked with a puzzled frown. "The magic tower, it resembles a temple more than a spire." The structure loomed over them. Exactly as predicted, it lies in this direction, bound by those ancient incantations. Without a doubt, it's tethered to this cryptic spire. Hugo was desperate to relay this intel to the Emperor and the Preceptor, certain they alone could decipher these ancient runes. But Ben intervened, cautioning, "Wait, just give it a moment longer." It seemed as though Ben believed he was on the verge of cracking the code himself. Turning to Charlie and Dylan within the Imperial Sanctuary. Deep inside, the two are lost in a tranquil slumber, a rare, serene tableau. Awakening first, Dylan reached out to tenderly stroke Charlie's cheek. He is consumed by contentment. "This peace is a drug. I wish I could freeze time right here, gazing at her sleeping face forever." In that instant, Charlie's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly drifted back to consciousness. Noticing her stir, Dylan whispered anxiously, "Forgive me, did I disturb your rest?" Charlie murmured groggily, "No, I woke up right on cue." Hearing her soft response, Dylan exhaled a heavy breath of relief. Charlie reached out her fingers, grazing Dylan's jawline. "Your Majesty," she spoke with sudden resolve, "today we must grant the Duke an audience." Dylan's brow furrowed with apprehension as he questioned, "May I ask what prompted this?" "He has returned. The enigmas surrounding Kiora are vast, and he likely witnessed horrors and truths that still elude me." Dylan offered a faint, melancholy smile, his eyes shimmering with a bitter sadness as he watched Charlie. But she was far too intuitive to miss the flicker of insecurity in his gaze. So she gently added, "I want you standing right there by my side." His eyes widened in shock at her request. "Teacher..." In the past, whenever she was in Kahu's presence, he would manifest a magical barrier to shroud their words in secrecy. Now the walls are down. Their bond has clearly evolved. Very well. Kahu had sworn a blood oath to protect me for as long as his heart continued to beat in this realm. The scene shifts to the opulent halls of Kahu's private estate. He gripped the parchment tightly, questioning his attendant, "Who delivered this?" The servant bowed quickly. "It bears the Preceptor's seal, my lord." Kahu broke the seal, his mind racing. A letter from Charlie herself. Within the folds of the parchment, Charlie had inscribed a message intended for Kahu alone. She requested his presence at the Imperial Palace for a summit. The Emperor would be presiding as well. A direct summons from Charlie. Having processed the words, Kahu made his move. He commanded the servant, "Dispatch my reply to the Preceptor. Tell them I shall arrive post-haste." "At once, my lord." Kahu's thoughts spiraled inward. "I feared I had been cast into oblivion. I can't fathom why I've been granted this second chance. My heart is racing. It's safe to say you were always my first and only love." He brooded in silence, his face a mask of profound longing for the woman he lost. Meanwhile, Ben's team remained hyper-focused on unraveling the linguistic puzzle. Lucy turned to him, her patience thinning. Ben, give me an update. Have you made a breakthrough? Ben signaled that the key to the cipher was finally within reach. As he began to decode the phrase, Ben uttered a low incantation. Instantly, the bizarre glyphs began to churn and shift. Look, the symbols are rearranging themselves into a message. Hugo leaned in, his voice urgent. What does the translation say? Ben's voice faltered, his expression one of pure, unadulterated horror. The demon. The cessation of all motion. The moment the full sentence clicked, Ben surged to his feet in a panic, bellowing, "Relay this to the captain immediately." His complexion turned deathly pale as if he'd just glimpsed his own grave. Back at the imperial palace, Kahu arrived, and answering the call of Charlie's summons, he dropped into a formal bow. "My greetings to your majesty and the preceptor." Charlie, seated prominently beside Dylan, acknowledged Kahu's presence. "It has been quite some time, young duke. Please take a seat and join us." Kahu complied, taking his place as Charlie directed. "As you wish." The second he sat, a bone-chilling aura began to saturate the room. Kahu traced the source of the killing intent, his eyes landing directly on Dylan. The Emperor was glaring at him with a look of absolute seething resentment, that venomous, piercing stare. Charlie broke the silence. "Kahu, do you understand why I summoned you? It's time to unearth the truth of your reincarnation by consuming the scattered fragments of Ihirit. But once Kahu is reborn, is the cycle destined to repeat itself all over again?" Kahu offered a vague reply. "I'm not entirely certain myself. It's as I mentioned during our encounter 3 years ago. While I was living a perfectly mundane life, my memories began to erode, vanishing piece by piece until the past became a void. Kiora, Kiora." The haunting chorus of the spirits erupted. "These are the voices of the ancient gods." The spirits smirked, taunting Charlie. "Can we truly control this? Can we survive the fallout?" Hearing their riddles, Charlie felt a surge of disorientation. What do you mean, survive what? Currently, an unseen force is actively suppressing Kahu's ability to recall his past. The spirits swirled like a cyclone around Kahu's head. His complexion instantly drained of all color. Jagged shards of memory flickered through his mind. They were agonizingly hazy and out of reach. He felt the crushing weight of an invisible gaze boring into his soul. Kahu sensed something lurking in the shadows of his mind. Abruptly, he buried his face in his hands. Kahu's face was a mask of deathly pallor as he stammered, Kahu bit his lip, wrestling with a fleeting thought before suddenly blurted out, "I feel as though I have been completely erased from existence." Charlie was baffled by his cryptic words. "Erased? What do you mean, Kahu?" He white-knuckled his fist and tried again. "You vanished, and I am the one eternally hunting for you. This search has spanned agonizing days. Or perhaps centuries. The abyss where they dragged me." As he spoke, phantom hands materialized from the darkness, clawing at him to keep his secrets buried. Perhaps Kahu felt their spectral grip, for his voice failed him. His face turned ashen, and without warning, he collapsed to the floor, leaving Charlie in a state of absolute shock. A predatory voice hissed in Kahu's subconscious, "Why is it the fiancé Charlie Ronan? Why is he here? I know your paths have never crossed." But Kahu wasn't fully under. Hearing the voice, he wondered, "Who is that? Who is invading my mind? Who the hell are you?" He squeezed his eyes shut in agony. The vision shifted violently to a cold chamber where Kahu lay prostrate, surrounded by figures draped in obsidian robes. By the time he regained consciousness, he was trapped in a total nightmare. "Where am I? I was supposed to be finding Charlie." "Impressive that you managed to sniff out our trail and follow us this far." That enigmatic figure smirked down at Kahu. Duke Kahu Delmon. The hooded subordinates awaited their master's command. "What shall we do with this interloper? Should we transform him into a new test subject?" He possessed the sheer will to locate this sanctuary, proving he has the caliber to be a soul sacrifice for the evil god. Hearing this, Kahu's heart froze. Evil god. But he's a grown man. He doesn't fit the criteria for the Kiora project. In the Kiora project, age is irrelevant. Whether child or elder, any vessel can house the evil god. Furthermore, at this precise moment, the raw power of Charlie's soul, Ronan, is far too potent, preventing the evil god from manifesting in its true form. Kahu stared at them, his mind spinning with questions. Charlie, the Kiora project, the evil god. Just who are these monsters? A piercing shout snapped Kahu back to the waking world. "Kahu!" He slowly blinked, reality coming back into sharp focus. Kahu gazed at her face and breathed her name like a prayer, Charlie. But as he reached out a trembling hand, Dylan's boot viciously ground it into the floor. Witnessing the brutality, Charlie gasped. "Your Majesty!" Dylan shot her a sharp look. "Do not fret. I'm merely providing him with a necessary wake-up call." Dylan cast a gaze of pure ice upon Kahu. Allow me to assist you. He seized Kahu by the collar and gripped his jaw with a vice-like strength. With clinical precision, he forced a liquid down Kahu's throat, sending him into a fit of violent coughing. Drink. Dylan commanded, It's a herbal sedative. Swallow it all. Don't you dare waste a drop. Charlie's brow knitted with concern as she watched Kahu struggle. He was still reeling from the vision. I can't identify that memory, but something catastrophic happened to Kahu before my regression. The spirits hissed in Charlie's ear once more. Shall I unmask the truth? Just give the word, for Kiora's sake. Their prodding left Charlie feeling uncharacteristically frantic. Why am I so on edge? Suddenly, an urgent voice from the hallway broke the tension. Preceptor. Charlie's eyes narrowed. Mary, I gave strict orders not to be disturbed. She called out, Mary, what is so urgent? I'm sorry for defying orders, but your subordinate insists there's an emergency report. Charlie grimaced, thinking, a subordinate is an Imperio, let him in. The man stepped into the room with measured strides. It was Ben, the captain. Ben, what is this critical matter that demands such an urgent audience? He hesitated for a heartbeat, casting a wary glance toward Dylan before murmuring, May we speak in total confidence? At his request, she moved toward Ben, though she paused to instruct Dylan. Your Majesty, please remain here. Dylan had no choice but to concede. Fine. He tracked her retreating figure in silence, his mind clearly churning with unspoken thoughts. He shifted his gaze back to Kahu, who lay there momentarily lost to unconsciousness. Dylan mused darkly, I could really use a smoke right now. I'd love to blow a thick cloud of smoke right in his face just to make him suffer. Realizing the petty nature of his thoughts, he squeezed his eyes shut. I'm losing my mind. Suddenly, a faint voice rasped, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. It was Kahu. No one realized he had regained consciousness. Kahu asked, Are you blind to it? Dylan was baffled. What are you on about? Those mages. How can you possibly have no recollection of them at all? Outside, the entire unit had assembled in a display of full force. Charlie surveyed the crowd and questioned Ben. What's the meaning of this? Why the sudden gathering? Ben replied with grim intensity, Captain, you need to hear this. The true shard of Ahirit, the demon god destined to slaughter the Emperor, isn't you, Captain. It's Kahu. Kahu is the demon god. Ben's revelation struck Charlie like a physical blow, her face masking total disbelief. What? Ben pressed on. You believed you were the vessel, but you were wrong. The hidden magic tower in the clouds is a literal fortress in the sky. This evidence was recovered nearby. With that, Ben produced a weathered scrap of parchment. Charlie's eyes raced over the script. The demon god's vessel is sealed. Though Kahu Delman bears the golden hair and sapphire eyes, his temporal powers are suppressed. Magic is a void for him, proving this intel is the truth. Is Kahu truly the harbinger of ruin? Charlie stood there in shock, a single question haunting her. If he is the vessel, then what am I? No, that's irrelevant right now. If I'm not the demon god, then I'm not the one fated to murder Dylan. A new theory began to take shape. If Kahu is the vessel, his erratic behavior finally makes sense. It's clear now. Kahu went missing because he was desperately hunting for me. He didn't just vanish. He was ensnared in the magic tower's depraved experiments. They likely aimed to forge me into the vessel, but failed. They must have defaulted to Kahu Delman as a backup subject, and the procedure actually worked. Pondering this, she wondered, then why was Dylan consumed by darkness? It wasn't my influence after all. Visions of the moments when Dylan and Kahu crossed paths suddenly flooded her mind. It's because Dylan was exposed to Kahu. Reflecting on Ben's words, the truth was already there, wasn't it? If the true shard of Ahirit is the demon god, then Dylan's descent into darkness might be irreversible. According to Mary, while the preceptor was away, His Majesty was frequently locked in private councils with the young Duke Kahu. Charlie stood paralyzed as a terrifying conclusion emerged. What if Dylan is already completely corrupted by the abyss? Her face turned a ghostly pale. If Kahu was the one who truly poisoned Dylan's soul... Charlie white-knuckled her fists in a surge of silent fury. Noticing her visible distress, Ben reached out. Captain, are you holding up all right? Charlie let out a weary breath, trying to stay grounded. No, there's no hard proof Kahu is responsible and Dylan despises him. But if this is true, we can't be certain Dylan isn't already too far gone. She replayed the spirit's chilling words. He is the true shard of Yahirit. Deny it all you want, but the truth remains. She paused her thoughts, centering on a new mission. If I am not the demon god, then I am the only one who can save Dylan. Charlie began to trace the trajectory of her life from the very beginning. The memory of that death still haunts me. It's carved into the very fabric of my soul. I refuse to watch another soul perish because of my existence. Even as Kiora, watching my family get slaughtered one by one was an agony that pierced my very marrow. That's why from the start, the moment I realized I had regressed to my 13-year-old self, I swore I would never let my heart be a playground for emotions again. I vowed never to let anyone in. Never. Yet despite that ironclad promise, she had found a family who truly adored her. And now I'm in love with Dylan. I can't outrun my feelings for him, but I wasn't the one who tamed his darkness. Instead, it is Dylan himself who has successfully tamed my heart. Yet the cursed name of Kiora, the evil god, haunted her soul. She lived in terror that she was destined to slaughter her lover. If he perishes by my hand, if Dylan dies, the weight of that grief would be unbearable. That was her ultimate nightmare. The reason she thought, I must abandon him, for as an evil god, I will eventually be his executioner. I refuse to accept that. I am not some mindless, wicked deity. I will not exist merely as a blade meant for destruction, because I can also manifest as a sword wielded for protection. Right now, my heart is pounding against my ribs without rest. Is this surge of emotion perhaps a normal feeling just like everyone else experiences? Ben called out urgently, Captain! Charlie turned, asking, You found the magic tower's hidden stronghold? Ben admitted, Yes, but it's vanished. They likely fled because I tripped their sensory ward. At that revelation, she descended into a deep calculating silence. Ben pressed on, The next time we locate it, we strike without mercy. If I signal you will, you deploy immediately. Charlie gave a firm nod. Without hesitation, Ben extended an object. Take this. If you tear this parchment, you'll teleport instantly. To reach the sky, simply utilize the cipher. Charlie secured it. Understood. Then she commanded, Ve Hugo. J. Ben fall in. We're seizing Kahu and taking him away this instant. She pivoted, her mind racing as she walked. First, I must drive a wedge between Kahu and Dylan. Even if I must slay the evil god, I cannot act recklessly. I can exploit Kahu to track down the magic tower's location. I have no idea when the evil god will fully awaken, so I must tread with extreme caution. Catching sight of her, Dylan's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Charlie, is your meeting finally over? Suddenly, Dylan's expression froze as he rushed to her side. Charlie, why are you shedding tears? Charlie's tears flowed uncontrollably. Even she was stunned by her own vulnerability. Crying me. Dylan whispered tenderly, Please don't cry. She gasped out Dylan's name through her sobs. He immediately gathered her into a protective embrace. Who had the audacity to make my teacher weep? Behind them, Kahu turned his gaze to witness the two of them together. Only then did Charlie find her composure. Dylan is out of harm's way for now. The evil god has not yet reached its moment of awakening. She questioned her inner self. Kiora, should we unseal it? Should we, if the heavens allow, then the evil god will manifest this time within Kahu's own flesh. I can't place my faith in those spirits. When I lived in the delusion that I was the evil god, they kept me in the dark. They are concealing far too much. She brushed away her remaining tears and moved to interrogate Kahu. Do you have any recollection of what happened since your disappearance? I remember nothing. The evil god, is that a name you recognize? Kahu was visibly struck by a wave of pure panic at the mention of it. Then he gripped his thumping skull and let out a blood-curdling shriek. Suddenly, his legs gave out and he collapsed. Ben lunged forward just in time to catch Kahu before he hit the floor. Young Duke, Captain, it appears he has lost consciousness. What is our next course of action? We cannot eliminate Kahu yet, but since he poses a lethal threat to His Majesty, we will move him into isolation. She turned to Jay. Your tribe possesses the power to cleanse demonic energy, correct? Escort Kahu directly to your village and keep him under heavy guard for me. Never forget this mission is strictly classified. Jay saluted. Consider it done. Bei Hugo, you to inform the Duke that his son has been deployed on an urgent imperial mission. He won't be returning for the foreseeable future. And I expect an immediate report the moment the secret magic tower is sighted. Everyone roared in unison. By your command. Dylan could only watch her, completely mesmerized by her commanding presence. She whispered, I was terrified that His Majesty would perish. Do you have any idea how much that thought paralyzed me? Once more, her tears cascaded uncontrollably. I'm terrified that I'll end your life all over again. Dylan whispered, Forgive me, but what did you just say? I should have realized the truth much sooner. That even you possess these moments of agonizing frailty. You've been forced to shoulder all this trauma alone just to mask your vulnerability. Charlie believed she had sacrificed her entire existence on the altar of vengeance. But her emotions, her fleeting joy, her time at the academy, the prospect of marriage, and every precious memory, she had to cast them all aside. She existed solely for the sake of retribution. But in this moment, she finally understood that he had become far more vital to her than her revenge. Dylan grasped her hand. Charlie, look at me. I swear to you, I will secure your happiness. If the secret magic tower or any other threat dares to haunt you, I'll purge them from existence. Everything had shifted. This wasn't mere obsession, but a pure, unadulterated vow of love. Meanwhile, Charlie declared with iron resolve, "Please place your faith in me, Dylan. I will protect you no matter the cost, and we will find our happy ending." "Yes, I believe in you." Then the two shared a lingering tender kiss. "I love you, Dylan. I love you more than words." Later, she gripped her blade, descending into a spiral of deep thought. Dylan insisted I remain at the palace, but as I suspected, I feel more at home within these walls. Abruptly, the spirits materialized, their voices echoing. "Kiora, Kiora. Is our teacher suffering because of us? We harbor no resentment. And yet you still refuse to unseal that memory." Charlie demanded sternly, "If I unlock it, the evil god awakens, doesn't it?" They fell into a sudden silence. "No, I know this isn't your burden, but right now my trust in you is shattered, understand. We are deeply sorry. Grant us your permission so we can reveal those hidden memories to Kiora." Hearing their plea, Charlie wavered. "Kahu, 2 days have passed since he collapsed and he remains unresponsive. I have no idea when he'll wake. Is it truly necessary to witness those memories? Fine, but first answer me this. What exactly am I? You are Kiora, a deity residing in mortal flesh. You are a living miracle. Is that the extent of it? We have brought Kiora to your side then. Why did you claim before that you despised the Ihiriad fragment? It wasn't a matter of dislike, but rather that the Ihiriad fragment has already been corrupted." Charlie froze and asked, "What? That tainted fragment can never be restored to its primal state. The odds of it ever returning to what it once was are virtually non-existent." Charlie recalled in a state of shock, "Does His Majesty frequently visit the young Duke?" Mary had confirmed, yes, quite often, as the young Duke is the only one who shares his obsession with mages. His Majesty appears utterly hollow unless the conversation turns to those sorcerers. Appearing utterly hollow. Unless he's discussing mages. Kahu's malevolent energy has infected Dylan. It's my fault for abandoning him, for leaving him to rot in loneliness. I convinced myself that leaving was for his benefit, but I'm the one who pushed him into the jaws of danger. Suddenly, she stormed away, her heart a chaotic mess of conflicting impulses. Where am I even going? It felt as if my senses were failing me, leaving only the cold steel of the sword in my grip. The world has gone silent. The only emotion I have left is a pure murderous intent. She loomed over Kahu, her gaze radiating a terrifying bloodlust. Suddenly, the spirits urged her, "Kiora, shall we unlock this creature's memories now?" Charlie ground her teeth in fury. She unleashed a crushing aura that shattered everything in the vicinity and roared, "Shut up! He has to die! I must end Kahu! I must slaughter Kahu to save Dylan." Charlie hoisted her blade high, aiming the lethal tip directly at Kahu's heart. In that frantic moment, Lucy burst in and threw her arms around Charlie. "No, stop! I beg you!" "I have already been briefed on everything by Ben. You are not some harbinger of doom, nor are you merely a weapon or a tool of destruction. You are a living, breathing human being. You know the truth, don't you? My hands have been stained with blood my entire life. I used to think I was numb to death, but since our paths crossed, I've forsaken my contracts and haven't taken a life. Only then did the crushing weight of my horrific transgressions finally settle upon me. No one can take a life and remain unscathed. You were the one who made me realize that. So please, I'm begging you, spare him. You aren't a blade forged to slaughter the innocent." Charlie's bloodlust faded, replaced by a wave of pure shock. "Just now, what kind of madness possessed me? Are you all right? Let go of me." She surveyed the wreckage around Kahu's bedside, her mind in a total fog. The entire room looks like it was ravaged by a hurricane. Was I truly responsible for this? The spirits' voices echoed once more. "Kira." She stole a glance at Lucy behind her and mused. "Can anyone else perceive these entities, or am I alone?" Charlie finally spoke up. "Why have you been lurking in the shadows, only showing yourselves when I'm with Ben?" Lucy blinked, confused. Who is she talking to? The spirits claimed the truth was complex. They wished to be seen as the devoted attendants of Kira. They were clearly piqued that I dismissed them as mere ghosts. I despise their cryptic games. Yet I can't deny that their loyalty is rooted in my own protection. She remarked coldly, "You address me as a god, yet you ignore my every command. But after witnessing this chaos, I can no longer deny you. Unveil Kahu's memories. I need to see the unvarnished truth of what he endured with my own eyes. We shall grant you access to those visions. Prepare yourself. The transition will be chilling." Charlie closed her eyes, sensing her physical form drifting into a weightless, watery abyss. Her grip on reality fractured as her consciousness was forcibly pulled away. She heard Kahu's voice echoing, "Impossible. How could it come to this?" Charlie Ronan. What kind of hell has she been dragged into? Then a vision of Kahu materialized his body, a map of brutal lacerations and scars. The Obsidian Sanctuary. This has to be the Magic Tower's clandestine headquarters that Ben mentioned. To venture this far into the abyss, he must have undertaken this suicide mission alone. Kahu gasped, "If I fail to unlock Kira's secret, this entire world is doomed to ash." Charlie remembered her time as Kira and how Dietrich had suddenly scrubbed any mention of Kahu. It wasn't just a tactic for control, Kahu had truly vanished into the void. I was told Kahu sought me out only for the Ronan family's promise of wealth, but if it were mere greed, he would never have descended into this living nightmare. Had my heart not already been claimed by Dylan, Kahu's devotion might have actually moved me. Charlie instinctively lunged forward trying to steady Kahu, but her hands simply passed through his spectral form. Kahu was shackled to a crucifix, his agonizing screams piercing the air. "Ah, stop, I beg of you." The spirits whispered to Charlie, "If the torment is too much, shall we skip ahead?" "No, do not look away, because I intend to witness every single second. I need to see it all." In that moment, the hooded cultist muttered, "The subject's mana absorption is off the charts. We've only just begun yet, the results are extraordinary." A barbaric experiment masked as progress. She watched Kahu endure systematic torture and unspeakable agony. On the contrary, the trauma will only sharpen his mental acuity. The Magic Tower is pure, unadulterated evil. I will tear it down. Master the procedure is a success. Oh, Father. Kahu's father ground his teeth, his voice dripping with venom. "Don't you dare call me that." Then he collapsed in a fit of sobs, howling in absolute despair. "I am a human being." Abruptly, these fleeting visions merged into a cohesive film strip. The entirety of Kahu's fragmented memories became a cinematic reel revolving around Charlie. She gazed upward at the unfolding chaos. Time is spiraling backward. To reach the origin of my regression, I had to traverse 4 centuries, and now, she finally opened her eyes as the blinding solar glare washed over her. Lucy noticed Charlie stirring and whispered, "You're finally back with us." Charlie sat up with a heavy groan clutching her temple. Lucy sighed. "Do you realize the heart attack you gave me?" Charlie had only one priority. How many days was I out? "Ah, it seems the young Duke has regained consciousness as well." Charlie's brow furrowed as she turned toward the sound. It was Kahu. He had also survived the mental abyss. The two shared a long, heavy gaze. She lowered her hand, observing his shattered state without uttering a single word. Suddenly, Ben burst in, face etched with worry, nearly shoving Lucy aside. "Captain, are you all right? Speak to me. Are you injured?" Charlie cut him off. "I'm fine. Stop the theatrics. How long have I been bedridden?" Ben, currently having his face blocked by Lucy's hand, grunted, "Roughly 4.5 days. Though I do have some silver linings to share, Captain. While you were in a coma, Jay and I poured our research into crafting a specialized necklace." It was the ornate collar now adorning Kahu's neck. All three shifted their focus to Kahu in the adjacent bed. Kahu, dazed, reached up to touch the artifact. With that seal, Kahu's demonic aura is effectively neutralized. At that explanation, he bit his lip hard before forcing out a hollow response. "Empty trinkets like these won't change the inevitable anymore." As he spoke, his mind spiraled back into the trauma fingers trembling against his skull. "I'm a freak now. As long as I draw breath, they'll hunt me down." Seeing Kahu lose his grip and succumb to panic, Charlie commanded, "Kahu, get a hold of yourself." With an unwavering expression, she added, "I realize your memories are a chaotic nightmare right now, but Preceptor, you shouldn't waste your breath on a lost cause like me. My path is already set." He white-knuckled the bedsheets before clutching the necklace in a death grip. Tears carved paths down his face as he begged, "I'm pleading with you. Just kill me." Kahu averted his eyes, his voice breaking as he whimpered, "Please put an end to me." He gritted his teeth, shivering as the tears continued to fall. Charlie watched his breakdown in silence, musing. Is this hatred or a death wish? Such a portrait of agony. Even as he collapses under the trauma, he's desperately fighting to stay sane. To Charlie, Kahu looked like a man drowning in a sea of despair. He shielded his eyes, trying in vain to stifle his weeping. What a bizarre atmosphere. She studied him with a pensive look. Is this what empathy feels like? Now just by locking eyes, we can taste the bitterness of each other's scars. Kahu looked at Charlie with a face of pure torment. She mirrored his intensity, but a flicker of genuine compassion softened her gaze. Ben suddenly chimed in, shattering the heavy silence. "Kahu, forgive my bluntness toward a man of your standing." Ben alongside. Lucy fixed Kahu with a steely glare and declared, "If your death becomes a necessity, we'll be the ones to do it. We won't let the captain's soul be stained by your blood." Suddenly, Charlie noticed her hip felt light, so she demanded, "Where is my blade?" At Charlie's sharp inquiry, Lucy flinched, her eyes wide with obvious guilt. She stammered fearfully, "No way, you're not touching that." In truth, they had tucked her sword away beneath the bed frame. Charlie noted her shifty behavior and remained silent, her gaze dropping to the floor. She surmised, "Stuffed it under the bed, didn't she, amateur move?" She then gave Lucy a reassuring look. "I'm not on a killing spree. Lucy, I'm parched. Fetch me some water." Lucy scrambled up to fulfill the request. "If a drink is all you want, then fine." The moment the door closed, Charlie spoke. "The master of the magic tower. I've crossed paths with him once, young Duke." Kahu was floored by the revelation. He stared at her, his eyes wide with shock. Charlie turned her attention to Ben. "What do you know about the Tower Master?" "Just the usual campfire stories. I've never seen the man in the flesh." He recounted the rumors surrounding the mysterious figure. "Word is, he's a total narcissist running a shadow regime. Zero intel exists because he's a ghost. Think about it, young Duke. This entire nightmare was birthed from one man's ego. I'll find him and end this. Don't you think it's a waste to just throw your life away?" Kahu looked at Ben, his heart heavy. Only then did Ben address her directly, preceptor. Suddenly, the room fell into a chilling silence. Kahu's gaze grew erratic. His body was racked with uncontrollable tremors. He sputtered, I can't... Conversely, Charlie simply noted, "Living in this cruel world, I never imagined I'd utter these words. I won't give you that cliche about time healing all wounds. Just carry the burden." Her words sounded icy, almost heartless. Internally, she thought, I have no sweet lies to offer. Even with allies, the agony of the soul is a solitary prison. But there was one truth I longed to hear when I was discarded and drowning in loneliness. She paused for a beat before finishing, "That your pain is valid, and honestly, dying might be easier than enduring it. But you must grasp one absolute truth: you are not alone." She fixed him with a piercing, solemn gaze. Charlie's mind drifted back to her time in the abyss of imprisonment and torture. I was overwhelmed with joy, knowing Kahu was searching for me, the girl who had simply vanished. Even though I wasn't rescued, Kahu's very existence was the only thing that kept me sane. She visualized the broken image of Kahu, bloodied and battered, yet still fighting to reach her. "Now I can finally say this to Kahu: do not surrender, for I will surely save you." These words acted as divine rays of light piercing into Kahu's fractured soul as it began to drown in shadow. She realized Kahu was a mere victim. Now, the target marked for elimination is solely the master of the magic tower. The scene pivots to a man with hair as white as frost. His fingers gripped a chess piece, slamming it down onto the board with finality. He exhaled a weary breath, scrutinizing his previous strategy. "I must locate the evil god immediately," muttered the master of the clandestine magic tower. Indeed, the evil god has regressed, yet the identity of that deity remains locked away from my conscious mind. From the start, I understood that the evil god's regression was the toll for wiping the slate clean. Even the entity I bartered with is now a blur in my memory. All I know is the world has reset. The experiment was a triumph. I was the sole witness to the evil god's ascension. The success he spoke of was the moment Kahu was crucified, sacrificed in a ritual to bring the evil god back. He released the chess piece, flicking it away with total indifference. His hand hovered over a portrait of Dylan. As I suspected, the Emperor is not the one. If that's the case... He shifted his focus to the illustration of Charlie sitting right beside it. Charlie Ronan. He pondered, though the threads of certainty were still thin. She was undoubtedly a key asset in the Kiora project. With that realization, he rose and addressed his lackey. "You." The subordinate bowed. "At your service, Tower Master." He leaned in and issued a chilling command. "Inform all our agents that Emperor Dylan is not the evil god. Tell them to cease all surveillance on him at once." His lips twisted into a predatory, sinister smirk. "From this moment forth, keep Charlie Ronan under a constant microscopic watch, and bring every scrap of intel regarding her directly to me." Elsewhere, Dylan was galloping like a gale, his mind replaying the moment he had struck the stone wall in a fit of rage. Scowling with visible irritation, he barked at Ben. "I need to confirm with my own eyes if teacher is safe. Out of my way." Ben stood his ground, replying, "I cannot permit that." "Do you truly not comprehend why the captain has reached her breaking point?" He knit his brows in frustration. "The captain was so desperate to save you, she hunted Kahu with a blade. At least wait for the dampening necklace to be finished." While riding, Dylan's heart ached for Charlie. 3 agonizing days after her collapse, teacher had finally returned to the waking world. I must assess her state immediately. Dylan could finally see the estate where Charlie was convalescing. Reaching the destination, he leaped from his horse, his face a mask of anxiety as he looked toward Charlie's quarters. As he drew closer, the unexpected sound of laughter reached his ears. The merry sounds echoing from within left him momentarily stunned and confused. Gently pulling the heavy curtain aside, he found Charlie engaged in a lively chat with Lucy and Ben. The laughter clearly belonged to Lucy. Lucy teased, "You're even adorable when you eat." Charlie replied icily, "You're being far too loud." But Lucy pressed on, "See, the more you act tough, the cuter you get." Ben standing by chuckled and warned, "Keep pushing those buttons and the captain will definitely deck you." Lucy joked, "If it's from her, I'll take it gladly." Charlie heard the remark, a smirk playing on her lips. "Is that so? What followed was a chorus of Lucy's frantic shrieks. "Ah, I was just playing mercy. I was wrong." Dylan stood frozen outside, witnessing the scene in a heavy silence. In the depths of his heart, he felt the warmth of their bond. It felt just like a real family. He let go of the fabric and turned his back to leave. A bittersweet smile touched his lips. "So you are truly happy?" Suddenly, Charlie's intuition spiked. She whipped her head toward the curtain. Inside, Lucy was a mess of tears, nursing a fresh lump on her head. Ben was doubled over, howling at Lucy's comedic misfortune. As Dylan watched the sunset preparing to depart, a familiar voice tethered him to the spot. "Your Majesty." It was Charlie. She questioned, "Why didn't you join us?" He turned to face her, murmuring, "Ah, teacher. You all look so genuinely happy. I didn't want to ruin the moment." She stared him down, her face turning serious. "I truly wish for you to be a part of it." Dylan let out a soft laugh at her words. "They'd never be at ease with me around. I didn't want to be a burden on your peace." "By the way, is that horse behind you named Jay?" "Precisely. Care to take him for a spin? This is Jay. If we both mount up, do you think he can handle the weight?" As if on cue, the stallion lifted a hoof and bowed his head slightly, signaling his consent for her to climb aboard. She nimbly hoisted herself into the saddle and whispered, "Thank you." She didn't forget to glance back, asking, "Your Majesty care to join me?" Dylan felt as if his heart had suddenly burst into bloom. He flushed crimson and looked at her in shock before nodding. He reached out, taking her hand to mount up behind her. Moments later, the horse was a blur, galloping at full tilt toward the horizon's fading light. Seated behind her, taking the reins to guide the beast, he blushed and tilted his head. "Charlie, where is our destination?" "Nowhere in particular. I just need to clear the cobwebs from my mind." Gazing up at the vast expanse, she mused, "The moment I locked eyes with Dylan, I felt this irresistible urge to escape. Maybe I was just too blinded by my thirst for vengeance before, but right now, I just want to find some peace with Dylan." The stallion surged forward without hesitation. Eventually, they reined in by a riverbank to let the horse hydrate and catch its breath. Charlie sat by the water's edge, eyes fixed on the dirt as Dylan approached her. She watched the stallion and remarked, "Jay must have been parched. We've wandered quite deep into the valley, haven't we?" "Are you not fond of the valley?" "It's not that. I just noticed the sky was looking rather ominous earlier, so..." No sooner had the words left her lips than tiny raindrops began to pitter-patter against the earth. A stray drop landed in her hair. She realized the atmosphere had shifted. "Is that rain? It's actually pouring now." Without a second thought, Dylan unfastened his cloak and draped it over Charlie's shoulders. He pointed toward a nearby cavern. "It looks like a sudden downpour. Let's take cover in that cave until the storm breaks." The two of them sat huddled at the cave's mouth, watching the gray world outside. Charlie stole a glance at Dylan. "I still haven't confessed the truth about Kahu's identity, Dylan's grim fate, or my choice to spare the Duke. What kind of look will Dylan give me when the truth comes out?" She whispered, "Your Majesty." Startled by her voice, Dylan turned toward her. "What is it?" "Kahu is the true evil god, and your soul has been tainted by his malevolent aura. Once a fragment of Yahello is corrupted by such darkness, there is no turning back. That realization drove me to despair. I felt as though I couldn't breathe if I didn't end Kahu's life. I blame myself entirely for your corruption, but I've seen Kahu's memories from before the world reset, and I've chosen to spare him. I will protect him, for he was the only soul who searched for me when I vanished." Dylan lapsed into a heavy silence as her confession hung in the air. He turned his gaze back to her. "I see. If this is your resolve, I shall respect it. But then, you truly were once promised to him, weren't you?" A shadow of sorrow clouded his face. Charlie gave a faint "yes" and retreated back into the labyrinth of her thoughts. Even if the vows weren't finished, I had a fiancé in my past life. If I admit I couldn't kill him and that I intend to save him instead, if I bring up memories I didn't even possess before the regression, will it make him feel even more discarded? As she brooded, her eyes drifted to Dylan, who sat beside her knees, pulled to his chest as he curled into himself. Dylan reached out his hand, inching toward Charlie's until he gently enveloped hers. His voice was a low murmur. deep down, I suppose that man was always my rival. You swore to protect him, so I will abide by that. But don't expect me to be at peace with it. My jealousy is a monster. That man has become the evil god. He remains a lethal threat to your safety. Please, I just need you to keep your distance from him. Is that asking too much? Dylan slowly raised Charlie's hands to his lips, his eyes shimmering with a desperate raw devotion. Charlie remained quiet for a heartbeat, then offered a small, reassuring smile. Not in the slightest. How could that be too much to ask? Once the rain lets up, we'll make our way back. Dylan was lost in a sea of unspoken what-ifs. If she hadn't been snatched away before the timeline reset, she would have wed Kahu and lived a life of perfect bliss, wouldn't she? Just the mental image of them together? At the thought, Dylan's grip tightened involuntarily. He was jealous to the point of pure insanity. Breaking the silence, Dylan called out, "Teacher." Charlie turned, blinking. Dylan leaned into her space, his hand tilting her chin upward as he asked breathlessly, "May I kiss you?" His eyes were burning with an undeniable hunger. Charlie was stunned for a second, then let out a soft, airy laugh. "It's been ages since I've seen you look this flustered." He couldn't restrain himself a moment longer and lunged his arms, sweeping around Charlie's waist as he pressed a searing, desperate kiss against her lips. It was a long time before they finally pulled apart to breathe. He gripped her hands, baring his rawest self. I never want to be the cause of your pain again. I won't deny my obsession, but that very feeling is why I want to let go. Maybe it's just my nature, or perhaps the corruption is finally taking hold of me. Your Majesty has never caused me harm, not even once. In that moment, he struggled to find the words, sinking deeper into a dark mental spiral. What I mean is, I might start justifying hurting you just to keep you all to myself. Her soul was already a map of scars. After collecting his thoughts, Dylan ventured to explain. I believe the most agonizing torment for a human is to be stripped of their humanity, to be broken by being treated as a mere object rather than an individual. I often feel I have no right to embrace you, someone carrying such deep wounds. Yet regardless of who you are or what path you take, my love for you is eternal. I am consumed by a love so overwhelming that I've lost all control over it. Can such a desperate emotion truly be called love? Charlie was stunned to realize Dylan feared his own possessiveness so much he was self-destructing. She softly reassured him, "None of that matters. Your jealousy is born from your devotion. And isn't your fear of hurting me the ultimate proof of how much you cherish me? I love you for that." She reached out to cradle his face, which was clouded with insecurity. His cheeks flushed a vivid crimson with bashful intensity. "Teacher, whenever I whisper your name, 3 words echo through my mind. What words? Humanity, life, and love. Charlie, you are the essence of humanity. To me, you are my life and my only love." Deep down, Charlie was genuinely touched. Human life, love. Now that I think about it, those words are echoes of my own name. Did Dylan hear my name and see those truths I feel so shy? How am I supposed to react to this? She scrambled to change the subject to mask her flustered state. She peered outside. The torrential downpour had finally ceased. He asked with a hint of lingering regret, "Must you return to the mansion?" She rose to her feet. "I should, as I've left the matters regarding Kahu in Ben's hands." He asked with a trembling heart, If you were to be proposed, to what kind of setting would you desire most?" Charlie closed her eyes with casual indifference. "Let's see, any place would be perfect." At this, Dylan seized Charlie's hand and dropped to one knee in a classic proposal, then returned to the imperial palace not as a guest but as its mistress. This time, not as emperor and preceptor, but as husband and wife. "Whether you see me as your fiancé or a tyrant, let me be your everything. I want to become your partner for eternity. I originally intended to propose once my vengeance was satisfied, but if I wait any longer, I fear someone will steal Charlie away from me. I dreamed of proposing in a grand, magnificent hall, but I felt that if I didn't seize this moment, it would slip through my fingers." Dylan knelt, lifting her hand with reverence. Gazing at Charlie with eyes overflowing with pure affection, he asked, "Will you marry me? Will you marry me?" The image of his heartfelt proposal played on a loop inside her head. Back at the mansion, Charlie was completely lost in the memory of that moment when a sharp voice snapped her back to reality. "Captain!" Charlie jolted. She had momentarily forgotten she wasn't alone. Ben was sitting right there trying to hold a conversation. Ben looked at her with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Her head was clearly in the clouds. "What on earth has you so preoccupied?" Charlie brushed it off. "It's nothing, forget it." But her mind kept drifting back. I never expected a proposal right then, even if I was the one who said the location didn't matter. But Ben started speaking again. "Anyway, let me get back to the point. The trail leading to the Magic Tower's secret base has gone cold. It seems they realized we found them and vanished into thin air. However, the situation has shifted from before. Charlie echoed the word, shifted. Ben lowered his voice to a whisper. The secret Magic Tower is hunting for the evil god, but they seem clueless as to the deity's actual identity. I'm not sure if they're biding their time, but I suspect they're currently vetting several candidates for the position. Charlie pondered. In the magical traces we recovered, it explicitly stated Kahu is the evil god. Wasn't that the Magic Tower's own intel? That is indeed a mark of the Magic Tower, but if they were certain, they would have seized Kahu long ago, yet they've remained dormant. I can't pinpoint the reason, but I suspect that for some unknown cause, the memory of that intel has been erased. Charlie was genuinely stunned. Their memories vanished. If the one who concealed that trace was the Tower Master, then it's highly likely the Master has also undergone regression. Ben continued. Initially, they probably targeted Emperor Dylan assuming he was the one, but their recent maneuvers suggest they've ruled him out. The prime candidate for the throne of the evil god is likely you, Captain. Ben pointed directly at Charlie. Lately, magical signatures laced with dark energy have been detected around your quarters. This aura is distinct from Kahu's. Charlie didn't seem bothered. If anything, a sense of calm settled over her. Is that so? Then this becomes much simpler if the Magic Tower has their sights set on me. She rested her chin on her palm, a mysterious, calculating smile blooming as she spoke. Shouldn't I just lure them out into the open? Ben tilted his head, completely bewildered. What do you have in mind? The scene shifts to a crisp morning. Mary threw open Charlie's doors, marched in, and flung the windows wide. Turning to Charlie, she chirped, "The weather is stunning today. The air is so crisp and fresh." Sitting up in bed, Charlie smiled. "Mary, can you craft a custom bottle of perfume for me? I need it as soon as humanly possible." Mary blinked in surprise. "Perfume?" Charlie detailed her request. "I need a scent that is complex and deeply layered. Can you handle it?" "Yes." Mary excitedly whipped out a notepad and pen. "Absolutely, just give me the specifics." Charlie straightened her attire and spoke with deliberate precision. "The top note must be rose but subtle. Blend it with the sharp earthy scent of bitter grass." Mary's quill danced across the parchment, finalizing the specs in a heartbeat. "Understood. Is there anything else you require?" "The core should be bittersweet like the darkest chocolate. It must be seductive at first, leaving a heavy, haunting aftertaste." Seeking clarities, Mary pressed a youthful radiance, or perhaps pure, hardly refreshing. It should possess a lethal presence like the abyss itself. Mary finished scribbling the last of the details. She capped her pen, struck by a sudden inspiration, and beamed with absolute confidence. "If it's that dark dominant vibe you're after, I can have the elixir ready in half a day." Charlie offered a rare nod of approval. "Excellent work, Mary." The girl was both ecstatic and flustered, sheepishly scratching her head. "It's nothing, I'll give it my all." Charlie rose from her seat. "Oh, and could you fetch a selection of black gowns and matching accessories?" Charlie and Ben remained behind, diving back into the complexities of their grand strategy. Ben caught on quickly, verifying her intent with a sharp question. "You're planning to impersonate the evil god?" "Precisely. I'll mimic every terrifying trait the deity possesses." Ben, finally hitting his stride, leaned in with expert authority. "In that case, I'll brief you on everything we know about that monster. First, the evil god has a fetish for colors as dark as midnight oil." Charlie noted this, eventually singling out a somber gown. That caught her eye, musing, "This deep wine red is quite exquisite, don't you think?" Just then a maid presented a crimson box overflowing with gems. For accessories, black diamond earrings are a must. Charlie readily agreed. Another servant stepped forward, inquiring, "Preceptor, which mantle shall you grace today?" Charlie made a swift choice, the one Suga is holding. Yet another attendant behind her asked, while meticulously brushing her locks, "How shall we style your hair, milady?" "Style it half up, then gather the rest into a sophisticated bun." Returning to the strategy, Ben highlighted the second crucial detail. The evil god possesses an uncanny magnetism dominating everyone in its orbit. Leverage Emperor Dylan to draw a massive crowd. Since the deity has a signature scent, use that as your lure. Recall the aura Kahu gave off, and stay sharp. Because this time, Captain, you are the ultimate bait. On the day of the gala, she adorned herself in finery and applied the fragrance exactly as Ben had instructed. The hour had arrived. Charlie, striking in her wine-red ensemble and elegant bun, questioned the staff. "The carriage is ready. I assume we depart immediately." "I have an appointment with His Majesty today." The phalanx of maids responded in perfect unison, "Yes, Preceptor." Charlie glided toward the carriage with a lethal, graceful charm. The stage was set. Now she just had to force their hand. She opened the gilded door and disappeared into the plush interior of the carriage. Once the door clicked shut, Charlie continued to run the cold calculations in her mind. This performance must be flawless. Once every detail was settled, she signaled the coachman to begin the journey. Inside the imperial palace office, the air was thick with the clamor of a heated, lively debate. But Dylan sat apart from the noise, rhythmically drumming his fingers against the mahogany desk. In silence, he replayed his recent proposal to Charlie. "Will you marry me?" Back then, Charlie had replied, "You are remarkably kind, but I refuse to entertain such thoughts until every thread of this mystery is unraveled." The memory caused him to bow his head in sorrow, his heart silently crying out her name. At that precise moment, the heavy doors swung open. The sharp, rhythmic click of footsteps echoed through the chamber, causing every noble in the room to gasp in sheer bewilderment. Charlie, radiating a haunting, ethereal beauty, offered a cryptic smile and said, "I trust you'll allow me to grace today's proceedings." Dylan's eyes locked onto her, a faint, intrigued smile touching his lips. Naturally, a noble stammered, There are no seats left. I shall vacate mine for the mage." "That won't be necessary." Dismissing the offer, she swept past the table toward Dylan's throne. She then perched herself delicately on his lap. "His Majesty's lap will suffice. Is that acceptable, my king?" "It is more than acceptable. In fact, I'm delighted by the gesture. The reason I've intruded today is that I have a specific favor to ask of your Majesty." "Name it, and it is yours." "I demand the title of Duchess. I want a palace of unrivaled luxury, vast lands, and a small army of servants. I want a wardrobe so grand I never have to wear the same gown twice, and enough jewels to drown in. Is that feasible, your Majesty?" Dylan was momentarily stunned by her sudden, extravagant demands. But a second later, he beamed with pride and declared, "Consider it done. Marcus Sven, prepare the decree to name Charlie Ronan a duchess." I live to obey, sire." He leaned in, asking tenderly, "Is there anything else your heart desires? I am yours to command. Since I am now a duchess, I wish to host a grand banquet to celebrate our bond. Make it a gala so opulent that it's etched into the Empire's history forever. Is that all right, your Majesty?" "Of course. Your wish is my command." Later, when they finally found a moment of solitude, Dylan murmured, "I only wish you had clued me in beforehand." My face was burning with embarrassment back there. Embarrassed. "You seemed to be relishing the attention quite a bit, didn't you? I suppose you've seen right through me. This latest gambit of yours involves the evil god, I presume." "Precisely. I intended a masquerade as the evil god to smoke out the secret magic tower." Dylan's brow furrowed with immediate anxiety. "You're acting as the bait. Isn't that recklessly dangerous? Do you honestly think I'd allow those insects to lay a finger on me? It's not that I'm simply paralyzed with worry for you." She traced the line of Dylan's jaw to soothe his nerves. "Rest easy. The nightmares you're imagining will never come to pass." Dylan exhaled in a soft, stunned breath. "Teacher, this fragrance, I commissioned Mary to synthesize this specific perfume. I had it meticulously crafted to mimic the aura Kahu radiates, the very scent of the evil god. I only placed the order a few hours ago, yet the essence feels remarkably authentic. So that's the play." Dylan's expression clouded over with sharp irritation. "Kahu? Yet again. Is there any other way I can facilitate your plan?" "I've already requested that you throw a celebratory gala in my honor, haven't I? Orchestrate a grand masquerade. It would be ideal if the venue were secluded far from the prying eyes of the capital. If we pull this off, the secret magic tower will undoubtedly strike. I won't let this prey escape." Ordinarily, at a masquerade, guests arrive unescorted to preserve the veil of mystery. Even though I know I must remain professional, my heart refuses to listen. Teacher has transformed herself so breathtakingly. She will surely be the sun that every eye orbits. Furthermore, a masquerade is a den of temptation where dance partners are chosen on a whim. The thought of her in another man's arms is a torment I cannot endure. Fueled by these thoughts, Dylan declared, "I will arrange everything flawlessly. On the night, I'll dispatch the Athena guard to serve as your personal escort." Dylan mused to himself, "It's a stroke of luck that I hold the throne. This way I can be Charlie's ultimate shield. I refuse to fail you. I have no reason to doubt her." At the very least, her reaction to my proposal was far from a rejection. For the moment, Kahu is a non-threat. Once the dust from this battle settles, I'll present her with an official proposal she can't refuse. He laced his fingers firmly through hers and pressed a lingering, sweet kiss to her hand. Dylan was convinced that by then, Charlie would have no choice but to surrender to his lead. Elsewhere, Kahu stood by the window, his gaze lost in the shifting shadows of the night. "An entire week has vanished since my return to the capital." He absent-mindedly fiddled with the charm around his neck. "Inevitably, I am destined to transcend into the evil god. Charlie must have been ravaged by that same internal hell." Initially, I couldn't fathom her venomous hatred for the Imperial House, but now the horror of her ordeal is crystal clear. Suddenly, Kahu choked back a gasp. Just the memory of that abyss makes my blood run cold. It's proof that Charlie conquered that darkness through sheer indomitable will. But beyond that, how could she possibly focus on retribution while harboring such immense psychological trauma? The echo of Charlie's voice returned to him. I will definitely save you. Kahu let out a hollow, self-deprecating chuckle. She actually said that to me. I could have ended this cycle just by confessing my adoration for her. You truly are turning me into a covetous man. Kahu's knuckles whitened as he gripped the pendant with lethal intensity. If I shatter this chain, will the evil god finally awaken within me? And if it does, am I fated to slaughter Dylan, the true fragment of Yahello? What am I even contemplating? I must rewrite this destiny. If I kill him, Charlie's soul will shatter. My only priority is ensuring her revenge is absolute. Now is not the time to let my selfish desires compromise the mission. The scene pivots to the dark heart of the magic tower. The tower master sat, bathed in the eerie glow of flickering candles as an informant stepped into the light. My investigation is complete, and the evidence suggests Charlie Ronan is indeed the true evil god. Is there a risk of a trap? We lack absolute certainty, but I've secured a personal item belonging to the mage. It may serve as the final proof you require. It carries a most singular haunting aroma. An aroma, you say? The tower master inhaled the scent, and his face instantly contorted in visceral shock. Furthermore, I've scrutinized Charlie Ronan's recent maneuvers. She has been ruthlessly manipulating Emperor Dylan as her pawn to orchestrate a bloody coup and massacre the core members of the imperial family. Later, she operated under the alias Death Knight for 3 years. Rumors suggest she purged countless mages and test subjects. She also fortified Emperor Dylan's authority following his ascension. Recently, they've begun mobilizing a force near our territory. The Tower Master muse that is undeniably the erratic behavior of an evil god. And yet, for some inexplicable reason, I have a lingering suspicion. It feels as if they are meticulously spinning a complex web, and they are simply waiting for us to crawl straight into it. What is our next move, sir? Charlie amassed a following and approached our borders, did she not? Yes, I heard a massive gala is set to take place at the Imperial Palace. Then we shall seize that opportunity to put her to the ultimate test. Continue gathering intelligence to uncover her true intentions for that night. Understood. If she truly is the evil god, then this experiment will be a monumental gift. But if she's a mere mortal playing god, she'll pay in blood for touching what is mine. A few suns later, Charlie whispered to herself, the day of the masquerade has finally arrived. If the secret magic tower makes a move as I predicted, they'll strike before I can cross this mountain range. Suddenly, the carriage ground to a halt at a frantic shout. Mage! What's the meaning of this? Up ahead. Look. Hearing the panic, Charlie shifted her gaze and felt a jolt of adrenaline. A colossal magic beast stood looming, completely obstructing the path ahead, surrounded by a pack of savage monsters screeching and baring their fangs. Charlie instantly realized the secret magic tower had taken the bait. She immediately commanded, everyone fall back and take cover, I'll handle this mess. Give me my blade. Yes, right away. Charlie seized the hilt and shredded several layers of her dress, letting the cumbersome fabric fall to the dirt. Fine. It's been far too long since I've truly tested my steel. My body feels frustratingly stiff. Everyone else keep those small fry off our backs. I'll take care of the big guy personally. Meanwhile, at the ballroom was a sea of crowded, bustling guests. Dylan thought with mounting anxiety, is she actually going to be late? Suddenly, a scout rushed into the hall to report, Your Majesty. I have returned after escorting the mage part of the way. You didn't arrive with teacher. Why have you returned alone? V bowed his head low and replied, I am too humiliated to face you, sire. On the trek here, we were ambushed by a swarm of monsters. She engaged the alpha beast single-handedly and ordered us to clear out the minions. With sheer, overwhelming power, she absolutely decimated that creature. The intensity of her strength, it sent shivers down my spine. Due to the ferocity of the clash, her attire was shredded and stained with gore. So she retreated to the dressing room to change. I came ahead to brief you on the situation. Dylan frowned, certain that the secret magic tower was pulling the strings. Is that the extent of your report? Yes it is. Very well. You are dismissed. As you command. After V departed, Dylan allowed his thoughts to wander. Teacher was wearing a gown, and yet she still fought with such savage grace. To think I missed such a spectacle with my own eyes. What a tragedy. A moment later, Charlie glided into the hall and mused, I wonder where Dylan is hiding. Suddenly, she instinctively cast her gaze toward the upper mezzanine. There she saw Dylan standing at the railing, looking down at her with intensity. He wore a look of pure joy, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. Charlie silently called his name Dylan. Then she ascended the stairs and reached out to him. So this is where you were lurking. Dylan slid his arms possessively around her waist. I heard whispers of a monster ambush. Are you unscathed? As you can see, I'm perfectly intact. Honestly, the skirmish actually got my blood pumping. Swapping into a fresh gown was a minor annoyance, but otherwise, I'm in top form. Dylan locked eyes with her and murmured, "My lady. May I have the honor of this dance?" Charlie weighed the weight of his invitation. A masquerade is meant to be a sanctuary where identities vanish and inhibitions fade. Tradition dictates that partners rotate every 15 seconds. But tonight, the rhythm and the atmosphere feel far more heavy than a standard ball. I have no choice but to shatter the masquerade's etiquette and grant his wish. Is Dylan actually flirting with me? She smirked and replied, I accept. Then the melody surged. Charlie moved with Dylan, her intuition spiking. I can feel the entire room's gaze burning into us. The predatory eyes of the nobility lurking behind their ornate masks. They are all hovering like vultures waiting for teacher to switch partners. I have absolutely no intention of letting them touch her. And so Dylan and Charlie lost themselves in a passionate waltz. Suddenly her gaze turned to ice. She thought to herself, the secret magic tower. That shadow over there is definitely one of theirs. He's analyzing my every move. Dylan sensed her shift and asked if something was wrong. Her mind raced. Is he here to incite a massacre? Or is he merely trying to verify my identity? If that mage unleashes wide-scale destruction, these nobles won't stand a chance. Abruptly, the mysterious figure turned and vanished into the shadows. Charlie whispered to Dylan, "Grant me a moment's leave." Then she bolted, weaving through the crowd to hunt the magic tower agent. She commanded herself to stay composed. I must keep him in my sights. I need to manipulate him into believing I am truly the evil god. Charlie pursued him through the corridors until he finally came to a halt. Charlie sensed it instantly. He's gauging my reaction. He flashed a smirk and spoke up. Why do you dog my steps, my lady? Charlie felt the air grow thick with lethal tension. Just the thought of facing those wretched bastards again makes me want to paint the walls red, but I can't let my bloodlust ruin the play. I must stifle my rage and embody the evil god. How would that monster handle a situation like this? Perhaps... She inhaled a sharp, cold breath. Then she instantly erupted in a fury, offended that a mere low-ranking mage dared to test the evil god. The true evil god would view him as nothing more than a disposable plaything. She projected a voice of pure frost. You've grown quite bold, haven't you? What kind of man do you take your progenitor to be? Failing to bow before your master and even daring to play games with me, Charlie figured this level of arrogance should be enough to sell the lie. It has to work. Intel on the evil god is dangerously thin. I have to bet everything on this gamble. Charlie scowled, her eyes flashing as she barked, "Answer me!" Suddenly, the man collapsed to his knees. I beg for mercy for my wretched insolence. His reaction... I barely infused my words with a trace of dark energy. Could I have missed a detail? Is there a piece of this puzzle I've overlooked? Her expression hardened as she lunged forward, seizing him by the throat. The truth hit her instantly. This isn't a living man. It's a marionette. Forbidden sorcery used to host a consciousness in a vessel fueled by the sacrifice of 3 innocent souls. Vile human, how dare you present this hollow toy to me? I have no use for such a pathetic, spineless creature in my service. Absurd. You claim to offer your loyalty, yet you lack the courage to face me in the flesh. Has your mind rotted so much that you've forgotten everything since our return? I find myself longing for that place. After all, only that darkness truly feels like home. Next time you fail to grovel at my feet, I will personally slaughter every last one of you. Try to show even a shred of originality for once. Charlie tightened her grip with lethal force, cleanly snapping his head from his shoulders. Just then, Dylan kicked the door open and shouted, "Charlie!" He rushed toward her, pulling her into a desperate, crushing embrace. Days later, Charlie asked with a sharp edge, "Any word on the fallout?" Ben sighed, "I've been on the hunt for 10 days without a single trace. I've scoured the shadows, but there's zero movement. I hate to say it, but maybe it's time to out Kahu as the evil god to the public." Absolutely not. That would put both Kahu and Dylan in the crosshairs. I have to tear this out by the roots. I thought my performance as the evil god was flawless, but this silence feels like a total fail. What's the next move? Suddenly Mary burst in, calling for the mage. What's the emergency, Mary? An anonymous missive just arrived. It's addressed specifically to you, mage. She mused darkly. Could this finally be the secret magic tower reaching out? She snatched the letter and tore it open, her eyes scanning the ink. Ben leaned in, dying of curiosity. "Captain, what's the verdict? What does it say?" Charlie stood up abruptly. Ben summoned every ally immediately. They know they've been played. It's not just an invitation for me. Kahu and Dylan have been summoned to the magic tower as well. We need a complete tactical overhaul. Ben knit his brows in concern. Is the council assembled? Good. I've gathered everyone with a stake in this chaos. We have representatives from Athena the Rapani tribe and the Inferior Assassination Guild. The young Duke and Emperor Dylan are also present. Charlie began to address the room with a cold authority. The reason I've called this summit is quite simple. He and the secret magic tower has finally taken the bait and contacted me. As the room erupted in hushed shock, she signaled Ben. Display their invitation. Let them see the audacity of these rats. Ben snapped his fingers, and instantly the contents of the letter manifested in the air through a magical projection. This is the summons for the next full moon. Father, we await your arrival at plot 2598. However, do bring Dylan Blake and Kahu Delmar along. If you crave more blood for the altar, bring them too. From your loyal servant. Knight Dev 5V snarled. The nerve of these bastards trying to use the Emperor as a bargaining chip. Hugo stepped forward. Your Majesty Mage, we are your shadows. Grant us permission to follow. Captain, what's our move? What are you thinking? They demanded both the Emperor and the young Duke. It's not just for sacrifice. The Tower Master clearly suspects me and won't grant entry without them. But this is a suicide mission. If the evil god awakens, the Emperor will... Dylan cut in, teacher. I'll be fine. You have faith in me, don't you? I trust you implicitly, Your Majesty. Kahu raised his hand, his voice firm. I'm going too. I refuse to be left behind this time. I haven't forgotten your promise to save me. If I can be of any use, I'll give my life to help you. You're still mentally shattered. Are you sure? What if the young Duke snaps? As Kahu looked at Charlie, Dylan turned to him and stated, In the past, I was powerless to save her and sank into the darkness, but those days are over. I am finally strong enough to stand as her equal. Kahu dropped to one knee, pleading, Please let me be your shield this time. Charlie noted the fire of absolute resolve in his eyes. Lucy spoke up. The two of you shouldn't step foot in that place. My gut is screaming at me. I'm uneasy, and I fear this situation is spiraling beyond our control. I'm sorry, but I can't, in good conscience, back you guys on this. Jay chimed in. Neither can we. Charlie, we owe you our lives for saving our tribe from extinction, but this mission is a bridge too far for us. Ben declared firmly, and Furia is with you until the end. This was always our endgame. Suddenly, Dylan's whispered words echoed in Charlie's mind. Teacher, start preparing yourself for our royal wedding. I am truly deeply happy. Wasn't your true intent to slay the young Duke just to shield me? That proves how deeply you care. Right now, retribution is paramount, so I shall wait for you. You've truly grown so mature. Do you still perceive me as that naive little prince the tide has turned? If danger finds you, I will gladly forfeit my life to be your shield. So please do not hold on to anger if I fall protecting you. To me, no end is more sacred than dying for you, teacher. Charlie let her eyes drift shut. In the depths of my soul, I am desperate for Dylan not to follow me. In this relentless pursuit of vengeance, I have lost all fear, except for the terrifying thought of losing Dylan. If I abandoned this crusade now, I could keep him safe, but it would render every sacrifice I've made up to this point meaningless. Furthermore, the web of involvement has grown too vast. There is no turning back from this path of blood. If I fail to act, the secret magic tower will simply continue to harvest new innocent sacrifices. Charlie's knuckles whitened as she clenched her fists. They are literal demons that must be purged from this earth. She declared, I treasure the devotion in all your hearts, but I won't permit anyone else to follow. The risk is too extreme, so only His Majesty, the young Duke, and I shall proceed. Ben, standing nearby, suddenly erupted in a frantic cry. What? But why? Why like this? Are you truly serious about this, Captain? As you're aware, the secret magic tower is a freak of nature. They are monstrously difficult to handle, and putting them down won't be easy. The more people I have to protect, the harder it is to strike. I already possess the raw power to demolish that tower. Besides, though I trust you all, I must remain vigilant in case they've managed to plant a mole within our ranks. Banish your worries, everyone. I refuse to die, and I will not allow the Emperor or the Duke to fall either, because I will personally dismantle the secret magic tower with my own two hands. Except for the Emperor and the young Duke, everyone is to retreat. From this moment on, cease all operations involving the secret magic tower. The three of us alone will settle this business with the tower. Ben could do nothing but bow his head in somber submission to her command. Afterward, Charlie whispered to Dylan, You should try to get some rest. We have a long road ahead of us tomorrow. Yeah, the hour has already grown late. He gently cupped her face. Tomorrow is the day of reckoning, isn't it? Are you feeling anxious? No, not in a million years. But your expression is so somber, teacher. It is merely a nagging shadow of a concern. I am haunted by the thought of something happening to you. I am more powerful than every single mage in that wretched tower combined. I am certain of it, yet why does this dread weigh so heavily on me? Dylan asked. Are you dwelling on the worst case scenario? Naturally. Sometimes the tragedies we dread most have a way of surfacing in our lives. She reclined and continued. Your Majesty, I've never truly envisioned what my life would look like once this revenge is satisfied. You can build a life with me. Once your debt is paid, teacher, you'll start anew. I'll stay right by your side to soothe your weary heart and find happiness. Okay? Don't fear a fresh beginning. If I move forward with a royal marriage to Dylan, I will likely ascend as the Empress at his side. Then I would bear children to carry on the imperial bloodline and live a life of joy. Is happiness meant for me? Can I truly have that? Do I even deserve such a luxury? Those who finally have something to lose will always be plagued by fear. Dylan lay down beside her and whispered, the prophecy is nothing more than a guess. Previously, no prophecy ever foretold the birth of a new god named Kara. That means our fate is still ours to forge. I am absolutely certain of it. He pressed a reassuring kiss to her brow. I won't die, Charlie. I believe you. That's right, I have the power to protect Dylan. If any entity dares to harm even a single hair on Dylan's head, I will show them no mercy. Death will be the only answer I provide. The following day, Kahu sat within the carriage as it swept toward Charlie and the Emperor. You've arrived, young Duke. It seems I'm the laggard today. Please forgive the delay. It's fine. You remember our talk, right? It's etched into my mind. Then let's move. The three stepped into the magic tower. The massive gates groaned open. Charlie thought to herself, let's finish this. This long, agonizing drama of retribution ends now. At that moment, a figure from the tower materialized. I am honored to receive you. I am Saul. I shall be your escort from here, father. Step inside. Charlie brushed past him coldly, saying, lead the way. He dropped dead before he could utter a single syllable, leaving Dylan and Kahu paralyzed. What are you two idling for? You're supposed to be following my lead. Dylan's mind raced as he watched her. This is the first time I've witnessed teacher wield a blade with such lethal cold efficiency. This must be the legendary frost-burning edge of Kira. 2 weeks prior, deep within the secret magic tower. The tower master jolted awake, coughing and choking. A subordinate rushed over. Master, are you all right? My throat. It felt like an invisible hand was crushing the life out of me. I've never experienced such visceral agony and helplessness. Fetch me some water quickly. At once, sir. He mused in silence. I definitely saw his face. Even in that brief slumber, that man actually infiltrated my subconscious. A man with piercing sapphire eyes and radiant golden hair. That man screamed my name until my ears throbbed. I am not the evil god, I am Mukahu Delman. Charlie Ronan is a fraud. He ground his teeth in fury. How dare that wretched woman play the part of the evil god to manipulate me? No, perhaps this is the perfect opening. That arrogant fool likely believes she has successfully played me for a fool. Then I'll simply play along and let her think her deception is working. He glanced at the chess pieces scattered on the board and whispered, come to think of it, Emperor Dylan and Charlie Ronan are quite the item, aren't they? That's a delicious complication. Charlie, you'll regret the day you dared to deceive me. I shall offer both of you as a blood sacrifice to the true evil god Kahu. Back in the present, the trio stormed the tower, catching the mages in a state of sheer panic. What is this madness? Why is the evil god brandishing a sword? The question was silenced by the sting of steel. Charlie spat, out of my way, and carved through the mages like a whirlwind of death. Watching her shadow move, Dylan was utterly mesmerized by her prowess. He whispered her name like a prayer. It's as if Teacher's blade possesses a gravitational pull dragging the mages to their doom. Terrifying, yet breathtakingly graceful. In his eyes, she was a war goddess. As he drifted, Charlie's voice cracked like a whip. Your Majesty, rear right now. The mage's blade whistled toward Dylan's spine, but he spun just in time to cleave the man in two. Got him! Charlie barked, eyes front, stay locked on the kill. Yes, teacher. Nearby Kahu was fighting with a savage, desperate intensity. He channeled every ounce of his mana and resolve, charging headlong into the fray. But even with his guard up, the chaos was too much. A stray spell grazed his shoulder, forcing a pained cry from his lips. The sound instantly shattered Dylan's focus. He spun around, shouting, Are you hit? The Duke's arm was a mess of crimson. Dylan froze. That blood, something is horribly wrong. Why is his blood defying gravity and refusing to touch the ground? Dylan's eyes widened in horror as he let out a frantic warning. A sinister magic circle had ignited directly beneath their feet. The fresh droplets of blood were being absorbed into the glyphs. Charlie froze in the heat of battle, staring at the impossible ritual. Kahu stood paralyzed by the same sight. Realizing the trap was closing, Dylan lunged forward, screaming, "Charlie!" He threw himself at her, desperate to shield her from the coming blast. He was trying to shove her out of the center of the kill zone. Suddenly, the world was swallowed by an absolute suffocating darkness. Elsewhere, the Tower Master was doubled over in hysterical, mocking laughter. "This is simply too perfect, Charlie." He looked at the 2 chess pieces and sneered, "Go on, rot in the eternal void with your precious lover." He flicked the pieces with a malicious dark intent. Charlie blinked. Her world had transformed into a crimson-stained abyss of nothingness. She scanned the terrifying expanse in a daze and whispered, "What kind of hell is this?" Suddenly, a desperate voice echoed from the void. Charlie froze. It was Dylan. She frantically called back, "Your Majesty," but the plea returned even weaker and more fragile. "Teacher, save me." Hearing his pain, she spiraled into a panic. She scanned the darkness and screamed, "Where are you?" The cry flickered again, faint and heart-wrenching. "This way." Charlie lunged toward a glimmer of light pulsating in the distance. Seeing that spark, she cried out in relief, "Your Majesty!" She sprinted toward it, but abruptly skidded to a halt as if struck by a sudden realization. "Wait, is that truly Dylan's voice calling out to me?" She began to dismantle the illusion with cold logic. Dylan isn't the type to beg for salvation. No matter how dire the catastrophe, he would never let himself rely on me like this. He is not a man who would drag me into a death trap. This is wrong. This dimension is nothing but a twisted fabrication. She tightened her grip on her hilt, certain that the true world lay beyond this veil. She brought her sword down in a devastating vertical strike. Instantly, the void fractured like shattered glass. The reality splintered apart, collapsing into a million jagged pieces. Beneath the shards, a realm drenched in visceral crimson manifested. Staring into the blood-soaked horizon, Charlie gasped in shock. "This place..." She gazed ahead at the nightmare landscape. It was swarming with spectral souls, hideous, mutated abominations slowly surging toward her. But they weren't the only ones hunting. A colossal cobra lunged its twin fangs sharp enough to shred armor, its tongue dripping with lethal venom. The sight didn't make her flinch. She met the monster's gaze with icy calm. She delivered a lightning-fast horizontal slash through its throat, sending it recoiling in an agonizing shriek. But the subsequent sight left her speechless. She watched as the serpent whose tongue she had just severed instantly regenerated the lost flesh. It possessed a terrifying near-instant self-healing factor. Before she could recalibrate, a blood-curdling howl erupted from behind, "Save me," followed by a falling man. The screams forced her to turn in disbelief. Mages. This is impossible. How could there be mages trapped here? Did the bastard in the waking world drag us all into this mental hellscape? Her eyes narrowed into razor-sharp slits of fury. If this is a shared nightmare, then Dylan must be battling his own demons in this space right now. Below her, a tide of grotesque monsters rushed to devour her. In a heartbeat, she was engulfed by a sea of hideous beasts. She bared her teeth, her irritation boiling over into raw aggression. Without a second's hesitation, she let out a primal battle cry. What followed was a blur of lethal, high-speed swordsmanship. She tore forward, a whirlwind of steel carving through every abomination in her path. As she butchered them, she kept roaring Dylan's name. With every fatal strike, his name escaped her lips like a mantra. Dylan, Dylan. Hacking through the endless horde in that obsidian abyss, she could only scream at the top of her lungs, "Where are you?" Meanwhile, the Tower Master stood in the real world, gazing triumphantly at the heavens. He raised a hand to the sky, relishing the view. "The moonlight is hauntingly beautiful tonight, wouldn't you agree?" Admiring the celestial omen, he whispered, "A blood moon." He turned on his heel, pacing as he savored his victory. Finally, every piece of the puzzle has fallen into place. Slowly entering the inner sanctum, he continued his monologue. "All that remains is to awaken the soul of the primordial evil spirit." He fixated his gaze on Kahu, who lay like a corpse on the floor. "I have sacrificed everything waiting for this glorious day." He hovered his hand over Kahu's face, checking for a spark of life. Perfect. His breathing is steady and rhythmic. A grand magic circle, a sacrifice brimming with limitless mana and this pristine physical vessel. Combined with my own blood infused with pure malevolence, it all coalesces. He allowed his blood to seep into Kahu's parted lips. Drip, drip, drip. Instantly, Kahu's eyes flew open, his pupils glowing with a murderous blood-red light. Kahu lunged for air, a jagged scream tearing from his throat as his body buckled in visible agony. The Tower Master erupted in a fit of manic, delighted laughter. "Awaken, Father." The ritual was a success. Kahu had been forcibly transcended into the evil god. Whose gaze was now a void of terror, shifting back to Charlie's desperate struggle. She was pouring her very soul into the slaughter of the never-ending monsters. But for every beast she felled, 10 more took its place. She agonized over Dylan's fate in this chaos. Suddenly his vow echoed through her mind. I won't die, Charlie. Why did those words haunt her now? Am I truly crumbling under the weight of this insecurity? Because the mere thought of Dylan dying is a terror I cannot face. No. No, Dylan has vowed countless times that he absolutely would not fall right. Suddenly, a faint tremor of a voice drifted from afar. Teacher! Charlie jolted her head, snapping toward the origin of that haunting call. Dylan was slumped on his knees, looking utterly drained. He gasped, The ritual circle. It's been triggered. The Tower Master has successfully activated the magic circle. The moment those words left his lips, he collapsed heavily onto the cold floor. Charlie stood rooted to the spot, the realization hitting her like a tidal wave. So the only ones dragged into this void are myself, Dylan, and those wretched mages. Kahu isn't in this space, who in this space? Was that entire magic circle just a trap to sideline disruptors like me? At that exact moment, the pack of monsters snarled and lunged forward with predatory hunger. Charlie bared her teeth in a fit of absolute unbridled fury. Then a massive crimson glowing barrier erupted alongside her scream. Get the hell away from here! She scrambled desperately to Dylan's side. Dylan, stay with me. Are you all right? For you to witness me in such a pathetic state? My dignity has been completely trampled. I was blinded by a phantom of you, teacher. For a split second, I saw that image. Dylan had been haunted by an illusion of Charlie lying dead on the ground. He had rushed toward her, throwing all caution to the wind. The sight made me lose all my senses and logic. And in that moment of weakness, a blade had impaled him. I'm sorry. You were the one who taught me that when one draws a sword, all personal emotions must be discarded yet. Don't you dare say another word. Speaking will only cause the wound to hemorrhage further. Dylan suddenly convulsed, coughing up a spray of thick, dark blood. Charlie shrieked in sheer panic. Blood, no. The aura of Ahiris is flickering it out. If this divine aura vanishes completely, what will become of Dylan? There has to be an exit. Just hold on a little longer, I will. Dylan cut her off, softly calling her name. Charlie? He reached out with a trembling hand to stroke her tear-streaked face. I love you. Why? Why are you confessing this now? Why speak words that sound like a final farewell before you vanish? Why are you suddenly acting like this is the end? I'm truly devastated that I couldn't keep my promise to you. Please, teacher, you must be the one to survive. Charlie choked back a jagged sob and screamed, Dylan, you're a goddamn liar! Charlie stared blankly at Dylan's motionless form. She whispered brokenly, Liar, liar, liar. Suddenly, a dark, malevolent laughter echoed through the crimson void. You played your hand trying to trick me only to end up in this pathetic state magic sword. How poetic. After all, the very power you wield was a gift from me. A half-baked divine tool that dared to act so arrogant. Since you had the audacity to look down on your master, you shall receive your punishment. You will sink eternally into the freezing darkness of the abyss alongside your lover's corpse. The only exit here is through death. But I must also extend my thanks. Thank you for finally awakening the evil god. Awakening. The evil god. Even though I sacrificed every fiber of my being for this, the end result is that I've failed to protect anything. While she spiraled, the monsters were still relentlessly clawing at the barrier Charlie had raised. The sound of the magical shield cracking grew louder and more violent. Charlie just sat there, hollowed out by the weight of everything that had been ripped away. Finally, the protective barrier shattered into 1,000 useless shards. The scene shifted abruptly to a serene forest bathed in gold and the scent of flowers. I've pondered this since my childhood. Oh, so this is where you've been hiding. Are you watching the kitten? Mother, how can a creature as small as that cat possibly survive? How does it stay alive? It's so fragile that a single misstep would crush the life out of it. So by what miracle does it exist, Mother? What a thing to say. Why would anyone harm it? It's because it is weak that it deserves our protection. Protection, I see. The strong must never oppress those beneath them. To do so is the pinnacle of evil. Back then, I couldn't grasp the logic behind those hollow words. What does not bullying the weak even mean? It is only natural for the strong to dominate the feeble. That is the very definition of being weak. And despite my mother being the one to preach such virtues, she was the first to prey upon those more vulnerable than herself. Witness that in the end, she was nothing more than a pathetic hypocrite. From that day on, I scoured every tome in existence to unearth the ultimate truth. Surely, if I grasped that reality, I would understand the immutable laws of this bleak world. And the moment I turned 18, I stumbled upon that truth within the ruins of an abandoned church. A forbidden grimoire titled "The Weak Exist Only for the Strong." The concept of mercy for the weak is merely a lie spread by the inferior to ensure their survival. In reality, the world is far more cruel. Look around. Don't the weak always serve as fuel for the strong before they perish? That is the absolute reality, the singular truth of this universe. Those words resonated within the very depths of my soul. That was the instant I found the enlightenment I had always craved. The final pages detailed exactly how to manifest that truth. And on that fateful night, I took the inaugural step in my grand design toward that ultimate goal. My parents, my entire bloodline, I offered them all as sacrifices to the evil god. Now that I have been awakened, what should my next move be? Following that day, I infiltrated the magic tower. Starting from the gutter, I clawed my way up while obsessively researching the evil god. Eventually, I discovered the secret to preserving this youthful vessel so it could witness the long, bloody history of the empire. Perfecting that research took me centuries. And now, my lifelong obsession has finally become a reality. At this moment, Kahu stared at his trembling hands before slowly rising to his feet. Kahu violently wrenched the pendant from his neck. I have finally secured the perfect vessel. Father, it is a supreme honor to stand before you. I am your first and most loyal devotee. The first I remember now. A man who discarded his noble lineage. Was that you? Yes, father. It was I. Kahu lifted his head, a dark light in his eyes. Truly magnificent. Thanks to your efforts, the shackles placed upon me have been shattered. I shall grant you a reward. What is your heart's desire? It's almost trivial to ask, but would you bestow a name upon me, father? A name, since you are my first disciple. 1. I shall christen you with this name. I thank you from the bottom of my soul, father. I cast aside the name my biological parents gave me centuries ago. Now 1 is my only true identity. You offered the genuine fragment of Yahello to me through this ritual. Where is the vessel hidden now? He felt a jolt of surprise. The real Yahello fragment, I never intended to offer that. Could it be the Emperor? I have currently banished that individual to the depths of the abyss. The abyss. You sent the vessel to the void, you utter fool, to permanently thwart the resurrection of Eris. I must consume that authentic Yahello fragment myself. Did your narrow mind not foresee this? And yet you cast him into the abyss, you absolute moron. Move quickly. Tear open the gateway to the abyss for me. I will retrieve him personally. Meanwhile, back with Charlie. She gripped her blade, with white knuckles frantically butchering the endless tide of monsters. She stood with her head bowed, realizing there was nothing left for her to slay. I simply carve through every demonic entity that dares to manifest before Dylan. Even if they regenerate and crawl back to life, I'll slash even deeper and reclaim everything, starting with the Yahello fragments those monsters stole. How much time has trickled away? Time is non-existent in this void, so how could it even pass? In this stagnant dimension, every moment is frozen in time. She cradled Dylan, rising to her feet while her thoughts continued to spiral. And the shadows here remain motionless. This isn't a mere dream. It's an absolute deafening silence. Not a single breath or heartbeat can be detected. No matter how tightly I hold him, I feel nothing but cold. As the realization sank in, her tears fell uncontrollably. If I gave you my answer now, would it be too late? Let's get married, Your Majesty. We can forge a happy life together from this moment on, so please, I beg you to open your eyes and look at me. I promise I won't waste another second seeking bloody revenge. I'll never pick up a sword again either. If only I had never learned the way of the blade, and never hungered for the world's hollow recognition. If only you hadn't fought so hard just to be loved by others. If only I had never been born at all, then I wouldn't have had to lose you in this cruel way. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light erupted, searing into her vision. Charlie shielded her eyes against the brilliance. Light, it feels like a desperate ray of hope. She scrambled to her feet, screaming his name, Dylan! Then she sprinted headlong toward the radiance, the scenery shifting into a serene world of blue and white. She scanned the area, wondering, is this place? Until a voice suddenly boomed, Greetings, little girl. Charlie turned to witness a gargantuan snow-white entity radiating that very light. I am Yahello. Thanks to your deeds, all my scattered fragments are destroyed, and I have finally awakened. She gasped in shock. I resurrected Yahello. Indeed. You are a tragic human caught in the crossfire of the gods. You were predestined to perish, but your indomitable will defied fate and you ascended. A deity named Kara. You were robbed of your mortal life and dragged into the celestial war. I am truly ashamed to face you, but little girl, I wish to offer you a path to salvation. You can erase your agonizing past and be reborn into a life of pure joy. In that existence, you will live happily without suffering until your final breath. A new life. Then what becomes of those who made my current existence a living hell? They are all fated to pay penance. Yes, they will be reborn just as you are, but they shall bear the pain you once suffered. The very same agony I had to endure. That's right. That was exactly the retribution I once craved. From the moment I was forced to swallow the Ahirus fragment, feeling my entire body turn into molten iron in a furnace to be reborn as a sword. I always fantasize about them feeling that pain. Now I can choose a new life and find redemption. And they will be cast into the same hell I barely survived. She balled her fists. I could accept that, and yet I cannot bring myself to agree to this. She declared, "No, I have no need for a new life." And why is that? Did you not endure every hardship solely for the sake of revenge? That was true. But to the person I am now, there is something I treasure more than vengeance, and that is Dylan. If he isn't standing by my side, then 1,000 new lives would be meaningless. I will pay any price to save him. Is your devotion to that man truly so great? If you do this, your divine power will vanish and Dylan will cease to be a fragment of Ahirus. Yes, she answered without a moment's hesitation. Yes, do it. And then, suddenly, a dark force grazed the god Ahirus, shattering a piece of their divine form. The impact left Charlie frozen in absolute shock. A serpent-like hissing filled the air as Kahu sneered, "It seems I arrived a second too late." "It's been a long time, Ahirus." Charlie spun around, her voice trembling. "Kahu, the young duke. He's been changed, hasn't he? It's been ages since we last crossed paths, evil god. I fully intended to consume the true Ahirus fragment before your awakening, but thanks to this girl's meddling, we're both in a precarious position. Perhaps today marks the final hour I must endure living in your shadow. Today I shall extinguish your life and ascend as the one true god. Then both Ahirus and Kiora will be nothing more than forgotten myths. You've always been a broken record, haven't you? Evil god, do you truly intend to fragment me and scatter my essence across the cosmos once more? Hardly. This time, I will ensure your total annihilation. Centuries ago, my strength was too meager to finish you, but thanks to a zealot who consecrated his entire existence to my cause, I finally wield the power to end you." Charlie's mind raced. Consecrated his entire life, that wretched dog is the Tower Master. Thinking of that filth, she was consumed by a blinding rage and prepared to lunge. I have to slaughter him. But the deity Ahirus restrained her. Do not let yourself be swallowed by this war of the gods any longer, little girl. Today, I shall fade into nothingness alongside the evil god. You believe you can drag me down into oblivion with you. Ha ha! He paced forward and spat. The only one destined for non-existence is you. Meanwhile, outside the perimeter of the magic tower, Lucy questioned, "Ben, isn't this mission a suicide run? You were adamant about not returning, so why the sudden change of heart?" The captain's resolve was so unyielding back then, I figured it was best to keep my head down for a moment. Even if our contribution is small, we must witness the annihilation of the magic tower with our own eyes. That is the only reason the Imperial has endured this long. It would be a hollow victory to let the climax unfold while we sit in the dark. Just like the captain, we are all scars left by the secret magic tower, and we intend to fight until the final breath. But this path could very well cost everyone their lives. The group chimed in, "If we feared the Reaper on Feria wouldn't have been born." Then Ben smirked. "Lucy, if you're so terrified, why did you shadow us? If you're afraid to bleed, turn back now. Who said I came here to hide? I have a favor to settle." "What favor? That's none of your business." With that, the unit breached the entrance. Immediately, they were greeted by mountains of corpses clogging the corridors. Ben muttered, "What a goddamn bloodbath." Lucy added, "I'm just worried our arrival will end up being a distraction for them. Something is off. A battle this scale should be deafening, so why is it so silent? Where is the captain?" Suddenly, a frantic alarm cut through the air. "Intruder spotted. Looks like we've run out of time to play hide and seek with the captain." Ben lunged forward and bellowed, "Survival is the only objective that matters." Back to Charlie's struggle. The evil god sneered and remarked, "Shattered into so many pathetic shards, yet you still managed to bite back." The god Ahirus smiled with an airy indifference and countered, "I've always been a thorn in your side, but I see you've grown quite bold since our last dance." Livid at the mockery, the evil god trembled with a murderous fury. He instantly unleashed a lethal strike toward Ahirus. "Stop treating me like a damn child." The god Ahirus parried the blow, sending a thunderous metallic echo through the void. The evil god struggled to steady his breath. The Tower Master's voice drifted in from the rear. "Father, do you require my intervention?" The evil god analyzed the situation. "This is Ahirus' sanctum. Even if I draw blood, Ahirus can mend those wounds in a heartbeat. If I allow this stalemate to continue, the tide will surely turn against me. To halt Ahirus' regeneration, I must systematically dismantle this entire dimension. 1. I am tasking you with your inaugural mission. Offer the lives of every mage in your magic tower as a sacrifice to me." The trio stood paralyzed in horror at the cold-blooded command. Iheris cried out, "You cannot be permitted to do that," and lunged desperately toward the evil god. But a shimmering barrier flickered into existence to shield him. Charlie gasped as the attack was deflected. The evil god barked his order, "One now. This aegis will only hold for 60 seconds. Within that minute, slaughter those offerings and feed them to me." On the front lines, Ben's unit was busy decimating the magic tower's remaining guard. Ben growled, "Where the hell is the captain we've carved through half the tower and still no sign of her? It's as if her very presence has vanished from this world." Could something have gone horribly wrong? Abruptly, the tower mages froze mid-stride. This forced Ben to skid to a halt, eyes locked on their bizarre behavior. Lucy gasped, "What's happening? Why have they all turned into statues like that?" In that instant, a chilling chant filled the air. "For our glorious father, for our glorious father." The tower mages suddenly pivoted and sprinted away in a frenzy. Ben barked the order, "Don't let them escape after them." They pursued the fanatics deep into the heart of the sanctum. Ben's eyes nearly popped out of his head in sheer disbelief. Before them, a pulsing crimson magic circle was devouring every single tower mage. "What is this madness? Why did they—" Ben roared, "This is a catastrophe. This isn't just a spell. It's a massive ritual array. It's designed to awaken the evil god and fuse the summoner with that dark deity. The summoner must be the tower master himself. It looks like those mages were nothing but cattle sacrificed by the tower master to feed the evil god. What you're saying, that monster has truly awakened? Then both the evil god and that bastard tower master are right here, likely behind that threshold, the gate linking this world to the abyss. It all makes sense now. The captain, the emperor Kahu, and the tower master, they're all trapped down in that hellish pit. Back at the side of the god Ihirit, the entire dimension began to undergo a violent seismic upheaval. Charlie shrieked in a state of pure panic, "This can't be happening!" But the evil god let out a mocking sneer. "Accept your end, Ihirit. You are utterly powerless to stop me now." Ihirit called out, "Young one, take hold of your blade. I am deeply sorry for failing to grant your heart's desire. You must find the strength to endure and flee this nightmare." Charlie felt the terrifying sensation of plummeting into the abyss once more. She wailed, "Ihirit, the evil." God's laughter thundered through the void. "Ha ha ha. In the end, you're nothing but pathetic broken shards, Ihirit." Charlie hollowly echoed, "Broken shards." "If Ihirit is erased, then Dylan. What will become of my Dylan?" The vessel of the true Ihirit fragment has been utterly pulverized. The evil god prepared to unleash a devastating torrent of dark energy, but he paused, his predatory gaze snapping back toward Charlie. She was desperately clutching the fractured remains of Ihirit to her chest. The evil god scoffed, "What is this? Do you honestly believe you can mend a god with those useless scraps? How pathetic. Both Ihiris and your precious Dylan are already rotting. As for me, I'm guarding these shards because they are your greatest nightmare. You're trembling, aren't you? Terrified that these very splinters will be your undoing?" Charlie glared at him and spat, "You're a fool. If you want to survive, I'm the one you should fear, not Ihirit. I have absolutely nothing left to lose. So, I'll strip you of everything. I'll transform into a demon far more terrifying than you could ever imagine." The evil god recoiled in shock. This surge of life force. One sneered, "What a joke. You could never hope to rival my master's power." But the words had barely left his mouth. A geyser of blood erupted from him. The evil god spun around, gasping, "What? How could you? Why now?" Lucy had materialized like a ghost behind him, wielding a jagged dagger. Lucy buried the blade with all her might into the base of the evil god's skull. She screamed at Charlie, "Don't you dare surrender your soul to the darkness." Ben's voice joined the fray. "Keep the faith, Captain. We're with you." At that precise moment, the magic circle resonated, severing the spiritual bond between the evil god and the tower master, deactivating the ritualistic magic array. Charlie gasped in sheer astonishment. "Lucy, how did you manage to get here?" Lucy bellowed, "Don't you dare give up. The entire Inferior Guild has your back." No sooner had the words left her lips than Lucy was violently blasted away by the evil god's power. Charlie shrieked Lucy's name in a fit of pure desperation. The evil god massaged his bruised neck and spat, "This vermin actually dared to draw my blood. One, what is the meaning of this? Father, forgive me. Someone is sabotaging the ritual circle. You incompetent brat." I must ascend to the surface for a moment. Suddenly, Charlie materialized behind him, but he pivoted with godlike speed, catching her steel with his bare palms. Cease this futile struggle. It's beneath me. You spun all those poetic lies about becoming a demon, but we both know the truth, don't we? I ripped away the only thing that mattered to you. Was his name Dylan? No, that was merely the fragment's true designation. Charlie wrenched her blade from his grip and hissed, "Shut your filthy mouth. Then let's put you to the test. Let's see exactly how much agony it takes to turn you into a monster." Charlie reached out to secure the Ihirit fragment while dropping into a lethal combat stance. Just as the evil god closed the distance, a haunting vision of Dylan manifested with a radiant, heart-wrenching smile. "Teacher." Charlie faltered, her focus shattering, allowing the evil god to seize her by the throat. He hoisted her into the air like a broken doll. Dylan's image flickered in her mind, his voice echoing, "Teacher taught me that, to hold a sword, one must purge all emotion." Charlie gasped for air, struggling to wheeze out, "You... just end it." Haha. "And if I refuse to stop, what exactly are you going to do about it?" On the periphery, Lucy jolted back to consciousness. "Ah, no." She scrambled for her fallen dagger. "The young duke tasked me with... What was I thinking? He was the one who begged me to come to the tower. No, I can't. I told you this is way out of my league. You aren't obligated to come. Just... if the stars align, please be there. Take this." What's this supposed to be? A sacred blade of the Rafi tribe. They offered this to me in place of joining Charlie. It possesses the power to suppress the divine dark. If the worst happens, use it. And exactly where am I supposed to bury this? Use it as a final failsafe if the evil entity within me fully awakens. If that's the case, shouldn't Charlie or the Emperor be the ones holding it? You know that. Then why can't you just give it to them yourself? As the memory resurfaced, Lucy's tears blurred her vision. She screamed, "You total moron! I did every single thing you demanded of me. I was paralyzed with fear, but I made it here and played my part. So you better wake up. Are you really going to watch the woman you love die?" The evil god glanced back and sneered, "What an insufferably talkative woman." Charlie thrashed in his grip, sobbing, "Kahu, Kahu. Has the lack of oxygen finally rotted your brain? I'm finished with this little game. I'll send you to the abyss to reunite with your lover." At that exact moment, a surge of raw emotion erupted within Kahu's chest. He reflexively released his death grip on Charlie. She collapsed to the floor, gasping and hacking. "Kahu, I am so sorry. My own selfishness birthed this nightmare." The evil god ground his teeth in fury. "What? How is the vessel's consciousness resurfacing?" Kahu fought through the mental static to scream at Charlie, "Kill me!" The evil god roared, "What? If you strike me down now, both I and this monster will be erased." The evil god bellowed, "Cease this at once." Kahu pleaded with his final breath, "Do it now, hurry." Without a second's delay, Charlie drove her blade straight through Kahu's heart. She whispered in a hollow daze, "Kahu, I am so sorry. There was no other path left for us." Kahu managed a weak, peaceful smile and reached out to brush her cheek. "No, it's all right. Promise me, you won't live in the shadows of your pain anymore." Then the frantic voices of the others broke through the silence. "Captain, Captain, open your eyes. Can you hear me? Have you finally returned to us?" Charlie asked through a daze, Are we back on the surface? The secret magic tower has been reduced to rubble." A blinding radiance erupted from the abyssal gate, and then you manifested right before us, Captain. That wretched tower master crawled out from the wreckage as well. Seeing Charlie's teeth gnash in a silent fury, Ben interjected, hold on, Captain. Rest easy. The ritual to summon the evil god, it triggers a cataclysmic backlash if it's shattered. The tower master is drained. He's barely clinging to life." "Ah. Dylan. What has become of Dylan and Kahu?" About that, Captain?" She locked eyes with the two motionless forms and shrieked, "Dylan! Kahu!" Ben gripped her shoulder with a heavy hand. "It's too late, Captain. They're gone." Neither of them possesses a heartbeat anymore. Charlie erupted into a hollow laugh, a sound vibrating with pure despair and agony. "In the end, am I destined to lose everything I love after all?" Lucy whispered, Charlie cut her off. "We succeeded in annihilating the evil god, but I've lost the strength to see the point. Everyone, please just leave. As for the Tower Master, his life or death is no longer my concern. How can I endure a world where his shadow no longer falls? I'm just so tired. I want to sink into nothingness." Her tears struck the scorched earth. Drip, drip. Suddenly, a celestial voice resonated. "Little girl, dry your eyes." She knew that voice instantly. It was Ihiris. "I haven't left you. I am still here dwelling by your side." The crowd murmured in absolute awe. Is that truly Ihiris? Because Ihiris was the one the evil god had supposedly... Because you shielded that final fragment, I was able to manifest once more in this diminished form. As you can see, my divinity has waned. So before my light fades, I shall grant your deepest wish before I depart. Your heart yearns to revive my vessel, does it not? Charlie gasped with a flicker of desperate hope. Yes. Wait, but then what will happen to Kahu? She recalled Kahu's final plea. From now on, don't live in your misery anymore. She looked to Ahiris and begged, is it possible to save the other as well? Regrettably, with my flickering strength, such a feat is beyond me. I can only breathe life into one. Either my own vessel or the vessel claimed by the evil god. The choice rests solely with you. Charlie's knuckles whitened as she clenched her fists. My heart is set. I choose Dylan. However, I will pay any price you demand. Please, you must save Kahu too. You would offer a price. I perceive the depth of your resolve. Very well, I shall grant that second wish as well. Hearing those words, Lucy and Ben felt a wave of terror for the sacrifice Charlie might make. God Ahiris spoke again, but the toll for this miracle shall not be extracted from you. Instead, it shall be paid with the wretched life of this man. The Tower Master shrieked in terror. What? Stay away from me. You are the monster who casts countless souls into damnation. If a blood price is required, it is only just that you pay it. Do not fear. You shall be reincarnated in an endless cycle to atone for your atrocities until the day you find redemption. I refuse to... His words were cut short by a chorus of agonizing screams. Ah! It's finally over. Every shackle of fate that has tormented me for 4 centuries. Day has been shattered. At last, suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. Teacher. Charlie spun around, her heart leaping into her throat. Can I finally forge a different destiny? A life that isn't a grim choice between fury and grief. A life truly defined by my own will. She whispered his name. Dylan blinked, unable to comprehend the world around him. What happened? I was certain I had perished within the abyss. Charlie lunged forward, throwing her arms around him in a desperate embrace. Her tears flowed like a river, but for once they were the sweet nectar of happiness. Don't speak a word right now. Just let this moment be. My soul is vibrating. The warmth, the resonance of his voice, the rhythm of a living heart. It's all returned. He's alive. He's really here. But the sheer terror of how cold your body felt against my skin is a nightmare you will never truly grasp. No, I pray you never have to understand it. That moment of pure agony, it's enough that I am the only one who remembers. People claim the end of vengeance is nothing but a hollow void. If revenge is your only compass, perhaps they are right. But Charlie unearthed love amidst the wreckage. She discovered a reason to exist that surpassed her bloodlust. She found a fresh catalyst for a life of absolute liberation love. A realization that only truly hit home after her return to the imperial palace. Every soul intertwined in this chaotic nightmare was finally gathered under one roof. I recounted every harrowing detail of the magic tower's fall while the room held its breath in a suffocating tense silence. As the tale concluded, they erupted in thunderous cheers for the tower's collapse and the evil god's erasure. This was the catharsis they had hungered for, the moment their blood, sweat, and trauma finally paid off. I allowed myself to sink into that collective joy. I offered my deepest gratitude to those who walked this treacherous path with me to claim this newfound freedom. She pulled Lucy into a sudden tight embrace. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, I never truly expected you all to storm the magic tower for me. Lucy beamed and retorted, I go wherever I damn well please. Ben chimed in with a smirk. Says the one who was shaking in her boots back then. Lucy snapped her head toward Ben, her teeth bared in mock fury. Ben's expression softened as he said, I know why you told us to stay behind, Captain. You were terrified for us, weren't you? Always trying to shoulder the world's weight on your own. You're a force of nature, Captain, but please stop pushing us away. We breathe for your sake. She offered a soft, knowing smile. I also want to honor those who couldn't stand with us today, but helped pave the way to this victory. Chi spoke up. We're just relieved to have everyone back in one piece. The 2 knights, Fee and Hugo, bowed low. We deeply regret that we couldn't be the shield you needed in the end. Charlie looked toward the back of the room. Your Majesty, young Duke, thank you for making it back alive. The gratitude is entirely ours, Charlie. The cycle of suffering that shackled us all has finally shattered. Now only the dawn of a new era awaits. Later, Dylan and Charlie retreated to their chambers and immediately collapsed into each other's arms. Charlie whispered breathlessly, Dylan, wait. We haven't even had a chance to shed our battle-worn clothes yet. None of that matters right now. If I don't feel you against me this very second, I'll lose my mind to the anxiety. I felt the Reaper's breath on my neck back there. I truly realized how cold and absolute the darkness can be. I felt it too. When your pulse went still and the world turned quiet, I was swallowed by a silence more terrifying than any war. I still can't believe I'm feeling your warmth again. I'm never letting you go. She looked into his eyes. Can you truly keep that vow this time? I'll guard it with my life. Good. Then I'm staying right by your side. Charlie then pinned Dylan down against the sheets. From this moment on, please call me Lise. Dylan's smile was pure radiance as he whispered, as you wish, Lise. And so the two remained inseparable, lost in each other until the sun broke the horizon. The following morning, a soft glow spilled through the door as birds sang in the courtyard. Charlie rested her head on Dylan's chest awash in peace. How long had it been since she slept without a blade beneath her pillow? Your Majesty, did you catch what I said yesterday? Remind me, I told you to marry me. So this is a formal proposal then. Precisely, Your Majesty. I'm the luckiest man alive. Dying was a small price to pay for this moment. Don't you dare joke about that. I'm dead serious. Being with you is my ultimate paradise. And imagine if we have children, that joy will only multiply. Children. At the mention of it, she stiffened, haunted by the ghost of her own mother. Your Majesty, can I ask one solemn favor of you? Anything you desire. If the fates are cruel and I don't survive childbirth, please, don't project your grief onto the child. Why dwell on such tragedies? You aren't going anywhere. But if the worst truly comes to pass, I refuse to let my child grow up in the same shadow that I did. Dylan's gaze turned intense as he gave his word. I swear I will never harbor resentment toward our child. Thank you. Actually, there is one more thing. What's the situation? I intend to rename the empire. From now on, it shall be Reriago. The Kiora atrocities and the deep-seated rot have turned the name Blade into a brand of eternal shame. Consequently, I find no justification for clinging to this cursed name any longer. Reriago, in the tongue of the ancients, translates to devotion to the blade. This is my ultimate vengeance, and the final tombstone for the Blade dynasty, a lineage where I was merely a weapon, a tool to be discarded. The historians of the future may remain oblivious, but we will know the truth. The melody of that name is exquisite. I have a profound premonition about it. Lise Riago. This name shall be the eternal bond that unites our souls. The heir born of our union will not be shackled by the legacy of Ronan or Brett. Charlie whispered, let's drift back to sleep and wake up together, okay? For you shall be a child who carves out a unique destiny just as we did. Following the Magic Tower catastrophe, the Imperial Palace erupted into a fever pitch of activity. The Emperor's sudden proclamation to rename the nation and announce the royal nuptials ignited a firestorm of resistance from the veteran officials who once groveled before the Blade faction. However, the man wearing the crown is none other than Dylan, the most formidable emperor to ever grace history, so those dissenting whispers were eventually strangled into silence. Rebranding a nation after 3 centuries of tradition was guaranteed to trigger a massive backlash. Yet that very chaos acted as a perfect smokescreen, ensuring no one dared oppose the logistics of the royal wedding. Finally, the royal union will be broadcast to every corner of the nation tomorrow. Are you finally here? Yes, I apologize for the delay. You had a lengthy conversation with the young duke, didn't you? To deny it would be a lie. The young duke's contributions to my revenge were immeasurable. He gambled his very life to safeguard both the emperor and myself. Even before the world reset, he was fighting to save me. I offered him my deepest gratitude before we finalized the annulment of our engagement, since he once sacrificed everything just to stand as my fiancé. Tomorrow marks the day the romantic chapter between the young duke and me is officially sealed shut. She reminisced, let us dissolve this engagement once and for all. But from this moment on, please walk a path of freedom and joy. You are no longer burdened by the weight of my life. After several heartbeats of heavy silence, Kahu managed a bittersweet smile and said, if this choice is the key to your happiness, then I shall accept it without hesitation. But, God, this still cuts so deep. As the words left him, Kahu's composure broke into tears. It's agonizing, Charlie. Since you have formally declared your intent to sever our engagement, then I shall provide my final solemn response. I have truly deeply loved you through every moment. I pray that your future beside the Emperor in these halls is filled with light. Farewell, Empress. The engagement is officially dead. In all honesty, I never anticipated Kahu would be shattered to this extent. Kahu's devotion to me was every bit as raw and sincere as my obsession with Dylan. Dylan traced the curve of her face and whispered, Lise, am I truly the partner you deserve? That is a question that defies a simple answer. Suddenly, a memory of her words after the skirmish with the 9th Prince's Guard resurfaced. If the prince is unsettled by this ambiguity and forced to choose between cold indifference or total obsession, I choose the prince's obsession every time. Perhaps I had been drowning in that profound loneliness until the moment we met. Someone who could finally mirror my soul. I crave this mutual obsession. It makes me feel as though the void in my solitary life is filled entirely by your presence alone. But now I believe it is time we evolved past that stage. Lise, do I truly possess the qualities to heal your loneliness? Under normal circumstances, Dylan would never voice such an insecurity. Until now, Dylan was content to be used as a mere instrument. He cared for nothing as long as I was within his reach. But now we have transcended being lovers. We are life partners. A bond like this cannot be fueled by one-sided devotion alone. I find myself questioning if I am worthy to walk in stride with Dylan for the rest of our days. And deep down, I have always yearned for that validation. Your Majesty is well aware that initially I viewed you only as a tool. I knew it caused you pain, but I ignored everything in my thirst for blood. I fled from my own emotions because they felt like dangerous luxuries. But your Majesty loved me until the bitter end. Anyone else would have abandoned me 1,000 times over, yet you never faltered. That was when I finally realized I will never find a love as radiant and unwavering as yours from any other soul. Your Majesty is the very essence of my life. It's all right, this isn't a one-way street. My heart beats in perfect sync with yours, so please stay anchored by my side. Let us march toward a future of our own making hand in hand. We shall walk together on the path toward a new destiny forged by our own hands. The wedding was consecrated amidst the euphoric celebrations of the Empire's entire populace. Standing at the altar's end, Dylan gazed upon her with a radiant, adoring smile. Lisa reached out her hand as Charlie beamed with joy, softly whispering his name. The trauma that once haunted us has lost its sting. After a grueling odyssey, we finally found home. By your side, I fear no shadow. Emperor Dylan's son, Rariago, and Empress Charlie Rariago, under the banner of the Lariago Empire, do you vow to live as one, remaining steadfast to the Empire until your final breath? They answered in perfect harmony, I do. Then let these vows be sealed with a kiss. The two shared a look of pure devotion, a silent promise to protect one another eternally. Then they locked lips, a kiss signifying the ultimate unadulterated happiness. This is a chronicle of a scene that unfolded several years later. Kahu stared intensely ahead, mentally mapping out every precise motion. Charlie was executing sword forms with a fluid, mesmerizing grace. Suddenly, those familiar eyes narrowed and focused on Kahu, asking, Teacher. The word snapped Kahu instantly back to the present reality. Do you require a respite, Your Highness? Yes, the blade feels far too heavy. Kahu gently dabbed the sweat from the brow of young Barden Rariago, the crown prince of the empire, whose features mirrored Charlie's to a startling degree. At times, when I gaze at the crown prince, I see Charlie's reflection staring back at me. During a council meeting, Dylan announced, It is time for the crown prince to begin his martial training. Who among you will volunteer? Kahu raised his hand without hesitation. If I may be so bold, I would like to claim the honor of being the mentor, to instruct His Highness the crown prince in the way of the sword. Charlie glanced toward him and interjected. Your Majesty, perhaps we should appoint someone other than the young duke? No, he is the ideal choice. He is the commander of the first Imperial Knights. It's no stretch to say his skill is second only to ours. Young Duke, I hereby appoint you as the Crown Prince's Grandmaster. I expect you to guide him with your whole soul so my son may grow in your noble image. The honor is mine, Your Majesty. From that day forward, Kahu became the mentor to young Barden. I am merely using the prince as a means to sever my own lingering, pathetic obsession. Confronting the prince, seeing Charlie's face on a black-haired boy feels like a silent judgment for ever daring to love her. The Emperor likely saw right through my motives, which is why he purposefully assigned me this role. It's as if Dylan is declaring, don't even fantasize about it. The living proof of our love is standing right in front of you. Barden asked, Where did your mind wander to just now, teacher? Oh, it was nothing at all. But why does your expression seem so somber? Barden balled his small fists. I feel completely stifled. It's infuriating that my body won't obey my will. As the Empire's heir, I shouldn't be struggling with a simple blade. Please do not be so hard on yourself. You are only 6. Enduring this level of training is already a feat of legend. But compared to my parents, the legendary heroes who wielded steel to save the world, do not let their legends weigh you down. Every soul is born with distinct gifts and paths. If you only look upward, the peak is unreachable. Sometimes we must show ourselves mercy. That is the true secret to protecting yourself and forging real strength. Yes, as I thought, teacher's wisdom is on a different level than my childish perspective. I've gained something precious today. I will always be here to guide you. Should you face any hardship, please do not hesitate to vent your frustrations to me. I will, teacher. Indeed, now is the time to immerse myself in my duty. I must bury these feelings and quietly serve the prince. Yes, Back in his chambers, Barden was being fitted into a fresh ensemble. Nanny, do I look presentable? Oh, beyond compare. You're seeing your mother and father soon, so you must look absolutely flawless. At 6 p.m. on weekdays, Barden Rariago cherishes this hour above all others. It is the moment he can conclude his grueling schedule and share tea with his adored parents. Regardless of their royal burdens, his parents always carve out this sacred time for him. To me, this is the most profound moment of the day. The second I push open the doors to the raspberry garden as the sun dips low, my mother's silhouette looks breathtakingly ethereal under the golden twilight. I spotted mother. Charlie pivoted and called out, Barden. Barden sprinted joyfully toward Charlie, calling out for his mother. The boy lunged forward and hugged her tightly, exclaiming brightly, I missed you so much, Mom. I missed you terribly as well, my little one. Was your day all right, sweetie? Yes, I ate well, played endlessly, and studied super hard. That's a relief then. Just then, Dylan stepped in and remarked, You managed to beat me here. Charlie looked toward him with a radiant smile and called out, Dylan. Barden instantly dove into Dylan's waiting arms. Salutations, Imperial Father. The etiquette tutor sang my praises, saying my posture is absolutely flawless. Tea is served. Let's move to the table and settle in. Yes. Once they were seated, Barden looked up and said, Imperial Father, please tell me more tales of when I was just a tiny baby. I believe I've recounted quite a few already. Do you truly enjoy hearing about your infancy that much? Barden nodded his head in eager agreement. Dylan humored his son and began the tale. When Lise was carrying you, it was an incredibly difficult time for her. Was it the morning sickness? Indeed, she couldn't even keep down a drop of water. Fortunately, she could still tolerate ice, so I reserved the entire Imperial ice cellar for Liza's exclusive use. I was consumed with worry since she couldn't nourish herself due to the illness. I was constantly terrified it would jeopardize her health. One morning at the crack of dawn, Liza nudged me awake. Your Majesty, please wake up. What's wrong? Dylan sat up in a panic and asked, Are you in pain somewhere? No, it's not that, but I've suddenly developed a craving for melon. I'm sorry to disturb your rest at this hour, but could you possibly find and buy some for me? Dylan hesitated for only a fraction of a second. Then he threw on his clothes and declared, I'll go find those melons right this instant. Mobilized in the dead of night, Hugo and his comrades were working up a frantic sweat. Wait for real, the Empress wants melons. And so I spent 6 grueling hours scouring the land for those melons. When I finally returned to the palace to feed Lisa, Charlie was absolutely over the moon. Thank you so much, Your Majesty. Witnessing her delight, Dylan and the knights were also beaming with joy. Her smile in that fleeting moment was more radiant and gentle than anything I had ever seen. Was I truly that demanding? You have no idea the sheer relief I felt then. I had been a nervous wreck ever since the pregnancy began. Was it because of that solemn promise I asked of you? What promise are you referring to? Dylan gently stroked Barden's head. When the time is right, I'll tell you. But remember this one thing. Lise was prepared to protect you with her very life. Dylan recalled a particular night as the due date loomed. The day of the birth was rapidly approaching. I've asked this of you before, but I need to say it one last time. Even if I should perish bringing this life into the world tomorrow, please do not resent this child. Dylan gazed at her with a heart-wrenching expression and whispered, Lise, I beg of you. I refuse to let my child endure the same cycle of pain that I did. I will never allow you to slip away. Even if that tragedy were to strike, I will not let a single hair on the child's head be harmed for as long as they live. I swear it on my soul. Then Your Majesty has given his word. At that moment, the nanny entered and said, Crown Prince, it's getting late. Time for bed. Barden pouted regretfully. Already. Charlie ruffled his hair. You seem disappointed, huh? Time really flies when you're with your parents. We'll reunite at this exact time tomorrow, so don't be sad. Off to sleep now. Yes, Father. Good night to you both. With that, Barden was led away by the nanny. Now at last, it's just the two of us. Were you eagerly counting down the seconds until it was just the two of us? Don't be silly. My heart is at its fullest when all 3 of us are together. It's just that even adults crave their own intimate sanctuary. Don't you agree? You're really going to be that straightforward about it. Devote the rest of this evening solely to me. I've orchestrated everything so you won't be left wanting. I like the sound of that. Remain anchored by my side until the moon is high. As night fell, the two toasted to their future beneath the silver moonlight. I've truly grown fond of Your Majesty's chambers. Compared to the old palace, it's so much more airy and serene. I curated every detail of this space, specifically for you knowing how often you'd grace it. I'm thrilled it meets your approval. In the wake of the royal wedding, Dylan made the executive decision to uproot the capital and move it elsewhere. He refused to let Charlie be haunted by the grisly shadows of the Kiora era for even a second. Despite the bureaucrats' uproar, Dylan forced the relocation through. Predictably, the number of assassination attempts surged in that transition, but Charlie systematically neutralized every single threat. Even with her divine essence faded after the Magic Tower fallout, Charlie's reputation as the continent's apex predator wasn't something easily challenged. Once the blood stopped spilling, the relocation moved at light speed, fueled by a booming economy and a new wave of loyalists. Yet where there is brilliance, shadows inevitably linger. Moving the capital gutted the old aristocracy's influence, nearly sparking a political powder keg. But Charlie anticipated the friction and maintained a ruthless, unwavering balance. Both the political elite and the common folk were left in awe of her moves. The combined brilliance of the two in navigating the political tides ushered the empire into a golden age of prosperity following the chaos. Lately, word has reached me that Barden is hitting a wall in his swordsmanship training. It seems the boy is struggling with some mental blocks. He's far too young to be carrying that kind of heavy burden on his shoulders. I heard he's suffocating under the weight of everyone's expectations and his own self-doubt. That's the root of his struggle. At 6, he should just be focusing on being healthy and playing. What about you, Lise? What was your world like at 6? My childhood is a total blur. No standout memories to speak of. And you, your majesty, I was busy juggling combat drills and heavy theory side by side. Even then, I was obsessed with devouring scrolls on advanced swordsmanship. That's hardly the typical lifestyle for a 6-year-old. No wonder Barden feels so much pressure. Wait, what? Regardless, I just hope Barden can flourish at a pace that feels right for him. That is my deepest wish as well. The silence here is profound. Dylan has a strict rule against stationing sentries near the royal bedchamber. So every time I find myself here in the dead of night, I feel as though we've been completely sequestered from the rest of civilization. It feels like we are the sole survivors in a world where everything else has simply evaporated. Dylan raises crystal glass, the wine catching the light. Reflecting on it now, I realize that during our wedding vows, I was actually paralyzed with fear. It was exactly like what Lise always told me: when joy hits its absolute peak, the terror of the inevitable fall begins to creep in. I felt that chilling clarity that day. I was haunted by the thought that one day you might vanish from my life again. Even after 8 years of devotion, that fear still has a grip on you. I suppose it makes sense. I did vanish on you twice, didn't I? Yeah, I can see why you're stressed that I might pull another disappearing act. But hear me now, no matter what trials come, I'm staying put. You've endured enough scars for a lifetime. Now what about that second order of business? Shall we move on to it? Dylan's face flushed as he murmured, "Is that really all right? Do you think it might actually soothe your soul?" I'm certainly not going to turn you down. If that's the case, then tonight you're just going to sit back and enjoy the show. Tonight, I'm the one who wants to see your majesty shed a few tears. A split second later, Charlie made her move, making Dylan gasp out, "Lies, oh, hold on." Sudden scene transition. A heavy mug was slammed onto the wooden table. Ben scowled and barked, "Yo!" Kahu groaned into his drink. "Ben, I am seriously at the end of my rope here. And I'm getting a headache just listening to you for real. Every single week, you drag me to this dive bar just to sit there drowning in self-pity. Look, I might not look the part, but I'm actually a pretty busy guy. The only reason you showed up was for the open tab and free booze." Ben flinched and let out a forced cough. Ahem. Look, on any other night I wouldn't care, but I've actually got a massive workload today. There's a specific item I'm hunting for." Kahu asked with a hint of curiosity. "What are you looking for? Even if I told you, would you get it? Nah, I'm no mage. It'd all be gibberish to me." "You're absolutely wasted, aren't you? I'm pulling out. Ease up on the booze today and crawl home. You're bailing already. It's past the point of late. You've got a session with the Crown Prince tomorrow. Imagine the scandal if you're wasted and oversleep. Are you really not terrified of the Emperor's wrath? That's not my concern. I couldn't care less. Fine, suit yourself. I don't even know why I bothered. Just wallow in your own mess." Kahu tracked his exit, eyes brimming with tears. "I'm utterly spent. Charlie, I fought to erase you. I even became the tutor to your son, yet here I am drinking until my world spins into chaos. But instead of flickering out, you only blaze brighter in my soul. The day this fire dies will surely be the day I draw my last breath. Hey, barkeep, line up 2 more rounds, the same poison as before." Simultaneously, Ben's brow furrowed as he barked, "What request a leave of absence?" "Not a chance, I'm in a desperate rush. I heard the markets are so bone dry right now, they don't even have scraps to sell." Should I risk the black market in the slums? I'd rather not, since they'll bleed me dry with those prices, but suddenly Ben whipped around. What is this ominous sensation? This terrifying reality-bending surge of power? Ben's mind instantly linked the feeling to the aura of the fallen magic tower master. Could it truly be? Yes, this vibration is a perfect match for what I sensed at the secret magic tower. It's the same energy from that ritual circle, though it feels incomplete, as if a vital component is missing. Ben's gaze locked onto a small figure navigating the crowded street. That child also possessed hair as white as snow, just like the tower master. That kid, he is the epicenter of this dark energy. Ben scrambled after the silhouette. Wait up! The frantic rhythm of boots echoed against the stone. I said halt, stop right there. The moment they hit a secluded alley, the child struck with lethal precision. Ben was hurled backward. Ugh! What monstrous raw strength. In the blink of an eye, the boy vanished. Did he just evaporate into thin air? Damn it all. Did I really let him slip through my fingers? I need to report this anomaly to the captain. This is far from normal. It's undoubtedly a remnant of the Magic Tower Master's legacy. With a grim expression, Ben turned and retreated. The boy clutched his mouth, coughing up a violent spray of blood. That was far too close to being compromised. A memory flashed in the boy's mind. Your very blood is a blasphemy. Your father was nothing but filth, a mage who slaughtered enough to paint the world red. Your mother was a sobbing mess when she cast you away, pleading for your origin to stay buried and begging only for your life. That woman was being hunted by her own husband. Who could murder a woman just for bearing a child? No one could be that demonic. The woman exhaled a cloud of smoke in the child's face and sneered, Listen, if you ever try to flee from me, you're a walking corpse. Even if some fool recognizes you, live like a shadow under a rock. Be grateful I've allowed you to keep breathing. Thank you for the protection. I will harness my gifts to pay off my debt to you. That's a good boy. That's exactly how a tool should behave. Everyone knows this hag isn't raising me. She's just milking my powers to line her own pockets. The boy wiped the crimson from his lips and muttered, Time to return to the cage. On the trek back, the child's eyes caught a vibrant poster for the Crown Prince's birthday gala. Thinking about the timing, the event is just around the corner. I wonder what it's like to be born into a world as a crown prince. At that same moment, the nanny was reciting a bedtime fable to Barden. Not a single soul harbored love for that girl. She lacked a warm hearth, a loving family, or a friend she could trust, and so she crawled back to the lair where the monster tormented her. What a devastating tragedy. Being forced to endure a lifetime with a monster with no one to shield her. It's truly heart-wrenching. Existing with no pillar of support to lean on? I wonder what kind of hollow existence would that even be? Ha ha ha, that's to be expected. Since the moment of your birth, your highness has been bathed in the adoration and high hopes of the entire world. However, you must realize that a life of such weight is far from a walk in the park. If the ruler of the empire remains oblivious like a frog at the bottom of a well, the people will be the ones to suffer the consequences. If I could leap into those pages, I'd stand by that girl's side and be her shield. If a king stepped up like that, she'd surely be saved. Echoing Barden's wish was the silent plea of that other child. In the future, will someone finally protect me, and can I be the one to protect them back? Those were the divergent paths of two children born into two completely opposite destinies. The following morning, Dylan and Charlie stirred from their sleep together. Charlie adjusted Dylan's collar and teased him, noting that he looked drop-dead gorgeous even when he was a sobbing mess. He turned a deep shade of crimson and stammered, Lise, this is the first time I've seen you get this flustered. It's just that no one has ever described me that way, so I'm a bit caught off guard. But I am truly blessed to be the sole recipient of your affection. Let's just play hooky today. I want to stay wrapped in the sheets with my wife all day. I'm sorry, but my schedule is already packed. Specifically, an appointment at Mary's boutique for her grand anniversary. She was Lise's former personal handmaid, wasn't she? Indeed, from the moment our paths crossed, I knew that girl was brimming with talent. Then go safely, I'll be here waiting. Catching Dylan's forced, polite smile, Charlie realized, even though he's putting on a brave face. Just then, an attendant announced, Emperor, Empress, the bathwater has been drawn. Understood, I'll be right there. Dylan blocked her path. No need for any bath attendants today. Dismiss all the servants immediately. Today, we shall bathe together, Lise. A short while later at Mary's boutique. Mary was scanning the street for Charlie through the storefront window. She's finally here. Mary practically flew out the door. Empress. Charlie offered a warm smile and replied, Mary. I am beyond honored by the Empress's presence. Radiant glory of the Empire, you've traveled quite a distance. You must be absolutely exhausted. We don't need to stand on such rigid ceremony. Tell me, I have something exquisite I want to show you right this way. What are your thoughts? Charlie's eyes widened in surprise. This is the centerpiece of my collection. This is a token of my eternal gratitude to the Empress who funded my dreams. Do you happen to recall the time you once spoke so highly of Transpin? In that moment, I knew that if I ever had the chance to start a business, I had to repay your kindness with this signature Transpin line. Because the further this scent travels, the further my gratitude to you will reach. Charlie mused to herself. If it's Transpin, Charlie took an appreciative breath of the scent and noted, the fact that this aroma isn't an exact replica of the past simply means that time has marched on. But even as the scent evolves, the moment I catch this fragrance, the days I spent by your side flood back with total clarity. As I suspected, my intuition about you that day wasn't wrong in the slightest. Mary was visibly moved. Splendid, I wish you a phenomenal opening tomorrow. If any hurdles arise, don't hesitate to reach out. I am your benefactor after all. Thank you for your immense kindness. I have a myriad of other perfumes here. Please feel free to sample any scent that catches your fancy. We have arrived as commanded by the Emperor. Yes, today I shall finalize the administrative matters that were pushed aside. Before the proceedings begin, ensure all high-ranking officials are within the palace walls before midday. Noticing Hugo's hesitation, Dylan prompted, Hugo, if you have something on your mind, out with it. Ben, grant him entry. Yes. Ben stormed in. Emperor, know your majesty, where has the captain gone? V reminded him to observe proper protocol, but Dylan interjected, leave it. The Empress has already granted him that liberty. However, if you have business with Lee's, you'll be reporting it to me first. Ben hesitated, his voice low. The truth is, a potential descendant of the Magic Tower Master has surfaced. Dylan's gaze sharpened instantly. A descendant of that monster. How could such a threat emerge out of nowhere? I can't be certain, but yesterday morning, in a back alley of the capital, I sensed something sinister. Pinpoint the exact location for me. The intersection of Ravini Street. No, precisely, in the slums bordering Jenham Garden. What exactly did you witness there? I was struck by a bizarre sensation, a surge of absolute untouchable power. It mirrored the dark energy of the magic tower, so I pursued the source. And found myself facing a child. Did you apprehend them? No. The problem is, I reached for them, but they slipped through my fingers like a ghost. Dylan scowled. Are you even remotely sober right now? Don't dismiss me. That kid literally vanished into thin air in a heartbeat. That's why I raced here to find the captain. I see. For now, keep this revelation a secret from Lee's. Why this concerns the captain directly? What if our silence leads to a catastrophe? To ensure nothing goes wrong, I will deal with this personally, so keep your mouth shut. Ben gritted his teeth. Are you coddling this captain? She isn't some fragile doll who needs that kind of protection? This is an imperial mandate. Keep your silence and obey. A heavy, suffocating silence descended upon the room following Dylan's order. Then Ben spoke up, his tone defiant. You're under a serious delusion, Emperor. We owe no allegiance to the Empire. Empire answers only to Charlie. If you think we'll just bow and submit because a powerful man barks, you're dead wrong. Dylan stood speechless before lowering his voice. Then let me rephrase. Consider this a personal plea. I am asking for your silence because I refuse to let Liza's peace be shattered. We bled for this happiness. Both of you stared death in the face to secure this tranquility, but if Liza knows, she'll plunge back into that sea of blood without hesitation. I cannot allow her to walk that dark path ever again. I won't let a single shadow interfere with the Empress's joy. So allow us to take the reins. Very well. If you'd been that honest from the jump, we could have skipped the drama. Fine, we'll keep the captain in the dark and coordinate. Dylan summoned V and Hugo. Yes, Your Majesty? This is a supreme imperial decree, priority level absolute. Mobilize every member of Athena. Track down the suspected descendant and eliminate them. This operation must be executed without the Empress ever suspecting a thing. Understood? Sudden scene transition. Kahu finally jolted awake. My head is absolutely throbbing. What's the time? Suddenly remembering his duties, Kahu bolted upright. What time is it? How much did I actually down last night? My memory is a total blank. The servant approached. Young master, you're finally up. Is the hangover still killing you? To tell me what time is it now? Just past midday, sir. You stumbled back at dawn completely trashed. Do you truly remember nothing? Is that how it was? Indeed. You didn't utter a word, just staggered blindly into your chambers. You even threatened everyone to stay away until you woke up on your own. Great. I had a training session this morning. How am I going to fix this? Oh, if I'd known it was urgent, I would have braved your temper. I'm sorry. No, the fault is mine. Don't dwell on it. Instead, prepare my bath immediately. The servant hurried off. Yes, sir. Preparing it this instant. At the training grounds, Barden was diligently refining his forms in solitude. He inquired, "Has my mentor arrived at the grounds yet?" "Negative. No, your highness. We have received zero word of his entry into the palace gates." "How peculiar. He's hardly the type to be tardy without a grave justification. Could some mishap have occurred?" Barden pivoted back and persisted with his drills for a while longer before exhaling a heavy sigh. "This blade is far too cumbersome. Should I concede and call it a day?" "Your highness, your towel." "Ah, my thanks." Barden snatched the towel and retreated to seek shade beneath a tree. "The session is half spent and teacher is still missing. I truly wonder if he's run into trouble." Barden sat in contemplative silence, dissecting the core of Kahu's philosophy. Humans are born with divergent gifts and varied environments. If you only gaze upward, the horizon is infinite. Sometimes you must show yourself grace. For that is the only way to forge true strength while preserving your own spirit. Even with teacher's wisdom, why does my progression feel so stagnant? Inherited genius isn't the issue. Both my parents are monsters who defy every standard in both intellect and combat. The theory is sound as well. I've devoured and mastered every tactical scroll within the Imperial archives. Talent theory and repetition, the trinity is flawless. So what on earth is the missing link? If the ruler of the empire remains as ignorant as a frog in a well, the citizenry will surely suffer. Exactly. Perhaps what I truly lack is raw experience beyond these palace walls. The mere fact that they still forbid me from wielding live steel proves it. My parents have coddled me far too much. Because I haven't been pushed to the absolute brink, I've hit a wall. Even teacher and the sentries are barred from drawing real blades to spar with me. But in this fortress, no soul dares to defy my whim. Even if I demand true combat, they'll just patronize me as a mere child. In that case, Barden marched over and summoned a sentry. Still no sign of the Grand Tutor. Ah, no. Still no word whatsoever. He must be entangled in an urgent crisis. I'm returning to the prince's palace. You lot wait here. Notify me the second he arrives. Understood. In that case, the other guards will hold the post while I escort Asura. Are you intending to show such blatant disrespect to my mentor? The guard recoiled in shock. When greeting the Grand Tutor, one must be fully prepared with proper decorum. That is imperial law. But a guard cannot abandon your highness. Cease your worrying. The Crown Prince's palace is a mere stone's throw away. It's teeming with servants and other sentries. Very well. All training ground guards maintain your positions here. Yes, I shall obey your command. Excellent. Leave it at that. Watching Barden vanish through the gate, the guard let out a breath of relief. Barden lurked in the shadows, spotted a blind spot, and bolted into hiding. They've definitely lost my trail by now, right? Forgive me, Father Mother. I'll face the music once I return from my scouting. Moments later, Kahu arrived, breathless and disheveled. Hey, is the Grand Tutor expected? My apologies for the delay. Where is His Highness? He drilled solo for nearly 2 hours. He is currently recuperating within the palace. I see. Then please announce my arrival immediately. Yes, I'll do so this inst. Just then, a servant came sprinting in a panic. Grand Tutor. What is this commotion? It's a catastrophe. His Highness has vanished without a trace. Kahu's face turned ghostly pale at the news, his pulse skyrocketing with dread. What? How could His Highness possibly be missing? I entered for his next lesson, but the room was empty. We've scoured every possible haunt, but he's gone. Where could he have disappeared to? Sentry, explain yourself. You claimed His Highness was heading to the Prince's palace. Well, His Highness explicitly stated he was going there. Did you just take his word for it and let him go unescorted? Sigh. You should never have let him out of your sight for a heartbeat, especially in my absence. We are deeply sorry. Regardless, we must alert His Majesty this very second. Yes. I'm already late and defenseless. If any harm comes to him... At this very moment, beyond the palace gates, 6-year-old Barden, embarking on his first ever rogue escape, stood paralyzed in awe by a world he had never dared to imagine. Barden skillfully navigated through the chaotic teeming masses, a pulse-pounding boulevard where the Empire's subjects lived with raw, unbridled freedom. This was the external realm he had only glimpsed through dry prose and static illustrations, and Barden found it impossible to look away. The legendary kings of old would often vanish incognito whenever they needed to feel the true pulse of the people. A monarch who refuses to look outward will never truly grasp the hearts of the empire. Barden tightened his tiny fists with burning resolve. Indeed, what I am conducting right now is a high-stakes imperial inspection. Even if the monsters have vanished and peace reigns, dangers like ruthless thugs and shadows surely lurk in the unseen corners. I crave the fire of real combat. Even if it's just to protect the commoners, I refuse to return home without a story to tell. First, I must determine the destination of these crowds. They are all flowing like a river in a single direction. Barden approached a local man and posed a question. Are you addressing me, little squirt? I require an answer to one query. Where is this massive influx of people heading? The man pondered. Is this some runaway noble brat? Today is market day. If you follow this path to its end, you'll reach the plaza. That's where the heart of the trade is. A market. How long is the journey on foot? At a child's pace, you'll be walking for quite a while. Hey kid, where are your guardians? This is no place for a child to be wandering solo. Barden recoiled instinctively at the warning. This chilling intuition, you have my gratitude. I shall keep your warning in mind. If you're stranded, I can help you track them down. That won't be necessary. I appreciate the gesture, but do not concern yourself with me. I must be on my way. What an eccentric little fellow. After a long trek, Barden finally breached the market's edge. The density of the crowd here was double that of the street. If I falter for a second, I'll be swallowed by this human tide. The words had barely left his mind when someone collided with him. Thud. A young boy crashed to the cobblestones and a bounty of fruit scattered in every direction. Are you all right? Sprinting through a crowd like this is a recipe for disaster. The other boy scrambled to retrieve the fruit. It's nothing. Don't waste your breath on me. Noticing the jagged bruises marring the boy's face, Barden felt a pang of genuine alarm. Your face. Those are serious injuries. The boy pivoted instantly and bolted into the crowd. My apologies. Barden stood there completely bewildered. What just happened? Suddenly, Barden spotted a leather pouch lying in the dirt. Oh, did that boy drop this? It's heavy with coin. This is quite the predicament. I cannot simply abandon this on the street. I'll secure it until our paths cross again. Just then, a mouth-watering aroma hit him, the smoky scent of flame-grilled skewers. This fragrance. Is this the legendary market fare? Barden recalled the warning, street food is often laden with heavy spices and overstimulating. It's delicious, but a total catastrophe for one's health. This was hardly the refined cuisine a member of the imperial bloodline should acknowledge yet. Seeing it sizzle in person made it look tantalizingly irresistible. Just as my nanny warned, this is precisely the sort of temptation I should avoid. I'll be perfectly fine without indulging in such common treats. Or so he claimed. But as he watched a traveler tear into a skewer with pure, unadulterated bliss, Barden's royal willpower finally snapped. A moment later, right, I am purely doing this to bait potential criminals. If thugs see a lone child flaunting a heavy purse, they'll surely attempt a robbery. Besides, to endure the rigors of combat, I must first silence this growling stomach. Therefore, utilizing these funds is a perfectly logical tactical decision. Taking a massive bite, Barden was thunderstruck by the explosion of flavor. Incredible, it's a perfect storm of salty and sweet. This taste is dangerously addictive. Is this the staple that sustains the empire's people? This is truly an enlightening lesson. Shall I sample another delicacy? Suddenly, Barden's instincts flared as he sensed a shadow looming behind him. He whirled around and drew his steel in a flash of self-defense. The other child cowered as the cold blade grazed their throat. It's you again, the one from the market. The child stammered in a panic, Hand it over. Hand what? Hand what over? The food you just bought. You paid for those with my stolen coins. Give it back this instant. Excuse me, you're demanding I reimburse you. Precisely. Where would a common gutter rat like you get the gold to feast like a king? Didn't you loot the pouch I dropped? Barden's composure broke. I am no orphan. Listen to me. I have my own funds and I kept your lost pouch completely separate. With those words, Barden reached into his tunic and thrust the pouch toward the child. The child stood stunned for a heartbeat, then snatched the bag to verify its contents. If you're playing me for a fool, you'll regret it. Moments later, seeing the gold was untouched, the girl whispered, For real? Barden scolded her, hurling accusations so recklessly without a shred of proof that was incredibly short-sighted. But this is my entire life. If I lose this, then... Suddenly, the girl's voice trailed off. Barden asked with a blank expression, What is it now? The girl recoiled and bolted into the shadows. Stay out of my business. Barden watched her retreat utterly baffled. What was that all about? Back at the Citadel, as Dylan was leading his elite squadron, a voice cried out, Your Majesty! V snapped, How dare you interrupt His Majesty with such insolence? But please have mercy, it's a dire emergency. I had no other choice. Enough. State your business. His Highness the Crown Prince. He's vanished. I want every detail. His Highness claimed he was retreating to his chambers to rest during training, but when we went to check on him, the room was empty. We are currently scouring every corner of the grounds, but the crown prince is nowhere to be found. Barden has gone missing. He's been struggling with his swordsmanship lately. He likely snuck out to chase some romanticized idea of real-world experience. The boy is hopelessly naive. At ease, I have a fairly good idea where he's headed. Dylan raised his hand, signaling a tactical halt to their current mission. For now, ensuring the crown prince's safety is my absolute priority. Beyond the fortress walls, Barden was aimlessly wandering the cobblestone streets. As he trudged along, he dejectedly kicked a stray pebble across the pavement. In the end, I haven't encountered a single villain or street thug today. Returning to the palace empty-handed is going to be beyond awkward. My parents will assume I ran away on a whim and be utterly disappointed in me. Sigh. The palace rumor mill is a vicious thing. If word of this failure reaches the commoners, then, oh, the humiliation would be unbearable. I cannot allow that stain on my reputation. I haven't neutralized a single threat in this entire town yet. Passing a dark alleyway, Barden caught the sound of a scuffle. Hey! Start talking, brat! You're as twitchy as a shrimp! Barden peered inside. Could it be? Inside the gloom, a voice snarled, If you want to walk this path, you've got to pay the toll. Please have mercy on me. This is all I have for groceries. If I return without this, my aunt will beat me within an inch of my life. That's your cross to bear, kid. Not our concern. Just surrender the grocery coin and we'll call it even. Wait. No, please. There's another way. The man's face twisted into a wicked grin. Let's just snatch the girl and sell her off too. Barden's blood ran cold as he eavesdropped on the conversation. The man continued, Human trafficking is just high-stakes trade. Who knows which bidder will win her? It's either that, or head home and let your stepmother finish you off. With his sense of justice reaching its boiling point, Barden charged in, shouting, You absolute scum! In that same heartbeat, the girl's fear transformed into a cold, sharp fury. Is that so? In an instant, hellish flames erupted from the girl, incinerating those three men where they stood. Nothing but the gruesome sound of sizzling flesh remained in the alley. Barden was paralyzed with shock. What? The girl suddenly coughed up thick blood. I warned you to stay back, but you just wouldn't listen. The moment the words left her lips, she collapsed onto the cold pavement. Barden was frozen to the spot. A scene of carnage unlike anything he'd witnessed. The graphic reality made the sketches in his book seem trivial, and Barden couldn't tear his eyes away. A heartbeat later, the girl's eyes snapped open and she bolted upright. She hacked violently, her palms stained once again with fresh plasma. Did I lose consciousness? I didn't intend to slaughter them, but the power, I couldn't suppress it. This cursed mana I've inherited. Why was I born a mage's daughter just to be a tool for profit and pain? Bitter tears began to stream down her face as the thought consumed her. I'm so pathetic. Seeing the tears on her cheek, Barden poked her, causing her to jump in fright. What do you want? Tears? It seems you aren't some mindless magic beast after all. It's the boy from before. Are you injured? It was far too perilous to leave you unconscious in the middle of the street. So I carried you to this derelict, abandoned shack. Thanks. You act like an arrogant brat, but you're actually somewhat decent. But why is this guy still hovering around me? Suddenly the girl remembered her reality, shrieked, Ah! And scrambled to her feet. No, not now. I have to get back immediately. I'm leaving. Barden watched her move to flee and firmly seized her arm. Hold on. You're a mage, aren't you? What on earth are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Only a magic beast or a high-level mage could unleash such devastating magic. I can't just ignore this. The girl was paralyzed with terror. Was this boy going to turn her over to the authorities? Suddenly, Barden exclaimed with excitement, Can I hire that power of yours? Actually, I'll adopt you. I overheard back in the alley that you're apparently an orphan. Either way, this is a win-win for both of us, right? That hag clearly isn't winning any Stepmother of the Year awards anyway. Barden's mind raced. This girl might be the crown jewel of my trip. My parents will surely praise my eye for talent. Barden doubled down on his pitch. Getting thrashed by a stepmother, better to serve the empire and get a real salary. Right now, you're skin and bones and haven't seen a bath in weeks. It's truly a pitiful sight. Are you pitying me? And who do you think you are claiming you can adopt anyone? I am the crown prince of the Rariago Empire, Barden Rariago. I have more than enough clout to adopt you. The crown prince? Why is the prince in a place like this? It's a long story, so what's the verdict, back to the hag or with me? I refuse what. Don't act like you're doing me some grand favor. In the end, you just want to exploit my magic like everyone else. Everyone views me that way. They see my power and think of gold coins. Everyone wants to use me as a weapon. I loathe this life. Then let the empire pay you a professional wage. I can provide a life light years beyond what your stepmother offers. What's the catch? Professional pay don't make me laugh. She said the same lies at the start, but I got nothing. The Empire is no different. A street rat like me will just be used until I break. You were born with the world at your feet, so you could never understand. Has anyone ever dared to treat you like a disposable tool? I'm not like you. I have no guardian, so I have to be my own shield. So, stop with the hollow pity and go back home. Wait! Suddenly, the air was sliced by the sound of a drawn sword. Dylan's voice boomed. We cannot allow this to go any further. Instantly, the girl was trapped within a cold circle of imperial steel. Dylan's commanding tone startled Barden. Barden, you've taken this little stunt way too far this time. Why must you drive me to such worry? The girl was paralyzed with dread, a sharp blade pressing against her throat. Is this man the Emperor himself? Dylan's icy gaze shifted. And you are already encircled by my legion. It would be wise to abandon any futile resistance. You are the spawn of the Magic Tower Master, aren't you? Tell me, how do you explain your presence alongside my son? As for that, Barden furrowed his brow and interjected, Father, please hear me out first. The daughter of the Tower Master. What is the meaning of this? It means exactly what you fear. The Crown Prince has mastered imperial history, so you understand, don't you? The gravity of being the Tower Master's daughter. As it stands, the mere existence of this girl poses a direct threat to the Empire. At that moment, a flicker of white-hot rage ignited within the girl. A turbulent surge of raw mana began to radiate violently around her. Instantly, Ben unleashed a binding spell upon her. Where do you think you're going? The girl was immediately ensnared by a shimmering golden ring of light. Witnessing her collapse to the earth, Barden cried out in distress. Hey, you dare to resist, then I have no further need for explanations. Dylan hoisted his blade high. Rest in eternal peace. Just as the steel descended, a second blade parried the strike. Clang Barden had shielded the girl. Crown Prince, what is the meaning of this? Your Majesty. Honorable Emperor of the Empire, I am Crown Prince Barden Rarigo. I implore your Majesty to stay your hand. Dylan lowered his sword. Speak your peace. I offer my deepest apologies for fleeing the palace and causing such turmoil. I will endure any penance, but please spare this girl. Your transgression and the execution of this child are entirely separate matters. The filth of the secret magic tower cannot be tolerated. I am well aware of that, but Father, she doesn't wield this magic by choice. She was simply cursed with the bloodline of the Tower Master. It is a destiny she never asked for. She has lived a life of constant terror just for existing. How can you demand she pay for the sins of her father? But she harbors the seeds of insurrection. If a child is consumed by her own power, she will inevitably become a tool for those who crave chaos. She was born with that dark potential. As the Tower Master's offspring, you realize that too, don't you? The girl remained frozen in silence. Barden turned toward her and declared, No, that isn't the truth at all. You never wished for a cursed fate like this, did you? You're utterly exhausted by a life spent as a disposable pawn, aren't you? I can see it in your eyes. Before she is claimed by those who seek our ruin, the Empire should claim her, first negate the threat, and forge her into a weapon for our own glory, Your Majesty. The logic is sound. Given this child's prodigious talent, if she were to become our foe, she would undoubtedly be a nightmare. However, as an ally, she could become the ultimate vanguard for the Empire. But Dylan was haunted by the gruesome visions of the past. His knuckles whitened as he gripped his hilt. If he faltered now, Lise might have to walk through that hell all over again. I perceived you as a mere boy, yet you already possess the resolve to challenge my will. You have truly evolved. Father. Dylan placed a heavy grounding hand on Barden's shoulder, but in the next heartbeat, he decisively shoved the boy aside. Forgive me, my son. With that cold apology, he swung his sword skyward. The girl's eyes went wide as the shadow of death loomed. So this is the end. Tears began to fall. My life has been a cycle of agony. Perhaps death is a mercy. At that critical moment, a piercing voice commanded, Hold your steel. This behavior is beneath the dignity of your Majesty. That child has yet to strike a single blow against our empire. Are you so paralyzed by fear of what might be? Please lower your weapon and listen to reason. Dylan spun around, his breath hitching. Lies, what are you doing here? Upon returning to the palace after my visit with Mary, I was alerted to this chaos. This is no place for the Empress to intervene. How could a place where my husband and son are ever be somewhere I don't belong? Glancing down at the girl trembling on the ground, Charlie softly asked, Hello there. Have we crossed paths before? Charlie's voice made Ben flinch. She flashed a cold smile and commanded, Release this magic at once. And for the record, you should have brought this matter to me first. Ben bowed in apology and immediately deactivated the binding spell. Charlie turned her stern gaze toward her son. Yes, mother? Never attempt a stunt like this again. If you vanish like that, one more time, my wrath will be absolute. Yes, ma'am, I'm truly sorry. Charlie reached down to steady the girl. Do you have the strength to stand? I am the Empress of the Rariago Empire, Charlie Rariago. Tell me what is your name? The girl clutched her tattered hem and whispered, Izaz. Izaz, that is a truly exquisite name. Lise listened to reason that child is the progeny of the Magic Tower Master. I am well aware. I understand perfectly the fears that are haunting your majesty. But when I peer into this child's eyes, I'm vividly reminded of the hollow years I spent under the Ronin roof. I appreciate your concern, your majesty, but I must ask you to let me handle this personally. Very well, but at least allow me to remain your shield. Of course. I'm grateful for your unwavering trust, your majesty. Charlie asked gently. Izaz, would you like to accompany me to the imperial palace? Are you taking me to a dungeon or to the gallows? I'm taking you where you'll be safe. Charlie pulled Izaz into a warm embrace. You've been through a living hell, haven't you? Izaz's composure shattered. Why is she treating someone like me with such tenderness? She knows the darkness in my blood. As Charlie offered comfort, the girl drifted into an exhausted sleep on her shoulder. Charlie beckoned, Your Majesty Barden. Let us return to the sanctuary of the palace together. Inside the palace walls. What, is there still no sign of him? Actually, it seems the prince slipped past the gates. Continuing the search inside the imperial grounds is a waste of time. Just then, Kahu spotted Barden's small figure sprinting toward them. Barden rushed to Charlie's side. Mother, you were absolutely incredible back there. Observing the sudden shift, the guard turned and asked, What's the situation? It's nothing to worry about. You are dismissed. Kahu watched the family reunion and sighed. I'm always a step behind. Perhaps it's finally time to face reality. Once settled in the palace, Charlie personally saw to Izaz's recovery. The moment the girl's eyes fluttered open, Charlie smiled warmly and asked, Are you feeling better? Izaz bolted upright, her voice laced with panic. Where am I? Steady now. You are safe within the imperial palace. While you were resting, I helped bathe you and found fresh clothes. Would you like to see? Izaz slowly turned toward the mirror. Charlie spoke again. Izaz, do you find me tolerable? I personally tended to you while you slept. Izaz asked tentatively. Why? Why go to such lengths for me? I'm small, filthy, and unworthy of this kindness. My father is the Empire's greatest villain. If this is just pity, please, I don't want it. The more the Empress favors me, the more trouble will follow. I'm better off alone. I hear your words, but don't get it twisted. This isn't about mercy, and I'm not acting out of simple pity. It's because your life is a mirror image of the one I once lived. A similar life? Exactly. You are the only one who can truly understand my story. Are you ready to hear it? The truth about my past. Lise laid bare every trauma and triumph of her journey to Izaz, holding back nothing of the darkness she'd endured. Empress, you truly survived such a horrific upbringing. I did. Now you see why I said our paths are the same, right? I was discarded by my own kin. Simply because they cursed me for being born while my mother passed away, and was exploited as the Empire's blood-soaked blade. Then I regressed and rewrote my destiny. Yes, Eris answered my frantic plea, the prayer I screamed into the void every night. So tell me, are you finally at peace? Yes, I am truly happy now. To be honest, I thought joy was a luxury I'd never afford. Vengeance was my entire world, and I didn't give a damn about the aftermath. I was prepared to fade into nothingness once it was over, but every time I reached for the abyss, someone dragged me back. Was that individual actually the Emperor? Indeed. You've got a sharp intuition, little one. Without him by my side, I doubt I would have survived my revenge, let alone discovered this kind of bliss. That's exactly why I want to be the first one to pull you out of the dark. As someone who has waded through a river of blood, I know that if I abandon you now, you'll be consumed by solitude and grief. Solitude. Suddenly, Izaz's stomach gave an aggressive growl. Charlie couldn't help but chuckle. My apologies. I've been rambling, haven't I? We should probably refuel after such a long slumber, don't you think? A bowl of steaming fragrant soup was placed before her. Charlie murmured, Eat slowly. Savor every bite. Thank you, I'll eat well. Izaz immediately shoved a spoonful into her mouth. Her eyes ignited with instant wonder. Charlie leaned in. How is it? Does it suit your taste? Yes, this is the very first time I've ever tasted something so warm and divine. Izaz began to sob, overwhelmed by the kindness. I only survived on the scraps others threw away. No one, absolutely no one, ever looked out for me. Charlie pulled her into a comforting embrace. It's okay. Let it all out. Shed every tear you've had to suppress for so long. And tomorrow, we'll start a new chapter with a smile. From that moment on, Charlie officially became Izaz's benefactor, and the girl began her journey as an imperial mage in training. Fast forward a few days. Your stamina has skyrocketed over the past week. Truly, yes, without a doubt. Before you drop your guard and your sword the moment fatigue hit, but now you've leveled up significantly. Has something triggered this sudden shift in your mindset? Just then, Izaz's voice rang out from across the yard. Prince Barden, I've arrived. Izaz dashed toward Barden with a bright face. Kahu inquired, and who might this little one be? I haven't formally introduced her yet, master. She's one of my closest subordinates. I recruited her during my last secret mission. Izaz, this is my swordsmanship mentor. Greet him. Izaz shyly stammered, hello, it's an honor. The pleasure is all mine. As you can see, she's a bit introverted, so I'm always keeping an eye on her. As a prince, I feel it's my duty to lead her well. I see. That's a noble perspective. Perhaps you broke through your plateau because of her. We grow the fastest when we have someone we're desperate to protect. That concludes today's session. Dismissed. Go get some lunch. Thank you for the wisdom, master. With those words, the two children linked hands and sprinted off into the distance. Kahu watched them with a bittersweet smile. The person I would have laid down my life for me, that was always Charlie. But in the end, the one who truly rescued her was the Emperor. I'm sorry I was too late to be your savior. As you wished, I'll finally start letting you go. Let's both chase our own versions of happiness now. Elsewhere, Charlie was enjoying a quiet moment with Dylan. She remarked, I heard Barden finally overcame his slump thanks to Izaz, and now she's even holding her own in spars with the young Duke. I was genuinely terrified of bringing Izaz into the palace, but seeing her positive impact on Barden is such a relief. Since she's under your wing, she's bound to transform for the better. Children are always a reflection of the world they're raised in. Liz, you've undergone a massive transformation yourself, haven't you? Me, indeed. Back when you were blinded by revenge, you were like a beautiful, emotionless statue. But now you're so much more serene and expressive. If I truly have changed for the better, then I suppose it means I've finally captured that elusive happiness. As Barden and Izaz flourish, time continues its march, and everyone around us is evolving too. I'm actually excited to see what the future holds. Because meeting you turned me into someone capable of being happy. The tale of I tamed a tyrant and ran away concludes here. Thanks for riding along until the end. I hope you all find your own luck and crush every hurdle in your path just like Dylan and Charlie. Don't forget to check out the other recaps on the channel to show some love. Thank you so much.